Good morning. Welcome, everybody. I'm Chris Warden.
Andy Jones-Wilkins.
And we are here at what is undoubtedly going to be the most watched sporting event in the entire world this weekend.
That's right. No doubt about it.
Absolutely.
No doubt about it. We're going to crush all the ratings.
Absolutely. This is going to be the Black Canyon 100K and 50K presented by Hoka. We're going to do our best to kick things off and get you invested and keep tabs on everything that's going on out on the course. Of course, the 100K is today, and we'll be running through, I believe, the final finishers have to finish by 4 a.m. tomorrow. Mm-hmm. And then after a quick breather, 7 a.m., we start up right all over again for the 50K, and we'll have a great team, some of the best, most prominent trail running broadcasters out there, and
wall-to-wall coverage of
Absolutely.
one of the we're both Arizona locals, one of the best weekends of the year here in Arizona. If you take Javelina, Cocodona Week, Crown King, one of our local favorites, Black Canyon weekend is always a good one. And after 5 months hiatus, we're back in golden ticket season.
Yeah.
3 golden tickets for the men and for the women at stake today, and the competition is fierce.
Yeah, we had a preview show as a collaboration with Free Trail yesterday. Myself, Zach Marion, joined Dylan Bowman and Corinne Malcolm. And one of the things that I thought was very fascinating, and it was caught on by the audience, as you can see the start line area at Mayer High School, is the fact that our picks, like other than a couple of constants, were all over the board. Like, we had people who are considered to be some of the best ultra runners in the country, like, only make 1 or 2 of our top fives. Like, that's how deep these fields are.
I mean, there are runners. It's impossible to pick a top 5, and I mean, we didn't do our picks officially, but we were aligned only with a couple.
Yeah,
I think it's gonna be it's absolutely a wide open race, and add to that the intrigue of some of the runners here already have entry into Western states, but getting a top 3 at Black Canyon is in and of itself, as we talked about in last year's races, in and of itself a fantastic result. Series of races, it's probably more competitive, and I think the next 2 most competitive here in the United States would be Canyons, which is the last golden ticket race coming up in April, and Gorge Waterfalls, which is increasing in competitiveness. But Black Canyon on the second weekend in February is where it's at. And man, Chris, what a difference last year, where there were several inches of snow right here in Mayer High School.
Well, last year we actually didn't start our broadcast for another 2 hours because of the snow issues. So in the 2024 race, what happened, for those that aren't familiar, last year we were basically put on hold for 2 whole hours because the transportation was coming from the Phoenix area, the buses that were carrying the runners. And when there's snow on the highway, I know that this might be a shock, but Phoenix bus drivers are not used to driving in snow. And so we actually had, thankfully most of the audience was pretty accepting and understanding of the fact that we don't do snow down here in the valley, but getting the runners up to Mayer, which is at about 4,000 feet elevation, became a little bit of a trepidatious thing.
I mean, it was beautiful. I will say this, and as we were waiting to go on the air down at the 100K finish, we'll talk a little bit about where we're situated this year. I mean, when dawn broke, it looked like you were looking at the snow-capped peaks of the Rockies.
Yeah.
Down there in Arizona, down there in that region around Black Canyon City, where there's virtually never snow that comes down that low. So it was fun, but I tell you what, this is a lot better. We're on schedule for a 7 a.m. start from Mayer High School. So we're just about 20 minutes away, just a little bit less than 20 minutes away from the start of the Black Canyon 100K 2025, back on the Golden Ticket Series. Again, Golden Ticket races that have taken place so far, just CCC and Javelina back in the fall. Now we've got rapid fire 3 in a row with Black Canyon, followed by Tarawera, followed by the Chianti by UTMB race, then a little bit of a hiatus, and then the final 4 Golden Tickets passed out at Canyons by UTMB in Auburn, California in April. So we are back at the Black Canyon 100K. Chris, we've been doing this now for a number of years. This was one of the first Mountain Outpost / Aravaipa live streams. Is that right? I mean, your history goes back several years.
It actually was the first trail race that we covered.
Okay.
So Black Canyon 2021, I was honored to be a part of it, and we didn't quite have a handle on what we were doing, but you know what? We did our best, and it was fun to be out there. I had run the race the previous 4 years, and I made a conscious decision that I was going to sit that one out. Ironically, I haven't returned back to the start line but once in an ill-fated 2022 attempt. But I am now of the mindset that this is the start of my season as far as the broadcasting goes. You can see runners and crew getting ready. That is just on the outskirts of Mayer High School. We used to be inside of the building, but then things got a little bit messy, like literally messy. When we tracked, a few metric tons of mud into the building. So they told us we can have a free fall in the parking lot, but that's one thing about it is that it does get kind of cold out there. The temperature right now, I've got a reading of 38 degrees, so it's not terribly cold, but it's definitely brisk, and runners will be shedding layers because by the time they get down to this area where we're in Black Canyon City, it's going to be in the 70s.
That's right.
It's going to be very warm. It's
going to be warm, especially for folks who've come from more. There's Heather Jackson, now a regular here at Black Canyon. But before we move on, Chris, so talk a little bit more. I'm fascinated that first Black Canyon. You mentioned, it was a little bit more of the Wild West than it is now. Did you have field reporters and drones up in the air and everything that we have now, or was it a little bit more kind of fly by the seat of your pants back 5 years ago?
We did, but it was a little bit less dialed in. I mean, we actually leveraged the Aravaipa studios at Aravaipa headquarters rather than being on course. And I think that what happened was that when we moved studio on course, that changed the game for us. And so now, being out here, we are actually situated at the halfway point. The last couple of years, we've been at the finish line at Black Canyon, or at Emery Henderson Trailhead on the very north outskirts of Phoenix. But now we're at Black Canyon City, the halfway point of the race, the finish line of the 50K. And I think it's going to become the crux of where the happenings take place in this race.
Absolutely. Fantastic new broadcast venue this year. Deep Canyon Ranch was used last year for the first time as a finish for the 100K, necessitated by some changes down in Black Canyon City itself, where the race used to, the 50K or 60K at the time used to finish. This is also now the start area for the Cocodona 250 coming along in a few months. So wonderful venue, wide open grass fields, plenty of parking. You don't have to ford a river now because it's been so dry. And we are about just under 32 miles away from Mayer High School, where you see right here. Let's run down the course real quick. When they leave Mayer High School, Chris, you've run this 4 times. I've only run it once. What are they doing right out of the gate?
So the first thing they're going to do is run through the streets of Mayer. It's paved for about 3/4 of a mile to a mile, and then they're going to hit dirt road, fairly well graded. And
we got audio. Okay, hang on a second.
We'll get back to the course preview in just a few moments, but we do have some on-field correspondents that apparently have some audio here, and
we're just going to get going on that. Hang on a second.
Oh, we recognize that man. Brett Hornig. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. How do I sound, guys?
You sound wonderful, and you look even better.
Love it. Yep. I'm rocking my team issued Hoka PJ set for the Black Canyon live stream. It's a nice crisp 40 degrees here over at Mayer High School, which is so much more pleasant than last year. We got a little bit of light peeking over the mountains, and the birds are just starting to chirp. People are getting off the buses, and it's starting to get a little crowded. People are ready to party.
Are they huddled
in the?
Are they huddled in the area near the entryway of the school? Because that's usually the only place where you can avoid the wind at the start line.
A little bit, but there's not even really any need this year. It's actually fairly pleasant. If you just jog around for a couple minutes, you'll be just fine. These racing conditions I don't think could get any better right now.
Well, you say that now, Brett, and actually that is something that I'm curious about. With it being a little bit warmer to the point where it's, dare I say, comfortable at this point, would that worry you as an elite runner as you're getting to the maybe 4-hour, 6-hour mark and things are really starting to cook?
It definitely typically would, but a couple of the weather forecasts I've been looking at are showing it not heating up too much later on in the day. Looking at like the Black Canyon City weather, it's almost like mild temps equal mild temps. So we're looking at highs of upper 60s, low 70s for Black Canyon City, and potentially even a little bit of afternoon cloud cover. So it'll probably still feel a little bit warm, but it might not be as hot as previous years.
Yeah, I saw the cloud cover as well, that there's a chance for that coming in this afternoon. So could be nice for the runners.
Yeah, definitely. I think the one part of, especially the second half of the course that's still going to be really important is that you are still doing your topical cooling, but you have to do it at the aid stations because there's like no water on course. I mean, the river crossing after Black Canyon City is about 10 feet wide, and you can actually just walk on the rocks to go across it this year. Like I did it yesterday and my feet did not get wet. The river crossing that's before Deep Canyon Ranch that last year was waist deep and about 50 yards wide, literally zero water this year. So there isn't even a spot to dunk your hat. So there's less opportunities to cool down if, the rocks do start to heat up and you start getting some of that radiant heat off the ground. So it's going to be really important to take care of yourself at the aid stations.
Yeah, that's one of the things that you learn after doing a couple of these races that actually head in and out of canyons. Obviously, you, AJW, and you, Brett, have done races that involve that. And when you get down in it, it can get really warm. And as you mentioned, Brett, that radiant heat can really start to take its toll.
Yep, absolutely. So I imagine we will still see the classic, in and out of Black Canyon City of like, oh, so-and-so, it looks like they're getting a little warm right now. I anticipate we're still going to be making those calls later today, but there's definitely going to be those people that have practiced going through the motions. And, a lot of current, heat training science has shown that like even if it's 60, 65 degrees, topically cooling is going to, boost performance.
Brett, do we have any late news in terms of drops at this race? I believe that I'd heard word
we've
that
got
we
one.
possibly had some significant changes to the field as of this morning.
Yeah, we got 11 minutes to lock in the free trail fantasy picks, and I got a text as I was driving up to the high school this morning from David Roach saying that Hans Troyer is actually going to be a scratch for the race today because he has fallen very ill, and he's just too sick to start the race, so he will not be starting this morning. That was the most significant piece of breaking news regarding starters this morning.
Oh, that's a bummer for Hans. I know he raced valiantly last year.
Yeah.
So bummer for Hans, but you don't want to run this thing sick, that's for sure.
No, definitely not. And, it'll be interesting, though, because I don't know how much that's going to get communicated to the people in the field that were going to be racing Hans, expecting to see him at the front or towards the front. It would be a little confusing to, be looking for people to key off of. And then all of a sudden, one of the guys that has been talked about, like, is going to be at the front is just not there. How long will that take before the rest of the elite field learns that he's actually just not in the race this morning?
Yeah, I guess that's something that I never really thought about is whether or not we're just going to travel this morning. I mean, obviously, we got the heads up and those that are paying attention and tuning in, and I'm sure there are people standing around watching on their phones there because I've seen that myself out there. But yeah, for those that don't know, if you're looking around for somebody expecting to see them, and Hans definitely is a front of pack runner, that is kind of potentially throw them for a loop.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we've talked about before, like with Anthony Costales, making the announcement that he wasn't going to be racing maybe a week or so ago, we've chatted about how that does change the pack dynamics, as he's not necessarily the one to lead the race, but everyone knows like he's going to be there at the front, stalking at least, and then who is going to be that person that is confidently going to take charge and be the one to win the race, because there's only one person who's going to win the race, but there's many who definitely want to, but there's a big difference between wanting to win and actually being that person that has the confidence to be like, okay, I am going to win this race now. So yeah, it's just going to be really interesting to see what the pack dynamics of the race end up being, which again, that's something that's in the new age of trail and ultra racing. We've never really talked about pack dynamics in the past, but as I'm sure we'll see with the drone footage after this race starts, there will be 40, 50 people all packed up together these first few miles before it hits the single track.
Speaking of that, where are you headed after the start?
So after the start, I'm going to be at Hidden Treasure, and then I'm going to go to Gloriana, and then Table Mesa. Everyone's starting to approach the start line and get ready. Got about 7 minutes to the start.
If you guys have more bags, if you want to shed a couple layers before you start.
We're being joined in studio by a special guest.
Just toss it right in the field.
Just getting hooked up.
Get him,
Jamil Curry is here. How you doing this morning, Jamil?
Doing great. Good morning, everyone.
So, how are you feeling this morning?
Feeling pretty good.
You going to be out on the course at all today, or are you going to be in here in the studio helping produce?
Yeah, I'm not sure yet. Just kind of taking the day as it comes, but starting my day here at Deep Canyon Ranch, and we'll see where we go from there. Wherever I'm needed, I'll go.
Do some troubleshooting?
Absolutely.
All right, here we are. We're about 6 minutes away from the start of the 2025 Black Canyon 100K. Some runners making their way to the start area. They do 3/4 of a loop around the Mayer High School track before heading out onto the streets of Mayer. And then, Chris, let's return back to our course description. Once they hop off the pavement, what's next?
They're going to be actually heading down a dirt road, a wide dirt road, for about another 2.5 to 3 miles, at which point they're going to take a hard left onto the Black Canyon Trail.
So the first mile or two driving might just be a little
it's
slow.
double track there for
That's probably worth
for
it
about, I guess we'd say to the first aid station, pretty much, up to Antelope Mesa, which is about mile 6.8, mile 7. And at that point, it's where things get really interesting in a hurry. Leaving Antelope Mesa, there's a nice, gentle downhill, and then it kind of levels out, but then there's about a 5-mile stretch, maybe about 6 miles, where the runners are downhill and probably lose about 1,200 feet of elevation. And that's what I called yesterday during the preview show, the trap. The trap is one of the most wonderful places, one of my favorite places in the world to run trail. The beauty of it is that it makes you feel like a superhero. The problem is that you come crashing to earth quite literally when you actually level out. And sometimes when you're running down a long extended downhill and you hit that flat stretch, all of a sudden it feels like every step is just become like a massive uphill, even though you're still flat. And that's the point of the race, where sometimes I'll look down at my watch and see that I'm doing a 7:30 8-minute mile, and that's just unacceptable for somebody like me.
You had one of the best descriptions of that section to me. You and I are both big baseball fans, and you described sections of that like as if they were a baseball base path.
Yeah.
Where it's about that width, it's smooth, it gently contours downhill. it really is a fantastic place to just run trail.
Yeah.
That section of the flat. And the runners can see each other on the competitive side. They can see each other far in advance and kind of twists and turns. And so if you can see someone 5-6 minutes ahead of you, 5-6 minutes behind you. It's a really, and it is a track.
Yeah.
And it's so early in the race that you want to just be absolutely careful through there.
Oh, I actually, we had mentioned off the air, I thought that Ashley Paulson dropped to the 50K. I guess she's running the double.
Oh, did you just see her?
I just saw her, yeah.
No, and very recognizable with the pink hair.
And we're going to talk about some of the field as well here. Of course, the men's and women's field for this race are absolutely stacked. You have people who have won golden tickets, people who have golden tickets for Western States this year, as well as some people looking to do their first breakout performance or build on some of the ascent that they've developed for their career.
And let's not forget, too, 17 hours or less gets you a qualifying time for the Western States Lottery. And in recent years, Black Canyon, along with Javelina 100, have been key races for people to come and get their qualifiers. Lots of folks in the rank and file here wanting to get that sub-17, check that box for the Western States qualifier before the year gets further along. And so there's a race within a race, very much so, in this event for those folks chasing that 17 hours.
Looks like we're heading to the start line here real quick. But yeah, I can attest to that, AJW, as my journey towards the Western States entry began here in 2017 when I finished with 6 minutes to spare before midnight. I finished at 11:54 p.m. Back then, and I've made a habit of finishing within the golden hour to the Western States Lottery with 4 minutes to spare.
If you are a part of our
After
media
that,
team, I'm going to
50,
give you off in 1 minute.
49 minutes to spare the year after that, and 11 minutes to spare
the
the year after that. So you can see if we can take inventory of some of our elites there.
Some
Katie Asmuth right there.
Mary Denholm, Katie Asmuth.
See Brianna Grigsby.
It's like all women on the front line.
They know what's up. Of course, the women's course record is held by Keely Henninger, and that was in 2023. And that is 8:45:30. On the men's side, Hayden Hawks last year set the course record at 7:30:18.
Just edging out 2023's course record holder Anthony Costala. Still one of the best races I remember seeing as he defeated ultimate Western States champion Tom Evans in that showdown that year.
You can see on the left there, the blue, that is Jupiter Carrera Casas. That was the breakout performance last year. We had no idea what we were witnessing until he came through the finish line and ran an excellent race, just 9 minutes behind Hayden Hawks.
And now we know to pronounce it Jupiter.
Yes. We learn, we adapt.
Less than a minute to go here.
Get ready and run.
Jubilee giving them final instructions on the countdown.
Katie Asmuth with her signature energy. I think she would just do so much better if she didn't yell and scream so much.
I see Tim Tollefson over on the far end.
Black Canyon 100K 2025 version. And they're off.
See if we can get another camera. There we go.
Exciting.
Of course, this race has multiple waves.
Yep.
The next wave will be taking off at 7:30, and then the final wave will be taking off at 8. Of course, those runners will have until 12:30 when they respectively to get
The other side.
and the other runners will have, for an overall finish, they'll need to get done in 20 hours.
It definitely helps to separate the field. As you mentioned, it's a couple miles of pavement and then double track, but definitely helps to separate the field as they narrow down after Antelope to have the waves. There's over 1,000 runners in the Black Canyon 100K. And beautiful shot there of the morning sun up in Mayer High School. Again, Mayer sits around 4,000 feet. We are down at Deep Canyon Ranch at about 2,000, just short of the 32-mile mark. And also the finish line of tomorrow's 50K that Chris and I will both be shuffling. There they are leaving the track area. As Brett was mentioning, interesting to see the pack dynamic. I know we saw it last year right out of the gate.
Who was it that was up? Was it? I thought I saw Eli Hemming up there near the front.
Yeah, Eli, first venture into the 100K distance, had an incredible season in 2024 of 50Ks, and of course his JFK 50-mile. Kind of expect great things out of Eli this year, but as they say, there's 12 miles between 50 miles and 100K feels a lot longer than that. Great Jones shot here.
Absolutely.
Of the start area.
They're going to go briefly onto single track as it cuts down into the town of Mayer, coming from the high school.
Great shot. Yep, there it is. It looks like
Yep,
right
they'll
there.
take that left. And then once they get through this section, they'll actually hit the streets of Mayer for, as I mentioned, a little under a mile, and onto the dirt roads for a couple miles, and then onto the Black Canyon Trail. It's actually a great setup, having run this race in the past. One of the things I love about the way that the Black Canyon 100K starts is that it gradually eases you in.
Right.
You literally start out on the track, and then you move to the streets, then you move to gravel, and then you move to double track, and finally you don't hit single track on the Black Canyon Trail until Antelope Mesa at mile 7. And at that point, you're feeling warmed up, you're feeling revved up, and as I mentioned, you hit the trap right there where people will tend to run. You're going to see some of these elites bust out sub 6 minute miles.
Oh, for sure. Oh, absolutely.
Whether they mean to or not.
Right. Well, and I like that idea, Chris, that you are sort of sliding into it, right? That, by the time you get to Antelope Mesa and you're on what would be considered single track proper, you've warmed up, the sun is out, the day has started. But there you see, they're after that little section of single track, they're onto the pavement. Couple of runners kind of taking a flyer off the front, but not very far. And again, I suspect this pack will stick together off and on for the first, probably at least to Antelope Mesa. The course trends downhill pretty consistently. I remember when Jamil was first, inventing this course with the idea that the course would generally mirror the kinds of things athletes face at Western States, which is a generally downhill trending course with some kicker climbs, particularly after Deep Canyon Ranch, where we are right now. There are some sneaky climbs. Well, there's some sneaky climbs before Deep Canyon Ranch. As you mentioned yesterday, between Bumblebee and here, there are some sneaky climbs. We'll get into that section as it rolls in, but particularly after Deep Canyon Ranch, if you have fallen into the trap, you're in trouble.
Well, and that's one of the things I mentioned on our pre-show yesterday is that this race has a pretty big rear end. Mm-hmm. You get down to Deep Canyon Ranch right where we're stationed at the halfway point, and from here you head down into the canyons once again, and then you come out with a pretty obnoxious, I think I would be calling it, a pretty obnoxious climb back into Black Canyon City. And you can see the switchbacks coming up. You gain about 1,200-1,300 feet, and then you head back down into the canyon almost immediately again.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And then you head back up over the course of what I would say about a 7-mile slog, where you're actually just continually, gradually heading uphill. You have
this is after the creek crossing that Brett was referring to. That's very low water this year.
Yeah, the only water crossing from the sound of things is going to be at the very bottom of the canyon at mile 39 or 40.
Okay.
So, and from what Brett said, it sounds like it was avoidable. And that's actually going to be a huge thing, because when I've run this race in the past, one of the things that I've always tried to do is take a moment to just sit in the Agua Fria River and just soak up and cool down, just to get my my core temperature down.
And with the likelihood of the water being quite a bit lower, I mean, people could still do that, but it might take a little bit more work.
Yeah. As you can see, the drone shot through the streets of Mayer. They're going to take a left. They are going to head. It's a slight. You can't really tell here, but this is a fairly deceptive uphill that they're heading up right now. And then they're going to, once they actually get to the very end at the center of the screen right there, they'll be crossing a cattle guard and then out onto the dirt roads, which are kind of rolling for.
Oh, that's cool. You
a couple
can see
miles.
they're just transitioning right onto the dirt and
Yeah.
transitioning out of town.
I've always wondered what it's like for those people who are in Mayer and maybe have woken up for the first time and actually realize this is going on, because it's basically in and out. Like the race doesn't have a huge presence in the town of Mayer except for the start of the race.
Right.
And so if you're not really paying attention, you might miss it.
Yeah, and most folks are gonna, a lot of them are taking the shuttle bus up there. Some people are gonna drive up with their crews and their friends, but then those people are shortly out of town, and then they all show up again tomorrow morning.
Yep. Of course, this was something that happened a few years ago, because the previous was the 60K rather than a 50K, but the 50K and 100K used to start both on the same day, and the race just got so big that it was only logical to have them split over the course of 2 days on the weekend. And actually, I really enjoy that, number one, because it gives some runners the opportunity to do the double, and number two, it gives us the opportunity to cover a race and then run a race.
It does. And I think it makes it a whole sort of weekend. It makes it a whole festival kind of weekend where, a lot of the 100K, tomorrow on the 50K course, we'll see a lot of these 100K elites hanging out, watching their friends or cheering for their teammates. And likewise, we got a lot of the runners like Brett, who's out, and the two of us who are covering the race, who will run the 50K race tomorrow. So it's a great weekend. This kind of celebration of trail running, and particularly this particular part of Arizona. Within an hour and a half north of Phoenix, heading down towards Phoenix. It kind of high desert where they are right now, just about 4,000 feet.
Yeah, we'll see if we can figure out who the two opting to head out front. Obviously, we're literally a mile into the race, a mile and a quarter into the race, and we've got a long way to go. But it is always interesting to see who decides that they're going to lead out at these events.
Yeah. Black Canyon Trail as well. They're not on the Black Canyon Trail yet, but the Black Canyon Trail stretches just short of 100 miles. It's actually the project is lengthening it, where it'll go beyond. It'll go north of Prescott Valley area. An incredible trail. Great foundation, helps to maintain it. It's a fantastic trail, more or less parallels within a couple of miles the I-17, major north-south corridor between the Valley of the Sun and Flagstaff.
Yeah, this is a nice, gently rolling section of the course. It like I said, I can't stress enough how much it just kind of warms you up into being ready for what's ahead of you, because it is going to get more technical, it is going to get warmer, and this is just the perfect lead into a race. And I'm trying to think of another race that mirrors that in terms of just like lulling you in. Like you look at other, big 100-milers in the U.S. I mean, Western States does not do that. Hard Rock does not do that. I guess maybe for a short step out of town, but as far as like the big races around this sport, a lot of times you kind of get thrown into it right away. This is a very, very gentle opener.
Yeah.
To what's going to be a pretty rough day for some people.
Well, and I think, let's face it, it also has some wonderful practical aspects to it. It allows the field to spread out. You don't have, big conga lines on a single track that you might have in some races that leave town and within 3 minutes are on a single track. So people can sort of settle into their own rhythm, whether it's these elite runners up in the front or sort of the masses in the middle and the back of the pack. They can kind of get settled in. Potentially, find their people, maybe shed a layer, before too long.
Yeah, somebody was speculating in the chat that the leaders are Jamil Curry and Kevin Russ. I would venture to guess that they are absolutely not. Yeah. Of course, that is back at the start line. I think our drone might have to head for a charge. That's why we're checking out to see who is getting ready for Wave 2 here. Of course, these runners will have until 12:30 in the morning to get to the finish line for their Western States Lottery ticket, and get they'll actually have till 3:30 in the morning to get there for the overall finish.
Day has dawned here, Chris, at Deep Canyon Ranch, a beautiful location at about mile 31.9 of the 100K, and the finish of the 50K looking like a beautiful morning. It's a little crisp and cool for us right now, but we expect a relatively rapid warm-up, as is customary for our wonderful desert here in February. As we've noted before, we have had very little precipitation pretty much since August. We were almost heading towards a record dry spell, had a trace of rain on January 25th, but it is dry out here.
Very dry.
And potential for nice, quick, fast course record type conditions, given the dryness of the course. Remember, last year they were traipsing through, what could only be categorized as snud, snowy mud. None of that this year.
And this drone is coming from the entryway to the Black Canyon Trail.
Yeah, so this is Duffer's Drive, where it meets, what is the name of that? Hidden...
Is it Hidden Treasure?
Mine Road, maybe. But this is, they'll be cresting that little hill. We should see the peloton here in just a minute. And then they'll be taking a right on that road and then a left onto the trail. We'll actually get, the first couple miles not on the Black Canyon Trail.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. There's trail, but it's not yet the Black Canyon Trail. Then they head through a little gate.
Yeah, they'll get on it here. We can denote it. They'll get. Here's our pack coming up. Does it look like there's a couple guys off the front?
There's
two. Yeah,
two guys.
Look like two
That's
guys.
what we were trying to figure out who the two were.
A lot of we'll have
lot
those
of
photos.
photographers
Yeah,
out there,
we'll
yeah.
know soon probably if we can't get a recognition on it. There's two, and then there's one, and then there's the pack.
We've
got a white shirt and a black shirt, it looks like.
We definitely need to coordinate with some of these elites to let us know what their kits are going to be heading in.
If there's any kit experts in the chat,
Our first timing point will be at Antelope Mesa at the first aid station.
These guys are striding it out. Yeah, so here's that right that Jamil was talking about, and in relatively short order, they make that left, and they're on double track trail. And there is a pack. Look at that. Probably 30 runners in there. We are
25 maybe. Close.
We are about 15 minutes in. I would guess a couple of miles. It's about mile 2. A little bit.
Just
long.
past 2, yep.
Just past 2. This is when they're sort of you're sort of saying, okay, how does this pace feel? How does my body feel? I'm shaking out the morning cobwebs. We've gotten things started.
Yeah,
how am I feeling as I'm rolling down here? If you're one of these front folks, how's my body feel? How's my training? You're starting to get a sense of it here.
Somebody was speculating that J.P. Giblin might have been one of the front runners. That would track on how he races.
Oh yeah,
I didn't see him, but he races more aggressively than pretty much anybody I've ever seen in person race.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Could be JP up there. Here's that left.
That left turn. So now they're officially on the Black Canyon Trail. And it will stay kind of a Jeep road for
like
about
track.
a half mile. And then they'll go on to proper single track here in just a few minutes.
I will speak from experience. They should be grateful that it's dry, because when that is wet, this section becomes one of the messiest stretches of trail imaginable.
Yeah, up on Antelope Mesa there, it's very that clay, soft mud, as many of us know from experience. So here we go. We're following right along with this lead men's pack. This is Paul Nelson on drone.
Oh, awesome! Shout out, Paul. Excellent race photographer, and as we're finding out, hell of a drone pilot.
That's
Oh,
right.
yeah. Well, he's been with us many years here at Black Canyon, flying drone, including year 1.
Well, it looks like the 2 has become a 3, and I think in relatively short order, this pack is going to sweep up those guys, and it's going to be a
Well,
big
there is a
pack.
gate up here, and that should ensure they get swallowed up pretty quick.
Well, and I think that things are going to get interesting because, as we mentioned, it doesn't start out at single track, so you don't really necessarily need to be jockeying so much. But once it does hit single track at Antelope Mesa, especially between Antelope Mesa and Hidden Treasure, where if somebody wants to throw down, there's really not a lot of room to jockey in between. And one of the fascinating features of this.
So here's this gate right here. Let's see what happens. Front guys
There.
have to take
Open
a second, open it up, and
it stays open.
it's going to stay open for a while.
The floodgates have opened.
The floodgates have literally
They've
opened.
managed to maintain a small gap here.
But yeah, it's going to be fascinating when they get to Hidden or to Antelope Mesa, because after that, as we mentioned, that single track, and one of the cool physical features of this race is in that stretch, the canyon is so narrow and winding where you can actually see somebody to the point where you could probably throw a baseball and hit them, but they might be a quarter of a mile up the trail because you're heading in and out of these little slots. It's pretty fascinating and super neat. Like when you're pursuing somebody, I'm thinking, oh well, they're right there, but it turns out they're 300 meters ahead of me because they had to go and take a hard right into this little canyon divot.
So Corinne Malcolm in the chat saying there's a handful of women potentially in this front pack as well. So
I see. Okay, I can identify String Bean based on his kit. He's basically fifth at this point.
I don't think those guys read the runner's guide, because there's a section in there about the gates. You're supposed to close them. So shame on you. Read the runner's guide.
Those were actually, that was the front of the pack as opposed to...
As we get this sweeping view here, we're going to get probably our first eyes on this single track to the right. Wow, this is amazing.
It's beautiful.
There we go. So that little group of 3 is just a few meters up from the lead pack of mostly men, but some women in there, as we get from our voice on the ground, Corinne Malcolm.
I also want to stress that this race is very runnable, very approachable for anybody. This is, it's got some technicality in the second half, as I mentioned, but it's very runnable. It's a net downhill. It's deceptively tough in some spots, but at the same time, this was my entryway into running beyond the 50-mile mark. This was my first 100K finish back in...
So there's this single track right here.
Go. Yeah, and I mean, athletes who ask me, I'm a loyal and I love Arizona. Athletes who ask me about a good first 100K, I mean, this is very much at the top of my list.
Let's see if we can get eyes on who's in this pack here.
Jamil, were there some course changes over the history of this race leading up to Antelope Mesa? I feel like there maybe been some points where maybe we were on that road a little bit longer at some points. Because I know that I've approached Antelope Mesa from different directions a couple of times.
Yeah, well, we did have the one year that we started at Arco Santi.
Oh, that's right.
That was kind of maybe a forgotten year. We had a little snow flurry, I think, that year.
I remember,
we did try that out, which didn't end up working super well in the long run. But I think that was maybe the only year. Other than that, it's been this classic start.
Yeah, I think that would have been the 2019 iteration, if I remember correctly. But, yeah, that would make sense.
Arco Santi, the home of Marco Soleri, the great Italian architect designer. Incredible place, by the way, if you're wanting to go a little bit off the beaten track and see some cool culture here in Arizona. It's worth stopping at Arco Santi and its sister location, Cosanti, right down in Scottsdale.
So this is kind of becoming classic Black Canyon Trail right here, the winding single track through the high desert. And this is just super fun for anyone that's been out on this trail. This is just some dream trail running right here.
I remember that. You know what? I forgot about this little stretch of single track before you head back onto the double wide.
You can see that pack really drawn out a bit. I mean, and also, like you guys were saying, the opportunities for passing, it becomes a little bit more difficult to do.
Shout out to Aaron in the chat. Moving out to Glendale in June. Come join us at some events with Air Viper Running and Mountain Outpost. We've definitely got plenty of events.
100%. And if you know, one of the great ways to make your way into the community is come out to our Monday and Wednesday evening runs year round. 6:30. Chris hosts the Wednesday runs every week. Highlight of the calendar with usually social events afterwards.
So Hans Troyer was a DNS this morning. We have a few people in the chat asking. He was sick, throwing up this morning, according to his crew. And it looks like that front pack has been swallowed up. So
yep, it's now just one big line, it looks like.
So we've got quite the pack, probably more than 30 runners that are out in front here, as you can see, snaking their way. The pack will reform once they come out of this single track section. It goes back to some dirt roads prior to the Antelope Mesa aid station, and we'll see it bunch back up typically just past the famous windmill.
Yeah, I was going to that's what I was going to ask about next. The windmill, as you can see on the logo in your upper left hand portion of your screen. What mile is that at, Jamil? I want to say it's about mile 4 and a half.
5.
5? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and it's a little wide section, and
people legit now, like having been out there, people will stop and take a picture of that windmill. It's become an iconic feature of the Black Canyon 100K and 50K.
And that's also Antelope Mesa is where we'll have our first timing point.
Yep. So
right now, we don't have a ton of information, other than what we're seeing on this stream of who's in that front. I think I just saw Heather Jackson roll through there past the screen.
So we'll have timing mat there. We'll have a timing mat at Hidden Treasure.
Yeah, basically every aid station from there on out.
I just saw Scott Traer come by, a local favorite.
Hanging back like he
usually does. He had his button-up shirt.
We'll have a slight gap in coverage before Antelope. So, right now we're kind of working our way through the pack. We will tune in to the second wave start at 7:30. And then shortly after that, we'll check in with our field correspondent at Antelope Mesa, and we'll start to get some visuals probably sometime between 43 and 45 minutes, just to give you a look at what's ahead.
Yeah, they will. You're typically, the last several years, have gotten to Antelope Mesa right about 45 minutes, which is pretty incredible.
And that's about when the sun kind of first hits you on course, too, for just some of the most amazing photos that I've seen on this course.
Yeah, when the runners hit Antelope Mesa, the front pack, it's actually kind of funny to watch, having been out there covering this race. A lot of times, the runners might come through at about 7:40, 7:45, but the crew or the aid station crew really doesn't have to jump into action until about 8:15, until like the back end of the front, because those first few people are basically just hauling through there. They're looking to potentially get to Hidden Treasure before they actually make a crew.
Get anything.
Of course, Hidden Treasure ably staffed by the AZ Trail Eggers, another great local group. And then after that, they hit Bumblebee Ranch, which is the first opportunity for these runners to see and interact with their crew at mile 20.
Got some insight from Corinne Malcolm here in our channels that Abby and Riley are not too far behind Heather. Abby is in all black at the start.
Abby Hall from Flagstaff. Outstanding runner, particularly at this distance, I think.
And so we're circling back, I think, to that same view we had earlier with the leaders, kind of the extent of our drone, but this is a little bit further back into the pack, but you can see the runners are making their way through this glorious single track to start their day.
Yeah, I actually had spaced this section of the course. I was completely forgetting about this. But yeah, I do remember this very vividly now. As you head on this is a gently sloping downhill, and then you'll hit the bottom, and it's a nice, comfortable climb out before you get back onto the double track. You can see the sun is starting to peek out. This is the live coverage of the Black Canyon 100K presented by Hoka. This is the American World Trail Major event. This is the second time it has been run under the World Trail Majors flag. Our other sponsors, shout out to them, Squirrel's Nut Butter, Goreware, Goo, and Air Fiber Internet.
We have Billy Yang in the chat. Mary Denholm was actually leading on the dirt roads about 2 miles in. So Billy with the boots on the ground insights there. Thank you, Billy.
Thank you, Billy. Yeah, I saw Billy out there yesterday. Didn't get a chance to speak to him, but I know that he's going to be out there all over today, no doubt capturing some great content.
Speaking of World Trail Majors, cool new twist on that this year, the short distance series. So the 50K tomorrow will be part of that.
So how does that affect my career and legacy? That's what I want to know, as I am now a World Trail Majors competitor.
Points. You'll get some points.
Yes.
World Trail Majors had their inaugural year last year. This year 2. This is the second race in the series. I think Hong Kong was the first a couple weeks ago.
We're about 3 minutes from the start of the second wave of the Black Canyon 100K. We'll see if we can zip back there to the start line in just a few moments. But yeah, what you're seeing right now is basically a continuation of the first wave hitting their first opportunity at single track, about 3 and change in.
And as Jamil mentioned, we're just getting that sun above the horizon. Probably going to warm up quickly today. As we were in our conversation with Brett, some forecasts suggesting cloud cover a bit later in the day. We shall see. This being Arizona. Thank you all, too, for joining us in the chat. Always love to have you along for the ride.
Absolutely. We're grateful. That's what makes this all possible. When we first started doing these trail race coverages back in 2021, the audience started to pick up on it right away. And, we've done our best to level up at every opportunity. As you can see, the start of the Wave 2 for the Black Canyon 100K.
Total of 3 waves this morning, so 7, 7:30, and 8. And as you saw, that single track where the whole goal of the waves is to reduce that congestion and give people more room to spread out and enjoy the trails.
Yeah, I mean, once this race got to 400 or 500 starters for the 100K, it makes perfect sense to have it go in multiple waves, because a 1,200, 1,500 person wave hitting the single track all at one time would be absolute chaos.
Yeah, and it's nice. I mean, it allows athletes too to sort of get, to not get caught up in something that they might be overwhelming for them. They can kind of be in the area that's perhaps most appropriate for them. Here we go. We're just a few seconds away now, about 30 seconds away from the start of Wave 2, Black Canyon 100K.
Looks like we're having a little bit of issue with our video feed at the start. We'll head back to our drone shot for now. Hopefully we can get eyes back on that start line.
I know that one of the things that I've had runners approach me about is that they really enjoy being a part of Wave 1 of this race, not necessarily because they think that they're fast enough to be in Wave 1, which is starting in just a few seconds. Looks like our timer in the corner might be about 10 seconds off, so we'll get that
And
that
there's
dialed
our
in.
Wave 2.
But I think that there's especially for some of the back of the packers, I'll be honest, it's kind of like, for me, when I ran this race before it split into so many waves, I was chasing midnight. Like that was literally like it was my Cinderella story where I had to be in Emery Henderson Trailhead or wherever the finish line was in the 17-hour mark, and at a 7 a.m. start, that meant that I had to be done at midnight. So there I am, like down the trail chasing, and sometimes coming down to the last couple moments. I think I actually had a Dr. Stephen Crawford sighting. He was running the 100K.
It did look like that was Dr. Steve. Dr. Steve was very helpful on these live streams. A legendary follow cam at Cocodona.
Yes, has logged many miles.
Many miles, bringing in runners into Flagstaff at the Cocodona 250. Dr. Steve.
It's one of the things I love about covering this sport and in such a grassroots nature is that we get the opportunity to introduce you to a lot of the people in our community simply because they're who makes this possible.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We get to tell you about people like Shad Burkholz and Stephen Crawford, who, Ruth Stewart, who might not necessarily, be at the front or chasing podiums at major races anytime soon, but they're the ones who make this coverage possible. As you can see, the Wave 2 front pack.
Yeah, Shad, similar to Dr. Steve, Shad has logged serious miles in and out of Silverton, Colorado at Hard Rock.
Silverton, as well as at Cocodona, I believe he famously followed for about 85 miles one year on the streets of Flagstaff. And anybody that would run on the streets back and forth, up and down for that many miles would absolutely be out of their mind, right, Jamil?
Absolutely.
Who would just run back and forth on a sidewalk?
You can see the Wave 2 filtering through. Our Wave 3 will be starting at the top of the hour. And this is actually also giving us an opportunity for our drones to recharge and reset. And hopefully, I would say in probably about another 8 to 10 minutes, we'll see our first runners hit Antelope Mesa, at which point we will definitely spin over to coverage in the field. I'm not sure if Corinne or Brett is going to be at that at Antelope Mesa.
Brett mentioned his first stop was Hidden Treasure.
Okay, so Brett and Corinne Chalvoy are going to leapfrog one another from the sound of things. Yeah. So.
Wave 2 starters. Again, as I mentioned, lots of folks race within the race going after that sub 17-hour Western States qualifier finish. In recent years, Black Canyon has been one of the 3 most popular races for people to run to gain that Western States qualifier, getting them a ticket in the lottery.
Noticing less big layers on this group. I think that it has warmed up significantly up at...
Yep, sun is out. As Jamil mentioned, too, up there at Antelope Mesa is the first timing mat. Well, we'll have some actual hard data on those folks coming through.
The start line is at over 4,000 feet elevation, which is why we saw that snow last year. But yeah, for me, always, whenever I'm doing a training run or out on the Black Canyon Trail, the drop down after that first aid station into Hidden Treasure, coming into Hidden Treasure is where you start to feel the heat. Just like a hint of it, or that it's going to be warming up. You drop down, 1,000, 1,500 feet, and kind of gives you that first telltale sign of what the day is going to bring you.
That's undoubtedly my favorite training run to do on Arizona single track is to actually park at Hidden Treasure, hike it up to where Antelope Mesa is, and then run it back down for the final 7 miles. It's such a wonderful way to train, and you feel like $1 million because it's impossible not to negative split that.
Yeah. We're coming to you from Deep Canyon Ranch, the site of the 50K finish tomorrow, as well as the 31.9 mile aid station of the 100K. Beautiful setup down here with the tents and our studio, of course. Ample parking down here for crews and friends and spectators.
Somebody was asking about wave designation. Well, Wave 1 is where the elites are, as well as I believe it's largely ultra sign up determined. Obviously, not entirely, because if you've got some elites that don't have an ultra sign up score, they're not going to show up at the top. But because that's one of the things that we did do this year is I was involved in the process, asked to, potentially help identify some of the elites or potential elites. And
you have a gift for that. You find these diamonds in the rough, these folks that are just invisible on ultra sign up, but have some incredible FKT or results on the roads.
Well, we wanted to, in the interest of making sure that we've got full on coverage and tracking for all of the front of the packers, we were asked to identify, those people who we think could be in the discussion, not necessarily to win the race or get a golden ticket, but to be finishing in the top 10, top 20. And our list went about 100 deep. So like those people that we identified, had their bibs double chipped to make sure that we've got backup on top of backup. And then the waves 2 and 3 generally divided by, as I mentioned, ultra sign-up scores, but at the same time, it's not perfect.
And there's a little self-selection in there too. I mean,
totally.
Folks are, we paid enough respect where they might know sort of where they fit in the overall scheme of things.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that, I mentioned my love for chasing midnight. Obviously, if I'm in wave 3, there's no way in heck I'm finishing.
You're chasing
by
1
midnight.
a.m.
I'm chasing 1 a.m., which doesn't have the same ring to it,
Right.
but at the same time, it's still a pretty amazing thing to do. So, and I know that there have been some times where they've had to switch runners' waves. Sometimes people are intending to run together, and they might be able to adjust things here and there.
One of the fun things to do actually is to go out to that Table Mesa aid station, as maybe around 9 or 10 o'clock at night, as people are on that, as their runners and crews are on that bubble. It is a somewhat miserable place, I got to say, and a place you want to kind of get in and get out of, especially if you are chasing midnight or 12:30 or 1 a.m.
I will say, actually, one of the things that's been interesting about the development of this race and the progress of this race is the fact that Table Mesa, a couple of years ago during 2021, when we had limitations on where crew could join us, and
in the COVID year.
The first post-COVID year, Yavapai County, which is where Mayor is, and actually extends fairly far south to the Maricopa County border, which is actually between here and Table Mesa. So Table Mesa was the first, in order to hold the race, Yavapai County would not allow crew or pacers to join the runners. It was runners only, and volunteers.
Oh, quick jumping in here. Here's the drone shot.
Oh, there it
Antelope.
is. That's Antelope Mesa.
Hold that thought, though, because
Yes.
I was talking to my friend Brittany Peterson, who won the race that year, and it was very interesting to have to juggle that the different county regulations during COVID.
Yeah. So what happened is that because of the fact that runners couldn't access their crews or pacers until Table Mesa, it was an absolute rager of a gathering. You're talking, several hundred runners with all of their crew, all their pacers in one spot, and they've been waiting there all day.
And they haven't socialized in a year.
Right? Yeah. That was one of the big coming out events. You can see, okay, so the runners are going to come from right to left as you're looking.
There you go. Yeah. So when you see that red, it looks like a red vehicle or something red over there to the right, they're going to come in, jog a tiny little bit on the road, and leave to the left.
Yeah, they're basically going to, like, you can see the porta potties, and then they hit the tents that are the aid station. Now, most of
And
your front
that is where that single, sorry to interrupt, Chris.
Yeah,
That
no,
is
no,
where
no.
that single 1.5 track, beautiful, smooth, going down that valley.
Yeah, so it's going to head left, and then it's going to zigzag to the right, and then back left again, and then at that point you are fully on this just amazingly runnable, so comfortable single track that you still have to consider. You got to be careful.
Great drone shot there to give us a sense of.
Shout out to another couple of our sponsors, Tannery Sunscreen, Goreware, and of course, Hoka as our title sponsor, Garmin as well.
Again, this is where we'll have our first timing mat. And again, probably that first, as you mentioned, the aid station folks don't have a whole lot of work to do as the runners are going to pretty much blast through here.
Okay, this would be the lead pack heading towards Antelope Mesa right there. So there have been a couple of mild adjustments to the course, as we mentioned. There was the year that we ran from Arcosanti. I believe that was 2019
or
2019.
2019,
yeah.
I think is what Jamil said.
Yeah.
Maybe it might have been 18. But.
Yeah, it gets a little bit confusing because in 17, 18, 19 were the first 3 years I ran the race, and each year had a different finish line.
Right, because wasn't one of those years where there was a torrential rain and it
2017.
was an out and back? Yeah.
2017 was full out and back. 2018 was the full course in its entirety. And 2019 was a double out and back that ended at Black Canyon City due to some flooding in the river.
This looks like the road
this
just
is wave,
leaving town. So I
yeah,
think
that's
this
wave
is
two.
wave 2. This
yeah,
is a
that would make
wave
sense. I was a little bit confused
Yeah.
because I know that there is like double track Jeep road approaching Antelope Mesa.
Yeah, but
this
it's ruddier than this
Yeah.
one. Yeah. So that was a shot of the top 3 in that wave 2 group.
Yeah, I will say, I think we still have the most amazing field for 100K that I've ever seen, at least in the U.S. But as people are waking up and finding out that one of the prohibitive favorites, Hans Troyer, who ran this race with such aggression and vigor last year, had a DNS due to being extremely sick. So shout out to Hans, hoping he's feeling better, and hopefully one of these years he's going to have it come together for him here.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I hope so too. And he can still chase down a golden ticket at Canyons if he wants.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely. And also, I know this was a few weeks ago or a couple weeks ago that Anthony Costales pulled out as well. And one of my favorite races to cover was the Black Canyon, where Anthony Costales just ran. He ran angry.
Oh, yeah.
He ran with a huge chip on his shoulder.
That was 2 years ago, the year he took down Tom Evans, the eventual winner of Western States. So much fun to watch. Anthony and his Chico State singlet.
Yeah, I think
here they are. So this is the group. This is the more ruddy double track.
Yeah, as you can
coming
see,
up to Antelope Mesa.
You can see, like, look at the views off to the upper left. You can see that they're basically coming very close to the to a drop off onto the valley, and it is such a gorgeous section of trail. The views into the Bradshaws are priceless.
Yes, indeed. This is great. A little group of 5, just a few meters ahead of that larger group of about 20, 25. As our eyes on the ground, Corinne Malcolm mentioned a handful of women in that group of 25.
Yeah, they're very close to Antelope Mesa, the first aid station here, and at which point we'll get runner tracking. Runner tracking is available on the YouTube screen right there. The top of the chat, Mountain Outpost live tracking at live.aeroviperrunning.com. You can see the photographers setting up and follow cams. We'll see if we can get eyes.
This is a great drone shot. Yep, there. The relief of the Bradshaws. If you have not been out to the Bradshaw Mountains, just incredible. Vertical relief.
I don't know what that truck is doing there, but that's kind of a wild place and a wild time to be. Oh, look at that beautiful shot right there of the Bradshaws in the background. Yeah, so it was Eli Hemming and Seth Ruling, somebody was saying in the chat, they believe.
2 of the early favorites.
So, yeah, this is a nice, gently sloping downhill. It takes a little bit of a left turn for the runners, and then they're going to head into Antelope Mesa here momentarily. See, the background there is so perfect. Yeah, so there's that left turn, as I mentioned, and they're going to head on this road for about another couple hundred meters before they hit Antelope Mesa.
Well, we have a moment. Huge thank you to Jordan Schmidt, our producer. He's been by our side now for over a year, producing races both big and small. We love having Jordan by our side. He'll be here all day and night, as he usually is.
I think also his wingmen, Trevor Linton
Trevor
and
is
Michael
here
Carson,
as well. Yeah.
will be out here.
We really pull out the A team producer team for Black Canyon.
Absolutely.
This group of 5, literally stride for stride. A couple coming behind, and then the pack will.
Man, if this is Paul Nelson doing this drone footage, this is priceless.
Really good. There's those Bradshaws in the back.
This is Troy Wicks.
Troy Wicks.
Awesome. Shout out Troy. We had a great lunch with Troy at Dirt Circus last November.
Yeah. Troy's been a regular in our drone pilot team.
I just saw Stringbean McConaughey and his bright kit. I thought I saw Jupiter as well. Maybe just behind this pack. The 2024 runner-up, Jupiter Carrera Casas.
Probably eager to maybe make another trip back
there
to
we
Western
go.
States. And here they are, coming into Antelope Mesa, the lead pack.
And what you'll see is that the aid station volunteers there are going to hurry up and spring into action as they sit.
Everyone's going to fly by.
Yeah. and it'll so they're coming off of this wider, and this is where it gets interesting because this becomes full-on single track and fast single track. So the jockeying and positioning you can see is going to get quite intense, and you can't really, even though it looks like it's fairly benign off to the sides, there's cactus everywhere out there on this trail. So you can see them heading, and so that's actually a nice downhill, and they're going to go, as you can see, down to the lower left, and then it's going to cut back and zigzag a couple of times before they head on to a little bit more of a wider, flatter area and enter the canyon. You can see they make that sharp turn. And that lead pack is about 30 to 35 runners, perhaps, give or take. All within a moment of one another. And
Corinne, our eyes on the ground, always astute with her observations. Blake Slattengren is in the lead group, sporting a man bun.
Let's see if we can. So
here we go. I've got a little bit of list here for
Yeah.
us. Joe Stewart, Canyon Woodward, Will Murray, Joel Shores, Blake Slattengren, Chris Riuli, first few over the timing mat, Gavin Pryor, Jupiter Carrera Casas, Keegan Oldani, Jordan Bramblett, Elliot Carden, Zach Perrin, Tyler Fox, John Herrick, Tim Tollefson, Craig Hunt, Darren Thompson, Cole Campbell, William Connor, Nick Cornell. Those are the first 20 across the timing mat. Others in the list, Ryan Raff.
an interesting name that I'm going to be keeping tabs on, just crossed it as well, Stefano Calderon.
Mm-hmm.
This is somebody who was one of those people who did not have an ultra sign-up.
Oh, is that right?
Ultra sign-up score.
How did you find them?
I found them by checking out the UTMB lists, and I can't testify as to the level of competition, but there were a couple of UTMB points races in Chile and Argentina that Stefano had done very well at. So I did make a mental note of his presence. So I don't know, whether or not it's going to be somebody that we're going to see, near the front when the day is said and done. But it was definitely one of those names that I kind of dug up a little bit. You can see they're heading continuously downhill. And they're going to zigzag to the a hard left here in just a little bit, and then it'll level out and be almost a slight incline, very slight incline. And then at that point, that's where things really get fun.
Really great shot here. Going to twist across that little gully. Thank you. We got the scoreboard up on the left. There they are coming right at us.
So it was Mary Denholm as the first woman through Antelope Mesa in about 49-46. Our lead women pack is going to be hitting Antelope Mesa here.
Mary Denholm taking it out hard, as many of us expected.
Oh, yeah. I definitely had Mary Denholm on the inside of my top 5. Is that Heather? Yeah, shout out Corinne Malcolm reminding us that Mary was in second for a very long time at Canyons before dropping out, and that was kind of a coming out party. Of course, also I believe had a pretty outstanding JFK as well.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Yeah, the second half of her year was like, woof. She arrived on the scene in a big way.
Becca Bramley, our second woman through Antelope Mesa in 51:20, about 90 seconds back of Mary. Okay, so that was Heather Jackson that we did catch on the screen. Again, shout out Corinne Malcolm. Thank you. Of course, Corinne Malcolm will be part of our second broadcast team today,
Indeed.
Along with the incomparable Skylar Hall.
That's right.
And then she'll be pulling double duty as she'll be calling the 50K tomorrow, along with the one, the only Dylan Bowman.
That's cool.
We have an absolute all-star team taking over for us when our day is done. I'll tell you, that's you're going to be wanting to stay tuned all day long.
This is back on the road coming up to Antelope Mesa. Good stuff.
Of course, the race does not end once the elites are done. We are going to be staying broadcasting today's race for the entirety of the event, all 20 hours for some of these runners who are coming in. You know, we've had runners come in with 5-10 seconds to go. So they're going to be out here in some cases till 4 a.m.
We've got our overnight crew that's hopefully resting up right now.
And I know that is going to be Heidi Allen and Greggy Vergaren. Heidi and Greg have done some live streaming for us. I know Greggy was out at Across the Years, and Heidi was at Javelina as well. Mm-hmm. So they've got you taken care of, watching those final runners come in the evening into the overnight.
I know. Heidi called my finish, and that was kind of embarrassing, but good.
MK Sullivan was part of the lead women coming through as well.
Yeah, so Mary, Heather, MK. See Abby Hall through there
Riley
yet?
Brady.
Riley Brady.
Okay, so this is our top 5 through Antelope Mesa on the women's side. Mary Denholm in 49:46. Becca Bramley, 51:20. Riley Brady, 51:21. MK Sullivan, 51:21. Abby Hall, 51:29. Followed closely behind by Heather Jackson, Shea Aquilano, Tara Dower, Valerie Arsenal, Aaron Clark, and Jenna Bensko.
So just about everybody you would expect.
Yeah. Lynn Chen, another name that we've been keeping an eye on.
I got a heads up on Lynn Chen.
Jane Mausch, Emily Mann, who we saw win Run Rabbit Run last year. The names, the depth of this field is, to steal a phrase from a friend of ours, the depth is deep this year.
It is indeed deep. Again, great shot here. The road coming into Antelope Mesa. Bradshaw's in the back. There's the Antelope Mesa aid station.
Yeah, more Wave 1 runners coming through Antelope Mesa.
And this is also the 50K course for tomorrow. Basically, the 50K runs on the first 31.9 miles of the 100K. And from here, it's a gently descending 6 or so miles to the next aid station.
Other runners who have hit aid station 1, Scott Traer, Graham Shalvoy, Pequan Yu, Chinese star runner, Mark Hammond, Katie Asmuth, Lindsay Allison, Lauren Puretz, last year a golden ticket recipient here. Lauren Puretz's finish last year was one of my favorite moments because she was not quite aware that she had hit a golden ticket. She finished 4th, I believe, so she didn't realize that there was going to be a ticket passing down, and we caught her in a bit of a candid moment where you could read her lips to get her reaction.
What was that? Was was Heather? Heather was top 3 and she was already in.
I believe that's what the situation was.
If I remember correctly. Yeah.
But yeah, Lauren Puretz, had a great result there, and a member of the Air Viper racing team as well. Hailing out of Colorado. Also had an excellent Javelin 100, finishing on the podium there as well, finishing in a 15-hour flat time.
She likes her Arizona races.
Absolutely.
As we all do.
Wants to get back to Western States. Just narrowly missed out on a return via top 10, finishing 13th at Western States last year.
That'll always light the fire. You finish a few spots back of that 10th place spot.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. Let me see then what the... Okay, so Lauren actually did finish 3rd last year. Maybe it was the fact that I think last year was the first year it officially had 3 golden tickets, because previously it had been 2, except for the year that Tara Ware was canceled. So, like, I remember it went into a 3-ticket situation that year, but then last year was the first year that it was officially a 3-ticket race.
And this year,
clarify that.
This year, Tara Ware is back on the list next weekend. Nice to see a golden ticket race back down in Oceania.
You can see, this is heading out of Antelope Mesa is just such a fun stretch of trail to run. It's beautiful. It's runnable. It's fast.
Yeah, it's Arizona high desert trail running at its best.
And then, of course, as they hit the actual Slot Canyon area, you will see them go back and forth quite rapidly to the point where you can, as I mentioned earlier, you could throw a baseball and somebody could catch it, but they could be a quarter mile ahead of you based on how the canyon actually plays out. Of course, the next aid station will be Hidden Treasure at mile about 12.913. And that is manned ably by the AZ Trailleggers. I did speak to a couple of them early this morning as they chose this as their gathering point to head up to Hidden Treasure. There is some construction going on I-17, which parallels the Black Canyon Trail course. But hopefully it won't be too much of a hassle for crews, because it's going to be... if you've ever done I-17 on the weekend here in Arizona, it's not always a lot of fun.
No, if you can get around it or you can avoid it, you want to do that. There's our top 10 that just blazed through Antelope Mesa.
My pre-race pick is Jupiter Carrera Casas, currently sitting in 9th. as we see the names dance around a little bit. Looks like we're still sorting some things out there. It's okay. We'll have it dialed in by the time.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's fun to keep track of where everybody's at, but that's one of the things that I always try and stress to our audience is that in a race such as this, when you see, like we saw 2 or 3 people go out,
Yeah.
you know, it's like it's mile 1. You know, like, you know, I'm not saying that I could, but like, you know, I've had a joke with friends before, like, you know, what if you sprinted out to the base of the escarpment at Western States just to say you led the race for, like, yeah, that would be, you know, obviously a little bit silly, but yeah, you know, trying to handicap what's going to happen at this point in the race is kind of pie in the sky.
Funny story related to that. The Western States, I wanted to say it was back in maybe 2007 or something like that. There was a group of runners that took off out of the start in the front of the pack, and within about a quarter mile took a wrong turn and took about 30 runners with them. Now race director Craig Thornley, who knows the course better than anybody, continued straight, yelled and screamed to all 30 that they were going the wrong way, and for about 10 seconds led Western States. He's still
and
happy.
Nobody can ever take that
No one
away
can
from
ever
him.
take that away from him. It was a funny moment.
Yeah, looks like we've got wave 3 starting out here. These runners are going to have until 1 a.m. to get their Western States qualifier, lottery qualifier, or 4 a.m. to finish outright.
Again, many folks here going after that 17-hour finish, checking that box for the Western States qualifier.
I think that one of the exceptions, somebody was asking earlier about wave selection 1, 2, or 3. I think that you also got a wave 1 regardless of your ultra sign-up score or expected finish time if you were doing the double. Yeah,
right.
That extra hour makes a whole lot of difference.
Oh, man, and that was such a challenge for folks last year with the 2.5-hour delay. It was almost impossible for folks to do the double. Many did, or several did.
Yeah.
But, man, with losing 2.5 hours.
Last year was a very chaotic start to the race. For those who are unfamiliar, last year the race was delayed by 2 whole hours simply because we couldn't transport runners to the start.
Yeah.
There was snow on the ground. It wasn't a ton of snow like if you're used to Colorado or maybe a Midwestern snowstorm, but it was enough that when you're coming from Phoenix in a bus, that's a problem. So, you know, we did not have enough people to. Oh, there's Dr. Stephen Crawford. I apologize. I thought I saw him last. You know what? It's a trail runner with a beard.
It's a trail runner with a big beard. It could be any number of people.
Just saw Nathaniel Chan as well, our friend from Hoka. And you can see this is the back of the pack for wave 3 heading out. But yeah, last year's race was thrown into a little bit of chaos because we had to make sure to ensure the safety of the runners that the runners were not transported until the roads were clear, and that was also part of the bus company wanting to make sure that their drivers were comfortable. I understood it, but there were a lot of people that were pretty upset, and it did throw some runners into a little bit of chaos because they were having to be up for 2 hours and contemplating life choices. But I think that the thing that it affected the most is the people who were doing the double.
Yeah.
And so those runners like had 2 less hours to sleep, and also having to get the logistics down where they basically said, I do believe that Jubilee Page, the race director, said anybody who finishes, we will get you to the start. And they were, I believe, in some cases shuttling like maybe 2 runners in an Aerovipa employee's car to get them to the
to
start.
Get them back up to the start. Well, yeah, and I mean, when all's said and done, there was a chance the race could have just been canceled.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, so I'll take a 2.5 hour delayed start over a cancellation any day.
Okay, it looks like Brett and Shad are set up a hidden treasure, and Corinne Chalvoy is going to go to Bumblebee. So that's the setup we're going to have. Our aces in the field.
There we go. Yes, Bumblebee is about 7 miles
That's
after
Hidden Treasure right there. This is our first glimpse of the next aid station, Hidden Treasure. I recognize that wash. That is after they've come off of that wonderful downhill trap. And this is completely flat heading into Hidden Treasure. And they run in between these trees. There's a little bit of a cattle fence. That
a little corral.
Yeah, a little
area.
corral. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. And the runners are going to be coming down off of that fast downhill.
It's a great. By the way, it's not a real difficult drive in there. And as Chris mentioned, it's a great. It's one of the sort of top-notch Arizona training runs. If you just drive on in there, park at Hidden Treasure, do an out and back as far as you want. Fantastic glimpse into this sort of mid-high desert single track.
Yeah, I would say it is pretty much my favorite training run to do on Arizona Trail is to start basically where we're at right now and follow the drone, and you head up. It's about a 6.5 miles up to Antelope Mesa, but your reward for climbing up that 1,200, 1,500 feet or thereabouts is the opportunity to run back down it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I did a training camp with a small group of people last year, a couple weeks after Black Canyon, and we did this as an out and back, and many of the folks had come from places like Florida and Michigan, and we're out here just to enjoy the desert trails, and this was absolutely a highlight, just to run this section where this is the drone flying back up the course. Just a wonderful section. And hey, Chris, we get to run it tomorrow.
We do. We will be participating
it'll be
in the
fun.
50K. It'll be my World Trail Majors debut.
Yep. And mine too. Mine too. Yes, indeed.
Never too late to start, right? Yeah. We're entering the game a little bit later than most.
Training run for us both. For you for Western States, me for Cocodona.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll get our money's worth out here.
So basically, this is the continuation of the trail where I would assume we're probably going to see these runners.
What are we at? We're at 107.
It's probably going to be about the 90-minute mark or so. So, I mean, we've got a little bit of time before we see them coming down here, but this is giving you a preview of what the runners are going to be heading down. They're going to be coming at us the way that the camera is set up.
Telltale sign of the elevation too. No cacti up this high, so they're still above 2,500, 2,800 feet.
Oh, watch that power line.
Yeah.
Or that telephone line, rather. Yeah. So yeah, this is this is still a nice, gentle downhill, but it's not nearly as quick as the previous few miles. So,
Chris, our friends in the chat have started to play the AJW said Western States drinking game already.
Oh yeah, that is a time-honored tradition.
Indeed,
of the Mountain Outpost.
Indeed, I can't help myself.
Coverage.
I've just got to, as they say these days, lean into it, right?
Of course, that is part of our Mountain Outpost portfolio now. So,
indeed,
we're covering, at this point, pretty much every big ultra that is being covered. You've got, obviously this and Javelina. You've got Cocodona, Hard Rock, Western States, JFK. We're everywhere.
We are. Mountain Outpost is everywhere.
Of course, next week we'll be heading up to Henderson, Nevada to cover the 100-mile championships as well.
Excited about that. Excited about that.
You're going to keep your notifications on, and we'll start talking about that about Thursday or so. But in the interim, we are waiting our first runners to hit Hidden Treasure. And as we mentioned, they're probably about 15, 20 minutes out at this point. I'm going to see if I can.
But that race, that Jackpot Ultras, that is going to be a lot of fun. A second race in the Mount to Coast Ultra Series this year, and a pretty good field assembling there for the USATF 100-mile championships. Always fun for us to go out there and broadcast trackside or course side on that 1.3 mile loop as well as the long loop, about 2 point something mile loop in a beautiful park in Henderson, Nevada. Here's a different drone view. There's that tank and the corral Chris was talking about. If you want to do that out and back, that's where you park.
Yeah, I park basically right at the bottom of where the screen is right now. And that is the Hidden Treasure Mine aid station. As we mentioned, it is being staffed by the AZ Trail Leggers.
And they hit that, they go a bit to the right, and then it makes a turn to the left and gently contours out there to what you see on the left of your screen.
Okay, so they've got the pirate motif going again. That's good. I'm glad to see it.
So tell us a little bit about the Arizona Trail Leggers.
So I believe the AZ Trail Leggers were created by John Chrisley, local runner here, maybe about, I say 9 times because I'm rooting so hard for him to get that number 10.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of Dave's, but you've got some great runners and even better people as part of the AZ Trail Leggers. They do group runs on Sunday mornings, usually in the North Phoenix / Scottsdale areas. They might hit Cave Creek. They might hit Apache Wash, but great people, great volunteers, ambassadors for our sport. Shout out to people that are part of that group: John Schultz, Brian and Megan Slavin. We appreciate their efforts here to take care of runners, and that's one of the things I always looked forward to coming off of that downhill here at this race, was coming into Hidden Treasure to high five and hug friends. That's what this sport is all about to me. I mean, I'll never be a high-end competitor, but I have received so much from the sport, and a lot of that has to do with the people involved.
Absolutely, the community that is here in Arizona, and I can say, having lived here back in the mid-late 90s, this has been a place that has always really celebrated the sort of shared bond of what it means to be a trail runner, whether it's ultra distances or shorter than ultra distances. Just a wonderful community, and many of these aid stations, you'll have people coming back year after year to volunteer, to be part of the experience, whether it's at a high profile, highly competitive event like Black Canyon, or one of the more down to earth, low key events on the desert series. Just incredible. And we see a lot of it at one of our favorites next month at Crown King Scramble, one of the longest running ultras here in Arizona.
So Hayden Hawks hit in his course record run last year, hit Hidden Treasure at 1:21:15. So we're about 8 minutes out from that.
Okay.
He ran this section from Antelope Mesa to Hidden Treasure in a 6:06 pace. So yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if these guys are close to that.
Yeah, they're moving really quick. So Hayden hit Antelope Mesa last year at 49:30.
These guys were in the 47s.
47s. So yeah, they're about 2 minutes ahead of course record pace. Although that seems to be a feature every single year. The early splits of ultras, high competition ultras, get faster every year. Now the question is whether or not they maintain.
Well, and Hayden was, and the crew last year were slogging through mud and snow. Might have slowed him a bit, but it didn't seem to slow him much.
No, that actually is a good point. Okay, so shout out to Aid Station Fireball giving me the intel. The fastest split to Antelope Mesa ever was David Kilgore in 2021 at 47:22. So these runners came in just 4 seconds behind that.
Good stuff. Thank you, Liam, as usual.
Saw
I wonder
him.
where Liam is today. He's out.
He's somewhere on the course.
Is he running the 50K tomorrow?
He is.
He is?
He is running the 50K, and he was out at the expo yesterday. We were hanging out, watching the women's and men's panels after our preview show. I always say that he should jump onto the side of the camera. He's a very dashing fellow.
I know. He always seems to avoid. I mean, he hung out with us for the entire week of Cocodona. We couldn't get him on screen at all.
You can see. I can see.
There's Brad Hornig,
our most comfortably dressed member of the Mountain Outpost coverage team.
Why isn't everyone else wearing this?
that sweatsuit's next.
That
level.
looks so comfortable, Brett.
I'm so cozy right now. I'm worried that I'm going to overheat, though, in the next hour or two.
Yeah, I'm sure that you'll have something nice and swaggy for us the next time we see you on air.
Yeah, we'll see. Stay tuned. It's beautiful here at Hidden Treasure right now.
Oh, we just
starting to
zoomed
warm
in
up
and
just
we
a
can
little bit.
see the runner. Oh, this is wonderful. You can see the first runners actually coming off of that drop and are probably about a half mile out from you.
Yep, just a few minutes. Yeah, they'll come wind their way down through what's one of the most beautiful descents in all of trail racing. And then they'll come rip straight through this aid station, and then there's a little fork right where I'm standing where they'll hop onto the single track and quickly disappear.
See if we can get any eyeballs on any kits that we recognize.
Have you heard any intel on the course at the ground level, Brett? Is there anything that we haven't heard about yet?
Nothing that I've heard of that you guys probably haven't already. Had a little, while I was driving to this aid station, I had 15 or 20 minutes of no contact with you guys. So you guys might be even more up to date with me, but I'm just going to be looking for is how comfortable people look in the front, who's getting frazzled through the aid stations yet, and just how chill are people right now.
There's our man Brett Hornig, the frazzle meter.
Yep, the frazzle meter.
The frazzle meter is on.
It is on. We will see. All right, runners coming. We just got the notification from the lead pirate spotter.
People are loving your look today, Brett. I can't stress enough. You are definitely setting a trend. I think we're going to see people that are hanging out at ultras dressing exactly like you here. They're going to take your swag and level it up even.
I love it. Love to see it.
I think Leah Yingling is his fashion consultant.
I could see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Leah's the absolute queen of the cozy sweat sets.
No doubt.
Looks like I think that's Eli Hemming, perhaps
towards Hidden Treasure.
I believe he had sleeves on.
Yeah, there it is. That is.
Let's
String
see.
Bean in fifth, very obviously bright.
Yeah, there's a huge group coming down.
Probably 25.
I love this vantage
it's
point.
probably, within 60 seconds, it's probably 25, 30 men. We got Pirates of the Caribbean just blasting right now.
I think I see Drew Darby leading the charge.
Yeah, they do a pirate theme at Hidden Treasure. We'll see, because as I mentioned, most of the runners at the front of the race are going to be bypassing Antelope Mesa Aid and maybe perhaps doing their first fueling here at Hidden Treasure. Some of them might go the full 20 miles to Bumblebee, but we'll see what happens here. All I know is that the trail leggers are going to be ready for them, and it'll be interesting to see who needs to do some refueling and who needs to who thinks they can push through. Because this next stretch to Bumblebee, about 6 miles or 6.5 miles, still fairly fast, but a little bit more technical.
Look at that.
Oh, this is a great,
This is this
great
final
shot.
little twisty turn to the aid station.
Past the corral, through the parking lot, and into Hidden Treasure Mine.
Frazzle meter activated.
Yeah, definitely super interesting to see who's going to take aid, because I don't think anyone stopped at Antelope Mesa. But then, like you said, it is still 6.5 miles that are a little bit slower, 6.5 to Bumblebee. All right. Eli Hemmings leading the charge, followed by Mackay, Clemens. Neither of them stopped. Who looking cruiser. Will Murray in third, Blake Slatengren in fourth. Fifth, sixth, and seventh couldn't get IDs on, but Seth stopped to refill a bottle. He's quickly back on. Canyon Woodward right behind him. Okay, now we've got just a handful of a second gap to the 10 plus placing, but Jupiter and Juan Mr. Tim Tollefson making his way through the aid station of well, and like this is all within 60 seconds, so I would say everyone's still fully within contact.
I think the most interesting thing so far that I've seen is the fact that Blake Slatengren
Eric
is coming
Sorensen
out
has
with that
removed
lead
his
pack.
shirt.
119 is that split.
Yep, we got
119,
Joe
31.
McConaughey coming through right now. Okay, that I would say that was the men's lead pack. Those like 75 seconds and 30-ish runners, because now I've actually got maybe 20 seconds to this little gruppetto here.
So they came through at 1:19:30, Brett, and that is roughly 2 minutes ahead of. Okay, so Hidden Treasure last year, Hayden Hawks was 1:21:15. Our lead men came through at 1:19:31.
Okay, so they're 2 minutes quicker this year.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I totally believe that. The trail conditions this year should be most of that difference maker for the 2 minutes.
Yeah, that would make sense. It just seems like every race that we cover, the early splits just keep coming down at such a pace. It's amazing to see.
We'd probably expect the women in a couple of minutes. Want to get a quick shot of the women's course record split through Hidden Treasure?
Yeah, let me see if I can pull that up. I don't know if I've got Keeley's split.
Couple more.
But
Good
Rachel
drone shot
Drake
of
was
that.
through here in 1:32 last year.
132.
So
Okay.
I think that Rachel's Drake's was actually faster than.
I wouldn't be surprised
Yeah.
if Heather Jackson was first through here last year.
You know what? Let me take a look and see what her split was last year through here. Yeah, she came through in 1:29:43.
Okay. So we could expect the women about 5-6 minutes.
Yeah.
Yep, that sounds about right.
Although, actually, you know what? I think it might be a little bit quicker. As we mentioned, things are 2 minutes faster on the men's side with regards to the conditions.
Mm-hmm.
So it could. I think we might potentially see.
So that's a clear group of 8 right there with Eli Hemming at the front of it.
Eli Hemming, Mackay Clemens, as we mentioned.
Will Murray, Blake Slatengren, Joe Stewart, Seth Ruling, Canyon Woodward, Chris Raiuli.
Yeah, I don't know if it's worth anything, but of that lead, 15 men pack, I think the only person who actually did stop to refill a bottle was Seth Ruling.
Okay, great. Good.
And he said hello. Frazzle meter very low for Seth. He seemed super comfortable, as did everyone in that front pack. No, I don't know. No red flags. Last year, lots of
no
red
major
flags.
frazzle meter activation at this point.
Yeah,
Well,
last year there was lots of red flags because people were falling muddy, bloody. I haven't seen any of that. Everyone looks really good.
Well, interestingly, after Bumblebee, I think that everybody is going to take at least a couple moments at Bumblebee because it's such a major opportunity to interact with crew. But the next stretch
absolutely.
after Bumblebee is actually very short. It's about 4 miles. You have that one climb up. When you're heading to Gloriana Mine, you climb a short climb, about 400 feet of gain and maybe a half a mile. But then it's fairly flat, and you kind of run along the side of the canyon wall for that 4 miles, and then a slight downhill into Hidden Treasure. Or I'm not Hidden Treasure, Gloriana. I apologize.
I love that section.
Oh, I do too.
After the climb out of
Okay.
Bumblebee.
Yeah.
I've got a question for you guys.
Sure.
Was it last year that Paquan Yu was right at the very front? Was that him who was there till
Let
maybe
me
mile 40 or 50-ish?
double check.
getting the drone shot. Well, Chris looks that up, getting the drone shot going back towards.
You're crushing it. Thank you. I guess the reason I was asking was because he actually just went through Hidden Treasure, probably 4 or 5 minutes off the lead men's pack. Which
Pequan, you came through in
would be the
125.48 last year at Hidden Treasure.
We got Mary Denholm coming in to Hidden Treasure right now.
Nice. Mary Denholm leading the women's race still.
Yep. So we're at 125 right now.
All right.
Bottle fill, trash,
There goes
and
Mary.
on her way. And
All right, 4 minutes up.
4 minutes.
4 minutes ahead of that split
Ahead of Heather Jackson
of
from
Heather
last year.
Jackson.
She looked like she was trying, but like controlled trying, like just, serious racing. Like game face was on, not messing around.
Seems to me, Brett, like a handful of people have been taking aid at Hidden Treasure, but probably about 50-50 maybe?
Yeah.
That looks
Yeah,
like
if you-
Scott
especially
Traer coming
now-
your way.
Yeah, this is Mr. Scotty T himself.
Yeah. Fist bump.
Yeah, I mean, especially as we're like, 125 in at this point. We're just consuming a little bit more at this point. So I expect to see people from here on out probably refilling bottles and whatnot. A couple people have taken, dumped water on their heads and stuff. So I think some people are definitely starting to feel the sun.
Mary's got a little bit of a gap.
Yeah, we're coming up on 2 minutes now. 2-3 minutes.
There she goes.
Okay, we'll see who comes around.
That is just moving right there.
MK. I see MK and Riley. Riley didn't stop, and Heather.
Oh, there we go.
There's Riley. We see Heather Jackson.
Let's go, Heather.
See the orange kit, the Hoka kits are now.
All right, MK
that
filled the
orange this
bottle
year.
and is out. So coming out of Hidden Treasure, it was Riley Brady, Heather Jackson, MK Sullivan, and I didn't catch her last name. It was Becca.
That green
And
shirt.
then Abby Hall's coming through right now as well. Probably all within 10 seconds. So 2 through 3.
Was that Becca
4,
Bramley?
2 through 6.
Yeah, Becca
Yeah, I
Bramley.
believe so.
Yeah.
Okay,
So 2 through 6 were all together. And then Shea Acolano's coming through right now as well.
look at just
So-
getting the opportunity to watch Mary Denholm operate here is great.
So
Sorry, Brett.
interestingly, the golden ticket defense is on right now because the 3 that are already in Western states are occupying at least 2 potential golden ticket spots because they're all right there. We got Tara coming through. Tara has blood on her right knee. Newsflash.
Oh,
And then Lin Chen's coming through right now as well.
wow. It took Tara a long time to get bloody.
And we have Aaron Clark coming in right now too.
So behind Mary, it looks like there's a pretty tightly knit pack of women following.
Yeah, 2 through 10 were probably within a minute of each other. And then we've got 10 through 15 all within another minute right now.
Mary's got that kind of like a road marathon stride going for her right now.
She really does. Well, as Brett was
Yep.
mentioning too, Heather and Riley are already in Western states.
Yep.
So, by the way, so is Shea Aquilano. So, were any of those to finish in the top 3, the spots would roll down.
Yep. So it's definitely on right now. So, the people who are even sitting in that, 7th, 8th, 9th position, there's that real possibility that if you move up to 5th or 6th, you could be sitting in a golden ticket.
Yep, for sure.
So they got to be like, it's going to keep the motivation high to be really racing all the way through, because it might be one of those years where you're like not quite sure if you get it or not, even after you finish.
I love that little extra drama within drama of the roll down spots for people who are already in the race. It does keep it does force people to kind of keep the pedal down.
Of course, Riley Brady
absolutely.
and Heather Jackson right there, no strangers to one another, racing multiple times against one another, racing at Javelina, racing here.
Oh, Riley's Javelina this past year was incredible. Watch them just fly.
And for all the sneakerheads out there, Riley Brady is rocking the Nike Vaporfly on the course.
I was wondering if they were. I was wondering if they were going with the Vaporflies again. I know they went with the Vaporflies at Javelina, so doubling back with the Vaporflies. Love it.
That's a brave choice out here. Like Javelina, I can understand, but
they
the second
worked.
half of this race, woo.
Lin Chen was in the Adidas, the Adios Pro 4, so I've definitely seen some full-blown, road super shoes out there. And
I could
definitely work.
I could see them changing, like when they get here, in the case of Riley, or maybe even at Bumblebee, because, the first 20 miles, I can see a road shoe, but after that, obviously I'm not at the level that these runners are, but, it does get more chunky and technical, but then
especially after Black Canyon City.
If you've got strong ankles, though, you at least have a nice rock plate. Katie Asmuth is coming through Hidden Treasure right now.
Okay,
she's making
Katie's
her way out.
through.
Yep, Katie just came through. So, definitely a bit of time off the lead and secondary chase pack, but she also looked comfortable and didn't seem frazzled by the gap, which Katie has done a really good job of running her own race and has done some pretty solid come from behind running in the past.
So I've got some data from Aid Station Fireball. Shout out to Liam. Hidden Treasure, the lead male split in 2024 was Matt Seidel at 1:20:40 and Hayden Hawks at 1:21:15. Of course, these runners came through. The men came through in 1:19:31 was the first one, Eli Hemming. And the women's side, Heather Jackson in 2024 came through 1:29:43. The fastest split ever, though, was Heather in 2023 with 1:28:59. And what we saw today, well, we're definitely moving quicker as Mary Denholm comes through in 1:25:24. It just gets faster every year.
Just saw Lauren Puritz and Christina Mascarenas come through, and that just kind of had me thinking, because Lauren is such a metronome of a runner. Like, I have a feeling even Lauren's splits coming through right now are probably still on pace for a very fast overall time. So the classic question of, are we just going to see again another historically fast overall top 10, or are we going to see a decent amount of movement in the second half of the race?
Yeah, that's a good question. Lauren Puret's coming through in 1:32:22. I'm going to see if I can pull up her split from last year. Her split was 1:33:02.
Within a minute. Yeah,
she was 1:33:02.
and she got to go ticket.
Yeah, and this year she's 40 seconds faster, and it's 22nd. But as I
don't know what to make of that.
Well, I think, Brett, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the front end, like while course records might not always fall, they seem to be falling fairly often. The front end splits at these races are just getting like ridiculously fast. People are coming out hotter than ever. Like I can't testify as to the number of races where the CRs are being set on an annual basis, but I can definitely testify that from covering these races, the front end splits of these races, the first few aid stations, the first few timing marks are coming down every single year. You can see that is back at Hidden Treasure Mine at mile 13. And from here, the runners will have a nice flat, a little bit more technical section coming up for them. They've come off of the descent from Antelope Mesa, which is super smooth, super comfortable. That is Bree Grigsby right there coming through, Air Viper Racing Team member. But the section from Hidden Treasure to from Hidden Treasure to Bumblebee is a little bit more technical, a little bit more rocky, more of a sidewinder rather than an up and down kind of
and a few
switch.
little grindy sort of tilts places when you kind of have to grind through some washes.
I don't know who that was, but I saw the runner just kind of slap himself on the side of the face a couple of times, and I want that kind of stoke when I'm running a 100 miler or 100K.
All right, I think we are going to start packing up and making our way over to Gloriana, which is the aid station right after Bumblebee. So we'll see you guys in
All right.
an hour, even less.
Thanks, Brett.
They're running very fast, so we're going to hustle.
Yes, they're moving very fast. Of course, Brett Hornig got in the field at Hidden Treasure, but he is going to pivot to Gloriana Mine, which is mile 24 of the race, which is after Bumblebee. Bumblebee will be the first major crux of the race. This is the Bumblebee aid station. The Satisfy crew out there setting things up. The aid station director there is at least somebody that is no stranger to this event or to the scene. Chris Thornley.
Indeed.
Is in charge of things out there.
And there's typically some live music. Maybe not yet, but there's live music out there.
There is an open bar.
Not
open bar, but the bar is open. It's not open bar. Let's clarify that. We don't want people heading out there.
There's a little squirrel's nut butter. There's a good friend, Deb Hamberlin.
Of course, Deb getting ready for her own journey, running
She's
Western
in
States this year.
States.
That's Greggy Vergaren. Greggy is going to be on the call for the Golden Hour.
With Heidi?
Yeah, with Heidi.
Yeah, right on.
So you'll be hearing and seeing plenty of Greg here this evening, coming down from the Great White North to join us. And I actually have really gotten to enjoy Greg's commentary on these live streams. He definitely has such an upbeat demeanor about himself. So I think you'll enjoy it if you stick around until the wee hours. But yeah, runners will be hitting this at mile 19. At
Western
this point,
States race director Craig Thornley there in the blue jacket, a brother of Chris, and will be handing out golden tickets later today.
I saw Craig last night at the expo. He walked in fashionably late and was having dinner with his brother, and I chatted with him briefly because, of course, he gave me a big note on the future of my running career just a couple months ago. And that is Bumblebee Ranch. It is kind of cool because you literally do go right by the bar. The change, because prior to this current setup, you actually were out on the road to Bumblebee, but the aid station was a couple of 20 by 20s on the side of the road. This is so much better. It is so much more fun to be out at Bumblebee Ranch with this setup. And shout out to them, to Bumblebee Ranch for hosting us here at this event, because it really is a great feeling to be out there. And I can't wait to come in tomorrow as my race goes on, because that means I'm almost done. That means only about 10 more miles.
Great spot here, by the way. Crews can come on in and
oh yeah, that's one of the magical things about this aid station as well, is that you can see people are lining up, posting up, figuring out where they're going to set up. There's a huge parking lot out there that people will set up their vehicles for runners that want to get their crew setups before they actually get to this point. And you'll see that because it's I would say about a quarter mile from the entrance of Bumblebee Ranch to the actual building or structure right there.
Absolutely. You come off the Black Canyon Trail, you cross the main road, the road that ultimately goes up to Crown King, and then you have about a quarter mile of the ranch road before you hit this spot. And then you got a little ranch road leaving the spot before you jump back onto the Black Canyon Trail and begin that. It's a sustained climb. It's nothing crazy, but
no.
you are climbing out you haven't climbed very much.
Yeah, about maybe a half mile and
Yeah.
400 feet of climb is kind of what I eyeballed it at. It's definitely something that you'll notice, but isn't. I don't think it's necessarily going to hurt you. But going to see our most recent runners to get through Hidden Treasure at this point. Some names: Ross Kiewit, a friend of ours, local group run leader. Ross Kiewit hit Hidden Treasure at 1:38, which once upon a time would have had us freaking out and panicking.
Ads.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're getting a heads up. I'm just going to give a couple more names: Madeline Nones, Sarah Louise Brown, Felix Boss LeBeau, Fleming Sondergaard, Courtney Rouse. Some of the runners that have recently hit Hidden Treasure. But we're going to take a quick break, and we will join you on the flip side here at the Black Canyon 100K live stream presented by Hoka.
Not every runner runs in the rain. Not every runner runs in sub-freezing temperatures. Not every runner runs 100 miles at a time. Not every runner seeks out the most challenging environments in the world to test their athletic resolve. Not every runner finds joy in the struggle.
No, we
But for
haven't said that
those
at all.
who do, we
You guys
see
are
you.
crushing it.
We see you on those days when you could just take the day off or log a few miles on the treadmill instead of braving the gusting wind and snow. We see you, and we're here for it. That's why we create and test the absolute best technical running apparel in the world. Gear that keeps you dry, staves off the wind, keeps you warm. Gear that keeps you comfortable in the most uncomfortable conditions. So go ahead, step out the door, seek out those challenges, and just keep running. Or where? For whatever's ahead.
We weren't trying to create a salve for anti-chafe. We knew that hydrating the skin with natural ingredients was key. We created a salve that healed damaged skin and also happened to be slippery and provide protection to reduce friction and chafing.
Not every runner runs.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Andy Jones-Wilkins here, Mountain Outpost coverage of the Black Canyon 100K 2025 division alongside my partner, Chris Warden. Here we're looking at the road coming into Bumblebee Ranch, aid station, mile 19.3.
And it's a beautiful day.
It is
I mean,
a
just
beautiful day.
Look at the skies, the temperature at Bumblebee right now. See if I can get a reading on that real quick. I'm assuming it's probably in the mid to upper 40s. It was about 38 degrees when I was actually staying in Bumblebee last night. There are not many places to stay in Bumblebee. Okay, so they're saying 52.
You stayed in Bumblebee?
I did. So
Indoors?
Yeah. They have a staff house in Bumblebee, and I didn't want to head back down to the valley with all of the construction, so
Very
I
good.
was either going to camp or I was going to stay in Bumblebee, so I got set up there. So
Now, are you staying up there again tonight? Or
I think so.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to come back down here to Deep Canyon Ranch, at which point I will meet my ride up to the start of the 50K, which will be presented without commercial with minimal commercial interruption on Mountain Outpost, hosted by Dylan Bowman and Corinne Malcolm. Of course, special thanks to our title sponsor here, Hoka, as well as some of our other sponsors of the American World Trail Major, Tannery Sunscreen, Goreware, Squirrel's Nut Butter, Goo, Air Fiber Internet. Satisfy is sponsoring the Bumblebee Aid Station. Shout out to them. And also, to piggyback on that, did you pick up your race packet for the 50K yet?
No.
So Goreware did the shirts. They are nice. This is going to be one that you're going to wear out in your runs.
That reminds me, where do you pick up your packets for the 50K?
I would assume
Maybe right
here.
over there? Okay.
Of course, we've all got it dialed. Like we're so dialed in for our own race, apparently. But that is actually
Yeah, when
Bumblebee
you said
Road
you have
right
a
there.
ride up to the start, I was thinking, man, I need to get a ride.
Looks like that is our drone pilot coming in for a landing.
Coming in for a landing.
All right, there we go. Back to the action. Bumblebee Ranch. Things are starting to heat up there. You can see cars lining the pathway into the actual ranch headquarters, the building. Yeah, this real estate at Bumblebee Ranch becomes so valuable. And what's really kind of cool to me is that I do love covering this race from the finish line, and I do love being, when we were at Emory Henderson Trailhead at the finish of the 100K. But this year we're set up right at Deep Canyon Ranch, which is the 50K
the
mark.
runners are going to come right behind us where we're.
And it's going to be loud, and it's going to be crazy here later. So super excited about that. Yeah, Bumblebee Ranch, the cars are filling up, and after those first few runners come through, it's going to be that chaotic here.
Well, you're always good with the history too. What were some of our course record paces into Bumblebee in past years, Chris? You want to take a peek at maybe what Hayden did, or
I can
Heather?
tell you what Hayden did at Bumblebee. Hayden got to Bumblebee in 2:03.
In 2:03.
So, at that point, he's running about a 6:20 pace for the entire race, 20 miles in. So that was
And
Hayden
we're sitting
Hawks.
at 1:48 right now.
Yeah, so we're probably...
And they were 3-4 minutes ahead of Hayden's pace at Hidden Treasure.
Yeah, and the conditions for Hayden's run last year were not favorable.
No, not nearly as good as this.
So I would say we're probably looking at between 155 and 157. So I would say 6 to 8 minutes. We might actually get word on first eyes on the men runners. And also, they've got a solid, from the time they actually hit the road at Bumblebee into the Bumblebee timing mat, it's probably about half a mile.
Yeah.
So we might get eyes on
Wonder
runners
if we
here.
have a chase cam that's fast enough. Maybe on a bike.
Well, I know Shad is out there, so and he's done it, and he needs some last minute speed work for Jackpot. So, but thanks to all of our filmers and volunteers that are out here helping make this happen. I know that Corinne Chalvoy will be out there as well. Almost my heart almost skipped a beat. I thought we were seeing
That would have been super quick.
Yeah.
That would have been super quick.
Corinne Chalvoy is going to be out there at Bumblebee Ranch. I know that Ryan McCarley is out there filming as well. Ryan actually won a pair of Hokas, courtesy of our title sponsor Hoka at the Hoka Shake or Hoka
at
Run
the Shakeout
on Wednesday.
Run? Oh, right
Yeah.
on.
So shout out to him.
Just about an hour and 50 minutes into the race. This is about mile 19.3 of the Black Canyon course, Bumblebee Ranch, at the base of the Bradshaw Mountains. A really popular spot for friends and crews and spectators.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity to set up and really catch the vibe of the race. As we mentioned, there is literally a bar out there, and everybody is, Chris Thornley has things completely dialed in. That was where I first met Chris back in the 2016 running of Black Canyon. I was doing the 60K that year and DNF'd, ironically enough, due to chafing. And Chris tried and poked and prodded me to say he had something that that would help me, but I was too far gone. But since then, I have faithfully used Squirrel's Nut Butter and am a member of their ambassador crew. So
and Chris has developed a fantastic relationship with the owners of Bumblebee Ranch over the years. He gets out there a day or so early and gets everything set up, and not this year, but in past years, he's had to deal with flooded conditions and so forth. And by the way, Chris is just coming off a solo trip through the Colorado River through the Grand Canyon. It's kind of become a January tradition for him. He's a incredible river man, if you don't know, and has soloed through the Grand Canyon once again this past January. Great guy, and his what he's done with that company and Squirrel's Nut Butter and providing support to athletes and races and runners is just incredible. So cheers to you, Chris Thornley.
somebody was asking about when Pacers hop in. They actually hop in where we're at right now, where they can hop in at the halfway point of the race, Deep Canyon Ranch. In prior years, they weren't able to hop in until the 60K mark at Black Canyon City at Rock Springs. But as the Rock Springs Event Center, as it was called, is been sold and being developed, Aravaipa had to make some changes to the course setup, and now the major midway point aid station is here at Deep Canyon Ranch. It's a huge area that affords us the opportunity to have parking for everybody, and logistically it just makes more sense to have Pacers and crew jump in here, because there is an aid station at Black Canyon City at the other end of town, very close to where the prior major aid station was, but that is basically a no crew access in and out situation. But Pacers now actually from here would be taking their runner for about 20 miles and up to Table Mesa, and from Table Mesa to the finish line is about another 10 miles.
So it basically had the effect of allowing Pacers for an additional 4 miles.
Yeah, and I don't know if that makes a huge difference, but it is something that I'm sure that in a lot of cases, more so for the mid and back of the Packers, affords them that extra level of comfort and support.
This is looking out the road, coming into runners will be coming in towards the camera right here.
Yeah, we're obviously giving, choice parking lot views here, but the reason why we're really paying close attention to that is that this is where the runners are going to be coming in. That is your first look at Gloriana Mine. Gloriana Mine is the next aid station after Bumblebee Ranch. That's about mile 24. You're coming off of a single track, a wonderful single track section, and actually the first few miles after Gloriana Mine are a lot of fun as well. That paved road right there, that is Bumblebee Road. that if you keep following that for another 5 miles, you head to Bumblebee Ranch. I'm sure that that's what a lot of these vehicles are doing, heading over there now. Now, the pavement ends about a mile ahead of where those cars are, and then it's not – actually, it was out there this morning. It's not terrible. It's passenger car passable, so it's nothing you have to worry about. But, yeah, coming off of the stretch between Bumblebee and Gloriana Mine, there's another lengthy runnable single track section. As we mentioned, the first 50K of this race, you can do some amazing things.
Yeah, the runners are coming into this aid station from the right there, and as Chris mentioned earlier, they're kind of contouring along the side of that mountain wall after the initial half mile or so climb out of Bumblebee.
Look at that, the amount of the number of people setting up at Bumblebee. So the runners are going to come in off the left-hand side.
Yeah, right where that white truck is coming in.
And then they're going to take a hard right, basically following where that truck is going to go. So hopefully vehicles are – I mean, I know they're setting up for everybody, not just the front of the Packers. So that's what we're going to have plenty of vehicle traffic. But you can see there are a lot of people getting ready to be out there and take care of their runners. And I will tell you, the population of Bumblebee, I believe, is like 30. Like the actual permanent population. And
yeah, look at that. Great shot. So this is Bumblebee.
Yeah, it's I think that there's a sign that actually says when you enter Bumblebee, welcome to Bumblebee. Population 11 people, 32 horses, 158 cattle.
And the runners come in. They cross the Bumblebee Road, Bumblebee/Crown King Road. And come down here and make that right where the cars are coming. And I think we've got some runners.
Looks like we're going to hopefully have our boots on the ground with Corinne Shalvoy coming in.
Not sure if those are – they're looking like they're not competitors.
Yeah, that's the tricky part.
Yeah. There's folks out for a run.
Yeah, so the runners are actually going to come off of the Black Canyon Trail right across the street from the signage to Bumblebee Ranch.
Yeah.
There's a Hoka pylon.
Banner there,
yeah, Hoka pylon right at the off the road where they come out. It's going to spit them out right into the driveway for Bumblebee, and the runners all run in.
All right, so now our drone is heading up the course.
Oh, there they are.
There we go. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Looks like that's still Eli Hemming
5.
in front, potentially, although it's pretty bright. Oh, there we go.
Again, the record split here was 2:02. They're at 1:58. Of course, they're not into the aid station yet.
Yeah. Shout out to the vehicles realizing what was going on and pressing pause. Looks like sleeves have been jettisoned.
This is great. Coming into Bumblebee Ranch. Lead men's pack of the 2025 Black Canyon 100K. Eli Hemming, Blake Slatengren.
I see Hans Troyer has actually entered the chat. Hans, we are hoping that you're feeling okay.
Hans.
We're thinking of you, man. We wish you were right here on our camera view.
Will Murray, Mackay Clemming, Seth Ruling. They were the original group of 5.
Looks like I just saw Mackay Clemens. All right, we're going to Bumblebee with Corinne Shalvoy. Corinne, what you got for us?
Hey, can you guys hear me? Testing? Can you guys hear me? You have audio? No audio.
We'll get Corinne's audio here.
All right. Testing.
It looks like she's on the back side of the aid station.
So she's going to see where
they'll be coming out.
Can you guys hear me?
When they're leaving the
audio?
bar.
We'll see if we can get that shot back here real quick.
All right. So again, we've got that first
There we
group
go.
coming in.
We've got the overhead shot. I see Mackay Clemens there. It looks like that's Mackay followed by Eli. Because Eli was, yeah. And
right.
Will Murray, I think,
Yeah.
was with them as well. Of course, we'll have them hit the timing mat here
And
momentarily.
Seth ruling.
I think we have audio on someone out there. I have,
Yeah, I have it.
yeah. Oh, looks like there's our boots on the ground. There's Blake Slatengren. I will say one of the things I'm really surprised about is the fact that Blake is already like near the front of the race. He usually lies in wait a little bit.
First cruise stop. This is great footage here.
And I believe that the timing mat is on the outset of the. You can see that is actually the aid station proper, being run by.
There's Chris Thornley in his trademark purple hat.
We're talking about 201, so it looks like a hair faster, 201, 202, a hair faster than Hayden Hawks' course record pace last year. But again, the conditions are much more favorable this year to this point. That could end up backfiring a little bit on the second half of the race.
Come through.
So we got Mackay Clemens having come through in 2 hours 41 seconds. Eli Hemming 2 seconds back. Blake Slatengren at 2:01:13. Seth Ruling at 2:01:19. Keegan Oldani going to have to do some digging on that one. 2:01:21, and Elliot Cardan at 2:01:31.
Keegan Oldani. Anybody in the chat know Keegan? We'll look him up. Elliot Cardan.
Keegan was part of those lead packs at Antelope Mason Hidden Treasure, so I don't think it's necessarily a timing mat issue. Sometimes we'll get random registers, but so Keegan Oldani actually is very young, 23 years of age.
Oh, right on.
Won the Grand Traverse Mountain Run 40-miler last year, or actually 2 years ago. Very interesting, ran Santan Scramble this year, finished second to Jordan Bramblett.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, ran a 353, which is very respectable. I mean, that's top 10 all-time in that race. But I would say, yeah, okay, so that's actually 353.51. Jordan Bramblett won that race by 23 minutes, though.
Bill McConaughey just came through.
Beating a Charlie Ware course record. So that means Keegan Oldani going for it here so far. Looking good. And the young guns again, just popping up like.
Yep, just can't keep up with them.
Yep.
Other runners now through after Elliot Carden: Joe Stewart, Darren Thomas, Jordan Bramblett, Will Murray, Jupiter Carrera Casas, Juan Carrera Casas.
Really?
Wait a minute. Yeah,
his brother, who is his coach.
They are 6 seconds apart. All of those under 2:02. Then Gavin Pryor, John Herrick, Tim Tollefson, William Connor, Chris Iuli, Adam Zoland, and Brandon Gardner. Tyler Fox rounding out the top 20.
So Juan is a few years older. I think he's in his mid to late 30s. think it said 37 on here, but yeah. So Jupiter and Juan, two brothers running fairly close to one another. Wonder if that's by design. I mean,
they were pretty much.
Jupiter was a huge breakout in last year's race.
Okay.
Now we've got Corinne.
Start talking.
Let's pivot.
Okay.
We got you.
Yeah. Hey guys. How is everyone?
Good. What you got for us?
Oh my gosh, this is amazing. It's okay. So I think that I heard Hayden was through here at like 9:03 last year, and we've had like 12 guys come through. So it's just super hot pace. Everyone's just looks like they're running a road marathon basically. And we've had a couple of people stop in the bathrooms. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it's just, I'm not sure how it's going to play out here because everyone is just on a really, really hot pace.
Well, we're probably not going to be too far off from seeing the first woman come through because Mary Denholm was really looking strong and comfortable. As I mentioned, it looked like she was running a road marathon or 10K out there.
Yeah, she's no stranger to road marathons. She's run a lot of them. Mary is an excellent marathoner, basically honed that and got down to running 2 OTQ qualifying times before jumping in trails last year and then dominating the whole Leadville series. So I had no doubt she would go out hot in this race, and it appears that she's, doing what she said she was going to do, basically from the gun, just working hard. I saw her at both earlier aid stations, and she looked comfortable. Jared Hazen just came through here. She looked comfortable. She looked like she was working, but I think she's one of the few women in this field that can run comfortably at a 6:10 pace on trails and still have a lot left at the end. So, excited to see that. We had seen a pack of women after her, MK Sullivan, Riley Brady, and then Heather Jackson had moved into that group. Also, Becca Bramley, she was right up there with that pack of, it was like 5. So it'll be curious to see if that's spread out at all or if they're all staying together as we get here to Bumblebee.
Corinne, I was just referencing Hayden Hawks's course record split from last year. He got to Bumblebee in 2:03:23. This year, 22 men came in under 2:03:23. Do you think that is more indicative of either A, people trying to hammer the course just that much faster, or B, the elements being much more favorable this year?
So I think it's probably both. I think we're seeing, as you guys have mentioned, people going out hard from the gun and really the race starting at the start line at mile 1 versus starting sometime later on. But I think it's also largely the conditions. I ran last year and those first 6 miles were quite muddy. A lot of people trying to save their legs, trying to not fall, trying to not just pull something early on in this race. So the dry conditions, I guarantee, are a factor in it. And then I think you just have the density of this field that are all kind of have looked at historical splits and are able to just say, okay, I'm just going to run under that.
These guys look like, sorry, Corinne, we're just jumping in. We've got a drone shot of 2 leaders.
That is the top of the ascent coming out of Bumblebee right there.
And they have definitely gapped.
Well, that is Eli.
Is that Mackay and Eli?
Yeah.
Yep.
I believe Eli is in the tank and Mackay is in the sleeves or short sleeve shirt. But yeah, this is the top of that climb out right here.
Yeah, and I will say, like, it looked to me like Mackay was maybe, I don't know, this might be total speculation, but surging just a little bit through Bumblebee here. And Eli was basically just looking at him and just being like, I'm chasing at this point. So that was kind of cool to see. But obviously the elastic has not broken. Did somebody just pull off to the side there?
Nature break, it looked like.
Nature break. We're not going to get that on video. We're going to honor everyone's privacy there. But JP Giblin rolling through here. So yeah, we've got some big names. Tim Tollefson was in that pack of 20. So I think there's some runners that, are thinking that their splits maybe should have them higher up in the field at this point in time. And they would not be wrong about that.
Yeah, I just think it speaks to the depth of this field, Corinne. It's the fact that, as we did in our preview show, we had on both sides, both the men's and women's races, we had so many names come across our lips, and in some cases, some names that didn't are people who won golden tickets in the last 12 to 24 months who didn't even get that kind of acknowledgement on our preview show simply because this field is so deep.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be exciting. I mean, I think this aid station also is a bit of a critical point, right? Last year we saw a couple of women drop at this point in time. It's like a time in the race where you're like, okay, maybe if I am going for a golden ticket and I am not in the top 10 right here, I have to consider whether this is my day or not. Maybe I'm going to save myself for canyons. Maybe I'm going to go try to get a world spot at Gorge. And maybe I came out just to see how I feel on the day and decide whether or not I'm going to move on from here. But yeah, I think we have had some notable drops in the past here at Bumblebee.
Looked like we had a third man join Mackay and Eli. Might have been Seth Ruling. And then there's Blake Slatengren.
Yeah.
And Keegan Oldani, who we've learned a little bit about.
Yeah, so this stretch of trail coming out of Bumblebee is, once you actually make the climb, it's, again, another gorgeous stretch of trail that's single track. It kind of is cut into the side of a big descent. You can actually see, if you look up to the top, there's a rest stop off of I-17, and if you look down from the rest stop, you can actually see the Black Canyon Trail. It's pretty gorgeous.
Let's go, boy! Woo! Stay left.
You can go over the bridge too, yeah.
Corinne should be any minute now for the women's group.
Okay.
Yeah, I would expect to see our lead women come through here very quickly.
Yeah, did we still have about 3 minutes separating Mary from that second chase pack at Hidden Treasure?
That was about right, yeah.
Yeah.
120, it was about 2 minutes, yeah.
And I think she may have been about 6 minutes up on Heather Jackson's splits at Hidden Treasure, if I recall the splits, the historical splits there, because we were expecting maybe 8:30, 8:31. I believe she came through at 8:25.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, so well ahead of, yeah, it's exciting. I mean, there's definitely a lot of energy here, a lot of screaming, a lot of hollering. It's a great temperature. This is perfect. You probably might be a little warm. I've seen lots of people leaving this aid station wet, as they probably did at Hidden Treasure as well. So yeah, here's Scotty Trayer rolling through. Rocking his signature button down. That's
There's
soaking
Mary.
wet.
Mary is in the aid station.
All right, Mary's
just
in
on
aid.
the other
Yep,
side of
okay.
you. Yep.
Great. She is being crewed by her friend Colton, I believe is his name. Nice, super chill guy. We got to see him. We got to see the two of them doing some pre-race prep at their Airbnb. And like Mary is somebody who likes to keep things very, very, very chill the entire day before the race. She also doesn't listen to a hype song. She wants to keep her heart rate low until she actually starts. So she is, let's go, Mary.
You're doing awesome.
Straight through. Sorry, guys.
No, that's fine. Rachel Drake's time last year was 2:21:27.
Oh my goodness!
So Mary Denholm, 8 minutes ahead of last year's winning pace. I don't have the CR split in front of me, but just for comparison, the men were about 2 minutes ahead of Hayden's time last year, but Mary about 8 minutes ahead of the winning time from last year.
Yeah. I mean, I think that this is what Mary was planning to do. I'm sure she's going by feel. She said, I'll see how I feel. She told me she was planning to aim for 120 grams of carbs an hour. So she is trying to continue putting gas on the fire as she rolls through. So yeah, she is, no signs of stopping. She looks great.
Next women we can expect would probably include some combination of MK Sullivan, Riley Brady.
What's that? Okay. All right, we're going to move over here to the covered area.
Oh, there's Heather Jackson right there. Heather Jackson is in.
Okay, so that means Heather moved up quite a bit through this.
Moved.
Yeah. Heather went from 5th to now looking to be F2
job,
right now.
And it's within a minute or two.
Riley Brady, F2.
Okay, so Heather Jackson is F3 then.
And so we have Riley Brady really only 90 seconds or so behind Mary Denholm.
Well, both of them closed.
All right, and Heather
Mary.
Jackson about 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Heather Jackson taking some swigs of fluid, and she's about 30 seconds back of Riley.
So, front of the women's race, tightening up a little bit.
This is looking good for my fantasy free trial currently. I had Mary and Riley in 1-2, so I'm kind of happy about that.
I had Mary in 5.
I had Abby Hall. She's going to charge
What are you
from the
doing,
back.
Chris? 5? Come on.
I've never been very good at the fantasy free trail thing.
Me neither, to be honest.
I always try and I figure that if I'm going to win, I have to think outside the box, but
yeah, that is the way to go.
Lin Chen.
Yes, she was up there in my
Lin
podium
Chen
picks as
is
well.
in the aid station now.
yeah, it looks like we're going to get a huge number of women here. I would expect Becca Bramley, Abby Hall, Tara Dower, Erin Clark, Shea Aquilano. I expect to see these women come rolling through here right alongside Lin Chen.
I would say that it's gotten a bit more dense at the front end of the women's field in the last little bit here between Hidden Treasure and now. We got Abby Hall coming through. Good job, Abby.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Corinne. It has definitely tightened up.
Abby Hall and Tara Dower.
Abby Hall's my pick, by the way, so you heard it here first.
Good job, Shay. Way to go, MK. It was Abby Hall, Tara Dower, Shea Aquilano, and MK Sullivan.
So
and
Becca
Lin
Bramley
Chen.
right there. Becca was F2 early on.
Yeah, Becca was right up in the front there with MK. Way to go. Good job, Becca. Oh, drop something. Do you need it? A gel? Yep.
That is that Katie? Oh, that's Jane Mouse. Jane Mouse,
14.
another dark horse on some people's lists.
Air Viper Racing team member.
Woo!
Jane is stepping up in distance. And yeah, some runners are commenting that as they come through the actual aid station and the covered part that they're a little chilly, probably because they just got wet.
Drop that. Okay. Running out. Yeah.
We have Erin Clark coming through. Completely soaking wet. Legs are dripping. Lots of ice. Front ice bandana.
Hey, Jordan, do we have a shot of the other end of the aid station?
There we go.
What's that? Oh. Good job, Jane.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Jordan. That's
All right, and Jane
again.
Mouse just came through. Jane Moss.
Everybody looking good so far, Corinne, or is anybody looking?
Everybody's looking good. My
eyebrows?
husband's coming through here, Graham Shalvoy.
Yeah, Graham Shalvoy.
Yeah, he's rolling through. Yeah, I would say that people look like they're working. Like, you're 20 miles in. You're starting to feel this a little bit. You've been running pretty quick downhill. We got Jenna Bensko rolling through. There have been a few people who don't look particularly great, but as they say, like some people show suffering more than others. And some people might be hurting and you can't tell because they're just got a giant smile. You don't know if it's a smile or a grimace. So I think this is the point where, it's real. People are starting to feel it, but I haven't seen anybody with blood actually, which is surprising. So yeah, that's a good sign.
Yeah, I think that Brett mentioned at Hidden Treasure that he thought he saw some blood on Tara Dower's knee, which would track.
Yeah.
Well, Tara Dower had blood on her knee before the race started. I taken some photos yesterday, and she went ahead and got it out of the way on the shakeout run. So she, I don't think she's fallen during the race. I think she actually fell the day before the race.
Okay,
there you go.
Thank you for clarifying.
She was pre-cutting.
Okay, so this is
she was
a
pre-cut.
excellent shot of looks like the women's chase pack heading out from Bumblebee Ranch. Of course, Mary Denholm still leading the race at this point, but the gap has narrowed a little bit. But we cannot stress enough that it is so early on at this point. Yeah. This is beautiful. Wait, actually, is this... Okay, yeah, this is... I think this might be
the climb out of Bumblebee.
Okay.
That was Heather, so it looks like scanning ahead to find Riley, perhaps.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely the climb out. You're right. And then it's going to kind of crest and zigzag, and then they'll go for a little bit more of a climb.
Section that hugs the side of the mountain.
Yeah. And I don't know. Like, I know a lot of people think that this climb is kind of a tough climb, but personally, I think it's great because it just forces me to have to hike a little while.
Yeah.
I believe this is Emily Mann.
Okay, Emily Mann, the 2024 Run Rabbit Run
Emily
winner.
Mann is coming through the aid station right now. Yep. Looking nice and bouncy. Good job, Emily.
Running her own race.
Yeah, she looks kind of fresh. She's got a real bouncy stride. Way to go. All right, we got another female coming through. This is Sarah Bergeron LaRouche. If I said that right, I don't know. I don't speak French, but one handheld and a waist belt.
That's Mary Denholm right there.
Yeah, Mary is grinding up the climb. Just about.
And Aroa CO.
Little crest. Right there, you see that runner
That's
ahead?
right. Yep.
Right where that sign is. It veers a bit to the right and contours along.
Valerie Arsenault. Did Valerie come through right now? What's that?
Jeremy Cook from Ohio.
I think we've got also fan favorite ultimate hype woman Katie Asmuth in aid right now.
Nice. Yeah, and for viewers that aren't familiar with the Black Canyon course, this race is one that everybody comes out so hot, so fast, and the second half of this race is where things really get more difficult and wild. We've seen people charge up from outside of the top 10 into a golden ticket position in the final 20 miles. Because the second half of this race is where nearly all of the climbing is.
Oh, yeah.
And it's much more technical as well. Like you can see right now what Mary Denholm, our women's race leader, is running on. And she looks like she's out for a road 10K right now, just out for a training run. But the second half of this race will be much more technical once they get through Deep Canyon Ranch.
Good job, Lauren. Female runner Jessie George, and then Lauren Puretz.
Lauren Puretz, a golden ticket winner from last year.
Yep.
Finishing third. Also an excellent Heveling 100 for her as well.
Oh, yeah. She's somebody who you don't want hunting you down. I know from experience. And as hard as she looks like she's working, she keeps speeding up. So it's frustrating.
Is that a follow cam
We've got a
on?
nice follow cam.
Is that on Blake? It could be anybody. There's multiple people wearing bright kits like that. No, that hair's not long enough to move legs, I don't think. But so this is actually along the side of. This is leaving Bumblebee, and they're on that kind of ridge that leads to Gloriana, and it's basically like this for 3.5 miles. It's super fun to roll.
All right, we had Christina Mascarenas just come through, followed by another female. We got the camera on her, but I kind of recognize, I don't know her name off the top of my head. But yeah, I was just going to talk for a second about what happens after that climb. So you have that climb out of Bumblebee, and it is a significant climb. But then, you get into this section that I feel like is a little deceiving because it's kind of contours that, you feel like you're flat, but it's actually not that fast of terrain. You're kind of winding and you're jumping over some rocks and you're going a little bit in and out of washes. And I feel like, at least from my experience of running the race, it's a section where you look down at your watch and you're like, dang, I felt like I was running faster than that pace. So I think that's just important to note that, like, as these runners get in there, they need to just kind of take a breath and just stay steady through that section. Know the terrain is what it is, and that they're going to have some chances to roll some downhills a little bit later on. But you do have about 9 or 10 miles where, I don't know, you feel like you might be pushing a little bit more than what your watch says.
Yeah, that's a good point, because the portion after Gloriana Mine is actually a lot like this as well, what we're seeing here. So it just kind of winds along the side of the hill, and terrain aside, whether or not it's anybody's cup of tea, I think you'll concur, Corinne, that it's just beautiful. It really is.
It is beautiful.
It helps the miles click
the
off.
Views. It's absolutely. You got to just soak in the atmosphere and soak in the environment, the views and the mountains. Kristen. All right, we've got about 2 or 3 more females come through here. How's everybody doing in the chat? I'm missing not being able to follow that.
The chat is hopping. The chat is hopping.
Chat is hopping.
Somebody gave money to Brett for his drip, for his outfits. I mean, come on.
If you have drip like that, do you really need the money?
He's already hooked up.
Right? Exactly.
Yeah, it was good. There's burritos here at Black Canyon. It smells good. We might need some breakfast.
Well, thankfully, Chris Thornley is there to take care of you as part of the broadcast crew. I'm sure that if you're hungry, he will definitely make sure that you're fed.
I'll have to find Chris. Is he wearing his signature hat? Have we seen him?
He absolutely is.
Yes, he is. Just look for the purple hat.
There it is. I see him. Good job, runners.
Shout out.
Oh, he's got a white jumpsuit, squirrel's nut butter jumpsuit going. It's pretty sick.
Yeah, Chris's brother Craig is out there too, getting ready to hand out golden tickets later today.
Yeah, I think you guys mentioned it, but it was pretty exciting to see Juan and Jupiter basically running together.
Yeah, absolutely. See, shout out to Justin Grunwald in the chat, who brought us one of the more fascinating finishes to a Black Canyon race a few years ago.
Oh, yeah.
With that sprint
we
through the
got Brianna
gate.
Grigsby coming through Bumblebee.
Nice. Brianna Grigsby, Air Viper Racing Team member.
Good job, Bree. Way to go. Nice work, Annie. Annie Hughes.
So our
This
lead
is a sprint race for Annie.
Yeah, that's true, and that was one of the things. And I don't know if you feel the same way, Corinne and AJW, but when trying to handicap this race and trying to make my picks, Annie was one of those that it's like this race just isn't long enough for her to snag that golden ticket. That's the way I felt.
Yeah, I mean, she's also, coming back, getting back into shape, potentially racing her way back into really good shape after. I believe she's now working with Megan Roach, who I read somewhere said that, Annie said, this is good because Megan doesn't let me consecutively run 110-mile weeks because maybe might not be the best idea for me at this point.
Probably true.
So actually, we should be seeing our lead men hit Gloriana here really quickly, and if we do, we'll spin to
right.
Brett really quick. But so for historical reference, Hayden Hawks hit Gloriana in 2:35.
All right, I'm signing off from Bumblebee.
All right. Thanks a lot, Corinne.
Yeah,
Great work
everyone.
out there. We'll see you at your next stop.
Corinne Shalvoy. Actually, I
probably
believe
be
she's
back here.
She's going to come here, yeah. So maybe we'll grab her in studio as well. But
We're going to them next.
Okay.
we will. Okay, we're going to Gloriana. Yeah, I was going to say we need to go there pretty quick because here we are.
Okay,
We have
Gloriana Mine. We do have Brett Hornig on the ground there.
so Hayden's split here was 2:35. Hey,
Here we
Brett,
go.
we got you.
All right. 2:35 was Hayden's split here.
Yeah, 2:35:01.
Okay. I can see that the lead men just coming over the ridge line, so they're going to be crossing into this aid station probably within the next minute or two.
That's one of the cool features of hanging out at Gloriana is you can see them kind of coming along the side of that ridge. It's beautiful.
Yep, and we are stationed just past the aid station, maybe 30 meters, so hopefully we're able to see the leaders just cross the road, come through the aid station, and then we'll be able to see them at least jog a few steps, settle into a rhythm as they leave the aid station, which again helps with the frazzle meter.
Yep, that'll be a good frazzle meter spot to be. So we are
Looks like Mackay Clemens, followed by Eli Hemming, just right behind. I mean, you're talking 1 second between first and fourth.
Yeah, because there was a squad of guys coming through Bumblebee together at the lead, it looks like, according to the tracking.
I think that's Seth Ruling in third, and
because it was Mackay, Eli, Blake Slatengren, and Seth 1 through 4 out of Bumblebee.
Yeah, I think that's actually Keegan Oldani in fourth right now, or no, in third.
Because he was also right there. He was fifth on the tracker out of
So I have to admit, Brett, I was not familiar with Keegan Oldani's game. Are you familiar with him?
Really, Jeff Colt, I believe, is the one who's been singing the praises of Keegan Oldani, saying don't sleep on him. He's a young,
they are. They're hitting the road right now.
Runner for the 100K distance, but apparently is one of those runners that has all the potential to be right here. Okay, so we had Seth, Eli, Keegan, and Mackay. Mackay is dipping into the porta potty. Eli and Keegan are not stopping.
Oh,
no, that's shot. Will Murray in second. Apologies. That's Will Murray.
Will Murray. Okay.
Will, and then Seth.
These guys aren't cooling off out here, dude.
Ooh, I just got a little hot take. I just got a hot tip from Seth. As he passed me, he said, these guys are not taking the time to cool off.
Uh-oh.
Fifth place coming in.
That's feeling good. Seth's delivering the spice.
That's Jordan Bramblett right there.
Bandana.
That's Jordan, one of my pre-race picks.
And Mackay coming out.
I had to use the bathroom. I'm good.
He had to use the bathroom. He's good. I can't. Okay, so frazzle meter for Seth and Mackay, very low.
That's good. Low frazzle meter. I like the looks of
so
that.
Mackay
again,
actually looks excellent.
So again, we're looking, as a basis for comparison with course record Hayden Hawks 2:35:01 last year. Our lead men 2:32:18, 2:32:18, 2:32:25, 2:32:57.
Okay, so we have a group. We have a split now. I think that was 5 or 6.
Yeah, I think we had 6.
Yeah.
6. Okay, and there's a solid 30 to 45 seconds.
So Keegan and Jordan have passed Blake.
No, this is Juan. Juan Carrera Casas is coming through. And Bib 996. Darren Thomas.
Darren Thomas, yeah.
Oh yeah.
And Gavin Pryor. Bib 73. We got Blake coming through.
Elliot Cardan was bib 73.
And then Hoopeter as well. So there is now like a second chase pack that's fully formed. That's another 6.
Not only that, Brett, I think it's also amazing, like how much jockeying we've seen in between each aid station.
Yeah,
I mean,
there was a lot of jockeying.
Out of like Eli, Will, and Mackay and Seth, it's been kind of all over the place.
And that climb right out of Bumblebee is really tough. I mean, if you're trying to bridge gaps on that climb, you've got to be pretty cognizant of the matches that you're burning coming out. Here's Keegan Oldani coming through right now.
So if Juan is able to hold off Jupiter in this race, would that be the equivalent of the older brother giving the younger brother a noogie?
Yeah, that or a swirly. Not sure. Timo's coming through. He's winning the wet t-shirt contest right now.
This race has everything.
Well, it is interesting because I'm seeing a split where I would say only a third of these lead men so far really took the time to put water on themselves and cool off. Most of them are still just blasting through. A lot of them not even stopping at this aid station. Craig Hunt's coming through right now.
And they've got a bit of it. They've got
Adam
a bit of
Solon
distance till
just
they
came
get down
through.
here.
Yeah, and you know, it's interesting. While there's now a lead pack and a chase pack, I would say just overall the lead pack looked better than the chase pack. The chase pack was working hard, but they lost a little bit of ground between Bumblebee and Gloriana. So I'm curious if, you know, looking back in another hour or two, the few miles between Bumblebee and Gloriana was like the pivot point of the race.
Yeah, Brett, we got a great drone shot of Eli, Will, and Seth. We know that Mackay took a little longer in the porta potty, but these 3 guys are hammering.
Yeah, it gets pretty nice as you wrap around the other side of this ridge. Here, you almost tuck yourself back in the shade a little bit. It cools down a few degrees, especially for the time of day and for how fast they're going. They're actually going to get a little reprieve from the sun exposure.
Yeah. Actually, they're actually ahead of the sun in that regard. That's actually a good point. I hadn't thought about that because I'm not used to runners hitting it this quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's pretty amazing. Yeah, and we've still got, you know, really solid looking, you know, men coming through right now. Joe McConaughey came through. He's making a pass on an uphill switchback right now. He's trying to make some moves. We got Kanualo and Canyon Woodward coming out of the aid station, and Eric Sorensen as well. He appears to be charging hard.
Working too hard.
Oh, he said he's working too hard, actually.
Working too hard. There's a hot take.
But you know what? That happens when you're trying to keep up with the pack.
Is he bluffing?
So shout out to our friend Matt Feldake. As I had mentioned, 22 men came through faster than Hayden's split at Bumblebee. 16 women faster than Keeley's 2023 split. Shout out Matt Feldake for bringing it to us from all the way from Australia.
Aaron Barber in the chat. Thank you, Aaron. I hope you're enjoying a restful Saturday for once.
Jordan Bramblett, one of my picks for a golden ticket.
Yep, mine too.
I had him going second. And Aaron isn't resting. He was at the staff dinner last night, so he's out here in some form or fashion. Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, I had Jordan along with Eli and Darren Thomas going to the big dance. There's a good shot.
We've got a little break in the action right now.
Is that right?
It's a beautiful shot.
Yeah.
You can see right now of that is Gloriana Mine at mile 24.
You're probably about 10 minutes away from the women.
Yeah,
10,
I think that was
15.
about the gap at
Yeah.
Bumblebee. But yeah, it's been at least 60 seconds since anyone has crossed the road, which is, it's just kind of interesting how that sort of thing happens, even, seemingly so early in the race. Like, just for like people at home, keep in mind that we're still 6 miles away from the halfway point in the race.
Yeah. And this stretch from Bumblebee to Gloriana is one of the shortest stretches between aid stations. I think the only one that might be shorter is Doe Spring to the finish.
Yeah.
Do you guys have on hand the distance between Gloriana and the next aid station?
That would be math in public.
Putting you on the spot.
About 8.4 miles.
Yeah, it's one of the longer sections. About 8.4 to come down here where we are, Deep Canyon Ranch.
So, man, to quote Dodgeball, it's a bold move, Cotton, if you're going from Bumblebee and skipping Gloriana, because we're looking like 13 or 14 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, those guys
not taking on any nutrition or hydration.
Yeah, those guys who just blew
and
through
cooling.
there.
Yeah. Normally with this course, you actually
cooling.
get down into the canyon and get to dip into the water really quick. This year, there's no water down there.
Yeah, so maybe Seth, given his take of people not cooling, is maybe he's onto something.
Could be, and we'll see it all unfold
Yes,
here as the day
indeed.
goes on. Of course,
'cause one thing I will say is,
no, go
people
ahead.
are definitely sweating. Like, it's warm enough where there's like nearly everyone has like a very active sweat going. And, if you're at that point, I would definitely be recommending cooling of some sort.
Yeah, and as the runners get here to Deep Canyon Ranch for the halfway point, I'm going to see if I can pull up. I've got 62 degrees right now, which means it's probably going to be pushing 70 by the time they get here. And again, for those who don't think that that's necessarily too hot, this is Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
There's no shade on this course, and the sun hits different here. I can see at least a couple of runners out here potentially maybe doing some warm-ups for pacer duties because
we've got
course,
some pacers getting ready out here. We're starting to spring to life here at Deep Canyon.
Yeah, there's
Ranch.
about 15, 20 cars here so far. I would assume that it would be maybe some lead pack action. Of course, Gloriana mine is a no crew aid station, and it's a big no-no for crew there. I know that I've seen people guilty of like trying to just slow down, almost stop, and
well, you can see there's room for maybe 10 cars.
Yeah, and those 10 spots are all for race ops and people dedicated to the race itself. So
we're getting our drone to head back up a bit and see if we can get eyes on Mary Denholm.
You can see like this is
Yo.
This is a follow out of Gloriana. This is another one of my favorite stretches of trail to run. Coming back from in the 2019 year where we had the double out and back,
The Dirty Dozen!
miles 50 to 60 were actually from Gloriana back to the finish. And this is about the area where I came to life and actually, according to the tracker, passed like 50 people.
Nice.
I was feeling really good that day. Oh, that's a bike camp. Perfect. But I'll tell you what, it might be a little bit dicey to.
That's cool.
I'm always in awe of the bike camps. On some of the single track stuff, like we saw that in action out at Dirt Circus, where some of those sharp turns, the runners tend to ditch the bikes.
I thought the bike coverage at Javelina was fantastic.
Agreed.
And of course, that's a great trail to do it on.
Yeah.
Not nearly as technical as this.
Someone who just came through the aid station that looked a little frazzled, I would say. Ryan Raff just came through Gloriana a couple seconds ago and took some extra time to like fill the bottles, get a bunch of water dumped over his head, and didn't have nearly as much pep in his step as those who were in front of him. So that was just definitely something to note. the Rhine was just looking okay here.
As you can see, that is that's Gloriana right there.
Chris, what do you got for course record women through Gloriana?
Course record women through Gloriana. I
have
or
Keeley's time.
I don't have Keeley's time.
Okay.
The best I can do is I can pull up Heather Jackson's from last year, which I think she was ahead of CR pace at this point. But let me see if I can find that.
I wouldn't be
I had it.
surprised if she was.
Yeah.
Great shot of the aid station here. Oh, a couple bike packers are like, oh, what do we have here?
Huh.
Heather was through Gloriana in 2:56 last year.
2:56. So that would be an 11. That would be in 11 minutes, but they've been faster than all those splits so far today.
And Rachel Drake was in 3 hours flat.
Okay.
And actually, I'm super stoked because the last year and this year the splits from Gloriana are the first times that we've gotten like really good splits from Gloriana because it wasn't all like that. Tracker can be a little bit dicey sometimes. Just from where it's at, I think it's maybe a little bit ducked into the side of the canyon a little bit.
I feel bad for these people. They're going through here and they're missing out on the bean roll-ups and the grilled cheese and the quesadillas. I mean, they're not nearly having the full Aravaipa experience.
Yeah, gotta at least take a bean roll-up for the road.
You gotta at least take a bean roll-up.
We were going to see if, as we've got a follow cam here, we're going to see if we can get eyes on Mary Denholm because we're expecting her to be coming through pretty quickly if 2:56. So she was 8 minutes ahead of course record pace at Bumblebee. So
yeah, the crews are pouring in now. Actually, Chris, it's a steady flow of cars coming in here to Deep Canyon Ranch.
Yeah, I didn't even see. Actually, I was looking to the wrong side. There's a handful to my left, a handful on the right, and here I am stuck in the middle with you.
Yeah, that's right.
So, going back to something you said earlier, AJW, I'm just breaking down bean roll-up. Is that just the AJW term for burrito?
Oh, no. Bean roll-up. I mean,
bean roll-up. You roll up beans in a tortilla and it makes a burrito.
Yeah, but these are better than that. I mean, Patty Curry just stepped into our studio. She's the master of the bean roll-up. If you need to have a primer on it. No,
Brett, if you don't know the difference between a burrito and a bean roll-up, we can't explain it to you.
Yeah. Do me a favor
I'll go get one from the aid station.
Just walk over. You'll see there'll be a little plastic Tupperware there, and on the top it'll say bean roll-up, and you'll need to eat one.
Okay, I will do it.
And with
I'm
special,
curious to see.
Yeah.
Like in the Venn diagram of bean roll-up and burrito, like what's the overlap looking like, or are they two separate circles?
Okay, if you have a burrito, conceivably you have something else in it other than beans, right?
That's true.
In a bean roll-up, you don't.
Okay, so it's a kiddie menu burrito.
That sounds about right. Yes, and
okay,
and most people when they're running an ultra only need to order from the kiddie menu anyway.
Yeah, you're right. The kiddie menu is definitely safer on the stomach. We got JP Giblin coming through right now.
You also should know too that they're basically bite-sized, or at best 2 bites. So it's a special experience.
I think I see Jared Hazen. I think I just saw Jared Hazen walk into this aid station.
Well, let's get some help from the chat, too. Come on, chat, folks. Help Brett figure out the difference between a burrito and a bean roll-up. We know we've got some experienced Aravaipa folks out there.
I got Scotty Trayer coming through right now. Yeah, I'm just taking a peek as we await the women's leader through Gloriana.
Shout out to the bike cam right there for being able to defer to the runner. That's
I know, that was
not a
pretty
lot
cool.
of space there.
Yeah, but then kept the momentum going.
From someone on course. Have nobody done it.
Again, it's
Whoever's
over
behind.
Go ahead.
Whoever's behind Scott Trayer, they lost their bottle somewhere between Bumblebee and Gloriana, and they were that was 1 of 1 for their bottle stash. So, collecting all forms of prayment for them.
Well, it's a long way to go without a bottle between Gloriana and
Yeah.
Deep Canyon. Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely not a stretch.
Longest stretch without aid right now with 0 bottles. I mean, we're talking, what, 2010 Killian Jornet Western States throwback right there?
Indeed. Might just have to sit down on a blanket and drink a bottle of lemonade.
I mean, I bet that lemonade would hit pretty good in about 8 miles.
But was he wearing an all-white spandex suit?
Oh, we got some bandages. Nice work.
Was that Ferdinand that was right behind Scott?
He was wearing a bucket hat, which could be on brand. Oh, we got women's leaders coming through.
Okay. All right, we got women's leaders coming in.
Mary Denholm and Riley Brady are together.
Oh wow,
Gloriana. Both of them.
Perfect, great shot.
Through.
Thank you. Mary Denholm,
and
and with the
looks like
pass, Riley Brady.
Riley with the pass.
You guys,
they are
just
looking
saw a pass
strong. Yeah,
live on Now post.
And we just saw you standing there very stoically covering it too.
Riley,
no, that was exciting.
Yeah, Riley's trying to break the elastic on Mary right now. Riley's putting in a hard move as they are going over the hillside. They just disappeared out of my view, but the gap was 10 meters.
Oh, wow.
So and
they made a move quickly.
Good.
Yeah.
Riley looked very good. That was like on purpose. I'm running up on your heels. I'm going around. I'm so stoked that we just saw that.
Oh yeah, that was perfect.
Peak racing experience right there.
Vapor flies for the win.
Here we go. Here we have it. Road shoes on trails are making a comeback. Mary looked a little bit worked.
Slight.
Like still running well, but the knee drive was a little bit less than the last time I saw them at Hidden Treasure.
Yeah, we've got a good drone shot right now, and Riley's looking like probably 15 meters gap at this point. So yeah, like you said, stretching the elastic for sure.
I'm kind of curious whether Mary is going to potentially alter strategy because Riley's already in to Western States.
Riley's got a ticket.
Yeah, but I mean, from a mental competition standpoint, I feel like it's so hard to be okay with letting someone go right now, but then decide to not be okay with letting the next person go.
That's true.
In Mary's case, like Mary should just look at competing. Speaking of which, we have Heather Jackson coming through Gloriana right now. Straight in, straight out. So Heather, Mary, and Riley, all straight through the aid stations.
Man, no I mean, with that 8 mile stretch, I don't know.
That's so brave.
Yeah, that's bold.
But that's part of the...
Yeah, I understand why Riley might have gone for it right there, because like, I'm passing, I'm making a move, and then, Mary probably was like, well, crap, I got to counter this. Heather's just doing Heather things, but yeah, we might see some shaking up in this overall like podium positioning.
Wow, Riley is really starting to put Obviously, in the grand scheme of things, it's not a lot, but at the same time, the space that look at this,
it's opening up quickly.
Yeah, it's become about 50 meters.
And we have Tara Dower coming through right now.
Oh, okay.
Took the time to cool off, and actually, Tara was moving the fastest out of this aid station than any of the other three in front of her.
All right, 4th place, Tara Dower.
Yeah, Tara is definitely working this climb out of Gloriana the fastest. It'll be really interesting to see how they all take, because this next few miles are pretty flowy, and you can get kind of worked between Bumblebee and now. So who knows? Maybe Mary's just hitting like a little low patch, and the slight downhill and some rolling stuff could help bring a little bit of pep back into the legs. It's going to be super fascinating to see. We've got Lin Chen coming through right now as well. Working hard, but still a lot of like explosive power in her stride.
You can see that is looking kind of northeast at Gloriana, now pivoting toward, I'm sorry, northwest. That's pivoting to a...
So really, Brett, the only ding on the frazzle meter so far is kind of slightly Mary Denholm, maybe.
Yes, and also the third member of our Western States Club, Shea Aquilano, is in the aid station right now.
I can see there's Jane Moss.
The golden ticket. Yep, Jane Moss coming through right now as well. So the golden ticket
in the white right
race
there?
is very much still alive. Yes. This is super interesting because we have Western States spots are occupying 1st and 3rd right now. So 2, 4, and 5 would be in the golden ticket positions. And
which would be Mary, Tara,
MK, and
Lin
Abby.
Chen.
So MK is actually less than a minute out of a ticket right now.
It's amazing.
What's up, buddy?
Yeah.
Abby
Same
Hall's
with Abby
through
as well.
Yeah. What a women's race! Wow.
Abby was looking a little wobbly coming out of the aid station. Just there, like
I think I kind of noticed that. Yeah.
When you're running well, your gaze at the trail is usually a decent amount forward. Abby was looking like straight down at what was happening in front of her feet. So that's definitely something.
There,
yeah, something to note. When you're looking only 2 feet in front of you, that's usually not a great sign.
Of course, as somebody noted in the chat, Brett, your outfit blends in very nicely with the desert fauna or desert flora.
The desert foliage.
Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah, it fits right in with the sage.
You can see legendary photographer right there, Howie Stern.
Yeah. I'm sure Hoka had this in mind when they were thinking about the vibes of the aid stations and the live coverage.
I'm actually a little bit surprised to see Howie right there because Howie usually posts up a little bit earlier on course. Maybe he was there for a little while, but I typically usually see him heading into Bumblebee. He's usually set up somewhere there with some really gorgeous the Bradshaws in the backdrop and everything like that. So,
yeah, but Howie, he's a little bit of a curmudgeon these days. He might not have wanted to deal with the parking and the traffic.
So I've got a prediction based off of what I've seen for the second half of the race. I think on the men's side, we're going to see all the golden tickets come out of that lead pack of 5 or 6 that we saw. But I think on the women's side, the golden ticket race is going to stay alive and well, and we're going to see shakeups all the way until like the last 10K of the race.
I could see that. I could absolutely.
I think we're going to see more.
I think we're
going to see more competitive racing on the women's side.
Yeah, that's a hot take. I think you're right. I think on the men's side, somewhere in that top 5, that's where it's going to come. But yeah, all the way down to even Doe Springs could be in that women's race.
If things come down to Doe Springs, then we're going to have a wild afternoon.
Yeah.
Like there's not much real estate after Doe Spring.
Right.
Yeah, if we need to, I'll post up, 800 meters from the finish like last year and yell at the studio at who's coming in.
What's up, Rick?
Yeah, after Doe Spring, there's not a lot of climbing or undulation, and it's basically that's sprintable from that point in.
Sprintable. Ugh.
Sprintable. Oh, that just hurts.
Well, if you're in golden ticket chase position, I mean, we've seen some sprint finishes here at this race. Of course, the Justin Grunwald finishing that I referenced earlier is one of my most memorable holy crap moments to be there at the finish line.
The Nate Jukes Han Troyer for 10th sprint finish last year was a good one.
Yeah.
I think if I were a betting man, Brett, basically a lot based on your coverage, I would say that if I were in the top 3 of the women's race, I'd be really worried about Tara Dower.
Yeah, Tara looked good.
Yeah.
Well, and what's kind of wild, like I said yesterday, I would love nothing more than to look completely dumb and see, Tara Dower get a golden ticket here, because I didn't have her in my top 5, but not because I don't think she's capable. It's just that the field was so hard to handicap that at some point you just kind of have to surrender and make a stand, because otherwise I would say that there are 14 to 18 women that would not surprise me one bit if they ended up with a golden ticket in this race.
I swear.
I mean,
well, that was what I did with Mary. People were like, "You didn't pick Mary Denholm, you picked her as Rookie of the Year." She was, and I just eventually had to be like, "Nah, I didn't."
Yeah, no, I mean, there were people who were picked. I didn't have Abby Hall in my top 5. Somebody else had her to win.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, that's, and other people, like, for instance, I had MK Sullivan to win, and other people didn't have her in their top 5. That's how complex this field is.
Become too, so.
Yeah, it's such a competitive trail race at this point that the Black Canyon Ultras has become, I would say one of the top 3 or 4 races on the American calendar at this point.
We're 3 hours. It just hit the 3-hour mark, Chris. Black Canyon Ultras presented by Hoka. Andy Jones Wilkins, Chris Warden, coming to you from Deep Canyon Ranch.
Shout out to our title sponsor here of this World Trail Major, Hoka. Some of our other sponsors, Gorewear. Again, nice race shirts this year, Gorewear. Kudos to you. Goo, Squirrel's Nut Butter, Tannery Sunscreen, Air Fiber Internet. Satisfy Running is sponsoring the aid station at Bumblebee. So, it takes a village. And shout out to all of those sponsors. Shout out to all the volunteers that are out there filming. Shout out to you, Brett, and Corinne Shalvoy. Of course, Corinne Malcolm and Skylar Hall are going to be coming in here basically in the noon hour, so about 2 hours away from them bringing you in, and they're going to cover the winners and probably through at least the top 10.
And a huge thanks to our producing crew here in our studio at Deep Canyon Ranch. Mm-hmm. This will be the next place we see runners, and fun this year. We've always broadcast from either the studio back in Phoenix or the finish line, but we are here at Deep Canyon Ranch, mile 31.9 of the race.
That's worth.
And our runners will be coming by right behind my right shoulder.
Yeah, I'm super excited about that. That's strong Haviland 100 vibes, where they come in and run right behind us down through the rest of the trail. And of course, this is going to be the finish line of the 50K tomorrow that's going to be covered again by Mountain Outpost with your hosts Corinne Malcolm and Dylan Bowman.
And that's a fun new twist on that, is that the 50K is part of the World Trail Majors short race series, a new addition to the World Trail Majors series this year. Short distances like 50K will be included as a separate series, and I think what we all have seen that short distance races, sub ultras, are experiencing a bit of a boom in the sport.
Yep.
So
Nice
it's
girl.
kind of cool to see the spotlight on those shorter distance ultras like tomorrow's 50K.
You're looking east at Gloriana Mine. You can see Interstate 17 in the background. Up, we've got. It looks like we might have a bike cam. Kudos to the bike cams. Look at that terrain to be following these runners on.
Crushing it. Today.
Yeah.
Giving us a good insight into the trail because of a close-up view of the trail conditions. They aren't always quite as buttery as they look on the drone footage.
Yeah, this is some chunky stuff right here.
So we did just have two of our hunters coming through Gloriana, being Lauren Puritz and Katie Asmuth is coming through right now. So curious how that compares to Lauren's splits for the previous year. What's up, Katie?
Well,
Why am I so behind?
You're crushing it. Keep doing you.
Just pure joy from Katie Asmuth.
Yep. There are energetic, joyful people in the world, and then there's Katie Asmuth.
So I actually
Katie
don't
said,
have
she said,
Lauren.
why am I so far behind? What the heck?
Lauren's time last year at Gloriana didn't register, but let me see like some of the other people that were around her. I know, let's see.
I'm sure she's within a minute.
Yeah, there were apparently some timing tracking issues at Gloriana last year. Several of the top women did not have their trackers register. Yeah. Let's see if I can dig up the splits from Keeley's course record run, because I feel that's probably as good of a barometer as any. Let me see.
Well, you said, did you say Rachel came through at like 10 a.m. last year?
Rachel?
Yeah, that was it. I think it was.
Yeah, that was the only elite woman who's split that I got.
Well, and it's only 10:06.
It's only 10:06, so
Yeah.
Lauren probably came through at 10:04.
Which would
Katie
have to
came
be
through at
faster than last year.
10:05.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, even though we're looking in the mid-teens for placing wise, they're still going so fast and on pace for low 8 hours to under 8 hours.
That's incredible.
9 hours.
Yeah, parking,
sub 9.
Yeah,
the parking lot is starting to get filled up here.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a party.
there's still a lot of race left.
Yeah, Rachel
Christina
was right at.
Mascarenas just came through.
Yeah, Rachel was right at the 3-hour mark last year.
So there's just so many people who are faster than that right now. And again, it's going to be really interesting. It's like, is that just this day is that much faster? The level of competition is that much higher than last year, or we'll see some fades. I don't know.
So we had. So Rachel's time to Gloriana last year was 3 hours even. And this year, 11 women came in under 3 hours.
Not every runner runs in the rain. Not every runner runs in sub-freezing temperatures. Not every runner runs 100 miles at a time. Not every runner seeks out the most challenging environments in the world to test their athletic resolve.
Continue to scorch.
Not every runner finds joy in the struggle. But for those who do, we see you. We see you on those days when you could just take the day off or log a few miles on the treadmill instead of braving the gusting wind and snow. We see you, and we're here for it. That's why we create and test the absolute best technical running apparel in the world. Gear that keeps you dry, staves off the wind, keeps you warm. Gear that keeps you comfortable in the most uncomfortable conditions. So go ahead, step out the door, seek out those challenges, and just keep running. Or where? For whatever's ahead.
38th, JP Giblin in 41st, Scott Trayer in 42nd. Scott Trayer won a golden ticket at this event a couple years ago and has been running very well Western States, 64th place. That's how fast this field is. See AJW stepped away. He's coming back. One of the things AJW was talking about just now is hearing. Listen, if I were to tell you that Mark Hammond is in 64th place in a race, or that Scott Traer is in 42nd place, or that Joe McConaughey is in 19th place, what would you think?
I would have thought, how did those guys get so old so fast?
Right?
I mean, those are three studs, right?
Absolutely.
Now, will they end up finishing in those places?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Exactly.
I mean, those are three runners, for example, who it's not their first rodeo.
This is true.
They know how to grind. As you've said a couple of times, there's a lot of work that happens after Black Canyon City. And those are the kind of guys who can do it. But I would say, yes, are we seeing an absolute fruition of the youth movement in this sport? Or are these folks just going out way too fast to the attrition that we're going to see after the 50K mark? As Justin Grunewald pointed out in a comment in the chat a little while ago, a little quick look at past history shows, kind of 20% attrition after 50K. For the front end of the pack. So lots still to go. But that's basically what I would say.
That's actually an excellent point because, I mean, you look at in the women's race, for instance, you've got Lauren Puretz in 16th, Lindsay Allison in 17th, Katie Asmuth in 19th. These are still like top 10, top 5 talents. They're just kind of lying back a little bit. And maybe I'm overstating it because, the gap between Katie Asmuth and, F1 is only about 13 minutes, but still it's pretty staggering to see when you're looking at the current race standings, when you see these names that you're so used to seeing at the very top of lists of Western States qualifiers, of Hard Rocks, of things like that, and you see these names, that are usually in the top 5, around in the 20s. Annie Hughes, 27th.
I think the important thing for those people is to keep their heads in the game. So we heard Katie say to Brett, how am I so far back? It's like, well, Katie's going to keep her head in the game. And, at paces like this, not all of these runners are going to keep it up.
Mm-hmm.
For example, as Riley caught Mary, was Mary truly fading, or was Mary like, okay, I'm going to get caught, I'm going to regroup here? Hard to tell. I mean, lots of running left, but I think the key in a race that goes out this hot is to keep yourself under control, keep your mental state measured, and just take what the day gives you, especially after you cross that river and have still 20 plus miles to go.
Yeah,
3
I
hours
agree
and
with all of
17
that.
minutes in. Great chase cam view here.
So, Brett, from here, are you going to be posting up at the Black Canyon City Aid where you were last year?
No, I will not be at Black Canyon City. I'm headed to Table Mesa next, and I will be there for just a little bit, and then I will be making my way to the finish line.
Okay.
AJW, you said, an interesting thing about how, you kind of have to, you got to keep your head on straight at this point in the race. And I think when Katie said, how am I so far back? I don't think that was out of frustration or anything. If I have a hunch, just knowing Katie, it was probably out of stoke for how high level of competition everything is. And it came off as like an anchor man when Baxter ate the whole wheel of cheese. Katie's like, I'm not even mad. I'm just impressed.
Yeah.
Those are the kind of vibes that I'm getting is she's just like, damn, this is cool.
Well, it is, and yeah, I agree. Knowing Katie, she's not gonna feel sorry for herself for being so far back. She's gonna just sit there and be like, man, I can't believe this is happening.
This is also her first race back.
Yeah,
in over
that's
a year,
true.
Coming off of another foot surgery and broke foot. So, a lot of still, I'm sure a lot more room to to grow, from a running standpoint. It's just first race back in a long time. You never really know how the body's going to feel.
And her first race with a new sponsor, Hoka.
Yeah,
exciting
totally new gear and everything too.
So you didn't happen to see what she was running. Was she running in the Tecton by any chance?
No, it was all white, and I got to take a better look. But it was either a Challenger or a Speed Goat.
Oh, okay, old school.
So this right here is an area after Gloriana Mine where the canyon kind of narrows a little bit, and then when you pop out of it, you head almost straight downhill, back down into the bottom of the canyon, and then you'll climb out to get here to Deep Canyon.
Yeah, and it does get chunky. I mean, you can see moderately chunky, but this section kind of reminds me of South Mountain-ish.
Yeah.
South Mountain, by the way, my own particular favorite place to train in our backyard of Phoenix. I know Chris goes there quite a bit.
Yeah, I live very close to South Mountain, and that's usually where I get my my pain in.
Yeah, it's a great spot.
I would love to hit these trails more often, but it is all the way across the valley, and it's probably about an hour 15 or so for me to get up to this point of the course. So I just haven't had the opportunity to make that much time for it. So.
Sure.
All right, guys, I think we're going to sign off from Gloriana Aid Station. We'll see you next time at Table Mesa.
Awesome.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Brett.
Brett Hornig.
This has been fun.
Of course.
The most stylish field reporter we have out there.
He looks so comfortable.
He really does. He's heading to Table Mesa, so it'll be a little while till we see Brett again. We have Corinne Chalvoy heading this way. In fact, she's probably here by now. And lots of activity. When we arrived this morning, it was kind of a little ghost town here at Deep Canyon. It is not a ghost town anymore. A flutter with activity. The parking lot, probably 100+ cars.
Oh yeah, because it extends all the way around now. It has become.
It's a great site. I know this location became the location almost by default last year.
Up there it is. You can see up.
Yeah. Or was that the?
That was where we were at. That was Deep Canyon Ranch. So the runners are actually going to be coming down, like off of this trail, into Deep Canyon Ranch.
Got it.
And at 3:17.
And again, this is also where Cocodona starts. It leaves this place in a little different way than this route comes in. But
so it should be probably about 10 to 12 minutes before we see our first men hit the halfway point here at Deep Canyon Ranch.
What do you have for record split or Hayden split?
Hayden's split last year was 3:37.
Okay.
And I'm figuring...
These guys, I would project 7 minutes ahead of that, 5 to 7 minutes.
Yeah, they're moving so quickly. And also, as we mentioned, the conditions are much more favorable to this point. I think that's going to come back, and it's going to come back to the runners, I guess, normalized, because with it being so perfect so far, that means it's going to get pretty warm for the second half of the race.
I mean, the advertised cloud cover is certainly not here, at least not yet.
Yeah.
Light breeze, but not much.
Of course, our vantage point actually, I didn't realize and didn't look over there. It's really kind of cool. We get to see the runners basically coming straight at us. We have the live stream broadcast set up over there. We've got
so they're coming in, Chris, from where you're looking.
Yeah,
they're coming in, and then they'll exit this way.
Yeah, they come in, and the aid station is just to our left, and then they head and spit out that way. Yep.
There we go. Yeah, so we're very excited about this. Again, new venue for the broadcast for Chris and I.
And if we get a chance, we'll show you, but we're going to keep eyes on runners. I don't know if Jordan, if we have any other, do we have anything at prior aid stations maybe we can show? I don't know if we have any cameras milling about or anything of that nature. If not, then maybe we can show them what we've got here. But obviously, we want to focus on runners on course to the best of our ability. Okay, great. Okay, so we're going to have some filmers here in the aid station area. Okay, so yeah, actually you can see off to the left side, if our camera can tilt ever so slightly, you can see the breadth of Deep Canyon Ranch, and it's a big area. Yeah, there we go. Perfect.
That's a great shot. So as we're looking, the runners will be coming in the left end of that picture and exiting the right end.
I can see crews beginning to post up, try and stake out those highly coveted, comfortable, convenient spots.
All right, correction. Corinne will be over at Black Canyon City, which there's still an aid station there.
Okay, so
and it looks like Jeff Colt is going to be settling in. I see him right out there to provide some support here at Deep Canyon.
Maybe we can talk to him about his experiences at this race. That would be
fun.
Some good context and detail.
Jeff Colt's been part of our coverage crew at Hard Rock and other events. All right. Again, this is the drone footage up above up above Deep Canyon Ranch.
Yeah, so Jeff ran this in 2022, finished third, just 2 minutes behind Scott Traer for that golden ticket position. Oh, no.
I think
was that the year there was the three? That was the three due to the Tarawera cancellation.
The Tarawera cancellation, so they added one here.
I remember that because I remember Jeff had a decision-esque podcast appearance.
Yep, it was a little bit like I'll take my talents to South Beach moment. He decided that
versus the 50-mile
the 50-mile Worlds, and he decided to run Western States, which I think was the right move. He does love those team events, though, as does Drew Holman and Eric LaPuma, three Americans who've done extremely well for our country at Worlds.
Well, I don't know if they're giving a golden ticket to last place finishers here this year, but I can tell you that people who have been the final person under the lottery ticket here have gotten into Western States. I can testify to that personally.
And as we've said a couple of times already on the broadcast, while we're focusing on the front of the pack for the next several hours, we're on the air all the way through the final finishers of the 100K, and those who finish under 17 hours can throw in their hat in the ring for Western States lottery considerations. So one of the most popular Western States qualifying races in the world, the Black Canyon 100K.
Eric LaPuma in the chat saying hi to you, AJW.
Good to see you, Eric. Eric and I met years ago at the Bighorn 100-miler, a really, really muddy year there, and he and a bunch of his friends from the East Coast had made the trip out for the race, and that was back in the day where I was doing Mountain Outhouses. Well, I was the East Coast correspondent. Let's just leave it at that.
I remember that.
And so we had a bit of fun as a bunch of East Coasters out at Bighorn 100 miler. That was the race where I fell and had a concussion and had to convince the race organizers not to make me stop. But Eric, good to hear from you, and thanks for tuning in. Good view from the other side. That's as the runners enter Gloriana Mine. Mile about 23.8 of the race. And again, from Gloriana Mine to here, Deep Canyon Ranch is the longest section between aid of Black Canyon, about 8 miles, give or take. 8 rolling, gradual downhill miles. They're really going into Sonoran Desert proper. This race, generally transitions from what you'd consider high desert, the high desert area, to the Sonoran Desert, roughly marked by about 2,500 feet or below. You enter the Sonoran Desert environment.
I can tell you right now, I just started to get a little bit warmer. Like I just noticed it was starting to heat up a little bit. So we'll see how that plays out in the second half of this race. Is that our lead men?
This looks like our lead men of Mackay Clemens, Eli Hemming.
And that was Will
Murray.
Will Murray, yeah.
Actually, might not be Mackay, because he took a potty break.
Oh, that's right. It could be Seth Ruling.
It could be Seth Ruling.
And another name that interjected himself into the conversation at the front of the pack, one that we were keeping eyes on, Jordan Bramblett.
Jordan Bramblett, local. Okay, so there you see where they are. There we are.
Mm-hmm. And also, there was another name that caused us to raise eyebrows. It was the 23-year-old that we saw hit Gloriana fairly quickly as well. What was his name? It wasn't
Oldani. I think it was.
Oh yeah.
Slipping my mind right now, but I think his last name was Oldani.
Keegan Oldani. Yeah.
There it is.
For some reason, his bib is down in the did not start category, but we know that's not the case because we saw him out there. The carnage has been kept to an absolute minimum to this point. I don't think, last I checked, I'll check again, no notables have withdrawn to this point. Oh, wow. They are right over us at this point.
Yep, that's Black Canyon Trail proper. Looks like a follow cam is picking them up, or a couple follow cams as they...
You can see the photographer scrambling into action.
Bolt out of the bushes.
Dropping 6-minute miles.
And Eli Hemming, Seth Ruling, and Will Murray. This is a pretty steep descent right here.
Yeah. At some point, those cameras that are worth more than my car, you got to take care of those. Can we get that drone spun around a little bit? There we go. Thank you. So yeah, that's a 3-man pack, followed by cameras in.
Eli Hemming, Seth Ruling, Will Murray.
They're going to be coming into our view, like first-hand view here very quickly as they take that left, and they're going to be heading down into the chute. Oh, they're coming down here?
Oh, even better.
We get to see them twice.
We're just getting information they're going to come in, do a loop through the aid station, and head back out.
Thank you, Trevor. Yeah, so I didn't realize that because the studio setup is new this year. We're actually going to see them twice come by us. That's even better. Again, very heavily to ask. Okay, this makes sense now that I'm seeing where they're at.
Yeah, right
so
about
this is a very steep
right
descent.
about the 3.5 hour mark.
Oh, this is going to be fun for the 50K tomorrow. I'll tell you that. So
it's really fun for that camera guy. Is that Tony with a Sony?
I think so. I know he's capable of keeping up with those guys.
All right. They are on the road just right by our area here.
Yeah, they're going to be coming right at us here. Fantastic.
Eli leading the way. Seth and Will having a word. Again, this is our top 3 coming into Deep Canyon Ranch. All in search of golden tickets, by the way, in contrast to the women's race.
So Hayden hit Deep Canyon Ranch last year at 3:37. These runners are 7 minutes ahead.
They're coming right behind us.
7 minutes ahead of course record pace.
And on that, right at 10:30, right at 3.5 hours. Just a 3.5 hour 50K. Just a 3.5 hour 50K. I did that once on roads 25 years ago.
Saw Billy Yang up behind us, no doubt catching some great content.
All right.
Yeah, the question is whether or not these runners are going to be able to sustain, or whether or not the afternoon might potentially cook them.
Yeah, because it
in
is
the more
warming
technical
up,
course.
as you noted. It's warming up. And there, do a little loop around here.
You can see the crews
meet their
jumping
crews
in
here. They are together. We've got fourth and fifth coming in here, Chris. This is so cool to be able to have
absolutely
actual eyeballs on them.
That's Jordan Bramblett on the
Jordan Bramblett
in the black. So Eli Hemming is first out.
Picking up a pacer here.
Seth Ruling leaving
Seth
second.
Ruling. Big ice bandana there. Along with Jordan Bramblett, I think that was Mackay Clemens.
Yeah, that would track.
Get the tracker on that. Remember, Mackay took a little extra time at Gloriana.
Will Murray in third, leaving Deep Canyon.
Just a little bit behind Eli and Seth. There they are. So Jordan and Mackay hitting the crew spot. Just a couple of minutes behind Eli, Will, and Seth.
You know, I was trying to think of the fact, I was going to say that Jordan Bramblett was kind of biding his time there, but he still hit, he was still hitting every aid station ahead of Hayden Hawks' course.
That's right. All right, here's a good shot. Jordan's picking up a pacer and leaving first of that pair of Mackay. Looks very comfortable. There's Mackay. Wet t-shirt contest. Drymax socks. Shout out to Drymax socks. What a race. Eli
Yeah.
Hemming, Will Murray, Seth Ruling, Jordan Bramblett, Mackay Clemens. There are your top 5 at the halfway mark of the Black Canyon 100K. Sixth place. Wouldn't be surprised if it's Darren Thomas. Formerly of Virginia. He's a Virginia Tech guy. Been living out west for several years now.
Looks like our next one is Elliot Cardan,
Yeah,
followed
that
by
was Elliot Cardan, and then
Jupiter.
was it Jupiter or was it Juan?
Oh, that's a good question.
I'm not sure.
Juan was ahead before.
Yeah, so that's a correction. That was Elliot Cardan, not Darren Thomas. That's Darren. There's Darren Thomas. Here comes Blake Slatengren. Tim Tollefson.
So Tim's tracker did miss him at Gloriana. That clears up quite a bit.
Yeah, 5 through the tracker. Joe McConaughey. Joe McConaughey coming through.
Joe has moved up significantly.
Yeah, a very good move.
Joe's popped up about 8-9 spots in the last 8 miles, which wouldn't surprise me at all. I had some people tell me, Zach on our crew, not Zach Marion, another Zach with Aravaipa said that String Mean is feeling the best he has in a long time, perhaps ever.
I think that is Juan.
Yeah, that was Juan.
That was Juan.
Juan Carrera
Casas, the older brother of one of last year's Golden Ticket winners, Jupiter.
Juan is
Casas.
6 years Hooper's senior.
And he made quick work at the aid station.
You know
Chris.
what? This reminds me of what his brother did last year.
Yeah.
Kind of just working his way up through the crowd.
Elliot Carden.
That would be wild if Juan were to move into Golden Ticket position. That would be amazing.
And apologies, missed Gavin Pryor. Gavin Pryor came through in 7th place.
We have a lot of traffic with us right now.
Gavin Pryor coming through in 7th, about 5 minutes behind Eli and Will.
Tracker is going bonkers right now.
We've got another pacer coming through with a runner.
That was Gavin Pryor right there. And Tim Tollefson, Joe McConaughey. Tim has thrown a hat on, denying us all.
And here's younger brother Jupiter. Sorry, Jupiter. Sorry for the mispronunciation.
Tim Tollefson throwing a hat on, denying the world of his
flowing locks. Zach Perrin. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Zach Perrin, just behind Gavin Pryor. Then Joe McConaughey, Darren Thomas rounding out the top 10.
Zach Perrin, yep.
And Tim Tollefson in 11th.
Well, actually, Tim left ahead of Zach and
Joe?
And Darren just now. He left with Joe.
Okay, got it.
So there was a little bit of jockeying.
Schlarby. Yeah, I did see Schlarby come in here a few minutes ago, so I think that is probably Jason Schlarb.
Yeah, Schlarb is around here somewhere. He's here with athletes. Craig Hunt just went by last year. Craig finished just off a golden ticket by 3 minutes. Also was leading the race in 2021 before disaster struck, and he had a torn calf muscle leaving Table Mesa. So Craig Hunt out here for that redemption, but yeah, this field is so intense at this point.
What a Kanua Luo?
Kanhua Luo?
Yep. Through in 12th, Craig Hunt in 13th, as you mentioned, Tyler Fox in 14th.
So things are starting to normalize a little bit. We mentioned Hayden Hawks got through Deep Canyon last year in 3:37. This year, 8 men made it through in 3:37. That would be Eli, Will, Seth, Mackay, Jordan, Elliot, Gavin, and Zach. Although Zach did not leave before Joe McConaughey and Tim Tollefson. So they hit the timing mat when they entered the aid station, but they weren't all leaving it at quite the same time.
Gosh, just by the eyeball test, I tell you what, Jordan Bramlett looked good coming in.
Oh, yeah. He looked very strong.
Here comes Blake Slatengren.
Blake was in the top 3 or 4 for most of...
Man, everybody's doing that. They got to move that fence
we
a
need
little
to...
bit. Hot race so far. And it is also warming up. See what I did there? There's a good shot of our setup. Deep Canyon Ranch at the Black Canyon 100K.
That is an overhead shot. Basically, I assume that's actually the camera that's on risers just outside of our tent here at Deep Canyon Ranch. Got a... Looks like that runner that just went through was Canyon Woodward. Oh. All right, and we're going to take this opportunity while we've got a chance to catch our breath to pay the bills and run some ads. You are watching the Black Canyon 100K presented by Hoka on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. We'll be right back.
Not every runner runs in the rain. Not every runner runs in sub-freezing temperatures. Not every runner runs 100 miles at a time. Not every runner seeks out the most challenging environments in the world to test their athletic resolve. Not every runner finds joy in the struggle. But for those who do, we see you. We see you on those days when you could just take the day off or log a few miles on the treadmill instead of braving the gusting wind and snow. We see you, and we're here for it. That's why we create and test the absolute best technical running apparel in the world. Gear that keeps you dry, staves off the wind, keeps you warm. Gear that keeps you comfortable in the most uncomfortable conditions. So go ahead, step out the door, seek out those challenges, and just keep running. Or where, or whatever's ahead.
We weren't trying to create a salve for anti-chafe. We knew that hydrating the skin with natural ingredients was key. We created a salve that healed damaged skin and also happened to be slippery and provide protection to reduce friction and chafing.
They call you crazy for the 4 a.m. starts, for the endless miles, for pushing your body to the brink. They might call you crazy, but that just spurs you on. Go further with Enduro 3, the ultra-performance GPS smartwatch from Garmin.
Not every runner runs in the rain. Not every runner runs in sub-freezing temperatures. Not every runner runs 100 miles at a time. Not every runner seeks out the most challenging environments in the world to test their athletic results.
And I was like, well, I don't need to be there for almost
Not every
another
runner
hour.
finds
And then
joy
I looked
in
at
the
beautiful
struggle.
Deep Canyon Ranch, you know, the
But
scenery
for
down here, and I
those
was like,
who do,
oh my gosh, I should just
we
pop in
see you.
and say hi.
We see you on those days when you could just take a day off, or log a few miles on the treadmill instead of braving the dusting wind and snow.
Yeah, so
we see
if
you,
you're
and we're
just
here for
tuning
you.
in,
That's why we create
while
and
Brett
test
was
the
out of glory on
absolute
a
best
mine,
technical
he was
running
asking
apparel in the
difference
world.
between a burrito
Gear
and a
that
bean
keeps you
roll-up.
dry,
As I was sharing
staves
with them
off
how
the
the
wind,
bean roll-up
keeps you
brought the
warm.
entire era of
Gear that keeps
hyperculture,
you
and there
comfortable
you go. You have one
in the
of
most
your very own.
uncomfortable
It's a lot
conditions.
smaller in real life.
So go ahead, step out the door, seek out those challenges,
Well, we
and
had
just
the first and
keep
here,
running.
just over 3.5 hours.
Or
about
where?
3 hours and
For
1
whatever's
minute
ahead.
Lapsed. Eli Hemming and Seth Ruling came in first. And, it's been kind of slow. We're only 17 minutes in from that, and we've had a steady flow. Probably 30 women through, or men through. Sorry.
Yeah, I think that the thing that I've noticed is that the number of men sliding under Hayden Hawks' pace is dropping with every passing aid station, and I kind of expected that would happen, but we went from, I think it was like 25 or so at Antelope Mesa and Hidden Treasure to 8 here, and I don't know if you noticed, but things got really warm out there in a hurry.
Yeah, that is interesting. I guess also comparing, this year to last year, as Hayden made his way further and further down the course, the actual course conditions got much, much better.
Yeah.
So it kind of makes sense where it's like course conditions, they're going to be good the whole day. So it's like they're going to be faster early, but then it's like, who's going to have the fitness to then hang with the ghost of Hayden?
Hang on just a second. Do we have audio from Jeff? I just saw Jeff Colt out there with a mic. No, we don't.
Okay, just let us know when we do.
Yeah. I think, Brett, the coolest thing so far from your footage was that Riley Brady pass.
Yeah, the Riley
That
Brady
was
pass,
sweet.
That was a good one. I was so glad that we made the decision to walk up the hill just story we got. I feel like I need to be like 30 miles deep into a run for this to hit. Right now, this kind of tastes like a cold tortilla filled with beans. But I can imagine after like 4 or 5 hours of running plus, this would be pretty sweet.
Yeah, I mean, it is a cold tortilla with beans. You're right, but but sometimes too, if it's been sitting in the foil out in the hot sun for a couple of hours, yeah.
Well, like, just
could be life
sounds
changing.
like food poisoning. No, it's actually pretty nice. So we're awaiting the lead women to come through here now?
We are.
Okay.
We are. Chris, what do we have? Maybe, I know you've been able to follow Rachel Drake's times from last year.
Yeah, let me see. Well, I think that Heather Jackson's times might be as pertinent or more pertinent. Let's see. Rachel Drake hit hit Deep Canyon last year at 4:16.
Okay.
And Heather Jackson hit it at...
Of course, last year was the first time using
So
Deep
Heather
Canyon.
Jackson actually hit it at 4:12. I was right. Heather
Okay.
Jackson was the first woman through here.
He was.
She just had a... Heather was great until Cottonwood
Oh,
Gulch.
yeah, he's on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, no. Actually, until Black Canyon City. After Black Canyon City, things kind of fell apart for her, and she kind of struggled from Cottonwood Gulch to the finish, at running going rather from like a 9-minute pace to about a 12-minute pace. So, and that's when Rachel was able to take over. So yeah, Heather's time here at Deep Canyon, which was only added to the course last year, is still the standard. The way I'm looking at it at this point.
Yeah, you really can't compare because they didn't drop down into here.
Yeah, because before
last year.
So the old 50K aid station was actually like up on a hill after a really nasty, short, punchy climb,
and so everyone looked like crap then.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was actually up until 2022. That was the way that was set up. So.
That's like a Western States style aid station. They all are at the tops of climbs. It seems like.
Climbs, so you look
like
terrible.
Everyone looks horrible going into them.
That's where the photographers get you.
Walmsley spotting.
That's also what makes it. It's all more. There we go. There's a good soaking. Right on. So again, it was about 4. You mentioned about 4:10, 4:12, 4:15. So we wouldn't expect the first place women until about let's call it 4:10 a lap, 4:08, 4:10 a lap, somewhere in there.
Okay, I'll be able to stay until then. I won't miss. Try my best not to miss the lead men at Table Mesa, but I really want to see the lead women come through.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, you got 20 miles for Table Mesa, so you got time.
Also, I didn't realize that the main studio was living in Deep Canyon Ranch this year. I was picturing it in my head all wrong, so then that's also why I wanted to come and see
Oh,
this.
yeah,
I really
great.
like it.
This is
love
cool.
This.
Yeah.
I love this. Because we were just kind of out there at the finish line.
Yeah, and
know?
like this whole venue needs to be utilized much more.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's massive.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Emory Henderson. It's so small. Like you have to shuttle in and out. There's no parking at all. Like it's not allowed. Not even for like volunteers, and for most employees. Like we have to.
Or it's here. I mean, there are definitely a couple hundred cars, and it's easily accommodating everybody. And,
yeah.
Well, I was talking to Skylar yesterday because we went and scouted out the last few miles of the 50K course yesterday evening. We're like, dude, you could put on like a multi-day race just within the boundaries.
Don't give him ideas.
We're like, you guys can just hang out, camp here,
around.
and then let everyone run in circles around here. It's pretty flat. Seems like a good venue to me.
Wait, so Skylar's doing the 50K too?
Yeah.
Like, is everybody on the media
Everybody
team
on the media team doing the 50K?
That was what the pact that got made after last year. Was if you're here talking on Saturday, you're running on Sunday.
You're running on Sunday.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's
right.
very fair.
So, great.
Cowgill runners. That's John Eric Jardine having fun. You got a whole herd of cows down there. Herd of cattle. And I think in the next 10 minutes, we're going to see our lead runners in the women's field coming through. The runners we're going to be looking for up front are Riley Brady and Mary Denholm. They had a couple-minute gap on Heather Jackson, Tara Dower, and Lynn Chen. So we'll see the top ladies coming in. All right, let's go, Matt. Matt Bellis, Arizona favorite, heading out. You see the ice bandana. He's running the heat before. He knows what's good for him. Lead women? Yeah.
20 miles.
Like, yeah. That's a long spot without crew, and definitely a spot where if you are not good at being self-sufficient, Yeah, you could break the frazzle meter, and
You can hit the frazzle
start-
meter, and
Realize I have a
you got
supercomputer
some
in
climbing
my
in
hand.
there.
start
First time all
losing.
day.
Yeah, you-
Cottonwood Gulch is a very remote place to
about
get to.
65 right
Like,
now.
I don't know if
It's only
you've
gonna
been
get up to
out there, but
71
it
today.
is out in the
I would
middle
say
of
it feels
nowhere.
hot
Like,
now.
very
5
little
degrees higher,
service,
it'll
and
feel
it when you
pretty
come
hot
to
out
it,
there,
like, I've never run to
pushing
it during the
yourself
day
up.
because I'm not fast enough. But when I'm out there at night, like, you're running and you don't see the aid station. You're looking at your watch, like, as we can see, looks like Scott Traer coming in.
Yep, there's Scott.
You don't see it until
Yes,
you're right on
Scotty.
top of it, and then you, like, basically you hit a bunch of
Ladies and
short
gentlemen,
switchbacks to get to the bottom.
Treya, run faster, rolling in here.
Are we gonna go
If
to?
ever was a fan favorite, it might be him.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I hear him.
Let's go, Scott. True hero of mine, absolute idol.
Is that Jeff Colt?
Yeah.
I want to be where he's at when I'm 42.
It's like we got Jeff Colt on the call at the start-finish line, or not start-finish line, but the 50K.
All right, so Scott Traer had 2 minutes on the lead women at the last aid station. So I think we're going to see
that's a good tidbit.
see our lead ladies coming down pretty quickly. Let's go. 291, that's Samuel Delgado rolling in. He looks super fresh. Scott Traer also looking really fresh. So again, some of these guys are going to be hunting for a top 10 spot from the back. Some of these guys are a little bit too far out of contention.
If it is me.
Samuel Delgado looks fresh. Guys, moving. It's gonna be a day.
Yeah, I'm gonna try my absolute best to keep the cozy Hoka PJs on for as long as possible. Get one last heat suit training session in before the 50K tomorrow. Because if there's anything I learned about cramming for a test, it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Brett, somebody in the chat was asking where the sub 220 marathoners are.
They're all almost done. Well, I mean, Eli doesn't have a sub 220 to his name, but I have a hunch he could have broken sub 220 this morning just off of 100K training. We have
All right,
eyes
we have
on
Riley coming in.
who is going to be behind us in
Right
just a matter of
right
seconds.
about the 4-hour mark.
Riley looks excellent.
All right, Riley Brady leading the race into Deep Canyon Ranch. Vaporflies. They sounded like vaporflies.
Riley, 13 minutes ahead of Heather Jackson's pace last year, which was leading into Deep Canyon.
Riley is set out to prove that Javelina was no fluke.
Absolutely.
And I believe of the definitely top 3 and maybe even top 5, unsigned. Athlete managers watching the live stream, look out. I'll have my people call your people.
Unsponsored Riley Brady leading the pack in the women's race into Deep Canyon right at 4 hours.
So last time I saw Riley was at Gloriana, and they passed Mary Denholm coming right out of the aid station. The gap has grown.
I think we have a second place woman right here.
That's looking like Tara Dower.
That's Tara Dower. Well, like
Tara looks like she's like trying decently hard right now.
Yeah.
Which that's fair. I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. I think.
But she was in 4th.
Oh,
at
good.
Gloriana Mine.
Good aid station insider shot right now.
Of course, Riley already has their spot in Western States, so
this is just
Tara Dower would be the golden ticket leader in the clubhouse.
Yeah.
At the halfway point.
Pretty quick in and out for Riley, but paying attention to the cooling here.
Yeah.
It's warm out, especially in the sun.
Yeah, Riley is no stranger to running out here, obviously, as they've run this race multiple times, run Javelina, gotten golden tickets there. So they're definitely,
the desert.
yeah.
The desert. They definitely do. Fully drenched.
The closest thing to a local you'll find out here on this course.
All right. And Tara.
So actually.
Oh, Riley.
Riley's
little bandana fumble.
You have a wardrobe malfunction.
You don't want to lose that.
No, that's worth tying back on
as
opposed to tossing. So that means that from Gloriana to here, Tara Dower actually ran that section probably a little bit faster than Riley. Like
absolutely, yeah.
Like maybe 20 or 30 seconds. Because Tara wasn't that far back, but is closer now.
Tara was, let's see.
Let's see if Tara looks like she's struggling. Jared Hazen coming in. Or
Tara was
coming
3
out?
minutes back, so probably picked up about a minute and a half.
Yeah. I would say Tara's taking a little bit longer than Riley.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, let's do that right now. Hey, let's throw it over to Jeff Colt, who is actually on the other end of the aid station here, but has a lot of first-hand information. Jeff, what do you got for us? I hear Jeff's audio.
Tara's kind of all over the place coming in and out. There we go. And
That was a little bit.
Okay.
And pacing.
There we are, Jeff. We got you.
And we have the top two women runners in the women's race through. Riley Brady moving through efficiently and Tara Dower moving through efficiently. We're waiting on runner number 3 and 4. We're expecting Mary Denholm and Heather Jackson to be ripping down this technical descent and coming into our 50K spot. Next runner we see coming in here is JP Giblin in the men's race. We've got eyes peeled. One thing to note, Riley came through in under 4 hours, so really fast. Definitely moving at her ahead of that women's course record pace. And Tara closed a couple minutes on Riley from Gloriana Mine.
All right,
Here's
Jeff, we've got third place
Tara
woman coming in
and
right
Riley
now.
came through, iced up, got their supplies, and
Jackson.
headed out in really speedy fashion, 1 or 2 minutes. We now have our third runner in the women's race coming in. It's Heather Jackson. Folks at home, keep note of who already has a golden ticket and who does not. Riley is already in. Heather moving efficiently and looking smooth. Pretty cool. She's got the full like NASCAR branding going on in her race vest. taking advantage of that real estate for her corporate sponsors. All right, as JP Giblin is rolling in, we'll see Heather come around that corner.
Husband Waddy,
about 5
documenting
minutes
it all,
out from leader Riley
making
Brady.
sure she turns.
Riley Brady these days, it seems they do not miss. Javelina put on an absolute clinic, and back here at another Air Viper race to put on a clinic.
Can he not hear us?
I can hear Jeff. I don't know if he can.
Hear us?
I don't know.
No, I don't think he can.
I don't think he can hear. All right.
No, I just got a text from him saying.
So Team Javelina is beating Team Black Canyon right now.
Yeah. That's right.
I don't know, because there's always the debate always comes up of like, what's the best golden ticket race? And I'm like, I don't know, man. Right now it seems like Javelina for 25. Then a good one.
Yeah, I think that Riley and Heather are basically saying, hey, any course.
Yeah, they definitely are.
This is an uncharacteristically long cruise stop for Heather.
It is.
Normally Heather's like 5 seconds or less.
Taking advantage of the last shade that she's going to see for the next couple hours.
I guess, yeah, you might be right about that.
Looks like, is that our shot of Seth and Eli? Okay.
Wow, they're moving.
We have our,
Lin Chen.
Lin Chen
is fourth and going to C third. Did someone say go
Chen
MK?
coming in.
MK must be right behind her.
So, Mary, there's MK. Mary has had, we think, a rough section.
There's Shea as well.
And Shea Aquilano in fifth. So 3 of the top 5 are already in.
Yep, 1, 3, and
Riley,
5.
Heather, 1, 3, and 5.
Yeah.
Riley, Heather, and Shea are already in. So again, the race within the race.
So
as
1,
you
3,
predicted,
5.
is taking shape.
That means the third golden ticket is to 6th place, right?
Whoever comes next would be in that position.
Interesting.
And of course, it only goes down 6.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
This is the only race that it goes down 6. Well, this and CCC.
Yeah, I didn't expect, all 3 who are already in Western states to be occupying 3 of the golden ticket spots. I mean, I knew it was possible, but it's hard for like a grouping of 3 to all have a great day.
Yeah.
But that's super interesting. I mean, just the mind games that now goes on with it. When you're already tired, you don't want to do any thinking, and they're like, you're in 7th, but you actually could pass one person and be in a gold ticket. Like, oh,
right.
Like, are you sure? Are you sure?
Back on those 2 lead men.
So it's Seth and Eli seems to have
Seth Ruling and Eli Hemming. They seem to have
they've made a little gap because who was in third?
It was Murray.
Will
Murray. Will Murray was in third. Jordan Bramblett looked really strong in fourth.
And then Mackay was
in there too.
Okay.
He never not recovered. He never really made the ground up for from the porta potty stop he took.
That's tough. I mean, you got to burn so many matches to gain ground on.
Yeah.
On this,
especially
right
as you said, some of those climby bits.
We've got 2 of perhaps the most biomechanically efficient runners at the front of the pack, which I think is something important to notice because it's all about fuel efficiency. And, both Eli and Seth.
I mean, and the king of biomechanical efficiency, Anthony Costales, crushed it here a couple years ago.
And that's something that we kind of see from the marathon world. It's like try and make sure you're not wasting any energy, with extra bouncing left-right movement. We got Shea and MK exiting the aid station, with MK definitely making an effort to glue herself to Shea. And I don't know if Lin Chen left the aid station.
Okay.
All right.
We're going to spin off to Black Canyon City where we've got
And I'm going to go to Table Mesa.
Hey, Brett, thanks a lot.
Can you guys hear me?
On.
Yeah, we got you, Corinne.
We'll see you at Table Mesa.
Hey, all right. We just saw Eli Hemming come in here with Pacer, in and out. He did not refill bottles. He said he had plenty of water. They just popped in, popped out, no stopping. I mean, he was talking. He actually looked pretty comfortable. I think good signs. So.
Yeah,
how does that compare to course record splits? 10, 11, 10, 11:09 into Black Canyon City.
So, okay, 4:09:22 is what I've got. Let me check that against Hayden Hawks really quick. 4:19:03.
10 minutes ahead.
10 minutes ahead. But I think that's a very daring move because your next stretch here is arguably the hardest part of the course, and you're about 9 miles out from aid. to Cottonwood
Yeah,
Gulch.
exactly. I think it's 9 miles. We've got the sign right here, 9 miles ahead, Cottonwood Gulch. So you've got a decently long section. We all just reminded Eli, the 9 miles, are you good? Do you need anything before that 9 miles? He said, I have a lot of water. So I think he seems like he is good. We've got another runner coming in. This looks like Seth Ruling with pacer Drew Holman.
Oh, great footage here.
That's going to do a little cooling here. He's getting some ice by Mr. Drew Holman, who knows a thing or two about ice. Stuffing it in the pack there.
Let me see. Right on top. Yep.
Way to go. Keep it up. Keep it up.
This is that little out and back
Seth is
section,
out, and now Drew is going to fill his bottles.
Pro move actually dumping
doing,
water
Drew?
onto
How's he
himself as
doing?
opposed to dipping his
So
hat into
good.
the water.
So good.
Yep.
All right, we've got some intel from pacer Drew Holman. The Seth Ruling is doing so good. So good.
He looks fantastic. And Seth was potentially being prophetic and saying that, the other guys at the front weren't necessarily hydrating enough and cooling down enough.
So there was a lot of cooling that happened here. Very different strategies. Eli came in, did not do anything with his ice or sponging or any water, no refilling. Meanwhile, Seth took probably 25 seconds to fill 2 bottles, and then Drew put a bunch of ice down his back and poured it over his head. We got another runner right behind us. We're going to move over to the side here.
Will Murray.
Way to go, Will. Yes, it is Will Murray. Will Murray has 2 bloody knees. Doesn't look like bad cuts, but maybe just took a spill and got a little. He is doing some cooling here. Good job. Way to go. 9 miles to the next aid. All right. Nice wet down. That's a strategy I have not seen before. He went under the water monster and just turned on the spigot. Yeah, both of his knees.
But it looks like he did not top off on water, did he?
He did not. No, he did not top off on water, but he looked like he had a full bottle. So I don't know, maybe he had 2 or 3 leaving Deep Canyon Ranch, and then he, he's okay with one of those being empty and using 2 between now and the next 9 miles. That might be the case. So yeah, all of those guys looked pretty comfortable, to be honest. No, there was no I don't know. They didn't look strained. They were kind of talking pretty lucid. So this is exciting. 3 men within maybe 2 minutes of each other.
And did Eli have a pacer, or so far only Seth had a pacer?
Yes, Eli had a pacer as well.
Okay.
So Eli and Seth both with pacers, and then Will did not have a pacer.
Well, just to keep you posted, Riley hit our aid station, Deep Canyon Ranch, right at the 4-hour mark, so 15 minutes ago.
I heard that.
I
heard that.
They are flying, and I would expect
Tara
you might see. And Tara Dower was only about 45 seconds behind her.
I heard Tara moved up into second, and I don't know. My suspicion is maybe she told us she was a super responder to bicarb, and she'd been trying that lately. So maybe maybe it kicked in, and there's been a lot of lactate buffering happening, and she was able to move up in that field. So that's exciting. We got another runner coming straight here.
Jordan Bramblett.
Jordan Bramblett, way to go! Good job, Jordan.
Of course, Jordan, a dark horse, a popular dark horse for many people.
How do you do, Jordan? Nice work. Way to go. You got 9 miles to next aid.
Very limited race resume, but a couple of those results have been highly impressive. And that's why Jordan Bramblett was a golden ticket picked by several, including myself.
Straight back out where you came. Way to go, way to go.
Territory. It's from a small town in between Prescott and Prescott and Williams. So an Arizona guy.
Yeah.
So I think Jordan Bramblett is running this race with one handheld. I don't know if that's been mentioned before, but I mean, it was an amphipod, so it might actually be like a more than like a 16 ounce. It might be like an 18 or 22 ounce bigger bottle, but one handheld. He actually filled it and then fully drank the bottle, and then he filled it again, and he dunked his head in water and took off.
We need to take up a collection for Jordan to buy him that second handheld.
Yeah, let's get him that second handheld.
Because he's way too talented.
Slim Shady of this race.
Yeah, he's showing out here so far today, and I'm super excited to see how the rest of this race unfolds for him. But he's solidly in the top 5 at this point.
Doing okay, Pace? Doing okay? Yeah. Good. Were you pacing Jordan?
Yes.
Okay. If you need anything, aid right there.
Oh, did Jordan drop his pacer?
He dropped his pacer.
Yeah, appears to be so. So, yeah, I think we're going to make sure that pacer is taken care of, but it should be a good example of how fast the paces are out here, that we have a pacer dropped and maybe limping a little bit. I didn't see any blood, so I think the pace was just too hot. We've got other runners coming in. I see a kid that looks like Joe Stringbean McConaughey, as well as another runner in front of him. Straight here to aid.
That's
right
Elliot
there.
Cardan.
Go to the aid back.
I think that was Elliot Cardan and
Elliot Cardan and Joe McConaughey are both in aid right now. Elliot straight back out, right back out, right back out.
That was just a big old U-turn for Elliot.
A lot of people are asking, where do we flip? And we're just saying, go to aid, come back out. Good job, Joe.
Good job, Joe.
Keep it up. Keep it up.
That was Jason Schlarb pacing Elliot. Saw that real quick. Joe, as you mentioned,
I didn't think Schlarb was pacing.
That was not.
No.
No,
it was not what?
No, not Elliot.
No, but it wasn't Jason Schlarb pacing. No, not Elliot. Sorry. That was, jeez, you guys tell me.
Look in the chat.
I don't know some of these men.
Gavin Pryor.
I didn't recognize that runner with Stringbean.
That was Gavin Pryor, I think. Yeah.
Of course, Hayden's split last year. His course record split at Black Canyon City was 4:19.
Oh,
we're not even there
yet. Had 6 runners, 5 runners.
Yeah, 6.
I will say though,
okay,
Corinne,
here comes Jason Schlarb. This is Jason.
Here's Jason and Elliot. Let's go, boys.
Woo! Way to go! Way to go! Crushing.
Elliot, there we go.
Elliot and Jupiter. Let's go, boys. Working together. I like it.
Nice work. We got Elliot and Jupiter. Juan.
No,
it's
that's Juan.
Sorry.
Yeah,
that's Juan.
It's Juan. Sorry.
Brother.
They do look a little bit alike, especially in the way that they run their form. So.
Yeah,
we are.
Hooper's wearing white, and Juan is wearing the dark blue.
Juan is wearing blue. Okay.
I got it.
Amazing work, guys. You got 9 miles to next aid. Way to go, Juan. Vamos. Good job, Elliot.
You can see that's Becca Bramblett right there, heading into. We've got a shot of the Deep Canyon aid.
Is it Chihalau coming in to Black Canyon City?
Chulao.
Yep, however you say it, Chinese runner, Chulao. Let's go, Jason.
I'm sorry, that's Ken Hualao. Ken Hualao.
Yep, Ken Hualao. Way to go.
So
can we get back on
after Gavin Pryor, Elliot Cardan,
Black Canyon City, please?
And
so we just had Elliot Cardan come through with pacer Jason Schlarb. We had the Lau, you guys tell me.
Kanu Lau.
Yes. So yeah, quick stops here. Most people are refilling bottles, which I think is a smart move. You definitely do not want to run out of water between here and your next stop. 9 miles ahead.
It's not just the fact that it's 9 miles, Corinne. It's also the fact that it is the most technical 9 miles of the course.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah, so it's potentially going to be the slowest section. And do we have water crossings? We do. I believe one or two between here and there.
One, I believe, at the base of the canyon, like normally coming out of like where they're at, maybe in about a mile and a half. But I also heard that
from
Brett Hornig that it's optional. Basically,
optional. I know which one they're talking about. So you go over these rocks, and they have put like a log over it, so you could step over the log and not get wet at all. Otherwise, I think it's pretty minimal amount of water that's in that canyon there, or that. All right, we got another runner coming in. Way to go, Craig. Craig Hunt.
Craig Hunt is through.
Yeah, Craig Hunt is through. Looks like he's got a good amount of ice. He's fully wet. He's got an Omius headband on. That's the cooling headband. And he is getting re-wet by Pacer.
There we go. That's our first 10 runners. Just real quick. Eli Hemming, Seth Ruling, Will Murray, Jordan Bramblett, Joe McConaughey, Gavin Pryor, Elliot Carden,
number 10
Juan
man,
Carrera Casas,
Craig Hunt.
Yeah.
Being paced by
Alua
Preston Cates.
And Craig Hunt.
Mackay Clemens also coming in to aid. Walking real slowly, not seemingly in a hurry. So Mackay Clemens being paced by Chris Myers. We got Tim Tollefson coming in. Tim's refilling with water.
Okay.
There we go. Thank you.
There we see Tim Tollefson.
Probably have Darren Thomas on the way, I would guess. There's Mackay.
Some stomach issues, but working through it.
All right, Tim Tollefson said dealing with some stomach issues, but working through it. We're in the heart of the Black Canyon City aid station right here. Another runner in. Okay, I'm really trying to resist the urge to aid people here at this aid station. I want to dunk water all over them. And yes, okay, he's out. Tim Tollefson is out. Mackay Clemens is still in. He's taking a little break in the shade over here in the corner. Way to go, Zach. Nice work. How you doing?
Pretty good. Yeah.
Zach
You're doing
Corinne.
great. Yes. A lot of race left. You guys just stay steady, crushing it.
Yeah, what's up, fam?
Okay, this is Zach Perrin and Pacer. Yeah.
Oh. Looks like we lost Corinne there for a moment.
I think, yeah, it looks like her camera person got a little bit overzealous and went out onto the trail too far. So the AV line was snipped. Of course, this right here is the entry/exit way to Deep Canyon aid at the halfway point. This is the Black Canyon 100K presented by Hoka on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. Shout out to our sponsors here at this World Trail Majors event: Squirrel's Nut Butter, Goreware, Goo, Air Fiber Internet, and Tannery Sunscreen. Shout out to them. Shout out to Satisfy Running for sponsoring the Bumblebee Aid. I'm sure that there are still plenty of runners making their way to that point because they'd still be moving at a well under 15, 16-hour finish pace if they're at Bumblebee now.
Oh, for sure. And just a quick summary of the top 10 runners in the women's race. Riley Brady, Tara Dower, Heather Jackson, Lynn Chen, MK Sullivan, and Shea Aquilano. That's your top 6. Interesting note on those top 6. 3 of them are in Western States already. That is Shea and Riley, and, of course, Heather. So were the race to be over now, those would be your golden tickets with Tara, Lynn, and MK. Of course, the race is not over now. And chasing them down, 7th is Erin Clark, 8th is Abby Hall, 9th, Jenna Bensko, and rounding out the top 10 in the women's race, Jane Mouse.
And we're going to, as you can see, up the trail to in and out of Deep Canyon Ranch, we're going to take a real quick break to tell you about something special coming up.
To have a truly competitive 200-plus mile race that we were able to watch unfold and follow along is something that you could only dream about.
Oh, Oh, man, Chris, that gives me the chills. Just 15 seconds of chills to see that teaser for the film The Chase that's going to be debuting on March 15th in Flagstaff, Arizona. We've been honored to have a chance to take a look at it ahead of time with the filmmaker Dylan Harris. And it is an incredible film documenting the 2024 Cocodona 250. Gives me chills just to see that.
Absolutely. And of course, the initial run of releases into the theaters, because this is going to be a theater release, individual screenings at each one. And then we've also heard from other people who are asking, hey, why is this not in our town? Well, we'll do our best.
That's right.
If you know people who, know people who can get a film into a theater, well, we do have The Chase is coming out, and it's a full-length feature film, too. It is
a full-length feature film, incredibly put together. If you've seen any of the other work that Dylan Harris has done, The Inaugural Year, or Lucy's Dad, an incredible filmmaker. He's outdone himself this time with a full-length feature film on the Cocodona 250. Chris and I were able to participate a little bit in it as two members of the commentary team at Cocodona, and I don't need to speak for you, but I will. I for one can't wait for that March 15th showing at Flagstaff, and I hope that we pack the place for that. It's going to be incredible.
I think it's going to get even crazier after the full trailer drops.
Oh, yeah.
The full trailer had me, just chills.
Indeed. Full trailer will drop on Tuesday from what our sources tell us, and can't wait to see that as well.
Shout out from the Run Steep Get High channel. Yeah, we do need some hosts on the East Coast. If you want The Chase out there, I believe that the furthest east we go is Massillon, Ohio.
That's right. Friends in New York City, or I got lots of friends in Charlottesville, Virginia. I know there are lots of trail runners out there. The DC area, Virginia Happy Trails Running Company. Email Jamil Curry, and he will put the wheels in motion. Email Mountain Outpost.
It's a beautiful shot
we
there.
Also know that some Californians have been in touch with Jamil. We'd love to have a showing or two in California. Chris, what do we got here?
This is the descent into the canyon, the only water crossing on the course. I love this stretch of this course. You get this rewarding, wonderful downhill coming out of Black Canyon City. It's the last time you're going to be in quote civilization until the end of the race. You head down this, as you can see, a nice, wonderful, engaging downhill. When you get to the bottom, you'll get to do the water crossing. Sounds like the runners this year have it easy. They don't have to mudslide or ford anything that's of any consequence.
This is fantastic drone coverage, by the way, too, to really put a visual on the way you described that trail, Chris. Got a little frozen there for a second, but yeah, just a beautiful little drop to the Agua Fria River. In a normal year or a different year, might be as much as waist deep. Here they can, from what we understand, you can even rock hop it a bit. But just back on The Chase, the Cocodona film coming out in March, please do not hesitate to contact Jamil or Zach or the Mountain Outpost channel via the contact form. If you are interested in having the film come to your town, right now it's booked through a tour from mid-March to mid-April, but and of course we're also in the midst of putting on a bunch of races because this is a heavy race season here in Arizona, but we want to get as many eyeballs on the film as possible. So if you know somebody with a cool movie theater in your town and you could mobilize to get this done, please be in touch, and we'll try and make it happen.
And to be honest, I think it would be cool to go and be at some of these showings and do some Q&A about having covered the race. I would love to be. Obviously, we'd have Dylan, Jamil, and maybe some of the athletes there. But
yeah, for example, is Orange Shorts guy out there? Maybe we could bring it to your town. Although, doesn't he live in Prescott?
He lives in Sedona.
Sedona? Well, okay.
Close enough.
Orange Shorts guy or Orange Hat guy, perhaps?
Yes.
I keep losing this earbud.
Or even some of our last finishers.
We're going to Corinne.
Yeah.
All right. What do you have for us, Corinne?
Yep, we got you, Corinne.
Hey, okay. Yeah, sorry, we had to change out a battery, but we did have a number of runners come through here. We had Darren Thomas, Eric Sorensen. Unfortunately, Makai Clemens has decided to call his day here. So talked to his pacer, Chris Myers. Chris said he just not having a good day, just needs to save it for another day. So he's decided to end his race here at Black Canyon City.
Also getting note, another significant drop. J.P. Giblin has opted to withdraw here at Deep Canyon. So the
Deep
first
Canyon.
two significant names to pull out of the race.
Yeah, we also had Canyon Woodward come through here. So definitely those, I would say, what is that? Probably 9th through 14th, 15th men, definitely feeling the heat. A lot of people coming in asking for ice, asking for water to be dumped over their heads. So I think they're feeling the elements a bit at this point.
Looks like Blake Slattengren's come through as well.
Yeah, we saw Blake. He's rocking that bright kit. Can't miss him. So he actually looked like he was in pretty good spirits. I did hear, I think Eric Sorensen's a little disappointed in the day he's having. He mentioned to me that it was hard from the start. Sometimes that just happens, and man, it's frustrating. But hey, I told him, you're what, 12th, 13th? Just stay steady. So I've been in that position before, and there's a lot of race left here. So you got to ride that low and then come back through it potentially. I mean, you never know when you're going to start feeling like $1 million and be able to just rage on the last 12 miles of this course.
Yeah. Well, and especially, Corinne, from where you are to the finish, that's some of the toughest part of the race. So the race is far from over.
Absolutely. We've seen so many passes later on in this race. And out of Black Canyon City here, you do have to climb back out about 1.5 miles where you just came from. So they know exactly what they're going to do. But like I was saying, this is the only point in this race now on this course where you can see your competitors. So you absolutely have an idea of who is around you, who's near you. And it might be, an opportunity for you to just say, hey, somebody's right there. I'm just going to kind of try to chase them down. And I don't know. You can see how other people are feeling, and maybe it is a little bit comforting to know that you're not the only one that's hurting a little bit. And I think it's also like a time for people to be able to encourage one another out here. So we've got another runner coming in. Way to go! Did I see Brandon pacerless? It appears.
Brandon Garnier.
All right, Brandon Garnier.
Do you have any sponges? Can I jump that on your head?
That looked like Lin Chen on that.
Yeah.
That looked like Lin Chen with a pacer on that drone shot, didn't it, Chris?
I thought so. I would assume we're going to see the lead women here fairly quickly
because they're on
Black Canyon City.
The drone's on the out and back section. The out and back section is, as Corinne has mentioned, about that right
nice work.
there.
Keep it up.
It's on the out and back section, about 1.5 miles down and back to the aid station, the Black Canyon aid station where Corinne is stationed. That's definitely a pacer and a runner. They're
we
definitely
have
heading down toward
you. How do you say your name? Piquan?
Piquan Yu.
Piquan. Good job, Piquan. Keep it up.
Of course, Piquan
Yu back out.
Former winner of the Hong Kong 100K. Highly competitive race.
We got John Herrick coming into the aid station. Got another runner. People are going around. Cole Campbell coming in. Way to go, Cole.
Corinne, we're not.
Nice job, guys.
We don't have positive ID on this, but we've got a drone shot of a woman runner with a pacer heading your way, and it looks to us like it's Lin Chen.
Actually, no. I think they both have bibs. To be honest.
Oh, do they both have bibs?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry about that.
Okay. How far out do we think?
Within a mile.
Hard to say.
Within a mile.
Okay. Awesome.
They're on
That's
that.
exciting.
They're on the out and back section, so they're on the
Straight up
downhill
here.
part headed to you.
Okay, thank you. Callum Neff just came into the aid station. Yeah, so we got Cole out. Terex, I've seen 3 Agrivic Speed Ultras. We got some Hoka Tectonics 3s, some Ultra Mont Blancs, just for the shoe junkies. That's what's being worn out here.
So you got three different carbon models you've seen.
Yeah, and that's. Did I hear Riley is wearing the Vaporflies?
Yep, Riley's wearing Vaporfly.
I talked to them yesterday and I said, so what's the shoe choice? And they said, I'm wearing the Vaporflies. And I was like, I thought you said you weren't wearing the Vaporflies. No. And they said, well, they fit my foot well, and I'm just going to go with it. So that is very impressive. I'm going to say that Riley Brady wins for having the strongest ankles in the Black Canyon field of runners.
I know it was a little bit hectic. I wonder if Elliot Carden had that new Norda shoe on, that 005.
005, yeah. That seems like a sick shoe. Yeah, the question I think is always stability with these trail super shoes. It's like, is the lack of stability worth the benefit of the rebound and the kind of rocker that you get? So that's probably different for everybody.
Yeah, and I also think it's going to vary so much on the technicality of the trail. Right. And I think maybe, 80%, probably 80%, you take something where Riley ran Javelina and Vaporflies. That's a super smooth trail. This trail is 80% smooth, but the 20% that's sketchy can be really sketchy. So it's a calculated risk. Yeah.
It's a great point, JW, and I would argue that in Javelina you don't have an opportunity to bomb downhills like you can on this course. So for me, that's where you lose the time is like if you're not comfortable enough in that shoe to run super fast on a rocky descent, then it's holding you back a bit. So for example, I wore the ASUs at Javelina. I'm not going to wear them tomorrow in the 50K because personally I think I need a little bit more protection and I really want to be able to optimize the downhills. So I'm switching shoes. But
so inquiring minds want to know, what are you wearing tomorrow?
I don't know. What does the chat think? Who knows what Kurt likes to wear?
Yeah.
They might be able to guess. I'll leave it for a second and then I'll let you know. I don't see anyone in sight right now, but
let's hear it in the chat. What do you think? Corinne's not going to run in her plated shoes. That's right.
The answer is not Crocs. Not Crocs.
I'm gonna run in the Tectons again. I just like them.
Tecton 3s? AJW?
Yeah, Tecton 3s. Yeah.
Okay. I've only worn them once, so I haven't tested them out enough to know. But we've got another runner coming in here.
Yeah, take a quick look at that.
Pacer Georgia Porter.
It is Georgia Porter.
Georgia Porter. Okay.
Yep. Queen of the Arizona Trail.
Okay, so that was the runner. We didn't have a clear look at. We thought maybe that was Lin Chen. It's not. So.
Yeah, that's Pacer Georgia Porter.
Right on.
Yeah.
Getting fully wet down.
Yeah, I would assume. Well, to be honest, I don't think it's going to be much longer before you see Riley because Riley was
11 o'clock sharp here.
Let's see. So they were 12 minutes ahead of CR pace.
There you go, guys. Keep it up.
Or
good
Heather
job,
Jackson's
good job.
splits last year, not CR, because that's not the course record, but that was the course record sub-split at that point. So we're talking.
All right.
Heather got
Matt Bellis and Georgia Porter out.
Heather got to Black Canyon City at 5:02. So you're talking, I would say, maybe another. Yeah, we're at 4:40. So I would say in the next 8 to 10 minutes at the very least, because this was the point of the race last year where Heather started to slow down a little bit, and. Riley looking.
Rachel was definitely reeling her in on the out and back section last
year.
Yeah,
like from Deep Canyon Ranch.
Yeah.
Let's see. Deep Canyon Ranch to Black Canyon City, Heather ran a 9:03 pace, and we'll see what Riley cooks up here.
Okay, we've got another runner coming straight here.
Good job, good job.
Alex Forte.
Right over here. Let's go. Nice. Straight to the 10.
I watched back from last year's, and I do think it was, coming out of here, Heather was still ahead, but I think Rachel was maybe a minute or two behind her, and it closed. That gap started to close real quickly thereafter. So, it's a critical section. I mean, it's hot. It feels warm just standing here. I can't imagine running, as evidenced by people just coming in saying, "Water, ice, please. Do you have sponges?" So I'm gonna wear. Anybody guess what I'm gonna wear tomorrow?
We got any guesses in the chat for Corinne's shoes?
Let me take a look. Let me see. It looks like somebody asking about the Adidas.
Not wearing those. Yeah. No, I'm gonna be wearing the
Tecton
Solomon
X3.
S-Lab Genesis.
S-Lab Genesis.
S-Lab Genesis. Yeah. We got
Is
Mr.
that
Ferdinand Clovis.
AKA the Courtney shoe?
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
It is the Courtney shoe right here, Ferdinand. Let's go. Let's go. You got this, buddy. You got Ferdinand Arlaut, Clovis Arlaut. I can't say his last name. He sometimes goes by Ferdinand Clovis. Good job, runners. Way to go.
What do we have here, Chris? Looks like they're zeroing in on. It almost looks
Good
like
job,
night
Ferdinand.
vision goggles.
Yeah.
Good job, Ferdinand. Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep it up.
You have a little bit of a maybe an exposure issue on that.
Two
That
runners
drone
and a
shot,
pacer, perhaps.
Yeah, two runners and a pacer. Yeah, Daniel Metzler and some Cowgill Collective. John Eric.
Yep, good job, man. Crush it.
Has there been another club or group that's made themselves so easily identifiable as the Cowgill Collective have over the last couple of years?
I don't think
I don't think so.
Such a great move by them. Like now you know when you see somebody wearing cow print and they're
where that outback ends.
Yeah.
Good job, runners. Keep it up.
Good, Daniel.
Looks like our drone
Okay,
might be
Daniel
coming in for a
Metzger
landing.
just got himself so wet that he was having trouble breathing because he was very, very cold. There were some short, shallow breaths happening, but I mean, it's a small price to pay for then being comfortable about 10 minutes from now.
That means he's doing it right.
Yeah, exactly. What's that? Lead female coming inbound, we think.
All right.
Wow, that would be quick.
That does look like
Oh,
Riley.
no, this is Scotty Trayer. Scott Trayer's coming up.
No, but that's Riley on our camera.
Riley's on our camera.
Oh,
yeah.
you see her?
So
Right,
yeah.
straight up. Scott, straight up.
Scott got out
Yeah.
of here about 2
Yeah,
minutes
yeah.
before
Yeah.
Riley on the way out. So I'm guessing that does look like them with that side-to-side arm swing.
Yep. Yeah, that's Riley.
Yeah. So yeah.
Coming into
any
Black Canyon City
minute,
already.
Corinne.
Wow.
Any minute.
Okay, we will keep eyes. That's a classic Scott Trayer move. Pouring a completely full bucket of pitcher of ice on himself. No croissants visible at this moment. He is wearing some topos. I don't know what model. I am not super familiar with topos.
I
We
bet
do
you shot
have
the
John.
I bet you
John
shot
Eric
the Ultra
Jardine
then
is wearing
before.
Hoka Tecton 3s
There we go.
in that nice lime
Riley
green
passing one of the
colorway.
men in the
Oh,
field.
that is a cool
Shoes are falling
colorway.
apart. Oh, no.
Okay, I heard something that maybe you don't want to have happening to you right now. Scott Trayer just said that his shoes are falling apart.
Oh, no.
Ooh. Ooh.
He's like, my shoes are falling apart. So, if Callie's in the chat, we might need a shoe change. Oh, man.
And he's
I don't
gotta
know.
go
Maybe
down
they
into
got so
the-
wet.
He's got a long way to go with
Okay.
falling
Yeah.
apart shoes before
got about a
Cottonwood.
half
She's not
marathon
gonna
Yeah,
in
we
him.
get out
got
the
somebody
Cottonwood.
coming in. Eyes on someone here. Okay, a couple of guys coming in. A guy and a pacer.
Yellow hat is going to be Riley. So if you see that yellow hat,
Okay,
through the gate.
fence.
Good job, guys. Good job.
That's a
Cody
seasoned
Moore?
veteran move right there.
That was
What happened? I missed
sweet.
it.
Riley
went
just went
through the
the gate, not over the little wall.
Not
went
opening
through
it,
the
not
gate,
over
not
it.
over
Oh my!
Like just
God.
basically slid right through it.
Good job, man. Good
Oh,
job.
that was
Slid
sweet.
through it. Wow.
Yeah, they just took like a side straddle step, ducked down, and went through it.
Oh, here we go.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing. We need it.
Here's
now
Riley.
that will live
Here
forever
comes
on the
Riley
live
right
stream.
here, Corinne.
All right, Riley. Way to go. Way to go. Crushing. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
446.
All right, and I think Riley said they need water. I think that I did hear maybe in a pre-show interview.
There we go.
I believe Riley might be running this race without pacer. I mean, they don't have a pacer right now, so good job. Way to go, Cody. Cody Moore out of Black Canyon City Aid. Got some ice refilling.
Great footage here. Thank you, Corinne and team. Riley
Yeah.
icing down.
Thank you so much, all of you.
446,
Absolutely
47,
crushing,
Chris,
Riley.
I guess will be our split.
That's probably good.
Full, super appreciative of everybody's help. There was about 3 or 4 volunteers on her.
Because
16 minutes
she kind of had a blow up
course
between.
record. Wasn't
This is
a
the point where
Look, they did it again.
I love that. I
Gotta
love
be
that
the only
move.
person doing that gate that
through
way.
the gate.
That's right.
Like,
is so
not
sweet.
opening it, not going over
I'm gonna
the.
use
All right,
that.
I'm-
I'm gonna try to use that tomorrow. Going through
No,
the
I'm-
gate.
I'm gonna. In fact, I'm gonna.
We
go
might
out-
be a little
I'm
bit
gonna-
too tall for that,
I'm gonna
Corinne.
go out for a run after this and just trying to see if I can get through it once.
Oh, we're too tall? Oh, shoot.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I'll do some recon while I'm out here. We've got another female coming through. This appears to be Tara Dower with Pacer. That's right. Yep, Tara coming in right here.
Tara's gonna
Go,
keep
Tara,
it
go.
real for sure.
Tara and Rachel Lemke. All right, we've got Tara Dower in aid with Pacer Rachel Lemke.
There we go. There's Tara.
Water on her back. Then maybe some water for the pacer.
Get yourself. Take care of yourself.
I'm like, where's the bucket?
Right over there.
So there is.
Nice job. Way to go, Tim.
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
I said it looks like
blood on the legs. Coat, like to see that.
Let's get some ice in your pack. Remember, a minute here, 1 minute here. Yep.
Tara operating
Not
very
that hard.
smoothly, very efficiently. Has been
Yeah, I'm a
biding
little
her
chilly.
time, and
That's all right. That's
now,
perfect. That's perfect.
Now she's basically
Singing
primed to
about-
make this last 25 miles an extremely entertaining chase.
Yep.
All right, Tara Dower's out of aid. She's taking a page from the David Roach Gaslighting Yourself book and said that she's cold. It's not hot out here at all.
Yeah.
Let's go, Rachel. Let's go.
Well, she's
You okay?
she's 25. She's
Okay.
25 miles away from a Western States berth, and she'll be cold out there too.
Oh shoot. Okay. Yeah, we had a pacer fall. She just needed to match Tara in the fall because Tara did have some blood on her knee, so I don't know when that happened. But then her pacer said, "You're not falling anymore. I'm going to fall for you." And so she fell directly out of the aid station. Poor Rachel Lemke. I may have gotten a little bit in her way. I hope I didn't cause that fall, but no, that was super smart. They were in and out. They were in and out very quickly. And I mean, Rachel knows how to run these long races. She was talking to Tara, telling her, you know, a couple minutes here to save time later. And, you know, that's what's going to, it's a smart move. So they totally refilled ice, refilled bottles. Man, I think Tara is in a different world. She seems like she's just going with it and having a day out here, which is super exciting.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I was really looking forward to. I mean, obviously, Tara has raced out here plenty and done fairly well, but never really had the put it all together kind of day. So I'm looking forward to seeing that hopefully come to fruition today. And even though I didn't have her picked in my top 5, that was not because I don't think she's absolutely ridiculously talented.
Well, it's just not fair when there's 30 people you can pick in your top 5. It's just not fair.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, you got to bet on a couple people, and
I think it was recency bias the fact
hey,
that
Sam,
obviously,
good job.
Thank you.
like obviously, the last time we saw her doing something big was the AT. So
Yeah.
She did run a 3:45 50K in between now and then.
That's
no big deal.
Decent.
Yeah.
Well, she ran a 4:01 today.
Yeah, exactly.
4:01 today.
4:01 today.
Yeah. I think that was her 50K split. Yeah.
That is smoking. So yesterday when Corinne Malcolm said, don't PR your 50K on this course, like, I'm sorry, but that happens all the time. And so sometimes you can do it and then you can stick it the rest of the way. And I guarantee that, I mean, she didn't PR it. Obviously, she's run a 3:45, but a 4:01 split on any year, like, I mean, that might be a competitive time in the 50K tomorrow.
Well, Deep Canyon Ranch nominally is, we say 50K, but according to the tracker, it's 32.2 miles, and she ran a 4:01:39. So
it's
probably
long.
about
she ran sub 4.
A 3:51 or 3:52 maybe.
3:55, something like that. Yeah.
Came close.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Well, that was awesome. That was exciting. I think Rachel's got her work cut out for her keeping up with Tara, who is absolutely on a tear right now. There was glitter, there was some scratches, there was typical Tara stuff. But no, I don't know. I mean, it seems like, man, she was just rolling.
Corinne, as somebody who's paced other elite women, do you ever feel like some pressure? Like, do you ever feel like when you're getting pushed, you're like, oh man, this is getting real? Like, are there times where you just kind of like hanging on for dear life and you're not, and you have to no sell it because your runner is moving so damn well?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And it's not just when you're pacing women. I paced my husband in the Array 50, and we went up 1,000-foot climb in a mile the second I started with him, and he was already in race mode. And I was like, I am absolutely going to be dropped right now. I don't think I can hang on to this. So you just have to tell yourself you can do it, whatever pace they're going. And honestly, I think it pushes you to just make it happen some way or another. You're really focused on the other person, taking care of them, making their day what it needs to be. And so in a way that does allow you to dissociate yourself from kind of your own, whatever, if you're in pain or thinking you're running super fast. So I don't know, I think that it's something everybody should do is just pace somebody else. It almost helps you create this mental tactic of being able to like disassociate and think about something else.
Looks like Corinne, just a quick heads up, we got the race within the race for the golden tickets is definitely going to be something to watch, because in addition to Riley, who already has her ticket, Heather Jackson and Shea Aquilano also have theirs. So
correct,
with Lin Chen and Tara, and who am I forgetting?
Yep. Yeah, so right now, for all intents and purposes, if I'm Tara Dower, I'm telling myself I am in first place right now in this race, because I am in first place golden ticket shape. And that's a really motivating place to be in, especially when you're just going to have to work hard for a while. But I don't know, just knowing that, and Tara and Riley were how far apart? Oh, I feel like it was only a couple minutes, 90 seconds.
They're very close.
Wow.
Riley had been leading for ever since taking the pass from Mary Denholm at leaving Gloriana, but they're holding on by a much thinner margin now.
With Riley, do you know if they said they're going the whole way without a pacer?
I feel like I may have heard that in a pre-race interview of saying, I think I'm going to go without pacer. We have another female coming through. This looks like it's MK Sullivan from far away. I see the glasses. I see the heart glasses. This is MK coming in. Way to go. Nice job, MK. Yep, we got MK Sullivan coming in and Robin Hevson. And, this is Lynn Chen.
Okay. Lin Chen
nice
and
work.
MK. So yeah, those are in spots 2 and 3 in the golden ticket. Then both of them have gone past Shea.
They are both icing down over here, cooling off. and refilling bottles. Way to go, way to go. Let's go. No, MK.
Yep, same way you came in.
Yep.
Back up. Nice job.
Just avoiding wrong turns over here. We're saving everybody's race.
Yeah, you don't want them to go out into the parking lot.
Actually, they were going to go up the trail in a little fork, not down, but up. And
Oh,
there's like two forks, and so
yeah, that weird one that goes to the right there. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. Way to go, Brian Griffith. Way to go right over to the aid station. I'm now a course director. Good job right there, Alex. All right, Heather, let's go. Right up to the aid. Right up to the aid. Good job, Shay. Bathroom on the right. Down below. Good job, Lin Chen. Lin Chen is out of aid. Heather Jackson is in, and she is going over to the bathroom, saying she needed a restroom. Shay Aquilano smiling, happy, typical Shay, in the aid right now. All right, I'm going to tell this girl to get assertive and poke her way in front of these guys. She's waiting in line for water. She's waiting in line for water.
Yeah, you don't need to wait in line. Kick those guys out of the way.
You tell them what you need, Shay.
Shay's just being too nice.
Yeah, she's very nice.
Way to go, way to go.
Very polite.
Get a sponge there.
Well, there's our top 6.
You guys are doing great. You're looking awesome.
Working together, love it.
Absolutely. I know.
You've got the glitter.
Here comes Aaron Clark into aid.
Aaron Clark.
Pacer and fiance Adam Peterman.
Love that shot of the foliage down by the river.
Good job, Shay. Keep it up. Runners out. Good job. Yeah, I don't know if it's been discussed or not, but I did hear that Heather had to use the restroom at another aid station, so it may be some GI distress going on.
You know what? That actually would potentially explain why she took so long here at aid.
Yeah.
That's one thing that,
take a bit longer
as we
here.
mentioned, Brett Hornig pointed out the fact that she is normally so quick in and out of aid, but Heather Jackson did need to stop for a little bit and looked like maybe doing some problem solving or working through some things.
Good job, Aaron. Yeah, I think that might be the case. Aaron Clark's out, full of ice. Heather's now out of the restroom. She is drinking a lot, which tells me maybe, she's trying to replenish herself here.
I'm sorry to
Might be
interrupt,
depleted.
Corinne, but we have, I think Mary Denholm just walked into aid, or walked into the...
Down here at Deep Canyon,
and
she's just walking in.
She's like walking...
Deep Canyon aid? Okay.
Yeah, I think that her
Calling
day
her.
is probably done based on the way she's looking. Yeah, she didn't even... She's
Oh,
going
man.
down just towards the finish.
Oh, that's a bummer. Okay. Okay, you're doing great, Heather. You got this.
Yeah, I think...
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
don't
rare
have
to
anything
see.
official, but
Oh,
she looks like...
looking like
her day
Mary's.
is done. Do we have a
Man.
camera here? Do we have a follow cam somewhere in... Or even the overhead might actually catch her walking in. The one... Do we have...
shoot, that's a bummer.
Yeah.
Yeah, she ran.
You know, that's
she
the
ran
thing with the-
valiantly.
Very much so. She looked so good with a...
And I don't know. I mean, it's hard to know. Like, she raced so much last year, and as much as you feel like you're recovered, sometimes you don't know until you start a race. And then 20 miles into it, you're like, well, crap, maybe I'm not ready to run this right now. And that's okay, because she's going to come back to Canyons. She has plenty of time to get ready for that. This might have been a great day of training. And she may be just saying, hey, this is not worth it for me to keep going. I'm just going to save it and get back to training and try again another day.
Yeah, I think that's true of literally everybody. I was thinking of a couple of examples that come to mind. I mean, Scott Traer a couple of years ago at Worlds did not have a very good day, came back and dropped 160 in 24 hours a couple weeks later. Then in 2018 at Desert Solstice, Courtney DeWalter dropped 100K in and just like had basically run herself into oblivion, and then came back the next year and had a typical Courtney year. Like, that's one of the things about this sport, is that there's always another opportunity for you to resurrect and assert yourself.
And Mary
and even
also
at the
did,
same course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mary also raced, her heaviest load was in the second half of the year.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think
Yeah, like she wasn't even going to do JFK originally, and then decided to run that. And it's like, well, sometimes it's just like in training. Sometimes you got to overstretch. Sometimes you've got to go a little bit. You've got to overcompensate, and you don't know if it's a little too much until you do it. But yeah, I think this, and you can come back year after year to a race and have such a different experience. Like we're seeing that play out with Riley. Riley is having a fantastic day. Has not had a great day here in previous years. So sometimes it takes multiple years. As we see often in this sport, but it's the people that keep showing up time and time again that when they do nail it, it's so exciting.
Absolutely. And the story of Riley this year too, with this, what could easily be this Javelina Black Canyon double. I mean, they are on fire, and you've got to figure, you know, if they hold on to this, Western States it's going to be a big day.
Yeah, I think we also might be seeing, you know, with Tara Dower, potentially kind of the fueling scenario. I know she's working with Vic Johnson, nutritionist, and also trying, you know, some of the marginal gains things like ketones and bicarb, has been open about saying that. So maybe we're seeing just a really dialed fueling sodium strategy that's just turning into an optimal day.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
We got Jenna Bensko coming through. Way to
right
go.
on. Yeah.
This girl always looks happy.
Okay. All right.
4th place last year.
We'll kill time.
Yeah.
Great footage here.
Rocking a raid belt. Probably very comfortable to be in this position as well. Knows exactly that the second half of this is the time when lots of things happen. So just continuing on, we got Colin McCaff. Ooh, I missed the last name. Colin out of aid.
And
all right,
Colin
again,
McCaffin.
another pair.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just want to update all the viewers as well. We do not have boots on the ground at Cottonwood. It's just, as Chris has mentioned before, it's really, really remote. So it is. I'm glad that you are there and able to be there for a while. We won't have Brett back up and running until Table Mesa. He's arrived there and getting set up, but. This is great footage too of the aid station footage.
Yeah, I like seeing the aid station here because it is a critical one. Yeah, again, 9 miles to the next to Cottonwood Gulch, as you said, and I think that all right. But Jenna Bensko's out with Pacer, looking solid. I mean, she had some pep in her step there. So yeah, just kudos to Heather Jackson. If she's working through all of those stomach issues and just having to battle that, you know, that makes for a hard day.
Yeah, you know, one of the things I've loved about following Heather ever since she made the move over from triathlon, and I mean, she hasn't completely moved, but ever since she burst on the scene here in Arizona a few years ago, is, you know, she has good days and she has bad days, but she puts it all out there. And
she
isn't
does.
ashamed
We've got
either
Abby
way,
Hall coming in.
All right, Abby.
Water's on the left side of the tent. Right there. Yep.
Okay, Abby Hall dropped her bottle. She's heading down to use the restroom as well.
Wow,
her and her Pacer
the restrooms
are wearing Agravix Speed Ultras.
The restrooms look like they're pretty far away from the aid station.
They are a little ways away. They're probably 50 yards away from the aid station, so you do have to make a bit of a detour down there.
I see.
I don't know. They could have moved them up a little higher.
Yeah. I mean, I guess maybe
it's for privacy purposes.
Yeah. That's right.
We'll let you go over there out of camera view.
That's right.
Yeah. All right. We've got some runners taking a little seat here. Oh, no, that's the Pacer. Never mind. Oh, no, it is a runner. It is a runner. Just taking a little break.
Is that our first runner to hit the chair?
How's Abby doing?
Doing great.
She's looking good.
Having fun? Yeah.
How are you doing, Pacer?
I'm doing good.
Awesome. You going all the way to Table Mesa or the finish? Finish.
Yeah, boy.
Pacer extraordinaire doing all 50K.
I think that's Cordis.
It's always impressive.
Cooking in those things?
Am I cooking in what? You know, I didn't want to get beat up with all the things that try to kill you. Sorry, I am distracting Cortisol. I should not be doing that. Back away, back away. All right, Abby's out of age. She is now being, we're not chit-chatting. We're racing. Let's roll. We're out. Okay,
Corinne,
full weight down.
it's not social time down there. Come on now.
I'm sorry. This is race mode. Let's go, Abby. Good job. Way to go. Emily Mann coming in. All right. Abby and Cordis are out. Like any good husband, he grabbed her bottles. She's like, do you have my bottles? Do you have my bottles? I'm leaving.
I love it. I love it. her head is still 100% in the game. And you know,
that
Cordis
was an impressively quick pit stop.
Yep,
Impressive.
Yep.
So we have Emily Mann in aid with Pacer. I believe this is Elsa McDonald Pacer, or yeah, I think so. Yes.
Oh, that's a good pacer to have here in the desert. Elsa knows her way around.
It is a good pacer to have, yeah.
For sure, yeah.
Elsa's been racing a lot out here lately.
She's been racing a lot down here, yeah. It's kind of her winter home.
Yes.
Seems like, yeah.
She's snowbirding down here.
Yeah.
Getting a nice little 20-miler in.
We're snowbirding here too, Trish, just year round.
Do you need some glasses? Are you sure? Okay. Some broken glasses. Are those broken? Yeah. Oh, you need. They broke. But she said she's good. All right, Emily Mann is heading out of the aid station.
It's like Corinne is like half broadcaster, half support cheerleader.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Yeah, this is hard. I know why Katie had such a hard time at Javelina. It's like, you know how these people feel and you really want to help them. Here comes Lauren Puretz.
All right.
Lauren Puretz and Pacer into Bumblebee. Black Canyon City. We're not at Bumblebee anymore. That was a long time ago. All right. We know what we're talking about. All right, Lauren is in. What place is Lauren right now?
She's F10.
This rounds out the top 10.
Or 11.
Or 11.
Emily was 10.
Yeah, I think. F11.
Yeah. Here, I can run them down really quick.
Good job. Good job.
Probably good of us to do that. In the women's race.
But three women. Essentially, she's in 7th because there's 3 women ahead of her with golden tickets or with entry to Western.
That's right. That is a good way of.
So Riley Brady and MK Sullivan 3rd, Lynn Chen in 4th, Heather Jackson 5th, Shay Aquilano 6th, Erin Clark in 7th, Jenna Bensko in 8th, Abby Hall in 9th, Emily Mann in 10th, and as we mentioned, Lauren Puretz in 11th, and I assume Jane Mouse or possibly Lindsay Allison might be the next one in, or Sarah Oliban. But that is the top of the women's race. And the men's race, Eli Hemming currently setting the pace, Seth Ruling in 2nd, Will Murray in 3rd, Jordan Bramblett in 4th, Stringbean McConaughey in 5th, Gavin Pryor 6th, Elliot Carden in 7th, Juan Carrera Casas in 8th,
Good job, Lindsay.
Kanhua Luo in 9th, Craig Hunt in 10th.
Oh, I thought he was going to the Super Bowl again.
Entry to Western.
He tried to get to the Super Bowl, but
try and keep up.
Yeah, let's go Pacer. Let's go Pacer. That's Ryan Becker. Ryan pacing Lindsay Allison.
Okay.
I know him by look, but I'm trying to remember. I think it's Ryan Beckett. We've got Sarah and Madison coming in to the aid station. Sarah Albin.
Good view of the aid station there. Classic era Viper setup.
Sarah Albin and Madison Lichty. These two ladies are absolutely crushing this course.
Yeah.
We got some Nike Ultra Flies.
Oh, right
First one
on.
of those I've seen. Yeah, Nike Ultra Flies. That's another good shoe for this course, I'd say. We have the Pulsar. Those are the S-Lab Pulsar Ultra Glides. Those aren't even out yet. There's a fancy shoe right there. Way to go. Up here, straight out the way you came. Yep, straight back. Sorry, guys.
I love the shoe geek. I love the shoe geekness.
Yeah,
That's a lot of fun.
I'm no Brett Hornick, but I'll try. If he took the fashion game, I'm going to take the shoe
game. We're grateful for that, Corinne.
Yeah.
We could only handle one Brett Hornick.
We can only handle one Brett Hornick.
If Satisfy wants to make me a custom kit for next time I'm commentating, I'm not opposed to it.
There's a pair of
there we go.
There's a pair of Tecton 3s right there.
Yes, Tecton 3s.
Right on.
All right, so do we have 10 women through? Yeah, we have more than 10.
Oh, yeah, I think we're up
12,
to
13?
12 or 13,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, but 13 would be 10 that are fighting for golden ticket.
Yep, that's right, with Riley, Shay,
yeah,
and Heather already in.
Yeah, so I think that's a fascinating kind of, I don't know, consideration, right? If you run a race without any pressure, like it doesn't really matter what.
All right. We're getting ready for a commentator change here as we're past the halfway mark of the
apparently the production team did not read Skylar's writer from cover to cover, and they missed a couple things, so they're working on getting the green Mike and Ike's out of the bowl.
I said green M&Ms.
So we will be having the incomparable Skylar Hall and Corinne Malcolm coming in.
I hope he knows how firm this chair is. It's all yours. Oh yeah, it's already pre-warmed. It took about 3 hours to warm it up.
It was a little bit chilly.
Bantering a little bit.
I will say though, AJW, is that when I walked outside of this tented
it's like
area,
20 degrees warmer.
It is ridiculous. Like it is super nice and cool in here. I mean, it's hot outside. Like I'm wearing long sleeves and jeans, and I'm like, I'm gonna go for my run out there.
I'm gonna go explore these first 3 miles of the Cocodona course. Actually, try and get up to that part where the creek crossing starts. Yeah, and
nice.
then go home, watch a little Phoenix Open, and get a nice steak dinner, and go to bed before chasing the cutoffs in the 50K tomorrow.
Well, this is the most watched sporting event of this weekend here.
Absolutely.
Like there are no other sporting events this weekend going on in the world that are going to have
this kind of following. I tell you what, they're not going to have this much life in the chat. That's for sure.
This is true.
Just imagine all the Mahomes smack talk if there was a chat.
Oh, good Lord.
In the Super Bowl, like the Manning cast. Could be the Warden cast. The Warden JW cast. That'd be fun. Well, I mean, we've got it's busy live stream time because, as you mentioned earlier, we're off to Henderson, Nevada on Thursday. Well, I leave Thursday. Do you leave Wednesday?
I leave Thursday.
Off to Henderson, Nevada Thursday for the Jackpot Ultras on Friday.
I'm taking a long lunch to fly there.
Yeah.
And then I'm logging back on at the airport to work and finish out my work day.
There you go. Well, it's a great event. We've done it a couple of times. So before we pass it on to Corinne Malcolm and Skylar Hall, I want to mention that we'll be on the air Friday for the 100-mile USATF Championship, and a couple of people have been vocal about going for record attempts there.
Yeah,
Devin Yanko and on the women's side, and Raj Paul and Dakota Jones on the men's side. It is a course, I don't know if it's tailor-made for records, but it's a course where records have certainly been set.
Connor nailed it. Who's ready for the Black Canyons of football tomorrow?
That's right. The Black Canyons of football. Well, at least the 49ers aren't in it.
Don't be one of those. Don't be one of those people,
49ers
Skylar.
Aren't in
like,
it.
I did say Black Canyons because I was reading it verbatim. But yeah, it is Black Canyon, singular. I mean, don't ever say the Hard Rock 100 in the wrong company because you will get an earful. Sometimes, or Javelina 100.
Yeah, you've got to drop the one.
Yes. Because they'll let you know.
And don't even get me started on Western versus States. Don't even get me started. If you know, you know. But also one more plug, too. You saw earlier the Chase teaser for the film, Dylan Harris's film, that'll be debuted on March 15th in Flagstaff, Arizona, documenting the 2024 Cocodona 250. Many of you commented in the chat that you'd love to have perhaps a showing in your town. Please reach out to Mountain Outpost or Jamil Curry directly to inquire about that. We know as soon as the teaser dropped the other day that all you Californians felt your feelings were a little bit hurt because there were no California showings. This is not for lack of trying, and we know that there are tons and tons of ultra marathon runners out in California, and we would love to have a showing in San Diego, Los Angeles, San Francisco, or points in between. So go check that teaser out, by the way, and the trailer, the official trailer, drops on Tuesday.
See a couple more runners doing double duty this weekend. I don't think there's that many. I wonder if the late start to the 100K
wore off of it, maybe.
Maybe. But yeah, that is the entryway into Black Canyon City.
We are, of course, we're here at Deep Canyon Ranch. Still have runners. We will have runners coming through for hours and hours through the aid station set up here, going right by our studio. I love the new studio setup. By the way,
I do too.
I mean, evolving from being in the headquarters down by the airport to be by the Emory Henderson finish line, now to here, it does remind me of Javelina. It does remind me of being trackside at Javelina.
We have somebody's audio in our ear.
Yeah, I wonder.
Yeah,
we have Corinne.
you guys hear me?
Yeah,
hey.
What's up,
Corinne? You're back on. Yeah.
Hey. All right. Sorry. Yeah, we're just hanging out here at Black Canyon City. Let me know if you guys want some more info on runners coming in here, or what we can do for you to keep things going, or if you want us to move on to the next Table Mesa.
No, well, I mean, with the visual here, just give us a little insight into it. It looks like at this point in the pack now, within the top 100, it looks like everybody's taking time to cool. Everybody's taking time to reload.
Katie has within. Yes, they are.
Katie.
Yeah,
nice.
we got Katie rolling in. We had Christina Mascarenas come through as well. There was also a couple other women. I did not catch who they were. But yeah, I mean, people are just hot here. That's the theme.
I did see a note on the tracker that Mark Hammond looks like he has called it a day.
Arroyo is in aid right now.
Geez, tell Katie she looks too serious.
I'm not sure I'm going to do that, AJ. I know this woman, and she might smack me. She might smack me if I say that to her. She smiled. She said, "This is a nice journey." I'll tell her you say hello. Is that good?
You can just tell her I said it.
We're big Katie Asmuth fans here. Trust us.
Huge Katie Asmuth fans.
She's being paced by Rod Farvard. Another person that's an amazing pacer for this race.
Yeah, he's had himself a heck of a last 12 months.
It's a little bit warmer than their home in Mammoth.
Good job. A little warmer than Mammoth. Yeah. Arroyo is out. Jesse something has just arrived here at Black Canyon City. Katie's cooling. Jesse George in the aid station. Katie getting nice and cool down.
Rod Farvard pacing at an incredible 2024 season, highlighted by that second place, that dramatic second place at Western States.
Good job. Keep rolling. You guys got a lot of race left. Let's go.
All right,
getting
Katie.
good.
Katie
It's
coming
just
back
getting good.
after a long layoff, a second foot surgery. It's great to see Katie back out here.
MBB with a question in the chat. Do you guys use your buckles as actual belt buckles? I am wearing my first Black Canyon 100K belt buckle as we speak.
Fun fact about the Black Canyon 100K, it's one of the only 100Ks that gives you a buckle. How cool is that? That's why you should run it. You get a buckle and you don't even have to do 100 mile.
I've finished it 4 times and I've got 4 different buckles because they were working through some designs.
Oh, that's cool.
That's kind of cool.
So yeah,
Nice.
it is kind of neat. Like I have like this original, and then I have like one that was like kind of a red inset, and then they switched it one more time, and now it's the current one that they've used the past several years.
Okay, so Ryan Raff's in aid right now, guys. I'm not sure if some people are probably tracking him as a top front runner, top contender, and it looks like maybe Ryan Raff is gonna call it a day here.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to see Raff hitting the aid now because I expected pretty big things from him today. The last person to beat David Roche heads up.
That's right.
At Crown King last year.
Indeed.
Good job, good job.
I mean,
that was an amazing race.
And David, afterwards, I spoke with him, and he basically said that he thinks that
This
Ryan
is
Raff
Annie
is like
Hughes,
the next...
Miss Annie Hughes coming through, smiling.
Yeah, as they're saying,
gracious as ever.
People, like an expert such as David Roche saying that Ryan Raff is like possibly the next Walmsley. Like that's high praise, and we know Dave can be a little bit hyperbolic at times, but at the same time to even like utter that phrase shows his immense respect for Raff. So I hope that Ryan's okay.
I mean, he's probably only like the 8th or 9th next Walmsley.
You know what? He was smiling. Ryan was smiling, and like that's the impressive thing is that there's my husband, Graham Shalvoy. Oh yeah. All right. So the impressive thing about Ryan Raff is that he was just like super happy. He was like, "Thank you guys." Like, I mean, such a great attitude, and you cannot ask for anything else. That's like a true gauge of character.
So we see Annie Hughes, and we did get a Graham Shalvoy sighting.
Yeah, we got a Graham Shalvoy sighting.
Hopefully Graham is doing all right.
Looks like we there. Oh, there we are. We were back on. It was cool to see Annie.
I think that's Graham there in the yellow.
As ever.
Yeah, Corinne is doing a great job. She's going to be joined shortly by Skylar Hall and Corinne Malcolm once the producers fulfill Skylar's rider.
Yeah, something's going on back there.
Make sure that his trailer is tall enough and long enough for him to his satisfaction. Again, they misread the rider.
They've got to cut the crusts off all of the sandwiches.
It's not easy to satisfy Skylar Hall like when you get him to a race. I mean, like last year they had to acquiesce to him going to the big game.
That's right.
Last year to get him to be a part of the show. So
Jared, how many bottles do you have?
I don't know if they purchased the tickets for him. But.
Got enough fluid, babe?
He's also probably still recovering from pacing Jamil
9 miles.
Chipotle Strava challenge.
Take it one at a time. 9 to Cottonwood.
Corinne letting her husband know what the score is.
Going into a little coaching mode.
I'm the only field commentator who can kiss a runner.
So good looking. You're better looking than the others.
Would you stop it?
There we go. We're getting some full on stuff right there.
You feeling good?
We'll have to put a pin in that one.
We're moving though. We're not maybe quite as good as I would like.
That's okay.
Yeah. It's a long
and we're looking at the Black
it.
Canyon aid station. Corinne talking to her husband Graham.
We had a great time talking with Graham last year during Heaven 100 when Corinne was racing and Graham was there crewing. So
yeah, last year Graham paced me 50K of this race. So he paced me the last 50K, and we had a blast, and we swore to God we were in 10th place when we finished, and found out we were in 12th. And if you watched any of the footage, I was acting like I won the damn race. Like it was so exciting. But I was just excited to run a complete race. I've DNF'd this race. I run it in 11:40. And I ran a 9:50, so it was a good day. And Graham is going to have a good Rowan?
He looks good. Not great, but good. Looks like he's ready for the second half.
Of course, Corinne not only is now a big part of the commentary team, literally grew up in this sport.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
all right, Dave.
Racer extraordinaire Dave.
Bring him home.
Right.
Yep.
See ya.
Bye. No throw-ups.
Let's keep you in front of the Hoka sign.
Okay. Woo.
Oh, you got some shakers.
I get a little bit of shade. I need some fluids. Yeah, we'll get some fluids. Where's my chair so I can sit?
Over here. Water on the left, ice buckets, sponges on the right by the chairs.
This is
Corinne
Caitlin
Cowboy doing,
Schilder.
Double duty here, as this is a long stretch between.
All right, so
Black
as
Canyon
you
City
may
and
be able to
Table
see, if we can pan over, we do have a few runners deciding to take a quick break, have a seat, collect themselves, maybe lower that heart rate a little bit.
Yeah, Katie is in the house.
I've only seen one person go into the tent, and that was Mackay Clemens, who decided to then call his day. But otherwise, people are just maybe taking a little breather here, contemplating their life decisions. But it's going to be that much better when they get out of here and they finish this race.
Yes, very.
Yeah, for those of you wondering why we're not covering the lead pack, it's literally because we can't. They are in such a dead zone.
9 miles.
Cottonwood
9 miles.
Aid is
I lost audio, did
the
you?
least accessible section of the course.
It's over.
From
I only
the
have
time
one
that they
in.
actually climb out of Black Canyon at about mile 39 up until about 2 miles out of Table Mesa, it is an extremely difficult area to get reception and coverage. So
really even difficult to get drones up there.
Yeah, it's difficult to drive out there.
Yeah.
Like, it's pretty and because you're in a canyon, obviously, like flying a drone is a little bit trepidatious there.
So we will, I mean, perhaps this is it. We will get some drone footage as the lead pack is within a couple miles of Table Mesa.
Yeah, there's water. Well, it would normally be a water crossing,
Right,
but
yeah.
There's a dry creek bed about 2 miles, or maybe about 1.5 miles out from Table Mesa, which is where we'll be able to pick them back
I
up.
seem to remember that's where we've been, but there's typically been this Black Canyon to shortly before Table Mesa kind of dead zone. But it does look like our crew has picked up this drone. And we're looking to see if we can, there's the trail. So yes, again, remember Black Canyon City is at about mile 37 of the race, and Table Mesa is just over 51. It's a pretty good stretch of trail, and tough trail, especially the section from Black Canyon City to Cottonwood, as Chris has talked about, that very isolated canyon where there's a very remote aid station. But then from Table Mesa in through Doe Spring and to the finish should be wall-to-wall coverage.
Are you guys still working on it? Are you guys ready? After team.
That might be that, what you just referred to as the Dry Creek crossing right there.
Yeah, that's that. I
Yeah.
believe that would be the creek crossing. Normally, in some years, that's actually a waist. Okay, wait, is that? No, that's not.
Is that an aid station?
It can't be. Table Mesa is single track leading up to it. That's makes me almost think that might be Gloriana.
Oh, they're going back there.
Like from the finish line. That's a good question.
That looks like Table Mesa because
That's
there's a bunch
definitely
of cars.
Table
That's
Mesa right
Table
there.
Mesa.
Yeah. Okay, so
Yeah.
that was at Table Mesa. I didn't realize from where they were looking at that it looked like
Yankee
double
drone
track.
team. So 5.5 hours in. Just a reminder, the Hayden Hawks record from last year is about 7:30. I want to say 7:34 or somewhere in that range. About 2 hours from now.
Justin, I know that Tara and String Bean, nominally hikers, but you're talking about String Bean running like a 4:10 mile for his PR. I think that he is one of those rare birds who basically any distance, any surface.
And Tara has shown incredible running chops.
You guys ready to pivot? Yeah, come on up. Let's
all right,
chat for a moment, and I want to see what you folks have gathered from the first part of this coverage and what you're looking forward to. We are being joined by the next crew here in the studio. We have Corinne Malcolm and Skylar Hall joining us. Welcome. This has been a blast. It's been a gorgeous day. I've had so much fun watching the field. Just as we expected yesterday, it is a stacked field, and there's been a lot of jockeying, and we have no idea what's going to happen here for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing some big changes. I think right now in the men's field, we've got some people going backwards. Unfortunately, the women's golden ticket race is next level. I ran about 2 miles out that way before I came back in here, and kind of stopped and was yelling at each one of them. And when I got to that 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th position, I said, hey, the ticket might go to 6. Like, you're in this. You got to fight. And so there's some women that are going to be pushing really hard in this back half, trying to cement that chance to go to Western States.
And it's warm. It's warm. It's warm.
The sun is hot in a big way out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to start seeing the tail of the early downhill section in the cool, how that's actually messed up folks' legs. We haven't seen anybody, or we haven't heard stories of like major rolled ankles or anything like that yet. But with that hot pace, I think we're also going to have some folks who've lost a little bit of their mentals. They might be we're not going to get full delusion, but I think that with the heat and with the hot early paces, some folks are going to lose that focus, and that's going to create tactical issues, and that's going to create potential injury risk here in the last little bit of the race.
I am getting word that our lead men have hit Cottonwood Gulch. Eli Hemming, Seth Ruling, and Will Murray. Eli about 40 seconds ahead of Seth Ruling, and Will Murray about 3.5 minutes back.
Yeah, that just updated through there. So behind Will, you now have String Bean Joe. Talk about range on the men's and women's side. Joe, prolific through hiker, really, really fast on the long trail. Similar on the women's side with Tara Dower, showing her range. He's actually currently sitting in 4th position, which is amazing. You've got Luo Kenhao also up into 5th, it looks like. Elliot Carden in 6th, Gavin Pryor in 7. Those men are sitting in great spots. If anything happens to that front 3, you could have a complete reversal there when it comes to golden tickets being given out.
And as someone, I know we're not supposed to root for anybody, but do you know how many times Joe McConaughey has tried for a golden ticket?
A lot.
I mean, he was running Gorge Waterfalls when that used to be a golden ticket.
He was doing Lake Sonoma 50 when it still was one.
Skylar,
the guy has been doing it for years.
You were one of the few people to seem to think that the men's course record is under threat yesterday during the preview show. Yep. Is that correct?
Correct.
So Eli is 10 minutes ahead of Hayden's course at this point, and I don't think that we can really look at it as the weather. Obviously, we talked about how the weather in the beginning of the first half of the race was a bit of an issue. This time around, he's still gaining ground on Hayden's pace.
Yeah, so this sort of goes to an individual strengths situation. Hayden's strengths on this course really are that last 12 to 15 miles. Mm-hmm. If you looked at where he'd been successful before running well at Black Canyon, that is the technicality of the course that maps to him. Obviously, Eli, a fast road type individual, the first 40 should be to his benefit. I expect him to give some ground back. My operating hypothesis when I made my 6-minute course record prediction was between fueling, between the shoes, and between the level of competition, like having somebody breathing down your neck. We saw Hans do that for Hayden for a little bit, but that's one individual where Hayden probably was looking at him like, who the hell is this guy? Whereas Eli's looking around, he knows the names around him. He knows who Hoopiter is. He's seen Seth for years. Will might be kind of a wild card for him, but you can't take
saying to Joe, "Where'd you come from?"
Correct. Yeah, you can't take your foot off the gas at this point and be like, "Oh, this person's a nobody." Like I think Eli's in a more how do I put this? he understands the severity if he messes up in a way that Hayden probably didn't at this point in the race last year.
And he's going 12 miles further than he has before.
Yeah, with a longer time on feet, I think, too. It's interesting because he talked a little bit about how JFK ran a bit like OCC, for example, but the speed that those guys had to run at JFK was different than OCC, right? Like, we all saw maybe the famous moment during OCC this year where Eli had a come to Jesus moment maybe on that final climb up to La Flagere, and he lost like 7 minutes of an 11-minute lead. He held on for the win, historic performance there, but almost barely got it done in a lot of ways. He ran a great downhill. He ran a great flat into the finish. Seth has performed similarly on the big stage. He's done well at CCC. He's had some hits and some misses, and so I'm really curious actually to see how the final bit of this race plays out for them, because I do think that Seth is one of our best. They're both maybe some of our best like mid-distance ultra runners in that like 80K to 100K range, I think. But you've got a lot of guys with experience behind them, and so if anything goes wrong from Table Mesa to the finish, I mean, we saw Craig Hunt last year. He's setting up in a similar position right now, sitting in that 10th or 11th, and we know how fast he can run the final 20K.
I was going to say the exact same thing. Table Mesa to the finish is going to be the make or break point of this race. I'm, invoking the myth of Eric Sensman, but we saw his like rise from the Phoenix moment. Obviously, that wasn't necessarily for the win of the entire race, but I wholly expect a good number, like not just one, but multiple people from 6 to 15 to have similar resurrections, quote unquote, to a Sensman, and that's desperately going to change the game as folks are sprinting for that last cattle guard.
And they're likely to be between 6 and 15, whatever the opposite of resurrection is. A few of those too.
Oh, there'll be some there'll be some tears shed, I think, between Table Mesa and the finish. I have certainly cried on that section of this course. I just want to give some more love as well to Riley Brady leading the women's race right now. Saw them leave this aid station. The gap between Riley and Tara was 2 minutes then. It's kind of held at 2 minutes up to this point. We'll see what the Cottonwood Gulch split is. But again, Riley won Javelina, has a spot in Western States already, running fearless, but maybe with a chip on their shoulder, with this idea that Riley's currently sitting unsponsored in a field of pros. And I'm hoping someone takes notice this weekend when they get it done, knocking on the wooden desk here in studio, because they're, again, putting on a world-class performance, and I think that needs to be shouted about a bit more.
100%.
Yeah, they've been fantastic.
Well. I think we're getting a drone, by the way, of our leaders.
Okay.
On their way between Cottonwood and Table Mesa.
And on the other end of the spectrum, the heartbreak that I think we all kind of feel for Mary Denholm right now, who was running such a fantastic race. Of course, Riley with that dramatic pass coming out of Gloriana Mine. But Mary, a favorite for a lot of people coming into this race, and then, kind of went off the radar coming out of Gloriana, and then when we saw her come in, my heart just sank.
So it sounds like, from talking to crew a little bit, Mary struggles in the heat. Again, ambient air temp, not that hot, but it is warm out there in the sun. Felt good coming through Gloriana Mine. Was feeling a little bit of the heat, started walking, and as soon as they started walking, started to vomit. This is Seth Ruling on your screen.
Are they at the creek bed already?
Yep.
And then
that's Drew Holman. Yep. Yeah. I've gotten lost in this creek bed more than a few times. But if this is our lead, it would appear that Seth has overtaken Eli Hemming. Drew Holman helping him get it done.
That's
man who's gotten several golden tickets.
Yeah.
So there it is.
They're right there. Okay.
Yeah. Don't look over your shoulder.
It's on. Yeah, Eli's in a position where actually I don't know if Seth has ever had a pacer either. So these guys are both in a different race experience for both of them, where I don't know that I've ever been in a race where they've had a pacer. And so I know that we couldn't snag Eli for our pre-race press conference yesterday. Yep, got to stay on the trail, boys.
Good job.
Good job, pacer. But that because Eli was picking up his pacer from the airport. Actually, do we know how Tabor ran at the Mesa half this morning?
Could look it up.
We'll figure it out.
There's a good shot right there.
Yeah, that's great.
Get a view of Seth's lead.
I mean, this is indicative, too, of that pass that we saw between Becca Wendell and Rachel Drake last year, where Becca had that small slip and Rachel took off like a bat out of hell going up the hill. So kind of wondering where that move was made a little bit. But all of a sudden, if you can open up a little bit of daylight and break that elastic, it is a big deal.
Eli's pacer reminds me of Jeff Colt dragging along Jeff McGavero at Javelina. I feel so sorry for Jeff McGavero. I would think I would never have Jeff Colt pace me again.
Jeff is sitting in studio right now, so this is great.
15 feet away from us. It was amazing, though, because I heard Jeff coming by. AJW, get out of the way. And, I mean, Jeff McGavero sounded like a cow. He was like, but Jeff Colt was not to be denied.
Yeah, and just a reminder, we've got a question in the chat. Is this Eli's first 100K? It is. His longest race ever was the JFK 50 mile this fall, or I guess early winter. This is a bigger jump in distance here. He's run the 60K here before, and honestly, last year was kind of his first time dabbling above the 50K distance. He and Tabor had gone to run Way Too Cool, which is a short 50K in air quotes.
29 miler.
And had run ran OCC was a kind of a big step up in distance for both of them last year. So we've seen a quick escalation in race distance from Eli Hemming, and Seth has a little bit more experience at that distance, particularly, again, world's biggest stage, running well at CCC in 2023.
Seth looks good, really good.
He looks so
He's
good.
so smooth.
Yep.
And coming out of that creek bed, there's a slight climb to the little plateau area where Table Mesa 8 is at, and then you've got one more big climb before you basically have a fairly uneventful stretch from Doe Spring to the finish.
Uneventful unless you're like 30 seconds apart.
Yeah, well, for me, it's more about chasing 17 than chasing bib number 7. So, like,
yeah, looking again. I would say that, I mean, raw talent standpoint, Eli Hemming, Seth Ruling, some of the rawest talent in this field, incredibly talented athletes. They both come from a triathlon background. Interestingly enough, I don't know if we've touched on that today. Both of them have raced off of the running legs. Both talented on the bike as well. I think Eli's very talented actually in the water in particular. I think Seth is more talented on the bike. But yeah, coming from triathlon, we've got the pre-Heather Jackson effect.
I didn't know it until I saw Eli's transition onto the towpath at JFK. I was like, oh, this guy comes from triathlon.
Yeah. That shoe transition
he hardly
was
even broke stride.
One more note, I guess, before we probably switch out here. I was actually really intrigued by Eli's decision to forego a refill at Black Canyon City with the longest stretch and the most technical stretch coming up. But from the looks of things,
seems to be doing okay.
The one thing, and this might be his personality, so Corinne, you might be able to speak to this more than I, but it looks like Eli is having words with his pacer a lot for that section. We saw it when they were going through that creek bed. We saw it on the climb, like the pacer like looking over his shoulder and talking. Maybe they're just vibing and chilling, having a good time. But if we're all
doubt that.
No,
but if we're already at like, hey man, like
when Tabor texted me saying that Eli had to go pick up his pacer yesterday from the airport, I was like, is a pacer a good idea for Eli? Because is that going to be distracting for him? Because I do think it's a buddy out there in a lot of ways where I feel like Seth and Drew feel like they've come to do work, right? That's what it looks like to me. And also someone in the chat said the best thing that Seth's done all day is pick up Drew as a pacer, because one of the smartest guys in the field. We've seen him run. I mean, you're going to talk about someone who runs a strong back half of a race, a strong back 10 miles, 20 miles. The way Drew closes and gets the most out of himself. I mean, we've all seen him. We all remember him cross-eyed, unable to stand up basically at the end of Western States a number of years ago. He's going to get the absolute most out of Seth out there, and that's both scary and very exciting.
Well, I think it's about time for us to give up our chairs here at AJW. Thanks for tuning in. Skylar Hall and Corinne Malcolm are going to be taking you through the finishes of the races as well as into the evening. So thanks for tuning in with us, and stick around.
See y'all, folks. Take care.
And we are back at the 2025 Black Canyon 100K presented by Hoka. You have eyes in the sky on Seth Ruling, currently leading out your men's field as we approach Table Mesa, approximately the 50-mile mark here on course, with a little over a minute lead on Eli Hemming, chasing him down in second place. I am Skylar Hall, a.k.a. Skizzlefresh, a.k.a. Defo, here with the one and only Corinne Malcolm. Corinne, how are you doing?
I am so good. I came out to Deep Canyon Ranch early. I got to run a little shakeout run with Jeff Colt, who is also in studio with us. Say hey, Jeff.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, we got you're being demanded for in the chat, so I'm glad that we could manifest that into reality. And then I ran out the course other direction and got to cheer on the women as they headed out towards the next aid. And it was I am beyond thrilled with how this race is currently playing out. There's going to be heartbreak. There's going to be jubilation at the finish as well. And there are 6 golden tickets on the line right now.
Call out to Jubilee, the race director, who always brings jubilation at the finish. So that's a great word to choose, Corinne. I think the other thing we're going to see is some attrition amongst the top 10 men, amongst the top 30 men. Right now, we have our
Not every runner runs in the rain.
Race, sitting around 30th.
Not every runner runs in sub-freezing temperatures. Not every runner runs 100 miles at a time. Not every runner seeks out the most challenging environments in the world to test their athletic resolve. Not every runner finds joy in the struggle. But for those who do,
just for perspective,
we
folks at
see
home,
you. We see you on those days when you could just take the day off or log a few miles on the treadmill instead of braving the gusting wind and snow. We see you, and we're here for
Arizona.
That's why we create and test the absolute best technical running apparel in the world. Gear that keeps you dry,
We have
staves
folks
off
out
the
there
wind,
who've been dousing themselves
keeps you
in ice and
warm.
water all day.
Gear
We
that
have some
keeps
folks
you
that necessarily
comfortable
haven't been on top of it.
in the most
That's gonna
uncomfortable
feed into that
conditions.
attrition rate for sure.
So go ahead, step
You
out
said,
the door.
You know, you're not sure if it's going to be folks that are contending for the golden ticket going back. There are a lot of folks still in this golden ticket race. Like, that's the density of these top 10s is very, very tight right now on both sides.
Yeah, I just want to add to, for those of you who haven't been with us all day or unfamiliar with where we are on the course, the men have come through Cottonwood Gulch, which is at 46.4 miles. They're through that spot. They're headed towards Table Mesa. And again, Table Mesa is going to be just over the 50-mile mark, 51.1. They've got about 20K to go from there to the finish line. Our top women are not yet through Cottonwood Gulch, but they have come through Black Canyon City. Again, Black Canyon City, 37.2 miles into the race, about 10K from where we're sitting here at Deep Canyon Ranch, which is the finish line for the 50K tomorrow.
Yeah, looking when the lead men and women came through Deep Canyon Ranch here, where we are at 50K, I think we only saw 2 men in the top 10 actually take on ice here. And as far as the women, all 4 women from 4 to 8, kind of in that golden ticket chase right on the bubble there, all iced down, all were doing really good self-care. So I don't know if we'll see the same attrition on the women's side.
So what we talked about yesterday during our previews is that when Keeley set that course record, she ran it as if it was Western States. So she took an extra minute at every aid station, and she left with ice on her. She actually ran in a long sleeve shirt, a super, super lightweight one. And then she had a big ice bandana around her neck. They were shoving ice down her shirt, into her arms, into the back of the pack when she had a pack on. And it was a course record setting performance. And so I do think in the women's field right now, as you said, we did see Seth and Eli, like, they didn't just leave wet. They left like covered in ice, heavy ice bandanas. That's going to play to their advantage. I think the women's race, in the same way, we're going to see maybe less attrition out of that front pack because they did leave in a really smart fashion from here.
Yeah. We'd have to jump back to 2022 when I ran here. It was also the last year that it was this hot. I think the high that year was 78 degrees. It's been a little, almost, deceiving the last 2 years because the temperatures have been quite cool. And, the word is Black Canyon each year. We watch the race, and the last 2 years people have said, because of high carb fueling, because of good, shoes and whatnot, that we don't see these races of attrition, that we have runners who are all really, really well trained. They're not going to blow up in the same way. I think it'll be interesting to see later today what happens with 76 high. If you guys are looking on the live stream and it looks hot, that's because the sun is incredibly hot. It feels much warmer outside.
I need to exist.
So it sounds like we have Brett Hornig on the mic. Brett, we have you live, standing out there at Table
we have
Mesa. What's
Seth
going
Ruling
on?
coming into Table Mesa right now with pacer Drew Holman. He has to go in through the aid station, touch the orange cone, and then he's going to come back, get crewed. He's going to pick up Matt Daniels, his pacer, let Drew have a little breather. We have definitely a big position change from the previous time to the checkpoint. And I believe we have Eli Hemming just in sight now. So this gap is up to probably a minute and a half.
So just for context, Hayden Hawks last year split 6:04 coming into this aid station. So Seth and Eli are both pretty much 9 to 10 minutes ahead of course record pace at this point.
That's huge. And you have to remember, Hayden rolled out a very patient race last year. He was not in that front running group. He did really work his way up after the Deep Canyon Ranch zone.
For what it's worth, I think Seth's in a great position. I would be really excited if I had Drew Holman and Matt Daniels as my crew taking care. He's still iced up here. This last section before the final aid is it's long and rolling. It's the hottest part of the day here right now. So any gap that he can increase on Eli is going to be meaningful, but in terms of that course record pace, I think what Hayden had to his favor last year was cooler temperatures, and the course got progressively dry throughout the day, so he was running on fast terrain in drier conditions. I don't know if we'll see a course record today, even with a 9-minute advantage 10 miles from the finish. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, we did see. Oh, sorry, we've got
the aid station right now.
Brett in our ears. How's Eli looking?
Tired, hot and tired. He's still like running all right, but his just stride length is significantly shorter, and I think if anything he just looks a little bit dejected. So I'm curious to see how he handles this this piece. He's hot.
There's
Eli
Tabor.
is one of the best athletes in the sport. He's not necessarily proven at this 100K distance. So this is really from here to the finish is a new territory for him.
Yeah, and he came in, I was going to say, he had a 4-minute gap over third place Will Murray when they left the aid station about 4.5 miles ago. So that's the current gap that he's playing with for second place.
And
On that
his
note,
crew is hoping his crew is making him choose who he wants his next pacer to be in hopes of activating the mind a little bit and waking up. So he has a good cop and a bad cop. And I think he just chose bad cop.
Love a good bad cop pacer. That's the right move.
Yeah, he chose bad cop, and he was out. And Will is coming in right now, and Will does not have
closed.
a pacer.
Yeah. So the gap bumped from 2 minutes between Seth and Eli. Will also closed a bit there. What we also see in the top 10 right now is the closers. The closers are all there. So whether it's Craig Hunt, Canyon Woodward, Tyler Fox, Blake Slattengren, Joe McConaughey is currently in a really good position to go home with a Western States Golden ticket.
Okay.
How does Will look, Seth? Or Brett? Sorry, Seth is running. Brett.
Will looks really good. He did a stride coming into the aid station. He's a little bit further away from me right now, but I got word that the gap from Seth to Eli as they left the aid station was a minute 45. I also got some insider knowledge that just outside of our vision of the aid station, Seth was actually throwing up, but he was still in a very positive headspace. Eli, however, was not, but Seth was puking, so nothing's set yet.
Yeah, so
I was gonna say rising motion
So
for Will Murray.
I was like, who is this guy? 29 years old, was 4th at Leadville back in August, but in like 17 and change. So that is a good Leadville.
Yeah.
Obviously, David Roach knocked that out of the park, but on most years, that's like your men's winning time. So Will has experience over this distance, and he has looked good all day.
I think Joe McConaughey and Will Murray are in really good positions, and Will Murray's stock is rising. That news about Seth is definitely a little nerve-wracking, but I do think we're seeing our lead men struggling more than some of the chasers.
Yeah, Will looked really good leaving the aid station. He has a lot of fight left in him in these last 10 miles for sure. I don't think anyone in front of him is actually safe at this point.
No, I think Will's got a real shot of potentially moving his way. And I just want to say, Jeff called this like an hour ago, like before we even got here. I think when they came through Cottonwood Gulch, Jeff said, "Ooh, this might be Will's day." So that's wild.
How are you still wearing that outfit, Brett? It is hot.
Because I got ice in my veins, bro. Not a drip of sweat has fallen off this body today.
Just dripping.
He's ready for the 50K.
Yeah.
Will Murray looked really good when he came through
getting
Deep
in some
Canyon Ranch.
last-minute heat suit training.
Nice.
I'm ready to feel cold tomorrow.
Yeah, let's look at who we're expecting in here. We are expecting Joe McConaughey in, Kanhu Luau, Elliot Carden, Gavin Pryor, Craig Hunt, Zach Perrin, Canyon Woodward rounding out that top 10. Just outside of top 10 are Tyler Fox, Blake Slatengren, and Juan Carrera Casas, all super strong closers. So I think what we're about to see is a good shuffle in the top 10 men, and would love to see Craig Hunt hammer to try to get a little bit higher than 4th place this year.
Okay, we got Joe in the distance. He's probably a minute out from Table Mesa right now.
This is a run from Joe. This is really, really impressive.
I think some people forget that Joe McConaughey also is a low 4-minute miler because he's put so much work into these long distance races. But Joe's had leg speed since high school and college. He was one of the top guys in the Northeast running in college.
Okay, cool. Joe's crew is set up right across from me. It'll be fun to see how he does it. So far, the theme of this aid station has been cooling.
And for those wondering, we'll keep our eyes in the sky, but this is really the next good spot that we see runners at. So as we track the women's race moving towards this, we're going to get splits from Cottonwood Gulch, and then we will see them at this aid station.
Maybe we can get some of that epic aerial footage too of the ditch as Riley and Tara make their way
coming across the normal, what is normally a creek, which has not a lick of water to cool yourself down in this year.
Skylar, what's the data saying? Are we still ahead of Hayden Hawk's splits last year?
Yeah, so I was just powering through. I was actually looking at the splits between aid stations, and it looks like Seth actually only ran a minute faster than Hayden in the Black Canyon to Table Mesa section. So I think what you were alluding to, that Hayden was sort of like picking up speed as the race was going on, especially with those early conditions being what they were, will likely lead to some bleed on this course record watch. Again, I'm still thinking it's going to come through. But Table Mesa to the finish is, an hour 26 for Hayden. Everybody else has run it in an hour 30 or more. So from the point that we have now watched our top 3 men leave, and we see String Bean here, we have less than 90 minutes until this whole thing is over, and a lot is going to happen in that period of time.
Yeah, hot take, but maybe Will Murray gets a course record here.
He's still within range. I mean, let's go further down the line. Like, we had 6:03. So the current time on course is what Anthony Costales ran
Joe
in
McConaughey
2023.
is out of Table Mesa.
So, yeah, so at this point, the top 4 in the men's field of the 2025 edition is faster than the prior course record and the second fastest ever time through 51 miles.
And again, you have to remember, like, it's not over until it's over. Like, Craig Hunt ended up, 2 minutes out of a golden ticket last year, coming through Table Mesa in 11th. Like, you can do a lot of damage if you're within striking distance in that final 10, or I guess it's 20K. And then you can do, there we go. Did even more damage once you hit the final aid station, the final 4 miles. He moved from 8th or 9th to 4th in that final 4 mile section where you've got a little bit of dirt road and it's just cruiser for a mile or so. Those road guys are going to throw it down there.
Brett, was that a pacer going out after Joe, or was that Kanua Luau?
That was just camera media person.
Okay.
But Joe grabbed a jar of pickles and just straight chugged all the juice from the jar while he was at the aid station. It was intense. And then he left with 2 bottles, heavy, dense knack calories, plus like 4 pouches of the food. So like Joe's stomach is clearly working right now, which means he could potentially be very dangerous over the last 10.
Yeah, it sounds like Luo, based on the tracker, Brett might be in 8. Are you seeing that? I think he's got a bunch of KT tape on his legs.
He left probably 20 seconds after Joe.
Okay, cool. So he did leave the aid. We were wondering if we saw him leave the aid or if that was a media person. It sounds like that was a media person, but he's also out behind Joe now.
Correct. Yeah.
He's moved up a lot.
Gap, for sure. And also looked great too. So I mean, if he's got the legs to chase Joe, they could potentially both move up places.
So just on pacing, Kanua ran faster than Joe by 6 seconds per mile in that last section. Still a ways off of Will Murray. Will Murray ran that last section as fast as Eli and Seth, but it looks like he's closing a bit. So it's definitely an open race, I think, from here to the finish, and I don't think it's open just for these 5 guys that have come through.
Jeff, what position did you say Riley Brady was going to finish in the overall?
I think Riley's going to finish in the top 20.
Guess where they are right now?
I don't know.
21st, Cottonwood Gulch, 6:02:02 elapsed. And no other runner in the women's race has come through that aid station yet. We're looking for a Tara Dower split through there, but we do not yet have that through Cottonwood Gulch. So it looks like they've maybe opened up a little bit of a gap over the chasing women.
If that's the case, Riley's stock goes up as well. I think Riley finishes in the top 15.
Okay.
There's going to be some hurting runners in the last 10 miles here.
I just got a hot stat from our statistician aid station Fireball. The top 5 men were all under Hayden Hawks's split here from last year.
And to build on what you were saying, Jeff, the highest placing female, Elsa McDonald in 2018, took 2nd overall.
That was an exceptional year.
A wild year. Otherwise, I'm looking at, I think Brittany Peterson in 2021 was 10th overall when she ran 8:48:32. So.
Is that Lou? I think
yes,
that's Lou Kenwa. That's the Chinese athlete. Looking really smooth. Honestly, looking better here than he looked 2 miles outside of Deep Canyon Ranch. He's got KT tape down both sides of both of his quads.
I was like, those are either very interesting, like capri tights, but KT tape makes a lot more sense.
Yep.
So, yeah, looking fluid. No pacer.
Again, I'm just speaking from my experience in 2022, but when I talk about attrition or runners really struggling in the last bit, when I passed Seth Ruling before Table Mesa in 2022, he had salt all over his face and he was just walking. When I passed Anthony Costales, like to move into that golden ticket spot, Anthony couldn't speak to me when I asked him how he was doing. Like if these runners
we gotta go
short
to the
on
finish.
water,
Let's go ice cold.
getting hit by the heat,
you guys go set up.
their bodies will shut down.
Okay, because lead woman's on their way. Okay.
Okay, it sounds like we're gonna. Brett, you headed to the finish.
Yep, we're headed to the finish right now. Corinne and David just got here, so they are setting up. We'll be taking down, and they will be then staying at here at Table Mesa through, I think, F10. But we're gonna head to the finish right now. Hopefully catch them, but can't make any guarantees. They're running very fast.
Okay, drive safe.
Okay, will do.
It sounds like Riley Brady is expected into this aid station and not all that long. Moving really, really well. That's Blake Slatengren on your screen now in that Bright Brooks kit. A guy who's been really close a number of times. Finished 11th at Western States last year, trying to close on Chris Myers. Didn't quite get the day done. It was nearly a drag race on the track. But yeah, looking to try to punch that ticket back into Western States. Not going to happen today, but super, super talented Seattle-based athlete. Excited to kind of see where his career goes over the next couple years. And I think Joe coaches him, maybe. They do a lot of training together. I was expecting them to run hand in hand today. Didn't quite pan out. Joe's on an absolute burner, but really, really excited to see how it all pans out. I think our drone, our eye in the sky, is looking for Riley Brady. We're looking to identify a yellow hat bopping their way down the trail. Otherwise, kind of a dark kit, dark black shorts, dark gray top.
Yeah, so
kind of murdered out in a lot of ways. Dark sunglasses, headphones on, just jamming.
It's all business.
Yeah.
To give some context to Riley's run at the moment, the fastest known, like, quote unquote official split would be Dominika Stalmach at 6:18. That's the fastest that we have confirmed had a timing mat on the ground for a woman at this point in the race.
And that was the year Dominika led, and then Claire Gallagher overtook her kind of late.
Correct.
So impressive run on that. That's Elliot Carden in aid. Again, Elliot sitting in a really, really good spot. French-Canadian athlete there. I think left here paced by Jason Schlarb. I think he's still with Elliot. Had a great run at Gorge 100K last year. So I think surprised a bunch of us. We knew a little bit about him, but not enough. And threw down a really, really strong performance last April to take one of the podium spots there, and had an amazing finish line interview. Really excited to see him fighting high in the top 10, likely sitting in 6th position, it would seem, right now in the men's race. We don't have his bib coming through that timing point, but we definitely saw him in aid.
And there you go, 6:10 flat. Yeah, just this is just absurd, right?
We do have a split from Tara Dower now. So it's 4 minutes now, 4.5 minutes between Riley Brady and Tara Dower. So again, at Cottonwood Gulch, Riley Brady coming through in 6:02.02. Behind them, Tara Dower 6:06.39. So both of them well under Dominika's split, I believe, is what we're looking at. So again, out on course, Cottonwood Gulch is 46.4 miles. We'll get to see them probably in that creek bed before they make it up to where the men are currently at Table Mesa. The race is on, but Riley is currently pulling away, extending their lead over the chasing women. And the two of them had a pretty big gap over kind of that 3rd through 5th group, looking for MK Sullivan, Lynn Chen, and Heather Jackson, I think, sitting in 5th position. But Heather, again, was with Shea Aquilano and Aaron Clark. So I'm actually really curious to see what that group looks like by the time they make it to Cottonwood Gulch. But that's what we know right now, team.
Yeah. On the women's side, historically, it's been approximately 80 to 85 minutes from Black Canyon City to Cottonwood Gulch, and then 40-ish minutes from Cottonwood Gulch to Table Mesa. Just, napkin math. So for Riley, that's a 6:40-ish run through Table Mesa, which would be 19 minutes up on Keeley's split at Table Mesa, which would be stupid.
Yeah, what does Riley need to do to gain the attention of these major brands? Because Riley's now won this, on track to win a 2nd golden ticket race just this year, right? Winning Javelina earlier this year. I feel like if Riley shows up to a golden ticket race, they don't really miss. And the consistency in the last 2.5 years that they've shown on the biggest stage is so impressive.
And this is not nor was Javelina a field of slouches by any stretch. Like, these are competitive fields on the women's side.
Yeah, and some of the same runners who are at Javelina are here today. I think this is one of the more competitive women's fields we've seen assembled in the last couple of years. And again, the race for the win is very exciting. The race for the golden tickets might go all the way down to 6th place this race. So, lot to follow.
So we've only ever had 7 women break 9 hours on this course, and it's traditional point-to-point form. Listen, this might be a world where we double that number at a minimum in this women's race. Like, they are running lights out right now, and we've talked about this time and time again. 3 golden tickets on the line. Riley already has one. Shea Aquilano, who's currently running in the top 10, already has one. Heather Jackson already in. So there is still a lot to play for if you are, frankly, in the top 12 to 14 women right now. So we're going to see the same momentum we've seen on the men's side coming into Table Mesa. I wholly expect we're going to see on the back part of the podium for the women.
Yeah, what I told all the women when I saw them out on course here, I probably was out about 1.5 miles, 2 miles from here for the top 10 or so women coming through. And I said, everything's in play right now. That ticket very likely could roll down to 6th position because with 3 tickets on the line, we do allow it to roll to 6th instead of 5th. And so that means you got to fight. You got to fight for that place. You're not out of it. I was trying to communicate that to Lin Chen's team as well because I was unaware if she knew that information or not. She's very much used to front running races, being in that 1st or 2nd position for much of the race. And so wanted it to be clear that yes, there are 3 tickets and yes, you don't necessarily have to be 1, 2, 3. It might not set up that way. In fact, this year. So needing them all to fight to that last, I want to say the last back half of the course, which is not a great turn of phrase. So it sounds like we're working on getting Corinne Chalvois set up at Table Mesa. They're switching some battery gear out over there, but they'll be up and live before Riley gets in, and we'll get to see Riley come through, followed shortly by Tara Dower, and then looking for that chase pack in that 3 through 6 position.
Yeah, so let's just level set for the folks at home. First off, welcome. You're watching the 2025 Black Canyon Ultras presented by Hoka. On the women's side, we have 2 folks through Cottonwood Gulch, 46.4 miles. Riley Brady with a lead of just over 5 minutes on Tara Dower. Coming out of the previous aid station, in 3rd place was MK Sullivan, 4th place Lin Chen, 5th was Heather Jackson, 6th was Shea Aquilano, 7th with Aaron Clark, Jenna Bensko in 8th, Abby Hall in 9th, and Emily Mann in 10th. And on the men's side, we already have our top 6 through Table Mesa, 51 miles into this race. You had Seth Ruling out in front with a 2-minute gap on Eli Hemming in 2nd, Will Murray in 3rd, Gavin Pryor in 4th, Lou Canois in 5th, and Elliot Carden in 6th. Behind them at Cottonwood Gulch, we were following the likes of... we had a whole bunch happening while I was talking. Craig Hunt came through in 7th, 6:12:14, 10 seconds ahead of Zach Perrin in 8th, and then Gavin Pryor had a 25-second lead 25 seconds back of Gavin Pryor in 9th at Table Mesa. So next up, we're seeing Kenyon Woodward, Tyler Fox, Blake Slattengren, and Juan Carrera Casas, brother of last year's runner-up Hoopiter, should be your next 4 coming through. That's where we're at in this race. Jeff Colt, you have thoughts?
Yeah, I think at this point, we look at those top 5 guys that have come through Table Mesa. I would say those top 5 guys are in contention of the podium. You see a total of like an 8-minute spread, but with how many miles left and what the conditions are, I think we could see Kanu'elua or Joe McConaughey actually close in on one of those podium spots. Looking further down, the guys who just came through, Elliot Carden, Craig Hunt, Zach Perrin, Gavin Pryor. Let's check Kenyon Woodward. He just came through. none of them are running fast enough to be able to have a meaningful close. Right now, Zach Perrin is running about a minute faster than the guys around him. So I do think we'll see him possibly bop up to maybe a 6th place finish. But that speedy closing speed that we've seen from Craig Hunt before, I don't think we're going to see today. He was around 9-minute average pace for that last section, and that's
so maybe not moving quite as quick as we'd like to see him go, because we know that he can close hard, but he's going to need to turn on the afterburners to get it done today.
And he lost about a minute a mile over the last 5 miles. So,
okay.
I think we've got a race for the podium amongst our top 5 guys, and I think we've got Riley Brady scaling their way up to who knows, maybe top 15, maybe top 10 finish. Riley has been incredibly consistent, and for reference, running faster by like 30 seconds or so than the back half of the men's top 10.
So we've got that gap now back to some of those chasers at Cottonwood Gulch. So MK Sullivan has come through Cottonwood, again, about 10K or so from, no, more than that. It's, again, 46.4 miles from into the race, a ways down the trail from where we sit here. But again, having MK Sullivan, your 3rd place female, coming through at 6:15.44 elapsed. So that gap has opened up a bit. We're looking at, 9 minutes or so back to MK Sullivan. And we do not yet have that next 4, 5, 6, 7 group through Cottonwood.
Yeah, so MK gave up another 2 minutes to Tara during that section.
I can't hear it. Oh, okay. So it sounds like we have Corinne Shalvoy live at Table Mesa. Corinne?
Oh, thank you so much. It'll be fun. Yeah. Sorry, I'm giving hugs. Friends are here. Can you guys hear me?
We can. We can see your long legs as well.
Oh, shoot. You're getting a close-up of my legs. Hey, Jason. He's doing awesome. All right. Crushing it. How's he feeling?
Great.
We got an impromptu interview with Jason Schlarb going on right now.
It's great to run a fast race for a little bit.
I know. Is
20
it fun?
miles with Elliot and like
20?
6th to 7th. It was fun.
I know.
Really
and the guys in front of him, there might be some
there'll be carnage. He's got a shot
to
at top
climb.
5.
So way to chase. Awesome. Well,
yeah.
Good job taking him 20 miles.
Yeah, it was good to see somebody in the far north, Canada, come out here and be in that top 10, maybe top 5.
Do you know if he did heat training?
He went to the sauna and stuff, but it's definitely like -15.
Yeah, yeah. Our person from a cold environment, a cold climate, thriving at Black Canyon is here. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Quebecois. He's a Quebecois. French Canadian. Those who don't know, is he from Montreal area?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
He is. He's same thing with Sarah, who's racing, and yeah, it's good to have these 3 Canadians at this super hot race and representing really, really well.
Is he wearing the 005s?
Of course he is.
Of course.
Yeah. Sub 8 ounces on this course.
Nice. Okay. Well, way to go. Good job pacing.
Cheers.
All right. Thanks. We just threw a little impromptu interview your way, guys. Sorry.
No, that's what it's supposed to be. Love to hear from the source of being in the action and understanding what the heat's like out there. Canada is much like a lot of the U.S. right now, incredibly frigid, at least where Elliot's coming from. So if he can survive, the Americans have no excuses to not make it work in the heat right now.
Yeah, and also Craig Hunt looking really solid through here. I know you guys saw on camera, but he just looked like he was ready to go. And like Jeff mentioned, I think there's definitely opportunity for some shakeups amongst those top 5, and it'll be really curious to see how it plays out.
Yeah, do we have a prediction of when we expect Riley to come through Table Mesa?
I don't know if I don't have an estimate.
Yeah, my money would say it's at 6:38 would be when we need to start having our eyes open. 6:40, 6:41 of elapsed time would be.
15 have a good
10 minutes or so.
10, 15 minutes, yeah. So this isn't it. There's a lot of people at this aid station. It's exciting. Cowgirl Collective's representing over here. Got like the vibes are good. The energy is good at Table Mesa.
It's the place to be. It looks like a good hangout.
I mean, this is also the last spot on course that crew can really get to comfortably. You have to shuttle into the finish line.
We got String Bean coming in.
No, that's Blake Slatengren. String Bean's gone. That's Blake Slatengren. String Bean's sitting in fourth right now, running super strong.
Sweet. Blake Slatengren rolling up this hill.
Calgill's gonna love that. Seattle Blake. That's Barrett Gray, Blake's partner, chasing him into the aid.
Super quick water dunk, turning around and back out. No bottle refill. Oh, maybe he's gonna stop here. He's gonna stop here at the Calgill.
Smart. Yeah, so Blake is sitting in 12th place right now for global context.
All right. Oh, that's right. Joe's just rolling. Joe's he's got to get a ticket. If he doesn't, it's going to be brutal. Heartbreaking. All right, we got great cooling going on here. I don't know what shoes these are. These are some fancy Brooks. They match the kit. Way to go, Blake.
Corinne, a little update from you too from Cottonwood Gulch. We do have Lynn Chen through there as well. So now we have our fourth place woman through that race. So MK Sullivan, 6:15, about 9 minutes back of Tara Dower. Sitting behind MK Sullivan is Lynn Chen, the Adidas Terex athlete who had a horrible drop at Western States last year after sitting in about third or fourth position deep into the race. She is 4 minutes behind MK Sullivan and 6:19.50 through Cottonwood Gulch. So the race is on.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Yeah, and Lynn is definitely on the sunscreen game. She was slathered in white, so she's not going to be having issues with sunburn. Just fun fact there. But yeah, that was I was actually at the river and when Lynn Chen was there last year, and it was intense, but God, brutal. And she was just having such a good day to that point. So you know that she is just dying to get back into Western States and show what she could actually do on the full course there.
Yeah, could not agree more. It's an exciting women's race. We've got, right now the 3 tickets are in play for F2, F3, F4 with Riley Brady already being in, getting their golden ticket at Javelina. There was a question mark early on, particularly with Shea Aquilano and Heather Jackson a little bit higher up in that top 5, top 6 group, that the ticket could roll down a bit deeper, but that we might be getting closer to locking in those tickets in the women's kind of top 4 or so.
Seems like it's spreading out a bit too. It sounds like, decent, quote unquote, decent amount of time, maybe between that 2, 3, 4, that it's going to start to get harder to close that gap as you get closer to the end of the race, right? 10 miles, 12 miles to go. If you've got 10 minutes on someone, that's hard to make that up. So unless something goes horribly wrong and you start walking.
Yeah, that is... No. She's the pacer. I saw them leave here. They're a Flagstaff crew rolling in.
It's a little bit of wind, a little bit of breeze. It feels amazing out here. I bet that is nice. A welcome breeze to these. Tiny bit of cloud cover. Man, if I was running, I'd be like, thank the Lord for that.
Yeah, we keep complaining about how hot it is and how big that temperature swing is, but really the temperature swing is hard for everyone, even though it's quote unquote not that hot with an ambient air temp of about 74 degrees. There's not a lick of shade on that course. That breeze has to feel good. Oh, on our screen right now, what we're seeing in studio is the yellow hat of Riley Brady, solo, no pacer, looking smooth, making their way towards the creek bed crossing. No one in sight. Again, we think that they have about 4 minutes on Tara Dower. But we did just get a glimpse of Riley Brady absolutely ripping their way up through the overall field.
It's so cool to see Riley having a great day here.
Yeah, really just like
proving that you can wear road super shoes on this course.
Also, just again, who wins potentially 2 back-to-back golden ticket races? Like, that's wild. That's so sick.
That's true. Liam was around here. 8th Station Fireball. What are the stats on people that have won back-to-back golden ticket races? It's got to be a very short list.
Yeah, in the same cycle, I'm trying to think if it's ever happened. Which, I mean, is the benefit of having fall 100 milers now and not waiting until January for things to kick off.
Yeah, I did have Callie Vincent come over and ask me about Scott's shoes, and she said, word on the street is that his shoes are falling apart. Can you tell me more about this? I'm like, all I know is that he said his shoes are falling apart. She's like, well, that might mean they actually are falling apart, or it might just mean that he's like frustrated and he feels like they might be a little bit messed up. So it's hard to know, but she did find some extra shoes, so she is prepared here to take care
Just
of Scott
in case.
if he's having shoe issues. Yes, I think I see. So we have 2 runners coming in. First runner I do not recognize, but behind that looks like Ferdinand Clovis or Arnott. Yes, we've got this. Yep. Cole Campbell coming in. Table Mesa.
So Cole Campbell was sitting
Also
in
no
15th with 15th at Cottonwood Gulch, 3 minutes ahead of Ferdinand Clovis Oro. So Cole has moved up at least 2 spots.
Yeah, he looks nice and steady. No pacer. Getting wet down up there at the sponge station.
Yeah,
And will
Cole
be
looked
on
warm
his way back out.
coming out of Deep Canyon when I saw him a mile or so,
Here's
mile and a half or
Ferdinand.
so.
Let's go, Ferdinand. Let's go.
This drone shot in studio that we're seeing and on the YouTube channel of Riley ripping is just so sick. I really want to go run right now.
It's just, that stride is so open and fluid. As we have.
Corinne, you gonna jump in the 50K tomorrow? Let's go.
I'm talking about you tomorrow. I can't jump in.
Oh, we need to. Yeah, we don't need commentary. We can just race.
It's okay. I'm running the 50K at Terraware next week, so we'll make it happen.
That's right, New Zealand. I think that'll be amazing.
Yeah, it's gonna
That will be amazing.
something. So if you are just joining us today, update for you. Men are through Table Mesa. We're waiting for them to come through Doe Spring, which is the final aid station about 4 miles from the finish line. That's Darren Thomas coming into Table Mesa now. But leading in the men's race, Seth Ruling with a bit of a 2-minute gap or so over Eli Hemming. Seth, though, was vomiting just outside the aid station. Eli Hemming was maybe just overheating and not having the best day or feel. Will Murray, sitting in 3rd, looked hungry and was only about 1 minute to 2 minutes back of Eli. So we're wondering in studio if Will Murray is going to be the guy to win this thing. Joe McConaughey also in the hunt for a ticket and was maybe 5 minutes back or so from Will. On the women's side, Riley Brady on your screen is leading the race. They are on their way to Table Mesa, currently sitting in like 20th or so in the overall. Curious to see where they come in at that aid. They've got about a 4-minute gap over Tara Dower, and then 9 minutes behind Tara Dower, you've got MK Sullivan. 4 minutes behind MK, you've got Lynn Chen. 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes behind Lynn Chen, you've got Shea Aquilano. Shea is already in Western States, so is Riley, just for notes there. And then we are waiting. Oh, it looks like Aaron Clark also through Cottonwood Gulch, 6:25 a lap. So currently sitting about 3 or so minutes back from a group of 3 women. So the hunt is on for the golden tickets in the women's race as well.
We had Darren Thomas heading out of Table Mesa. Darren looks pretty strong. He actually looked a little worked at Black Canyon City, and I feel like he looks better right now.
Riley Brady hunting season.
Just picking off guy. I think is that Juan that she's picking off right now. Juan Herrera, Cassius Herrera. Has he come through Table Mesa?
He has not.
I think that's who that is on your screen right now. I think that's Riley Brady picking off Juan, who was sitting up as high as maybe 7th, where we sit at the halfway mark.
Yeah, Juan was in 16th coming out of Cottonwood Gulch. Riley was 21st.
So Riley has been on a mission. Sniping.
just out here, much like. Well, no. I was gonna start making Kendrick Lamar references, but we'll save those for the halftime show tomorrow. But as we anticipated, Riley holding pace would be set to hit the Table Mesa aid station at approximately 6:40. So in the next 6 minutes, as we have on this shot, you can see in the distance where that aid station lies. It is the last crewable aid station and the second to last aid station on course, 51 miles in. So either way, we're talking about Riley ripping a 6:35 50 mile at this point and looking incredibly strong doing so, and trying to open up that lead on Tara Dower. Riley had a 5-minute lead at Cottonwood Gulch, so we'll see how that expands or contracts as we get more intel leading into Table Mesa. Meanwhile, we will continue to watch that Doe Spring aid station. We don't have a field correspondent, but I believe we do have a camera on the ground. So as the men hit that 58-mile, nearly 59-mile aid station here in approximately another half an hour, we will have some updates on the men's side as well to see how that continues to shake up.
I was going to say,
Black Canyon Ultras.
Predicted into Doe Spring in the live tracker, the estimated time coming into Doe Spring is 6:56.
6:59
here.
So about 20 minutes from now.
Okay.
And then again, that's 4 miles from the finish line. And I was told at that aid station that it was all downhill to the finish, and it is most certainly not.
Definitely not.
It's like a little bit downhill on a road, and then you have to like go up a rocky double track, and I swore at most of the rocks and then started crying.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the areas of the course where if you have not seen it, will come back to bite you. Usually it's not a huge issue. You're kind of just trying to get to the finish, but if you are in one of these golden ticket positions, you can bleed time in that last 4 miles for sure. We've seen people get kicked down over that section.
The chat's going off for Riley, sniping their way through the field right now, taking souls out there, getting faster as they go, making it look like they're running a 10K. Again, that is who's on your screen right now.
Okay.
They've got that distinctive arm carriage. Actually, Abby Hall has kind of a similar arm carriage, high arms. We call them the wings because the elbows kind of come out from the body a little bit. But yeah, Riley looking smooth.
And guys, can you hear me?
Yes,
we can. Hit us. What do you got?
Getting some intel here about splits and the fact that Riley was 8 minutes ahead of Keely's splits at Black Canyon City, and is Keely to Table Mesa was 6:59. So right now we're at so I would say that there's been a bunch of time made up. She's just continuing to add time to that being under course record. So whenever they get into Table Mesa here, we'll take another split, but comparing to, I had Mr. Aid Station Fireball telling me that it was 6:59 to Table Mesa for Keely Henninger. And
Keely ran a super strong back half of that race, did not lead early, took her time in aid stations to get iced down. So really, really cool to see. What I'm loving in Riley's race at Javelina and now here too is that they seem to be really finding their stride in the heat, which bodes well. They've been to Western States once. They did not have the day they wanted there, did not finish in the top 10. So, we're working our way towards a Western States, a hot race, a long race, a fast, runnable race that really suits their skill set. So, it's early in the year, but I am very excited way too early.
Going back to Keely's run, Keely split 45 minutes slower on the second half of the race than the first. So older course, but like the Soap Creek aid station was 31.2, Deep Canyon Ranch 32.2, but a 45-minute positive split. And then last year, Rachel Drake had a 15-minute positive split. So doing a loose calculation, Riley went through halfway at, what are we looking at? Yeah, it's scrolling away from me. There we go. So Riley went through halfway at the Deep Canyon Ranch aid station 4 flat, right? 4 flat 18. If you followed the Rachel Drake school of thought, that's an 8:15 finish time. With that like 15-ish minute
nasty.
positive split, you could go full Keeley and still run 8:44 and just slide under this course record, and that's with like an all-time rough second half. Obviously Keeley still won and got a course record, but yeah, if you split the difference, we're talking literally dozens of minutes that Riley is anticipated to be under this course record, presuming they can hold on. So I don't like to do the it's not if but by how much game, but
it's not if by how much.
It's kind of there, but and also just from a mental standpoint, right? We look back to Tara in second place. Because Riley already has the golden ticket, Tara has the benefit of just like playing the mental game of like, I am in first for the spots that matter. And so Tara might also just not be trying to push terribly aggressively right now.
Yeah, we just also had, I think we just saw Scott Trayer on the aerial as well. So Callie, just if you're listening, Scott is making his way into the table. Mesa aid
Matt
station.
Bellis is at Table Mesa right now with Pacer Georgia Porter.
Yeah, saw them leaving here. Georgia was ready to run him 20 miles here, so it looks like he's got a good crew around him to get him back out again.
He's looking spry. Matt's looking poppy.
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't like. No, I think it would have been helpful to get
Lead female.
Yeah.
All right, I think there's a chance we might have Riley coming in. Riley, yep.
Riley's
Brady coming into Table Mesa.
Nasty split on this.
Are you her parent? Awesome. She's having they're having an amazing day.
Thank you.
You're a wreck, as you should be. It's a stressful thing.
Riley's parents are in the aid station.
But you guys are doing
Ann
great.
And Bill.
Thank you.
Ann, we love you.
Ann and Bill.
Break down afterwards.
It's okay. You guys are doing amazing. This is incredible.
So they have to go up to the.
They have to go up to the orange cones. There's water and a sponge up there. Let's go, Riley.
Yeah, Riley's going to be sitting in probably 17th or so in this aid station, coming in right behind Matt Ballouse.
Job, Matt. Let's go. Nice job. Matt Bellis is out with a new pacer. Riley coming ready to be crewed right here by mom and dad.
Ann and Bill come out to all their races.
Ann and Bill.
They crushed the Javelina crewing. It was really wonderful to see.
As we see the full ice down occur, just for context, as the wind aggressively picks up here at Deep Canyon Ranch, and Riley Brady is out 6:42. What I was going to say is 6:42 is faster than most previous top women through Cottonwood Gulch.
Incredible day.
Looking at Tara when she finished 7th.
There'll be plenty of media.
Back last year, split Cottonwood Gulch at 6:43. Camille Herron when she won in 2020 split 6:43 through Cottonwood Gulch. That's 4+ miles back from where Riley just left.
Tara Dower is across the riverbed as well. We were getting that info from our drone pilot out there. A little low on battery.
The riverbed.
I think Ann and Bill are busting out of there to get to the finish line in time to see Riley.
They're not going to make it to the finish. They're like, we're not going to make it. We don't think we're going to make it, but I think they will.
I think they will too.
A little bit of time.
The shuttle is hard. It's just a lot of hurry up and wait, you know?
Yeah, Riley was nice and calm, collected, said no to tutti frutti gels, but yes to strawberry gels. So sounds like they're still eating, and that's a great sign. Nice and cooled off, new ice bandana, fresh ice bandana full of ice, and was out right away.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, we won't harsh Ann and Bill for not doing a post-crew interview because they've got to get to the finish line to see Riley in. So they've got to drive back to town.
They said, we're so stressed. They're like, we're so stressed. This is so stressful. But
that.
they were awesome.
It's all right. They do have time. Historically speaking, it's about 75 minutes from the Table Mesa aid station that we just saw Riley leave to Doe Spring, 8 miles down the road, and then to the finish, it's an additional half an hour. So they're playing with an hour 45, which again,
yeah, they'll get to town, they'll get that shuttle, they'll be there.
They'll be okay, and they'll try to see if Riley can dip under 8:30.
Wow, that would be incredible. Mr. Scott Traer coming in.
Are his shoes in fact falling apart? That's what the people need to know.
Uh-oh. Took a little spill right here. I didn't see them actually falling apart, so I'm guessing that would be on the inside. But he did take clipped a little rock and went down right here. So there also appears to be maybe some blood, maybe not. I think we might have some blood on the chest coming through maybe a little bit of nipple blood, unfortunately. That looks like it could be painful.
Well, nothing that one of our proud sponsors, Squirrel's Nut Butter, can't handle. Squirrel's Nut Butter, your leading anti-chafe salve.
He is going to get lubed up. That is happening right now. Miss Kyla is applying the Squirrel's Nut Butter. I'm sure he's going to feel much better right after that happens. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to tell with the shoes. It looks like they're just maybe the foam's like a little squished down, but he's not changing them. So not sure.
I think that was more of a metaphorical fall apart is maybe what it sounds like out there.
My shoes are falling apart, aka my legs are falling apart, possibly.
Yeah. Yeah, he was in reasonably good spirits.
You got this, Scott. No worse for the wear. He's out.
Scott Traer still sitting in 20th place.
Come back.
Been there, done that. That's a hard left turn at the aid station, and we've seen a few people miss it.
Yeah, for those wondering, again, we won't get any update from the men's race until they split at Doe Springs, which we expect to happen in about 10 minutes or so. So that is what we're keeping our eye on for as we wait for Tara Dower to come in here, which should be any minute now if that 4 minute or so gap is holding.
As we wait for
there we
Tara,
go.
Who is approaching right now. Yeah, we got Natalie Sandoval here ready to pick up pacing duties. So she's ready to go. Yeah, let's go.
It's about a 5 minute gap or so now. So holding pretty steady between Riley and Tara. Maybe opening up a little bit, but not by a whole lot.
Let's go, Tara. Tara Dower. She's smiling. She is looking like she is enjoying this and soaking it all in. There's probably no one out here right now who does not know who she is. After what happened last year, so yeah, seriously. I mean,
Honestly, I'm surprised she's the first one to do it.
maybe the most impressive range. She's getting cooled down.
Okay,
Tara is a little bit bloody.
Well, that's to be expected.
Crew.
No cacti embedded in her, though, so that's all that matters.
I don't know when she got this tattoo, but she has a tattoo on her leg that says "Suffer Well."
I like that.
Arm, that looks like more of like running into some brushes that just scraped her a little bit, but. Oh, we got
I don't know how much they talk about this early on,
happening.
But there are a lot of branches that lean onto the trail, so everyone out here is getting properly scratched up.
All right.
Yeah, maybe 540 is the gap between the two of them.
I don't know if you guys saw that. Tara Dower maybe took down about 12 ounces of Coke in about 3 seconds right there.
That's the AT for you.
Out of a 1 liter. That was seriously impressive. Yeah, that was pretty epic.
Yeah, so gap open up a little bit more between our first two, but good spirits all around.
We have a spectator here who said both those two women were seriously impressive. Is this your first time Black Canyon?
No.
Okay.
I've been here spectating many.
What makes it so impressive how they're running?
They're just so graceful, and they make it look so easy. It's just amazing. It's a thing of beauty. It really is.
Yeah, that's awesome. Love it. Well, it is. It's absolutely a thing of beauty. So love it. Well, thank you.
Indeed, we
Thanks for
are
making the
witnessing
sport better. Yeah.
proper masterclass happening, not just for our specific leaders, but well through the top 10. We would expect.
I do think there's a train of media people chasing Tara out of this aid station.
That is correct.
It's her pacer, it's her, and then we've got 3 media bros in tow. I would say, actually, no, I think that we got a lady with a camera running right behind her, but we got a media crew with her.
Yeah, so Tara had a 9-minute
All right, do you want to say a
lead
couple things
over
about it?
third place MK Sullivan at
Come
Cottonwood
on,
Gulch.
everybody wants to hear from you. All right, Debo's going to weigh in on what's going on.
Hey, Dylan.
Gosh, where do we start? I'm self-conscious about talking way too much. So anyway, glad to be on the live stream. Amazing day here at the Black Canyon 100K. Incredible racing. My bracket is totally busted. My fantasy team is a big failure. I ran out of here with Seth Ruling. He was bouncing. The dude was absolutely flying. Eli looked like he was suffering a little bit. And my boy, my new favorite runner, Will Murray, was also absolutely hauling. I wouldn't be surprised if Will catches Eli, but big respect to Eli.
I wouldn't be surprised if Will Murray shows up on the Free Trail podcast in a newer episode.
We'll see. And you know who I really need to get on the podcast for the first time ever is Riley Brady.
Yeah, Riley.
Holy
absolutely.
smokes. Just surgical, textbook.
Masterclass.
Dominance.
In road super shoes.
Liam just told me 18 and a half minutes under the course record here.
Yeah.
That's mind-blowing margin.
That's huge.
And then, of course, Tara. I mean, how can you get the AT, FKT, and compete for golden tickets?
As Corinne said in on the live, what range? Like we talk about Rachel Drake range, this is a different type of range. It's 2,000 miles to 100K.
Yeah. Anyway, amazing racing. Glad to be out here. Hope everybody's having a great live stream.
Thanks.
Thanks,
Dylan.
And we
is Dylan
still
gonna
have
be calling
eyes.
tomorrow?
No, Dylan is flying home
Good.
tomorrow so that he can fly to Tarawera with us on Monday.
That's right. Okay, because they were doing Free Trail's doing coverage at Tarawera too.
Yep.
Awesome.
So Tara Dower still on screen here. In the next 5 minutes, or I would say 5-ish minutes, we would expect MK Sullivan to roll into the Table Mesa aid station unless something has happened and MK's been passed. We'll find out when you do here in just a few short minutes. Meanwhile, we should have the men pinging at Doe Spring realistically any moment now. Seth Ruling left Table Mesa about 2 minutes ahead of Eli Hemming. Will Murray was another 90 seconds back in third place, and Joe McConaughey was 5 minutes back of them in fourth, with Kanwa sitting in fifth just behind String Bean. So top 5 men all separated by 8.5 minutes or less, leaving Table Mesa. But as we've talked about, Seth had a bit of vomiting just after leaving the aid station. Eli looked like hot death. So a lot can happen that we will find out at Doe Spring, and then that final 4-mile push to the finish here at the Black Canyon Ultras, presented by Hoka.
Yeah, one thing I really loved when we talked to Tara Dower yesterday in our women's pre-race panel was she really craved getting to run fast, even while on the AT. She was like kind of bummed by how slow you have to go to do the AT, which is still insane because she was putting down 50-mile days, but it was like 3 miles an hour is how she was approaching it, versus now she's like, I really wanted to be able to run fast, and I was missing running fast, and I was craving running fast, and so this is most certainly hopefully ticking that box for her.
Yeah, I mean, that 3:45 50K back in December probably scratched a little bit of an itch, but you know, gotta show the legs some love. You know, you gotta blow out those type 2 fibers, you know.
Yeah, we were wondering if the aerial footage we're getting on our screen, is that MK Sullivan making her way down to. Okay, so we do believe that is likely MK Sullivan. Hard to tell if the mullet is there or not from this aerial footage. I think they were pacerless, so that would make sense. Shea Aquilano left with the pacer. MK did not leave with the pacer. So that would make sense to me versus Lin Chen, who should be just behind MK by a couple minutes, has a pacer with her, I believe. So that will maybe help us with some aerial identification. But that is what we're waiting on right now. MK, again, was about 9 minutes back of Tara at Cottonwood Gulch, mile 46 point something. Table Mesa, again, is mile 51.1, and then they have 20K to go from there to the finish. Our men should be clocking in at Doe Springs any minute now, but I do think that we oftentimes get kind of fritzy
That is very correct.
Splits from there, so we might not get consistent splits at Doe Springs, just so you know watching at home, but that is something that we are looking for.
And just to update folks, early competitor on the women's side, Heather Jackson, has come through Cottonwood Gulch as the 12th female. So just wanted to hit y'all with a wellness check, 6:41.47. So Heather Jackson still upright, still accounted for.
Yeah, it didn't quite go out as hot this year as she did last year, but again, last year, remember, after finishing in the top 3 here 2 years ago, she finished 13th last year. So Black Canyon, it hasn't just quite clicked for her like I would like it to, because I know that Heather Jackson can perform on this course.
Yeah. Sounds like a new project. I'm trying to separate myself as much as possible. You're like, I'm on the car.
And wind is picking up. I know it's windy at Table Mesa. It's windy here at Deep Canyon right now. I'm sure it feels nice for the runners, but it's honestly, I'm going to pull an AJW and say it's a little bit chilly in studio.
Yeah, last year when we were at the finish line, I was like actively shivering as we were covering the final finishers. So it's better than that. So I'm not going to wholly complain, but I did learn from my mistakes and did pack a jacket for later this evening as we close out the elite finishers.
We can share the down quilt that AJW is using this morning. But yeah, and then Chen Lin sitting in fourth position. So curious to see what the gap is. Back to MK Sullivan and Lin Chen when they get to Table Mesa, mile 51. And then we'll see what that looks like as we make our way to the finish. But right now, golden tickets setting up on both the men's and women's races, looking like they're going to stay within the top 3 or 4. Again, they can roll down to 6. Riley Brady already has a spot into Western States, having won Javelina back in October, so they do not need a ticket. But then that means that F2, F3, and F4 are all desperately seeking that golden ticket into Western States. And I don't believe we have camera at Doe Spring. I don't think there's very much service out there from what I can remember. So I don't think we'll actually get to see them come through Doe Spring. And then we'll see aerial footage of them as they run in to the finish area.
Yeah, he was at Black Canyon. Yeah, I mean,
we think we might have eyes on MK.
Heck yeah.
Delightful.
Tony with a Sony on the screen, getting the snaps.
Screen. Want to say something?
You know, it's an amazing day out here in the desert. Beautiful weather, a little hot in the sun, but it is amazing, which I'm sure all your people at the booths are telling you. Yeah, we're out here. We're taking some photos. Some people are taking videos. It's great. Couldn't ask for a better day. Yeah, that's all I got.
Love it. Love to hear it, Tony.
It's just amazing. Trail running's amazing.
It's amazing.
Best sport in the world, as Sibo says. Best sport in the world.
That was a jinx for Corinne and Corinne.
Best race in the world, maybe. Black Canyon.
The Black Canyon of football's tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right? Was it the Super Bowl Black
Nobody
Canyon
cares
tomorrow?
about the Mesa. Nobody cares about the Waste Management Open. We're here for Black Canyon.
And to remind everybody at home,
all right, this
Black
runner
Canyon,
has a
singular
big
Canyon,
cheering squad. Big cheering squad. Lots of cheers. Alex Proctor brought his entire town with him. All right, here comes MK. MK is working hard up this hill, using her arms.
Yeah, MK, come on. Good Tommy Sullivan in aid to crew, MK.
MK Sullivan 12 minutes back of Tara Gower, currently sitting in third place.
And it looks like MK will pick up a pacer here. They did not have a pacer earlier. They did not leave here with a pacer, but it looks like they are taking a pacer for the final.
Yeah, we've got pacer going.
20K.
Good job, MK.
Love
Way
it.
to go, way to go, way to go. All
think
right.
it's a great
Do we
strategy.
know the significance of the patch on her pack? She's got an airplane.
Oh, her blimp, right? Is it a blimp?
Oh, it is a blimp. I think it is a blimp.
What a team.
Yeah, it's a blimp. Ice bandana on. I love this. I think this is mom. You got this. You got this.
Again, MK dropped from Black Canyon last year, rolling her ankle early in the race. Actually finished in a golden ticket position at Canyon's 100K, finishing second there, ultimately turning down that golden ticket. Got some FOMO. Is back here looking to snag that golden ticket today.
Yeah, and I heard MK say that if she was not feeling 100%, she would not line up. I heard her say that on Subhub Pod, and so apparently she was feeling 100% coming in.
Yeah, she was having some Achilles stuff, I think, if I remember correctly. So good to see that has not been an issue today. But again, that gap has opened up, though, between Tara Dower and MK. It was only 9 minutes at Cottonwood Canyon. It is now
17. Sorry,
12. We can do public math.
12 minutes.
It's 17 to Riley Brady in first.
12 to Tara Dower.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
That's opened up a lot for the women's podium, actually. That's wild. Tara and Riley are running really fast.
Do we think that was Tara running faster or MK fading? It's hard to know, right?
I think Riley's running a little bit faster. Tara's running a little bit faster, and maybe MK had she was also one of the only. Riley's running solo, but MK also didn't have a pacer on that section. Tara Dower definitely got that pacer bump on that final last 20-mile section.
All right. Yeah, so I see Rachel Lemke walking up here to aid. Rachel was pacing Tara, and apparently just now arrived. I think she did have a little bit of a fall out of Black Canyon City, but for all intents and purposes, Tara Tower has dropped her pacer. That would tell me that she is running really fast and trying to chase down Riley. So
that's cool.
Yeah, hopefully Rachel's okay. I think she's good. She's smiling, but she's probably like, "Wow, that was a ride."
So looking at the historic splits on the women's side from Black Canyon to Table Mesa, only 2 women had ever split under 2 hours for that stretch. Rachel Drake last year and Becca Wendell last year. The only folks who ever go under 2 hours from Black Canyon City to Table Mesa. This year, we had Riley do it in an hour 54, so 4 minutes faster than anybody else has ever done it on the women's side. 1:58.03, Tara Dower, so right there with what Rachel did. So MK's running what historically has been pretty normal. Like it would have been a top 15 split from Black Canyon to Table Mesa. Tara's just charging that section as well.
Okay, do we have our men through Doe Spring? Seth Ruling has split through Doe Spring at 7 hours even, so a little bit off that projected time by a couple minutes, in fact. So curious to see what that looks like. We do not yet have a split from Eli or Will. Again, Doe Spring is 4 miles out. Curious to see what that looks like. And one more reminder, Doe Spring is also a hard place for us to get splits from.
And so as we are waiting for some more men to ping through Doe Spring, and we're watching for the next just off the podium women to come through Table Mesa, we're going to throw it to some ads here at the Black Canyon Ultras, presented by Hoka.
Not every runner runs in the rain. Not every runner runs in sub-freezing temperatures. Not every runner runs 100 miles at a time. Not every runner seeks out the most challenging environments in the world to test their athletic resolve. Not every runner finds joy in the struggle. But for those who do, we see you. We see you on those days when you could just take the day off or log a few miles on the treadmill instead of braving the gusting wind and snow. We see you, and we're here for it. That's why we create and test the absolute best technical running apparel in the world. Gear that keeps you dry, staves off the wind, keeps you warm. Gear that keeps you comfortable in the most uncomfortable conditions. So go ahead, step out the door, seek out those challenges, and just keep running. Or where? For whatever's ahead.
We weren't trying to create a salve for anti-chafe. We knew that hydrating the skin with natural ingredients was key. We created a salve that healed damaged skin and also happened to be slippery and provide protection to reduce friction and chafing.
They call you crazy for the 4 a.m. starts, for the endless miles, for pushing your body to the brink. They might call you crazy, but that just spurs you on. Go further with Enduro 3, the ultra-performance GPS smartwatch from Garmin.
Alrighty, back live in studio. I'm Corinne Malcolm, joined by Skylar Hall. Feeling good. We're actually are we eating granola bars in studio right now? That's what's happening. So Skylar can't talk.
Yeah, sorry. We are still. Well, I'm still running a 50K tomorrow. I was like, let me not sit here and completely rot away. So, excuse me for trying to stay topped off.
I will allow it. I'll allow it. Okay, so welcome back to the Black Canyon 100K coverage. We'll be back in studio too for the 50K tomorrow. I'll be joined in studio by Hillary Yang. It's going to be amazing. So scrap all your Sunday plans as well. Again, coverage brought to you by the fine folks at Hoka, as well as Squirrels Nuts, Nut Butter, Goo Energy Labs, Tenari Sunscreen, a whole cool lineup. I'm actually drinking out of a super sweet mug in studio that says I get all my news from Debo. So love the free trail. Shout out. We, as I mentioned before we went to commercial, the Doe Springs aid station updates can be super, super delayed. So it looks like actually that Will Murray just split through Doe Springs, and the gap is 3 minutes between Seth and Will.
Yeah.
Ooh-wee.
Okay. We have Shea Aquilano in Table Mesa.
Shay doesn't need a ticket, Corinne, because she's already in Western States.
Right. Yes, I knew that. She's just here. She's doing great.
Yeah. Oh, perfect. I thought I heard someone say, oh yeah, like still in the golden ticket hunt. And I was like, nope,
we were
doesn't need one.
discussing that, and we were discussing the fact that the woman who comes in after this, still has a chance of maybe chasing down, is in the hunt for the ticket. We also saw Lin Chen.
Oh,
so
sick.
Lin Chen came in when we had an ad break, and I was screaming into the mic, but nobody heard me, that Lin Chen was here. So she was in and out. I believe she left at 2:05. So 3 minutes ago.
Yep, 7:03:39 elapsed, about 5 minutes back or so from MK Sullivan.
And she spent a minute or so here in aid, so I think she left at 2:05.
Okay.
But I don't know if that timing mat is taking the inbound or outbound. I looked at my watch and saw 2:05, but around that, 2:03, 2:05.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shea Aquilano also now through Table Mesa, having a great run. They toughed out a hard day here last year after coming in with a rolled ankle. So really excited to see Shea crush it with no pressure because they're already in the big dance.
Yeah, Shea also ran an amazing race at Run Rabbit Run this last year, just really nailing a tough mountainous 100-miler. So that was awesome to see. Definitely has that fatigue resistance going on.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit more about how Lin Chen looked in aid. So you said that she took a couple minutes there, but kind of got out fairly quickly, like very much in the hunt, it seems.
Yeah. No, I think she looked good. She was just doing her things, ice bandana, dunking water over, switching out some nutrition. Didn't spend, you maybe spent time, but was doing things the whole time. And I didn't see any kind of breakage she just looked focused and, got what she needed to done and then rolled right out of here.
And just so that you know, Corinne, there are big shakeups on the men's side. We've got Joe and Eli through Doe Springs, 4 miles out. So again, Seth Ruling still in the lead, 3 minutes back, Will Murray. 2 minutes behind Will, Joe McConaughey.
Oh my God.
And then 3 minutes behind Joe, Eli Hemming.
No, I feel like this is playing out a little bit like JFK for Eli. Like it's like the last 10 miles of the race. It's like,
yeah.
brutal.
So
But that's super exciting. And
the
if
race
you're
is
Joe
not over
McConaughey
yet.
right now,
Definitely not.
I know.
What a race for Joe. Like that is just, and I know that he's a good runner. I know that, but honestly, this is so much more than I anticipated from him coming into this race weekend. I know he's done the heat training. He's been doing these overdressed runs wearing layers upon layers in Seattle. He's obviously put in the work. I know he's a fast runner, but what he is doing today is just like reminding me that, Joe's got this.
Yeah. Another person that has range, winning Cocodona 250, just outright basically running by himself the whole time and arguably resetting what the norm is for 200 milers.
Oh, yeah, I know. He's been close to a golden ticket so many times, kind of in that Cole Watson predicament at times, just coming up short more times than we'd like to count. So really excited to see Joe seemingly about to get it done, which is really, really awesome.
And Seth with potentially a puke and rally. We don't know if he had thrown up more times, but he's holding on to it, right? And running well under course record at this point.
Yep, running really, really strong. Going into that final 4 miles. Sorry, go, Corinne.
We have Aaron Clark coming in. No, you're good. We've just got Aaron Clark rolling up the hill here.
Do we have video feed from Aid Station? We can hear Corinne, but can we get video feed of Aaron Clark coming into Aid at Table Mesa?
It is videoing this. Adam pacing right behind.
So as we are flipping cameras and we have the overhead shot here, just for context, last year Hayden Hawks, when he ran the course record for the full distance, split Doe Spring at 7:07. So Eli Hemming in 4th place split 7:08. Our top 3 men all currently under course record splits. Leader Seth Ruling doing so
there
by
we go. Back
7
to Aid.
minutes.
Awesome. So now we can see Aaron Clark. And again, I was going to say the significance of this, Corinne, is that she could, with a strong push, like she's in that golden ticket bubble position right now, but she needs to get all the way past Lin Chen to make it happen.
Okay. And then all the way past Lin Chen, which is how many minutes? 3 to 5 at this point? 6?
Probably 6 or 7 is my guess.
6 or 7, yeah.
Because right now, Tara Dower, MK Sullivan, and Lin Chen are sitting in your 3 women's golden ticket positions, sitting in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in the race. Shea Aquilano in 5th. Erin Clark sitting in 6th, looking really, really strong, but she's got to push this final 20K if she wants to make it happen. Again, coming up very, very, very close and just short of a golden ticket at Javelina 100 back in October.
I know, man, so close. Fourth there at Javelina. running a historically super fast time. Erin's chugging some water, fully wetted down. Brand new ice bandana that goes in the front and the back. And we have, that is Jenna Bensko right behind her.
No way.
Jenna Bensko and Erin Clark are in aid together.
Watch your step.
Erin's out, and Jenna's getting wet down, but Jenna Bensko is like the closer of Black Canyon, it appears, so that's going to be exciting. Adam's out, and they're literally, we'll see when she leaves, but Jenna is just refilling bottles right now. And she's moved up, hasn't she?
Jenna, yeah, she's moved up a lot, and she was 4th here last year, 1 spot out of a golden ticket. Because again, we had 3 on the line as well last year. She finished
and now we
4th,
have Abby
right
Hall
behind Lauren
coming in.
Puretz. Oh my goodness!
Abby Hall's also here.
So just
Raging,
for context,
this is
Jenna's in this aid station 9 minutes faster than she was last year.
Holy cow!
Good
She
job,
took
Abby.
4th last year and is 9 minutes ahead of that and sitting in 6th, 7th.
Oh my God, this is insane. The times that are being run out here are just ridiculous. Abby's getting crewed. It's super exciting right now. Jenna's getting crewed. Jenna's getting ready to leave.
And I think Cordis
looks like
is pacing Abby the full 50K.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said he's running 50K. I didn't recognize him with the mustache. Jenna is out.
Grab a bunch of food.
Okay, we have crew saying to Pacer, grab a bunch of food, and they're getting ready to go. So Jenna Bensko is out right now at 2:15.
You've got Jess and Jim crewing Abby and Cordis, getting them out of aid.
And Abby Hall is out as well, literally 20 seconds behind Jenna Bensko.
Oh, the race is on. I will say that Jenna Bensko has moved up because she was definitely behind Abby leaving the halfway point here at Deep Canyon Ranch. But again, all these women are moving really, really well. The final 20K is going to be, honestly, we are repeating the men's race from last year where 4th through 11th were like bang, bang, bang all the way into the finish. So
okay, and
it's
Cordis
wild.
Left. He had fallen and had a little bit of a gash on his hand. Oh no.
Pacer damage. Don't love that.
Curtis is out. Oh my God. That's so exciting. Ah! Hi.
Hey, how are you?
Good to see you.
You're racing tomorrow, yeah?
All right, so for context, right, we've been talking about there are 3 tickets available on the women's side, right, as it is on the men's. But Riley Brady already has a ticket. Shea Aquilano already has a ticket. So Tara Dower, MK Sullivan, and Lynn Chin currently sitting in those spots. Lynn Chin split Table Mesa 7:03:39. You have Erin Clark, Jenna Bensko, and Abby Hall all within 2 minutes of each other.
This is coming towards the finish now at from Doe Springs towards the finish line. We've got our eye in the sky. Sorry to cut you off there.
No, you're good. I was just going to say Erin Clark, Jenna Bensko, Abby Hall, all within 10 minutes of Lynn Chin.
That's
with 12
nasty.
miles to go.
That could happen.
Absolutely. It's because they have each other to play off of, much like, you know, it's almost like a small peloton trying to trace down a single breakaway at this point to get up to Lynn Chin, and you still have Shea Aquilano in that gap as well. So they can certainly play off each other and potentially come in and snipe one of those final golden tickets. A lot about to happen here over the last 12 miles of the women's race at the Black Canyon 100K, presented by Hoka. Meanwhile, we've got eyes in the sky as we are approaching the finish line. We have 5 men through the final checkpoint at Doe Spring. Seth Ruling through at 7 hours. Will Murray 3 minutes back in second. Joe McConaughey 5 minutes back in third. Eli Hemming at 7:08, just cruising along. And then Kenwa Liu 7:11. So top 5 all within 11 minutes of each other.
That's tight racing. 4 miles to go. I think we're going to see a little bit of movement. I don't know that our 1, 2, 3 is locked, is how I would describe it.
Definitely not.
I think our 1, 2, 3 is very much up in the air. You've got Matt Daniels pushing Seth Ruling. That is a deadly duo for sure. And I think if they can push Seth to really go to that dark place, I think that's going to be a big breakthrough for him, which is also scary because it's like Seth hasn't been in a position where he's had pacers like that, someone else to kind of push him to dig deep and get the absolute best out of himself. So that is, that's a very scary Seth Ruling. He did say he'd really like to get into Western States so that he can do the Leadville mountain bike later this summer and not have to run in July. So
fair.
Here's to hoping that Seth can make that happen.
So for context, Hayden and for that matter, Anthony Costales both split about 23 or 24 minutes from Doe Spring to the finish. So doing that basic math, Seth Ruling came through at 7 hours flat. We would expect him to be approaching the finish line here in the next 5 to 7 minutes, unless somebody wants to run him down.
Yeah, looking for Elliott Carden and Craig Hunt again, a guy who closes generally pretty well in this final section. Maybe not going to be closing quite as fast as he did last year, but again, looking to make moves over that final 4 miles. He did say he loves that road section when you leave Doe Spring, so curious to see what that looks like. And then we'll be looking for our women's splits through Doe Spring as well. Riley Brady again sitting in 17th overall, having left Table Mesa about 40 minutes ago. Their parents were worried that they weren't going to make it in the finish in time, so they are rushing into town to get that shuttle from Anthem out to the finish line. Very, very excited.
So yeah, course record split on the women's side is 8:16:55 at Doe Spring. Wholly expect that to get crushed, but that we talked about, it's approximately a 75-minute stretch from Table Mesa to Doe Spring. So looking for Riley to come through
and
just under.
Just so people know, when we say Doe Spring, kind of we get sketchy updates from it. It's because it doesn't have great, there's no cell service. So generally those are manually uploaded. So you're not going to see it to the second there for the most part. They're going to round it to the whole minute. So those splits, again, they're good, but we could be hedging one way or another a little bit by about 60 seconds, which with 4 miles to go does matter, it turns out. So someone said it's kind of sketchy. There's no seconds. Yes, it's because those are manually uploaded versus locations where we've got a Starlink, where we've got a mat, we've got all these bibs double chipped this year, so that we can make sure we don't lose any of them out there. So.
But you can see here on the screen that this isn't just a smooth, buttery 4 miles.
No.
It's snakes. It's rocky. There are some little climbs that this deep into the race will hurt you. But on the screen, we can see the finish line in the distance.
Oh, my goodness.
As Seth Ruling is in his final stretch. Pacers looking over his shoulder to make sure that they can actually enjoy this stretch, or if they have to figure out they have to kick it all the way down. But from here, you're just about, I'm going to say, 600 meters?
Oh, my goodness.
To the finish.
I think isn't there a 1K or a 500-meter mark, a big, Hoka pylon out there or something?
They did add that. Yep.
Man, Seth Ruling gonna get it done. Running his way into the history books. We've got, 7:21 elapsed right now? Absolutely flying. Adding more and more talent to the Western States field for the end of June. That is why we are here, and to get the other 1,000 runners to the finish line as well.
So looking at the historical data, there have been 6 people total to split under 7:21 to Doe Spring.
Oh my, really?
Correct. And Seth Ruling's here we go,
pylon.
hold my beer. I'm going to just flirt a little bit over that all the way to the finish.
Yeah, being paced in by Matt Daniels, I think at this point, I do believe Drew Holman took him 20 miles. And there's Matt Daniels with the high five to his good friend, training partner, Boulder Boys podcast co-host, Seth Ruling, looking to become the 2025 Black Canyon 100K champion, scoring that golden ticket to Western States. The boy can now race the Leadville mountain bike in August and doesn't have to run a step after the end of June. Unreal.
Absolutely crushing it right now. He's just getting a great view. Again, not just buttery smooth. So Not so much a problem for Seth right now, but should it come down to a kick for places later on, keep that in mind. But right now, it is time to celebrate as we have the view from the finish line. One last bump. And the cattle gate.
I want to be clear here. While he is a Boulder boy, he also is Chattanooga proud there. He's got his roots out east. So got to give the trail community some love. There's Drew Holman waiting for him to come in as well. Wow, what a run. Drew's got to be in tears already.
Previous course record by Hayden Hawks, 7:30:18 goes down. Your 2025 Black Canyon 100K champion, Seth Ruling, 7:24:10 unofficially, shaves off about 6 minutes from the course record.
Holy
and snags
Toledo.
himself a little golden ticket.
To be fair, it's a very large golden ticket, but the Boulder Boys have this ongoing joke in their podcast that you don't win June races in February. You don't win August races in June. You don't win 2024 races in 2024. Now they're winning races in 2025. We love to see it. Congratulations, Seth. Big deal alert. Adam Mary there, another one of his good friends, just behind the barricades.
Stoked. Absolutely stoked. You see the emotion raw right there.
You don't take down a Hayden Hawks record every day.
And just to get ahead of it, took down Hayden Hawks' record by 6 minutes. It's almost as if somebody predicted that would happen.
It's almost like you were the only one that predicted it would happen. And
by how much did I say it was going to happen by?
I think you said 6 minutes.
Yes, I did.
You were wrong on Riley Brady, though.
Oh, I absolutely screwed that one up. But hey, 50-50 is good.
Is this Will Murray?
It's got to be.
Will Murray making good on potential here. 30 years young, I think. 29, 30 years old. Fourth at Leadville in August, running 17 and change. Looking to be getting it done in second position right now. The biggest result of his career.
Easily.
By and away by far. Looking to bring it home well under again that previous course record. I did not see this happening today.
My guess is that a lot of people did not see it happening today.
Except for Skylar.
I mean, but I definitely didn't have Will Murray coming out and showing out like this. He is absolutely crushed it. You see him just pushing all the way to the finish, leaving nothing to chance. He's got just that little last...
Pacerless. No pacerless. Didn't drop a pacer. Had no pacer. Wow. Will Murray kicking it in.
Put some respect on his name. I was unfamiliar with your game. That's on me, Will Murray. You go ahead and get your shine as you come through second place at the 2025 Black Canyon. Will Murray, 7:26:53.
Running solo. Basically, probably he and Seth probably ran the same split from Doe Spring to the end virtually, but his split from Table Mesa to the finish had to be faster. What a run. Will Murray, you made a name for yourself, bud. He's looked like this the whole day, too.
He's just chilling. He's like, oh, we did a thing?
Tired, clearly, a little bit. We saw an exhale there, but he looked stoked leaving here at the halfway mark. He knew what was coming, and he looked so excited. So behind him, we've got a battle for 3 and 4. We do believe it's going to be Eli Hemming and String Bean Joe McConaughey. That on your screen, that would be String Bean. That is that bright orange and yellow kind of neon Brooks kit. Mm-hmm. Making his way into the finish. A huge performance for Joe. A very, very talented athlete, but this, I think, kind of reaffirms his place in that upper echelon. Yeah, we might be going 1, 2, 3 on the tickets here. likely not to see much of a roll down, and we do, because this is a golden ticket race. Part of it being a golden ticket race means that it needs to have in competition drug testing. So all these runners today that are finishing in the top 3 getting that golden ticket will be kind of whisked away post race for an anti-doping control. I do believe that we have Brett Hornig on the ground there. At some point, we'll be snagging some finish line interviews for him. I don't know if that's going to be pre, during, or post drug testing, but Brett is on the ground, probably fully kitted out in that drippy sweatsuit to make sure that happens for us.
Yeah, if we could not get the interviews during drug testing, that would be awesome. But pre or post?
Pre or
absolutely.
post. They might not be allowed in during drug testing. TBH, I think you get one chaperone. That's actually a great stat. Do we know how many swings Joe has taken at a golden ticket race and come up short? It's a handful.
It's a significant number.
That's an aid station fireball stat that I need. Yeah, huge performance from String Bean. A lot of love for the String Bean in the chat. Again, phenomenal in the Vermont Long Trail. Phenomenal on things like the AT. Just like Tara Dower on the women's side, talk about range, making it happen. I kept joking that if you can win a 50K, like you got to be able to win the best 50K in the world or win the best 100 mile in the world. Maybe you have to win or be in the podium for one of the best 100Ks in the world in order to get the AT FKT.
That is a terrifying thought. That is an absolute. No, I'm not even going to entertain that with my brain. That will melt the whole thing down. Snap math, and somebody will surely correct me if and when I am wrong. I think this is Joe's 6th attempt at a golden ticket.
Camera runners got to stay on their feet.
Yep, love that. So yeah, because we had Gorge and Lake Sonoma in 2017. Was Sean O'Brien a golden ticket in 2018 still?
Oh, don't quote me on it.
We're going to say yes just for the safety. And then Javelina 21, Bandera 22, Gorge 22?
Javelina 21.
So this would be attempt 7.
Gorge 22 was not a golden ticket race.
This would be attempt 6. I was right the first time. If at first you do not succeed, you try and try and try and try and try and try again. And maybe, just maybe, you can have yourself a day like String Bean is having here, up to the finish to take 3rd place.
The
fresh kit.
Oh, Cowgill gonna lose it for their man Joe. He runs their Wednesday workouts every week.
Well, I think we'll give him this week off after this 3rd place finish for Joe String Bean McConaughey. 7:31:40 here at the 2025 Black Canyon 100K. And just so we're clear, before this year, that would have been the 2nd fastest time ever on this course. String Bean running the now 5th fastest time ever at Black Canyon. And finally getting the golden ticket that he has desired for so long.
Yeah, again, timing's going to have internet issues, I think, both at the finish line where cell service is spotty and also at Doe Springs where service is non-existent. So bear with us on those timing points. Waiting still for Eli Hemming to come in. Should be coming in 4th. There he is, your 4th place man today. Eli Hemming, longest race to date. Laying it all out there, pushing the pace early, pushing the pace to what became course records today. Again, he finished in what? He finished in 7:32:53 elapsed, and he's 4th?
Yeah.
Nasty. Absolutely nasty.
Again, a time that would have been the 2nd fastest ever coming into today. Faster than Anthony Costales ran in 2023. and finds himself on the outside looking in, just a minute off the podium.
Yeah, absolutely impressive. For those of you who don't know, why we keep calling him String Bean is that's his given trail name from being out on the long trails, and so we like to use it here too. Makes it feel right at home. And for those of you who are wondering, Tara Dower's trail name is Candy Mama.
Mm-hmm.
So we can start using that one in the chat too. Candy Mama for Tara Dower. There we go, Joe. You got your ticket. It looks like Blake Slatengren might be returning the favor this year of pacer duties.
Absolutely.
At Western States after last year.
So our top 4 men, Seth Ruling, Will Murray, Joe McConaughey, and Eli Hemming. Top 3 getting the golden tickets. Eli first in line should something happen between now and May 1st, where one of those gentlemen gives it up. All 4 of them separated by just 10.5 minutes. And Eli just a minute back of Joe there at the finish.
That's wild.
Told you guys, kicks. It all comes down to these kicks.
Sit and kick. Who knew that 100K all training was really all about the sit and kick? Joe does a lot for the sport. He runs a youth trail running program up in the Seattle area, getting youth out onto trails. He's part of a coaching collective that also offers sponsorship spots to a number of athletes every year who might not be able to afford it otherwise and are generally representing minority communities. So Joe's doing the work. Works with Cowgale, runs their speed sessions on Wednesday, putting it all out there. Really, really cool to see him finally get that ticket after what we believe was 6 attempts previous to today. Scrolling back through a little bit. See what's happening on the women's side through Table Mesa. Emily Mann and Madison Lectie did make it through Table Mesa at 7:17 and 7:21 elapsed, rounding out our women's top 10 there. Currently, fan favorites like Lauren Puretz and Heather Jackson sitting outside the top 10 and 11th and 13th. Heather actually hasn't made it to Table Mesa yet. Sarah Gage made it through, sitting in the F12 position. So definitely some carnage out there today. But again, waiting for our race lead splits into Doe Spring, but those will be slow coming. This looks like our Chinese athlete, Liu Ken-ho, sprinting up this final little rocky incline, almost eating it right there. Running really, really strong through the finish line. Got to make it through the gate. Wow. Absolutely blazing down the finishing stretch. Yep, that is Liu Ken-ho.
7:36.
So
40.
fast. Last year I was like, the men's times were so fast. It was snowy, maybe the times were soft, blah, blah, blah. Really, really impressive.
Honestly, I'm amazed that the KT tape is still sticking to him between the amount of sweating and the amount of just like getting doused with water. I've never been able to have that sort of success, so I need his secrets. Oh, family time. Love that. So the Kailis athlete coming out of China was 24th at UTMB last year, won the Chiang Mai UTMB race in 2025, or 20 hours and 25 minutes. So coming down in distance and showing us what's what.
Yeah, we're trying to find more and more opportunities, I think, in particular for Chinese athletes and other Asian athletes to make it into races like Western States, to race into other parts of the UTMB World Series, for example, getting visas to get out of China, essentially, to race in Western Europe and the U.S. is not always easy. So always cool when we get to see athletes make it over here. Actually, them being on professional contracts is a huge push, or a huge benefit in when it comes to then being allowed these visas to come in and race, because they have a professional contract associated with it. So very excited to see more and more of that in the coming years, because there's a wealth of talent in China that we have never seen. It's kind of wild how fast and deep and huge the races are there. Massive. We think a UTMB field is big. We're talking thousands and thousands of runners towing off for a 100K ultra in China.
So we've now had our top 5 men come through the finish line here at the 2025 Black Canyon Ultras. We would expect Elliott Carden and Gavin Pryor to be next down the line. They were 10 and 13 minutes back of Luo, respectively, so should see them coming here in the next 6 or 7 minutes. Meanwhile, we are looking at the women's race. We've got 26 women through Cottonwood Gulch. Kristen Suchin being the last one through, 7:34:37. Katie Asmuth, 25th female, 7:17. And scrolling back up, there are definitely moves being made. Women in that 10 to 20 range are sliding up the ranks, but we're still got eyes on Table Mesa to see which will come next. Heather Jackson theoretically is next on course, but we haven't really seen much in the way of response about how she's going out there, if she is still out there. So we'll try to get some intel on that. Meanwhile, 13 women are through Table Mesa. Jessie George, Sarah Gage, and Lauren Peretz being the last 3 through. So
yeah,
that's
we
where
won't. And we won't get images of the women until we get drone footage of them coming into the finish line, because there's no service out at Doe Spring. So we may get splits from Doe Spring at minimum, and then we will see them as they run kind of in that final kilometer to a mile out from headquarters. So that is what we are waiting on right now. We know that they are speedily running their way towards the finish line. We anticipate that Riley could take as much as 30 minutes off of Keely Henninger's time from 2023, which is wildly impressive. Currently sitting at 7:41:35 elapsed. I do believe that course record is 8:45. So we anticipate that Riley Brady, being pursued by Tara Dower, are likely to finish 8:15-ish, 8:20-ish. Who knows?
Yeah, so we would anticipate Riley getting to Doe Spring. We said somewhere around 75 minutes after Table Mesa, so that'd be about 7:55, 7:56. And then from there, you got about half an hour to the finish. So 8:20 something, unless they want to absolutely rip it, which they have been this entire time. So I will stop betting against Riley. Meanwhile, Tara's still
crushing it.
Absolutely crushing it. Was only 5 minutes back of Riley at Table Mesa. 6:46 through that split is still an all-timer. As we mentioned, only 2 women had ever gone through Table Mesa in under 7 hours. One did so by 20 seconds, the other by 11 seconds. So the fact that we had 3 do it, one by 19 minutes, one by 14 minutes, and one by 2 minutes, MK, if she just maintains could still be running the 3rd fastest time ever at Black Canyon.
Nasty. Just nasty.
It would be 3rd place today.
Yeah.
So.
And MK said, getting the golden ticket wasn't as much of the goal as going for the win, and so putting themselves out there today, they've done that. They needed redemption here on this course. She did not have a good race here last year. She rolled her ankle and had to pull out before performing really well at Canyon. So excited to see MK back on this course, really trying to throw down and make good on what could have been last year, and take a golden ticket this time around. I got aerial footage with a mean glare in studio, so I'm looking a little bit insane trying to actually focus on the screen, but we do have more runners making their way into this final stretch of the course. Honestly, looking really, really smooth. 7:44 elapsed right now, so a little bit of a gap back from our first couple finishers. Again, at Doe Spring, it was a 10-minute gap between Lou Canhow and then Elliot Carden and Gavin Pryor. I will say that I'm in a down jacket now in studio, so while we are pleasantly cool to chilled in studio, it is definitely looking warm as runners head out behind us, because they are looping through where we are sitting at Deep Canyon Ranch. They come in, they loop through Aid, they see their crew, and then they head back out along a nice flat section of dirt road before it rolls periodically aggressively out of here, and they are looking a lot warmer than we are, is how I would put it.
Absolutely. Yeah, the wind is blowing seemingly to the north. So as the runners are heading towards the finish line, they're pretty much running into the wind. Like, it's essentially a headwind for all intents and purposes. So great for evaporative cooling if you need to take advantage of such things. Horrible for feeling like you're making progress.
Yeah, the headwind leaving here would be a little bit of a bummer, because it is directly in your face on a dirt road as you leave Deep Canyon. But we've got runners coming through, and again, the live broadcast, well, you and I get to clock out just after dinner time. The live broadcast is going through until 4 a.m. so that we can welcome every single runner into the finish line before going live again at 6:30 tomorrow morning for the 50K. I'm a little bit jealous that you're running it. I will be sitting here again, welcoming you into the finish line, though, which will be very, very cool.
Oh, don't worry. I'll come make a sweaty mess on the couch when I finish. No, it's very important to remind folks that, yes, we're doing a lot of coverage for the elite runners, but everyone's got to be celebrated, and we're super excited to be able to bring start-to-finish coverage because we speak so much about trail and ultra being a community, and so being able to highlight everyone involved is incredibly important. So join us through the evening, cancel your dinner plans, and hang out with us as we rock all the way until 4 a.m. And if you're sitting at home like, I would love to find my friend, my cousin, my loved one, make sure you click that link at the top of the live chat for the live tracking, and you can filter by name, find your favorite person, and keep tabs on them as they cruise along the Black Canyon Trail.
This looks like Elliot Carden coming in to the finish line, I want to say. Elliot Carden out of Quebec, Canada. It's been really, really cold at home, so making good work of what would be a much warmer feeling day. I understand that. It's been cold by Seattle standards at home, and the sun here, and it's felt hot to me. But Elliot Carden digging up this final climb on his way into the finish line. Looks like he will be our 6th place male finisher here today. holding off Gavin Pryor over those final 4 miles, as well as Craig Hunt, who is notoriously fast over this section. This is a strong performance for our Canadian Elliott Carden. Had a great race at Gorge last year. He's kind of finished near these spots previously where you're like, you're almost there.
Yeah.
But he put together a really, really strong day. Didn't quite have it in the final 20K to make a move that he needed as those front guys continued to surge forward. Not enough breakdown, I think, at the front that we were maybe expecting to happen on the men's side. So really, really solid running.
Yeah, so to put it in context, I think Elliott is a great case study. This is his 4th time running here at Black Canyon. In 2020, he was 3rd. In 2022, he was 14th. In 2023, he was 8th in 8 hours and 10 minutes. He just ran 7:48 for 6th place.
Cool. So now we've got some video out on the trail of Tara Dower with her pacer. Someone asked in the chat earlier, why are the pacers running behind the runners? And it's super individual, I find. Sometimes you need to be able to just look at their feet and zone out, but sometimes they're really there more for emotional support, in my mind. For many of us in ultras, for long stuff, navigation help is really important when you're tired and delirious, but we don't get that drafting effect that you would on a bike, but the RPE effect, or like the decrease in your rate of perceived exertion, or how hard it feels like you're running, changes a lot when you've got company out there. So there is that kind of added benefit to having a pacer out there with you. And when we saw Tara there, that doesn't mean that Riley isn't still in the lead. That just, we happen to have clear camera footage of Tara at that moment, so that is what we're showing you. We do still believe that Riley Brady is leading the women's race, followed by Tara Dower in second. They left Table Mesa with about a 5-minute lead over Tara, so we imagine that is probably hanging true. And Riley did leave with a pacer, I believe, from the finish, or from the Table Mesa, right? Didn't have one coming in. Left with one? Didn't leave with one. Left solo. MK Sullivan came in without a pacer, left with the pacer. That's
Correct.
What it was.
And for those keeping track at home or wondering, why haven't we gotten more specific information? We've had no one ping at Doe Spring, which again is a manual upload. Like there's literally somebody there having to punch in numbers to give us this information. We haven't had any pings from Doe Springs in the last 25 minutes, which doesn't mean that nobody's come through. It just means that between the spotty signal and just man hours, we don't have intel. So hey, let's get super excited for what will be some very riveting last 800s that we will see between these drone shots and our on-course runner cams.
I think this is Gavin Pryor coming in.
Should be.
For 7th, it should be Gavin Pryor. We don't have Doe Spring updates for Craig Hunt or Zach Perrin, which is not likely accurate, I would say. We are dealing with like a really delayed system at a Doe Spring, which happens every year. So if you're not new to this scene, you get it. If you are new, welcome to running in the middle of nowhere.
Correct. Yeah, Doe Spring is closer to a shooting range than it is a cell tower. So
yeah, someone said patience, folks. You got to send a pigeon from Doe Spring to the finish. It takes a while. Yeah, legitimately.
But Gavin Pryor getting it done last couple 100 meters on this hill through the gate and securing an M7 position. Currently 7:52:40 on the clock as Gavin clears the final gate and into the finish, your 7th place male, Gavin Pryor, just under 7:53,
A super, super solid run here today.
Super effort.
We were told to keep our eye on him. We did, but that was quite the run.
Yeah, the youngin' out of North Carolina ran 5:31 at Tunnel Hill 50.
Oof.
Won Grindstone last year.
That's Blake Slatengren.
Yeah, it is.
That dude can close. He's looked kind of rough today, but if this is in fact him coming in towards the finish, that's wild.
That is a strong
And here's my question.
finish.
Is he being paced by someone or is he chasing someone?
If somebody's wearing a hoodie in this race,
No, I don't know what they're wearing. They've gone to their arms, though. I mean, they've gone to their arms in a big way. Is that a pacer? It has to be a pacer. Tell me it's a pacer. It's not a pacer.
is that Craig? Craig?
No, it's not Craig. Dude, Blake just closed so hard.
What is happening in this world?
Yeah, so we do have a dough spring. We do have a... No, that's... Oh my goodness, we just had 3 men absolutely sprint into the finish. That's wild. So yeah, so we do have Riley Brady through Doe Springs. It is saying that they are in 10th overall. That is not accurate because many of the men who have come through that zone just ahead of them did not register at Doe Spring. Again, manual updates coming from that aid station is not going to be helpful here. I apologize, folks. Like Blake Slatengren, who we just saw finish, for example, has no split at Doe Spring.
Yeah,
so
the third person in that trio was Ferdinand Aro.
he closes hard every year, too. I saw him leave here just ahead of Scott Trayer.
Well, he just finished the ninth.
Holy cow. My word. Absolutely throwing down over the final 20K here today.
Yeah, so Gavin Pryor, Canyon Woodward.
That was Canyon in that mix. What a dude. Duking it out with Blake Slatengren. That was a great finish.
Everything is wild right now.
We are having a hard time comprehending this in studio. Running an A6, it looks like, coming across the line here. Man, Ferdinand closed super hard. I think he was in, like, maybe 14th at Table Mesa.
Yeah.
Nasty. Canyon Woodward also nasty on that. Yeah, I think Canyon. Tyler Fox, was he in that mix? Ferdinand, they were like M11 through 14 coming out of Table Mesa. Darren Thomas was right behind them. Stupid. Trying to sneak into the top 10 here isn't easy, folks. That's our camera guy going back out onto course. This is Barrett Gray coming across the line. Blake had to have a battle with Canyon and dropped Barrett to make it happen. We'll allow that. Nice work, Barrett. Sometimes you got to say bye, babe. Got to go. That happened at Western States a number of years ago where like the men that were finishing in 7th through 12th or something all dropped their pacers coming up Rebby Point and they had a drag race to the finish.
All right, so it has officially been updated between Canyon and Ferdinand was 11 seconds for 8th, 9th, and 10th.
Oh, okay, so we do officially have our top 10 men in. So, again, recapping that, Seth Ruling taking the win, outstanding, 7:24.55. Will Murray, breakout performance of the day, I want to say, 7:26.53. Joe McConaughey, String Bean Joe, 7:31. Reese, like, cementing his name back up where I think it belongs. Eli Hemming hanging on for 4th, a minute behind Joe. Chinese athlete Liu Can Hao finishing in 5th. Elliot Cardin out of Quebec finishing in 6th. Then we saw Gavin Pryor come in, and then an all-out battle between Canyon Woodward, Blake Slatengren, and Ferdinand to finish in 8th, 9th, and 10th, all under 8 hours. our top, our 8th, 9th, and 10th guys all running within 10 seconds of one another. 1 second separating Canyon, Woodward, and Blake Slatengren. So we've got splits from Doe Springs for, sounds like our top 2 women. So Riley Brady again came through there at 7:50 elapsed. We did get an update from supposedly Tara Dower at Doe Springs. Maybe it's just not showing up on my end. Give me a second. I don't have an update on my end from Doe Spring. Does someone else?
No, Riley. Yeah, 7:50 for Riley, not Tara yet.
Yeah, I don't have a Riley.
All right, so that allows us to do the back of the napkin math. Again, we expected a 75-minute run approximately from Table Mesa to Doe Spring for Riley, and then another half an hour from there. 7:50 means that was a...
We're having problems doing public math in
No.
studio.
That's what I created the spreadsheet to do that for me.
Yeah, that's Tara Dower on our screen.
That's a 69-minute stretch.
Okay, it's just not coming up on the live tracker. So, and Doe Spring. Sorry, we're like talking in studio. And Doe Spring is a manual upload, so that's what's hard. Yep. So getting splits out of Doe Springs is really hard and very, very delayed. But on your screen right now, that is Tara Dower with her pacer. So she also has come through Doe Spring. We're assuming probably 6-ish minutes, maybe 7 minutes behind Riley, because she probably left Doe Springs 2 minutes ago.
Yep.
So coming through under 8 hours at Doe Springs, we believe the gap between Riley Brady in the lead, coming through at 7:50 flat, is probably about 7 or so minutes between Riley Brady and Tara Dower in second.
Which is consistent with the gap that Riley had over Tara at Table Mesa. It was about 5.5 minutes at that point.
So maybe extended a little bit.
So maybe a touch. But again, we're talking half an hour from Doe Spring to the finish approximately. So we just rolled over the 8-hour mark here at the 2025 Black Canyon 100K presented by Hoka. We would expect Riley Brady then to be at the finish line in about the next 20 minutes. 20 minutes from now, Tara following closely behind there. Reminder that on the women's side, the course record held by Keely Henninger is 8 hours and 45 minutes.
Nasty.
And we very well could have 2 folks breaking that by, 20 to 25 minutes.
Yeah, the chat we got through to us was Tara Dower F2 at Doe 2:57 p.m. So yeah, we're assuming about a 7-minute gap between Riley and Tara.
Great. Sorry, I was trying
to. What a freaking race!
I was in the process of trying to go back and update the tracking spreadsheet so I could try to figure out some of these historical splits. So while how far back was Ferdinand early on, he didn't even register in the top 35 that I had written down. That's how far back he was early in this race. So my bad, buddy. The training camp in Kenya served you well.
I mean, he's super, super solid. Again, same sort of thing last year, right? Like charged into kind of like that top 8 through 11 group, right? Yeah. Was part of that sprint finish where I was like, where did you just come from? Doesn't he live in New York City?
Except now he's kind of traveling around and He's working on a documentary. So we talked about this on his Chasing Gold interview, that he's been training in the, I think the Rift Valley.
Yeah, over in Kenya, so it's in Eaton in the Rift Valley.
Exactly, yeah, he's in Eaton. He was training with the whole group, literally doing all their sessions with them, running sessions with road marathoners who've won marathon majors. So feeling very good about his fitness, but yeah, just filming a documentary and teaching or performing magic for kids in schools.
That's so
did
wild.
Some magic here on course to close like a bat out of hell and finish as your 10th male.
That's the pun we've been waiting for.
That's what I'm here for.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, so again, if you are refreshing the live tracker like we are here in studio, Doe Spring is a manual upload with no service, so it will be very delayed if at all happening. So we do know, though, that Riley Brady leading the women's race has come through about 13 minutes ago or so. Tara Dower in second. We have heard is about 7 minutes behind them. So that is what we're keeping our eyes on. They did open up a sizable gap, though, over MK Sullivan, who at Table Mesa was 12 minutes back. I'm expecting that is probably pretty similar. If anything, maybe it's opened up a little bit. MK it can be a closer, though. We saw MK close really, really well at Canyons Endurance Runs by UTMB last April to snag a golden ticket that she then turned down. So she's decided that that's not going to happen to her today. But again, the race that then we've got to really watch for, besides that top podium spot, is that, again, Riley Brady's already into Western States. Tara Dower wants a ticket. MK Sullivan wants a ticket. And then there's an epic battle between Lynn Chen, Erin Clark, Jenna Bensko, Abby Hall, who are all in F4 to F8 position. Shea Aquilano sitting in F5, already into Western States via the lottery this year. So just, the field is stupid good, and it's all I can do to like keep it together in here.
Ferdinand broke the spreadsheet.
He broke your spreadsheet?
I was trying to figure out. I was like, what is up with this cell? Why is it not working? I think Ferdinand might be the first person to negative split Black Canyon.
Nasty. We got another runner coming in here, charging hard to the finish. In a button down. And a button down with some curls, some flow. Again, we are just outside the men's top 10 now. We expect Riley probably to come in somewhere between 15th and 18th in the overall, based on Table Mesa splits.
Correct.
The Doe Spring splits, again, not accurate currently, so don't spend too much time worrying about it. But that is what we're currently looking at. Again, 8:05 elapsed. Women's course record is 8:45. That is going to go down big today. Who is on our screen? I think that's a female pacer with a male runner. We were trying to find MK. That is not MK. MK is going to be in a white bucket hat. Again, MK was 12 minutes back at Table Mesa. That means we expect MK to come through Doe Spring at, let's call it 8:20 elapsed. So we're probably still, 10 or so minutes out from seeing?
That would, yeah.
MK? No. Well. Yes. You guys, I can't do math. I'm so sorry. I think it's less than that. I think it's like maybe 10 minutes at most. Maybe. No, it should be soon. It should be imminent because, yeah, we're 10 minutes elapsed from Tara Dower coming through right now, basically. So it should be in the next, let's call it 2 to 5 minutes. We see MK at Doe Spring.
Yeah, I'd say 8:10 to 8:13 would be the guesstimation based on historical pacing. So soon.
Oh, good to know. So Elliot ran so fast that the guy that we just saw finish wasn't a runner, or it wasn't a racer. It was Elliot's pacer who had gotten dropped. Remember, I was like, oh, we're seeing another guy finish. I wonder who it is. Great flow. Button-down shirt. That we believe that was Elliot's pacer.
Okay, cool. I'm looking through. I was like, it's not Tyler Fox. I'm trying to go through who we might have missed at Doe Spring, but should be somewhere in the mix based on where they were at Table Mesa. Zach Perrin. Basically the folks that I'm looking for right now on the men's side. Craig Hunt, Zach Perrin, Tyler Fox.
Cole Campbell, did we see him come across the line and just didn't get updated maybe?
And Cole would be
in that mix. We're kind of flying blind just like you all too. FYI. Who is that? The glare on our TV is like in the least opportune spot in the studio. Is that Riley Brady? Is that I can't see. Who is that? Okay. The glare on our monitor is like right at eyeball height. Is that Riley Brady?
I mean, it looks like a bucket hat.
I don't know if it's a bucket hat, but is that the yellow hat? No. Yes? No. No, not Riley.
It doesn't look like a gray top.
No, I don't think that's Riley. Oh my god, what if it is? And I just botched this whole thing. The arm swing kind of looked like Riley. But I think it's a bucket hat.
Unless Riley made a shirt change.
Yeah, no, that's not. Is that maybe... Oh, is that Tyler Fox? Now I'm just saying random names. I'm so sorry. That's like horrible commentary. Craig Hunt was wearing a headband, not a hat.
Is Cole officially sponsored by Hoka? Because it could be their...
No, Cole Campbell?
Yeah.
Cole Campbell is an Adidas Teryx athlete.
Okay.
Out of the Western Colorado College program. We'll know here in a second because we'll get a face shot. Oh, picking up the babe. Oh, just don't hit your babe's head on the finish line because we've gotten close before. Oh, that's Tyler Fox. Yep, blue shirt, super tall, swap bucket hat. Babe in arms. Oh, he's getting to celebrate with Joe. That's awesome. Meeting the kiddos. Yeah, people in the chat are just throwing out completely random names as well. Thank you. Like people who are not racing, so it's extra helpful. Yeah, I normally don't have to like sputter this much to try to find a name, but I couldn't get a clear visual. You don't understand how bad the glare is in studio.
Somebody else is coming right now, right behind Tyler.
That's Cole Campbell.
So Tyler Fox in 11th, Cole Campbell
in 12th.
12th.
Yep. Yeah, I think when I saw Cole leave here, I mean, he's moved up a bit in the field, which is amazing, but I do think that he was having a day, having a hard one. Super young, coming out of that Western Colorado trail team program, which is super, super cool. Kind of next gen onto the Adidas Teryx team via the collegiate program. We got more runners coming in now. Darren Thomas, finish it up. Nice work, Darren. Darren paced Trace and Knopp to an absolutely stellar performance here last year. Seems like he needed to get in on the action this year. Really cool to see Darren. Have a great day finishing that's M13?
Correct.
Cool. Yeah, this is kind of like the preview show where I just decided to name all the names I could think of that were in the race. So welcome to my brain.
So this is where it starts getting fun. So
yeah, someone said 8. It's kind of crazy that 810's having a rough day. It is though. Sorry, continue.
No, that sets us up for the conversation to be had. So we've got Tony Rodriguez still on course, Zach Perrin still on course, and then through Doe Spring, the next individual would be Riley Brady.
Yeah, did we lose Craig Hunt? Is he just gone? He split Doe Spring behind
12 minutes ago.
Tara Dower and Riley Brady. Oh, Craig, I'm sorry. He and Ryan Raft just both having really hard days today. Scott Trayer should be one of our next guys through Doe Spring. MK Sullivan should be through Doe Spring here shortly. Imminently, actually. Yep. But yeah, Riley Brady with a 7-minute lead. That is Riley Brady on your screen right now. 8:12:23 on the clock. Again, remember Keely Henninger's phenomenal course record on this time that Rachel Drake couldn't quite get under last year is 8:45. Here they come, Riley Brady. We decided that the last person to win back-to-back golden ticket races was Chris Mocco. Was the word from earlier today. And maybe that was like 2019 Chris Mocco. And it was something crazy like Bandier to Black Canyon or something silly, extra silly. But that was the word on the street, was Chris Mocco was the last back-to-back golden ticket winner. Again, Riley Brady got their ticket into Western States at the Javelina 100, running wire to wire, ostensibly to win that race at the end of October, not far from where we sit here, actually outside of Phoenix. They are making good on that promise once again. They are going to be well under the course record, winning their second golden ticket race in as many months. Just putting together a world-class performance here. Took over the lead, leaving Gloriana Mine, overtaking Mary Denholm, and has not looked back. Pacerless. Their mom and dad, Ann and Bill, are out crewing them, hoping to make it to the finish line in time. I mean, we're going to be 30 minutes almost. We're going to be 8:15 and change, effectively. We all thought the record was going to go down, but did we think the record was going to go down by 30 minutes?
No.
Nasty.
Nobody's sitting around being like, hey, let's just take off, what is that, like 7% from the record or something? Like, no. This is insane. You are witnessing one of the wildest races in history. The wildest performance. Like, just straight up, don't wait until December to start figuring out how you want to vote for performance of the year. Just like take a note of this one right now. Put it in your phone notes. Put it in a calendar to set a reminder at the December when you go to vote. Be like, oh yeah, Riley ripped it.
Wrecked Black Canyon. Again, unsponsored here at the front of the race. Second golden ticket win. Closing out 2024 with Javelina. Opening 2025 with Black Canyon. Absolutely flying. If they don't get a top 10 finish at Western States, I'm going to lose it. Nasty. So cool.
This is absurd.
Just looking smooth, too. Like dancing on the trail. Like, I love that we're at Deep Canyon, but I am devastated that we're not at the finish line.
I know. Well, luckily we have one Brett Hornick there to ensure that we get some insight from folks on the ground, but
here they come. Riley Brady, 8:15, 8:16 elapsed. Taking nearly 30 minutes off the course record. Having themselves a day. Hopefully no vomit. That's what we want to know. Their goal was to not vomit today, so let's see if they got it done. Dang.
And here
Riley Brady, your women's winner. They put together one heck of a performance. Yeah, stop the watch. Yes.
Absolutely crushed it. 8:16. 18 unofficially, shaving 28 minutes off of the previous course record.
My word. Not too busy bike mechanicking to win a couple of races here and there.
It's just rude. Right, came into the halfway point, basically 4 hours flat. Runs the back half in 4:16.
I hope Ann and Bill made it. Do we get a hug? Ann and Bill. They also are getting whisked into anti-doping, so that might be a little bit about what's going on here. Yeah, proof of concept done. Maybe brands needed some proof of concept after Javelina, but that should no longer be a factor. Sponsorships are a lot like college applications. Sometimes there's no rhyme or reason for why things work or don't work for you. There's a lot of right time, right place, unfortunately. And I'm hoping that Riley gets the shine they very much deserve. I think Brett Hornig is there at the finish.
Yep.
Do we have audio from Brett? Okay.
I mean, on the plus side, I guess this is a win for blue-collar runners out there.
Yeah, Riley's going to be doing a few podcast interviews after this. We had Riley Brady on the Trail Society podcast the last time they got a golden ticket into Western States off of a Javelina performance. So, yeah, they're phenomenal. Really excited to see this happen. Yeah, both 2 course records going down today. That seems sensational. Sensationalized. I'm too excited about it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, not to be lost in the mix, we had Tara Dower only 7 minutes back at Doe Springs some 4 miles ago. So we've already had 3 minutes pass since
her word
Riley
of the
came
day is, quote, comatose. Like, she's ready to go to the well. That is her team, like her team word. The mantra for today was like really about sending it. So Tara Dower, she's covered in glitter, I think, from head to toe at this point. It's up and down both arms. It's across her face. She's having some fun out there, but she is also throwing down a mean time. Again, Riley came in at 8:16 elapsed about 3 or so minutes ago, almost 4 minutes ago now. So we do expect that we'll start to see Tara Dower on this long shot here outside of the aid station. So
literally any moment
we should be. We got a runner coming into frame, but they appear to be solo. So unless Tara dropped another pacer, which is possible.
Wholly possible.
This might not be her, but we should be expecting Tara Dower to be one of our next runners coming in.
And MK Sullivan through Doe Spring just a minute ago.
Awesome. Okay, so we've bled more time between Tara and MK, but MK is holding solid. She's going to get that golden ticket as long as she can make it from point A to point B over the final 4 miles. She's got a pacer in tow, hopefully pushing her the whole way there.
Right, and it's important to remember that as Lynn has just come through Doe Spring as well for F4.
Dang.
3 golden tickets on the line. Riley already has one as a result of that Javelina win last October. So Tara, MK, and Lynn now sitting in the driver's seat for those 3 tickets. Lynn probably, about 2 minutes back of MK?
That's what we're seeing, yeah. Yeah,
And
MK hit Doe 3 minutes ago. I think Lynn hit Doe 2 minutes after her. So we've got 3 and 4 both through Doe. That's a drag race for 3 and 4. We're gonna have a big gap between Tara Dower in second and MK and or Lynn Chen in third and fourth. So that's what we're gonna be keeping our eyes on as well. But all 3 of those women behind Riley will be walking into golden ticket places because there are 3 golden tickets on the line. Earlier today, I was like, man, it might roll down to 6 because we had Heather Jackson in the top 10. We had in the top 6. We had Shea Aquilano in the top 6. Both of those women are also into Western States. So,
and that looks like
that's MK Sullivan on your screen right now. So the battle is on between MK Sullivan and Lynn Chen. I do think Lynn coming in there is going to light a fire under her if they have any idea that Lynn is chasing.
And let's not lose sight of the folks that are just behind those ladies. Shea Aquilano, Erin Clark, Jenna Bensko, Abby Hall were all within basically like 6 minutes.
At Table Mesa, 3 of those women were in there together. They were all getting like a sponge bath at the same time. So
right. So we talk about they might be able to play off of each other and allow that to bridge the gap up to Shea, Lynn, and MK. So we'll see in short order if that chase pack was able to close the gap and if we're going to have some drama here for the 3rd and final golden ticket. Excellent fade to Tara Dower. 400 meters to go in her 2025 Black Canyon Ultra.
Yeah, that 7 minute gap from Doe Spring looks to be holding pretty solid here. She's getting a lead out from her pacer saying, "Come on, let's go." She is very much in a safe position. There is gobs and gobs of daylight between her and third, but again, her word of the day is comatose. She is going to the well here, so they just got to get her in to the finish line. Pacer kind of moving out of the way, saying, "Hey, this is all you. I'll see you on the other side. Let's get this done." And again, also under the previous course record by 20-ish minutes.
Yeah, I mean, let's just say she's going to finish in about 8:25.
Yep.
That would have been like the 6th fastest split to Doe Spring ever, let alone the finish.
Literally miles ahead of where we used to be. It's so cool. It is so, and it doesn't mean that those performances weren't exceptional last year or 2 years ago or 6 years ago or 10 years ago. We're kind of working with the time period that we're in, but it is so, so cool to see these fields get deeper, the fields get faster. Yeah, I'm obsessed.
Yeah, I mean, and you see it happening right before our eyes. The competition is forcing folks to level up. Nobody can just sneak away off the front anymore and solo and have that comfort. People are going to be chasing you the entire time, as we've currently seen, as Tara's been doing the entire day.
Tara said she missed speed on the AT last summer and fall, that she wanted to be able to run fast. She's putting the work to make it happen, and she's not just your overall Appalachian Trail FKT holder. She is going to be second here today, locking in that golden ticket to go to the big dance at Western States at the end of June, arguably the biggest 100-mile in our sport, particularly in North America. Tara Dower, second place, 8:25 and change. Unreal.
Leaned at the line.
She's not even that bloody. Yeah, went to the wall. Went to the wall. Went to the wall too, maybe.
From the window to the wall to Western States via the golden ticket that she just secured here at the Black Canyon 100K. Tara Dower, 8:25:08, 20 minutes under the previous course record.
Unreal.
And 40 days shorter than she ran on the AT. Showing the absolute range of a gamer.
Yeah, again, finishing second here today in the women's race. An outstanding performance. Wants that ice bandana off. She's done being choked by it. Yeah, get the pack off too. Come on. It's been a long 8+ hours in the saddle. Again, remember, we got the Hard Rock to Appalachian Trail FKT to Black Canyon Triple. It's pretty wild range.
Yeah, and then once you get a Western, of course she took a tumble.
Oh, yeah. The gals, we said that she was going to be the bloodiest at the end of this thing. Her or Katie Asmuth are the ones that generally come home the bloodiest. So, oh, there's JP. Not his day, but there to support his ultra teammate. So, so cool.
All right, Corinne, I want to get your thoughts on something as the temperatures seem to be getting a little bit cooler, or at least they should start doing so. The pack versus handheld situation between like the cooling, the ability to sort of like get sweat off the back. Now that we've seen a good amount of the race play out, obviously we're through the top 15 on the men's side. Do you think it behooved people to go handhelds overpack? What do you think would be what would you recommend to your athletes in these types of conditions?
Honestly, the issue here for a lot of these athletes is particularly as they go higher carb, you need a lot of fluids because of osmolality to bring that carbohydrate across the small intestine. So the water demands, honestly, she is covered in blood. My word. The water demands, the hydration demands of these races generally oftentimes start to go beyond a handheld or two handhelds. And so going to a pack, some of them are carrying a third bottle in a waist belt. But I do think that is a big consideration for many of these athletes. Also, being able to put a bunch of ice down the back of that pack feels pretty good. So you might see them start with handhelds and a waist belt, go to a pack midday so that they can make sure that they're getting more ice on their body. Being able to carry that nutrition too. There's a 20-mile section of this course where you don't get to see your crew as well. And unless you're really, really familiar and happy with the nutrition out on course, being able to carry your personal nutrition for that duration is really important.
All right, so for all of us thinking about our 50Ks tomorrow and all of you at home now stoked to come run the Black Canyon Ultras, put those tips to use and get training because registration will open soon and you can be a part of the fun out here with us for the 2026 edition, but there's still a lot of the 2025 100K to go. We expect MK Sullivan and Lin Chen to be battling it out for that third spot on the podium.
But they're both sitting in golden ticket spots, which is really, really important. But yeah, Candy Mama getting it done. We love that. Earlier on the course too, there's a lot of just like overhanging kind of bramble. There's just like all the vegetation here is kind of pokey, so it's very possible that you just get ripped and snagged a bit. I ran 2.5 miles, 3 miles out north on the trail this morning, and yeah, there's just a lot of pokey things sticking out that weren't even cacti per se. So lots of ways to get cut up out there.
So I'm just looking a little bit further down the Doe Spring lists. We do have at least 6 women through. So Lynn hasn't pinged at Doe Spring as of yet. We have it from our sources on the ground that she went through, but have not seen it come up on the tracker. However, we have seen Shea Aquilano, Abby Hall, and Aaron Clark all go through within 3 minutes of each other. And based on our folks on the ground, the 3 of them would be about 5 minutes behind where we expect Lynn to have gone through at. However, if something has happened and Lynn is not in play, Shea Aquilano in 4th would be the 3rd golden ticket person, except she's already in the race, which means it then rolls down to Abby Hall, who has a 90-second lead over Aaron Clark with 4 miles to go. So that's where we're at. How are you at home doing? Go ahead and make another bag of popcorn because we have more excitement coming your way.
Yeah, I mean, we got golden tickets still to give out. An epic battle, it would seem, for some of those final spots. It's not over till it's over. It does seem like MK Sullivan and Lin Chen are likely kind of going to come in some order for 3rd and 4th, looking to snag those last 2 golden tickets here today. But again, that golden ticket can roll down as deep as 6. So you've got people like Aaron Clark in the mix, kind of chasing behind Shea Aquilano, who's already into the race. Abby Hall, as you just mentioned. Jenna Bensko, who finished 4th, 1 spot out of a golden ticket here last year. So the race is still on in a big way.
Yeah, our folks on the ground said Abby and Shea barely stopped at Doe Spring, just blitzed it straight through. So the hunt is on. Folks are hungry. Anything can happen here in the last stretch. We've seen a good amount of this, even this last half a mile, very rocky. It's pretty similar to what the runners are experiencing the entire time from Doe Spring. So nothing is for certain. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, this sport, as David Richards said in the chat, this sport is so cool. we're seeing incredible performances from athletes that are really dialing in their systems, right? They're working hard to make sure their nutrition is on point. They're working hard to do the little things, take care of themselves, to work with specialists, to work with dietitians, to work with sports psych people, to work with the coach. And it's paying off in big ways for a lot of this field. Vic Johnson's in the chat. He is a dietitian to many of them and is brilliant. So it's cool to see that hard work pay off. These athletes are taking it really seriously. They're working really hard, and they're reaping the rewards of it with really incredible times and performances, race to race, season to season right now.
And the beauty of this race specifically, obviously, the contours of the course pretty similar to Western States in terms of the early downhill miles, then having to climb later. You're going through some hotter sections. But from a timing in the calendar perspective, you have from now until the end of June, that is a full training cycle. It's not a situation like at Javelina even, where you're like, I'm 7 months away from having to race, 8 months away from having to race. It's hard to wrap my head around that. Or it's not like a Canyons situation where you have 2 months.
I feel like someone's smoking something near us. We are at an ultra, I guess. But yeah, I'm inspired, and also I know I'm inspired. I want to go for a run right now, but I also know that I'll feel like garbage after sitting in a chair having 16 ounces of fluid today.
Yeah.
How you feeling about your 50K tomorrow?
Oh, it's going to be great, because after Javelina, the next day I could barely walk because I sat so poorly in the seat. So I'm trying to move around as we sit here, and I might do a lap around this little quarter-mile track that we have for the runners here.
Just do some laps, get some pacing in?
A couple quick strides,
Just a few here and there. I'd love to see it. Speaking of going for a run, our early host Chris Warden looks like he just went out for a run. Was it good?
Your pre-race shakeout?
Nice.
Going up that hill is tough.
Yeah, it's a steep hill that they come down into the Deep Canyon Ranch aid station at the halfway mark. It's steep and rocky.
Yeah, I believe it's going to be a pretty important conversation topic for the 50K tomorrow.
That finish is brutal.
You're just like, I've blitzed this whole thing, and now I have to be on the most technical terrain of the entire course in the last 800 meters.
Yeah, and it's not easy footing on your way in here. We're watching this next male runner come in with his pacer, and it's rocky. It is not easy. You've got to keep it together all the way through to the finish line.
Is this Jean-Philippe
994?
Thibodeau, I believe. So, yes, Jean-Philippe Thibodeau coming out of Quebec, Canada, the Great White North, holding it down here at the Black Canyon Ultras. Previous winner at the 50K at Quebec Mega Trail. Has really just done some very cool things. Was on the Canadian Worlds team actually back in 2023.
I love the people in the chat are like, I will also feel like garbage going for a run after sitting here and watching you guys talk all day. Yeah, we're in it together, really, is what you're saying. So we are anticipating, again, if you're on the live timing, Lin Chen is missing from that group. So we do know that it's MK Sullivan in 3rd, Lin Chen in 4, Shea Aquilano in 5, Abby Hall in 6, Aaron Clark in 7. But that group is really, really tight. There is about a 8-minute gap from MK back to that chase pack, but then that chase pack of Shea, Abby, and Aaron all super tight together, and the question will be between MK Sullivan and Lin Chen, who does make it in here first? And Lynn's no slouch. She is a fast runner. MK Sullivan obviously has track chops, has good road chops. She won the New York City Open marathon race this year, running 2:36 at the New York City Marathon. So also able to turn it over those final 4 miles, but she's going to have to dig deep. And we do know that she's came in with a little bit of a niggle, but putting together a really strong day.
Yeah, but Lynn has been in the valley for a couple of weeks now. Has certainly, I'm assuming, made it a point to see at least this part of the course, in addition to the training runs that she had done further up. So knowing what's ahead of you right now is to your benefit. So we'd anticipate them coming in anywhere in the next 8 to 10 minutes if their pace holds with historical trends. So that is where we're at in the women's race to round out the podium and to secure the second golden ticket. Whoever's fourth will get third. Whoever is in fourth place will get that third golden ticket, because Riley Brady, your champion, already into the big dance. So
yeah, and they're estimating MK's finish time of 8:59:58, so maybe 20 minutes at most. They left Doe Springs 20 minutes ago, so that would be a 10-minute mile for the final 4. So I'm wagering that MK might be able to make it under that projected ETA. You say ETA, I say time to beat. I think MK is probably in that mindset right now too.
Fair.
One of those, if I run faster, it'll be over sooner moments. Yeah, possible that Jenna Bensko's timer also isn't reading at Doe Springs. That's a really great point someone brought up, because you're right. We anticipate that Jenna Bensko is probably between Shea Aquilano and Abby Hall unless something happened to her. So that's the other piece of the puzzle that we're waiting for. This looks like Scott Schreier coming in as well, getting the day done.
Yeah.
Was a long one, was a hard one, but making it happen. 8:39:51 elapsed.
Shoe stayed intact.
As far as we know.
So this shot, for those of you at home, is looking out from the finish line, where we anticipate runners will be running at us, hit that Hoka beacon with approximately a quarter mile to go. And then at that point, it's just one lap on the track up to the finish line to round out your Black Canyon 100K experience. On the men's side, we now have 21 finishers. We just saw Alex Forte and Scott Schreier come across the line. Bringing you up to speed, Seth Ruling was our men's champion, 7:24:55, shaving 6 minutes off of Hayden Hawks' course record. Second place, Will Murray, 7:26:53.
Still such an unreal performance. Sorry to butt in, but man, just out of this world, Will Murray.
And in third place, Joe String Bing McConaughey, doing it for the Long Trail folks on the men's side, 7:31:37. Fourth place was Eli Hemming, 7:32:41, just a minute back of Joe. And Kanhua Lo, 7:36:38, was fifth place on the men's side. And in the women's race, Riley Brady. See, this is what happens when your screen refreshes right in front of you.
I was like, Aaron Clark, Riley Brady hybrid. I like it. I'm not mad about it.
Would be crazy fast and terrifying to get kicked down. Riley Brady, your winner, 8:16, some 9 minutes ahead of Tara Dower in second. And our eyes are peeled down the trail as we are looking for our third and fourth place females. On the men's side, we would expect Seth, Will, and Joe to accept those golden tickets. Joe was already seen at the finish line with the big cutout, celebrating with it. On the women's side, Riley already into Western States, so with the roll down, we would anticipate Tara and then a third and fourth place to take it, unless Shea Aquilano slides in, as she is the only other competitor in the women's top 10 who has an entry to Western States at this time.
Yeah, more and more runners filtering in now to the finish line. Not all that far from where we sit. I'll drive by it when we leave here eventually. It would be nice to stop to go for a little jog maybe, but they won't let me do that. That's fine.
Just sounds like you got to sign up for next year's race so you can finally see what it's like to run that section.
Yeah, we got some beta in the chat from the Mesa half marathon that was this morning, where the trail women showed up in big way. Lauren Gregory ran a 109, Allie O a 111, Tabor Hemming a 116, and Courtney Olson a 118. All the Mesa half, just casually this morning.
Sweet.
And then Tabor busted over here to make sure that she could crew Eli over the second half.
We saw her Table Mesa, yeah.
In the second half of this race. So, yeah, people making it happen in Arizona this weekend. I really love it.
It's, I mean, other than what you always hear about, like snowbirds and everything, it is a great place to be in the month of February. So if you're at home being like, that's way nicer and warmer and less snowy than where I am at, next year, come on down. If you're like, I don't want to run a 100K or even a 50K, we can always use live stream volunteers. So join us on the broadcast. We'd love to have you. The more the merrier as we celebrate life in the Valley of the Sun at the Black Canyon Ultras.
Yeah. You should just come out in person next year, you know?
Come rage.
I mean, you can sit at home and watch for sure, but maybe you come out and watch the 100K and then you're on the 50K. That'd be pretty dope. Bring your friends and your family. Some people can race one day. Some people can race the other day. Deep Canyon Ranch is a great place to hang out. Crewing this race isn't too terribly complicated. You can't go to that many spots. It's not terrible driving as far as like getting into weird locations. So you're right off of the 17 corridor the whole time. If you like cacti and sunshine, some dust, it's not a bad place to be.
Yeah, hey, you said the 100K or the 50K. You could do both. You know, we have Kaylee Demersian getting ready for Cocodona, just signed up for the double. She came through Cottonwood Gulch in 7:57. So she's out there having herself a day, then get a little nap in and run it back again tomorrow.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I love it. Keeping our eyes open here. Again, the predictor for MK Sullivan had her finishing in just under 9 hours, but we're kind of wondering with those road chops if she can pull something special together. So we're keeping our eyes peeled for the bucket hat to make her way into the finish line. Just saw one of our camera bikers roll back up here after a day out on course. Really, we couldn't do it without the volunteers behind the scenes here making it all happen. We've got an amazing crew on the 1s and 2s behind the computers. I guess it's on the 0s and 1s if we're being honest. And then people running with cameras. We've got amazing drone pilots that make this production so special. Camera bikes, camera runners. It's wild. Plus, outside of the elite field that we're covering here this morning and afternoon, the live broadcast will stay on until 4 a.m. to welcome every single runner into the finish line. About 30 miles from where we're sitting here right now, and I think that's really unique about the Aravaipa and Mountain Outpost plans with some of their coverage, is that it's not just the elite show. It is covering a whole lot more. This looks like MK Sullivan to me, and she that ETA of 8:59 is going to be way wrong. MK Sullivan. Oh no! What just happened? There we go. Sorry, our screen went to rainbow error messages, but it's back. MK Sullivan
absolute boss. Yeah, Lefto Spring at 8:17. We've been talking about approximately half an hour or so. Right on the button. Don't listen to the live.
Don't listen to that estimation. You throw that estimation out. MK Sullivan rocking the bucket hat. So sick of these rocks, I bet. She told me that she had to come back to take the golden ticket after turning it down at Canyons. I wonder how she feels about it right now, in this moment. If she's like, 100 miles sounds like a bad idea.
Here's the thing. She's got an extra 2 months to wrap her head around it than she would have last year. So more than enough time to let Reno dry out and then get to work.
She's got a lot of experience in that course. She's been out there to crew and pace friends and teammates. She knows what's coming in a big way, and that is truly exciting. I think her husband Tommy is going to run the Canyons 100 mile in April, so we'll see who gets the fastest 100 mile PR out of those two. That would actually be quite the battle. MK Sullivan finishing F3 today, gonna get that second golden ticket into Western States, held off Lin Chen, the hard-charging Chinese athlete who we anticipate to finish in 4th position. Reno, Nevada's own, former UNR coach. You looking for a coach? MK Sullivan is one and is amazing. Here she comes. 8:48 for MK Sullivan in 3rd place. Unreal.
MK Sullivan, your F3 at the 2025 Black Canyon Ultras with, let me get this right, the 7th fastest time ever on this course. 3rd place today, but would have won every other year except for the last 2 editions.
Nasty. I mean, I think she was ready to run a course record pace, and she's not far off that. So
not at all.
I told them yesterday our predictions were that they had that the course record was going down, and they were all like, "Yeah, we know, like we're ready." Wow, MK Sullivan. She's the co-host of the Sub Hub podcast, focused mostly on sub ultra distance trail running. Looks like she's gonna have to
a little bit of a rebrand.
Do a little bit of a rebrand for the pod. That is Lin Chen also making her way into the finish line. So this is going to be F4 going back to Western States, the Adidas Terex athlete representing China. She was sitting in 4th place this past year at Western States when she had to drop out at Rucky Chucky, which is approximately mile 78 of Western States, due to the bottoms of both of her feet blistering off, literally raw, could not walk the next day. Lin Chen notching that ticket back to Western States, making it happen. I know I've used the word nasty a lot today, but let's face it, these performances are nasty.
8:50:40 on the clock for F4 Lin Chen. But hey, 4th place is still golden ticket today, baby. Let's go.
And no, she's not cold, but she wears gloves all the time. And I think it's both like sun protection, but also cooling. Like those things are soaked down constantly. Same thing at Western States.
Huh.
Wow, Lin Chen, phenomenal performance. Going back to Western States in June. Incredibly cool. I believe her birthday is Western States week too. So something to celebrate.
Oh, you know what? We can get that information.
Do you have that information for me? Can you confirm or deny my statement of fact?
I might actually be able to. Give me a second.
Yeah, sounds like MK really rallied to make that happen. Absolutely phenomenal performance by those 2 women, finishing in 3rd and 4th, securing golden tickets. Again, Riley Brady already into Western States. So in the women's race, you got Riley Brady into Western States already, sitting in 1st. Is this Abby Hall? Abby Hall. Oh, my goodness. Abby Hall is going to finish just off of golden ticket in 5th place today. Abby Hall, again, coming back after breaking her leg basically 18 months ago at this point, having to have surgery from Flagstaff, Arizona, another Adidas Terex athlete finishing in 5th. Does this mean she dropped Cordis?
Probably had to in this.
I think she dropped her husband to make this thing happen. Abby Hall bringing it home in 5th. What's our split back? Like what? She missed the golden ticket by 2 minutes?
1 minute, 55 seconds.
Oh, my goodness. Abby Hall. I know that's going to be bittersweet. Love, I know it's going to be bittersweet, but you fought for this thing. Oh, my goodness. Unreal run by Abby. She'd been sitting kind of in that 7th to 10th position much of the day, rallying into 5th. That's it. We thought that we were like, oh man, they missed Jenna Bensko at Doe Springs. Where is she? Abby's through Doe Springs, but it seems like Abby made a move. Holy cow.
And we're about to have somebody else
out there somewhere. Cordis is like laying on the trail somewhere.
Cordis is about to pace whoever F6 is at this point.
Yeah, unreal performance. We knew it was going to be tight there. Who is this? Aaron Clark finishing in 6th. Holy cow. Again, I'm going to say it another time. Nasty. Where's her pacer? No, Shea Aquilano. Sorry, that is not Aaron Clark. That is Shea Aquilano coming in, finishing in 8:54.03. One of her best runs here to date. Shea is already into Western States, having finished, gotten into the lottery back in December, actually, which is amazing, but has come up pretty close to golden tickets several times. Oh, no.
There's more.
Oh, no.
I mean, it's a pacer parade, but...
This is one of our guys bringing it home. Nice work. Okay.
But we do still expect Aaron Clark to be here in short order. Because she was only 90 seconds back of Abby Hall at Doe Spring.
Sorry, I'm like sending text to someone who won't see the text for probably like 90 minutes or more because I'm so proud of them. Yeah, just, I mean, phenomenal stories all around, right? You've got Riley Brady, unsponsored, winning Javelina and now Black Canyon. You've got Tara Dower going from the Appalachian Trail overall FKT to showing that she's still got speed, running an outstanding under the course record as well performance here to finish 2nd, get that golden ticket, first golden ticket into Western States for her. Surely will not be the last. You've got MK Sullivan charging after it sounds like having a hard middle part of the race, maybe hiking and walking some of those uphills, putting it together to hold off Lin Chen to finish 3rd. You've got Lin Chen, who had a devastating Western States last year, finished 4th at UTMB, representing China, finishing in that 4th position to grab a golden ticket. And then Abby Hall coming back from breaking her leg, having major surgery, rehabbing, fighting her way back, and finishing 1 minute and 55 seconds outside of a golden ticket in 5th place. And that is Craig Hunt, who battled through a pretty hard day.
Finished the job.
Got the job done. Wow. Insane. And then, just so you guys know, that was not Jenna or Aaron who finished right after Abby Hall. That was Shea Aquilano, the young runner, now living in Boulder, but is from Indiana. Spent a stint out in Seattle post-college, but Shea literally just graduated from college like less than 2 years ago. So young gun in the sport, but super, super experienced, and has just been like chomping away at it. If you've seen Shea Aquilano's progression through her Black Canyon runs, it's insane. It was like a 2 hour PR year over year, and now run into a 6th place finish here. A great tune-up, a great confidence booster, I think, looking ahead at the Western States 100 come the end of June. Wow. Absolutely wild. No, I can't run Western States to someone in the chat. I've got to do commentary for it, obviously. I'm busy. I'm busy that weekend. It's on reserve. I do put into the lottery every year just to see what'll happen. But again, we got slow updates going on the live timing, but we can run through a little bit of a run a show here. Waiting for Aaron Clark. I was about to say, coming across your screen, sneaking under 9 hours as well. 8:57:49, finished 4th at Javelina 100 back in October, missing a golden ticket there. Not getting the job quite done today either, but putting on one hell of a performance yet again. Might not be Western States year for Aaron Clark. They might be going to Canyons, I guess. Another opportunity to try to get a golden ticket, but putting down some mega performances in the process. But again, if you're just joining us, we can run through our men's and women's top 10 and top 7. Right now, again, Seth Ruling setting a course record, running 7:24:55. The relative unknown, I want to say Will Murray. We're going to know about him now, 7:26:53, also under course record time. Joe McConaughey running a race to be remembered, getting that golden ticket after 7 tries or so, making it happen. Eli Hemming holding on through a tough day. First ever 100K, 7:32:41. Out of China, Liu Canhao finishing in 5th with a hard charging finish. The Canadian from Quebec, Elliot Cardin, in 6th. Also in 7:48, Gavin Pryor, 7:53. And then a sprint finish from Kenyon Woodward in 8th, Blake Slatengren in 9th, and Ferdinand Ariel in 10th position. Those men were within 10 seconds of one another. Riley Brady taking home the win in the women's race. They ran an outstanding 8:16:18. Don't know if their parents made it to the finish line in time to see them. Time will tell if Ann and Bill made it there or not. They were a little bit worried, and I understand why. Tara Dower proven that the AT ain't no thing. 8:25 on the clock, 20 minutes off of the previous course record. And then MK Sullivan, Lynn Chen, Abby Hall, Shea Aquilano finishing in 8:48:50, 8:50:40, 8:52:35, and 8:53:48. They are your F3, F4, F5, and F6 in the race, with golden tickets going to Tara Dower, MK Sullivan, and Lynn Chen. Abby Hall missing out on that golden ticket by just under 2 minutes, putting in an epic battle. Aaron Clark also across the line in under 9 hours, finishing in F7. We're looking for Emily Mann. We're looking for Lauren Puretz. We're looking for Jenna Bensko. We're looking for Madison Lechty. Those are probably going to be the women that are rounding out our top 10 here today. Even though Jenna Bensko does not have, I think, a time through Doe Spring, it doesn't mean that she hasn't gone through there. The timing has been a bit off at that location, so bear with us if you are a Jenna Bensko fan watching from home.
So looking through some of these splits on course, MK from Deep Canyon Ranch, where we are currently sitting, to the finish, so the back 50K, ran that in 4:40:04. Abby Hall ran it in 4:40:24. Lynn Chen 4:43:06. So MK did just enough to stay ahead of Lynn. Abby closed like crazy and just missed out.
That's so wild.
And Lynn was just like in the middle doing what is pretty normal historically in terms of the positive split first half to second half. But
we got a Jameel stat in the chat here, which I love. It says all-time Black Canyon prior to 2025, 7 women under 9 hours. Black Canyon 2025, 7 women under. Wait,
yes.
Oh, before 2025, we'd only ever had 7 women under 9 hours. During the Black Canyon 2025 this year, we had the top 7 women under 9 hours. Oh my goodness, correct. My brain can hardly comprehend that stat. And then before 2025, we've had 17 men under 8 hours. This year we had 11 men under 8 hours. Again, this is on the full course because we do have years where it's been a bridge. That's why you see Matt Daniels with a really fast time and Casey Lichtag with very fast times, but those were different courses due to weather. I'm going to say it again, folks at home. That's nasty.
It's just a whole vibe. It's just a whole vibe out here. Yeah, these splits, these first half to second half splits, Riley ran 15.5 minutes slower on the second half than the first half.
So yeah, nearly a negative split. And we know that the back half is harder.
Way worse.
Way worse.
I mean,
way grosser.
For context, String Bean was the fastest, or I guess closest first half to second half. 17 minutes on the men's side. Seth Ruling, 19 minutes slower on the second half than the first half. Everybody else is at 20 minutes or higher.
As Brett would say, and as Jamil is reminding us, the depth is deep, folks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have us unmuted.
Ooh, I heard a little audio in my ear for a second.
It just means that we're not folks just aren't fading as much as they have in the past, and you can't, like we've been talking about this, but it's just been borne out yet again. You can't necessarily wait for a fade to be your race strategy. You can't wait for folks to come back to you. If you're not up near the front when this thing takes off, you are not going to be in position to get onto the podium or get a golden ticket.
Oh, thanks, Deb. Sorry, Deborah. We're working to find Jenna Bensko. Yeah, we got parents watching from all over the place, trying to watch their kids get the job done. Yeah, that's the information that we currently are working with, but we should know soon because we should have our next chunk of ladies coming in here.
Yeah, we had 3 women.
Yeah, Lauren Puretz, Emily Mann.
Within a minute of each other.
That group should be here shortly. They're about 25 minutes out from Doe Springs, and they are historically closers. Emily Mann closed really hard at Run Rabbit Run back in the fall to take the win there, beating Leah Yingling. Lauren Puretz got a golden ticket here, finishing in 3rd. Ran a brilliant Javelina, finishing just outside the golden tickets in 3rd. Not having a day here to get that golden ticket, but phenomenal athlete, phenomenal person, as so many of these athletes are. So curious to see what that F8 through 11 looks like. Do you get a split for Jenna? You click on it?
No, it didn't pop up.
Okay. I think she's had to come through there with that group. We're ahead of that group.
Yeah, I'm trying to game out.
Sorry, we're trying to locate individuals statistically, which is not our strong suit. It might be Skylar's strong suit, actually. He's got a spreadsheet in here that's absolutely phenomenal.
Well, I'm attempting to figure out who on the men's side was closest to Jenna to figure out if we have like a halo of other people who've pinged through and be like, okay, reasonably where we have expected her to then go through Doe Spring and then where we anticipate her coming to the finish.
Oh no, I have the yawns.
Oh.
I'm trying not to yawn directly into the mic. We're doing excellent. Yeah, for those of you who have been with us all day up to this point, thank you. You've been with us for 9.5 hours. Hopefully you did something. You ate some food. You moved your bodies. You listened to us in your earbuds while you grocery shopped or hung out with your children or went to a soccer game or something of that nature. Big thanks, though, as always, to our sponsors that make this happen. Obviously, Black Canyon is presented by Hoka, also supported, though, by the folks over at GOO, the folks over at Tanuri, the folks over at Squirrel's Nut Butter. They are the people that are helping bring you this phenomenal race weekend, but also this phenomenal race coverage, and I hope that you truly have enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it.
Yeah. And there's more coming at you. Yeah, we're not done. No.
No. We're not done. We're not going anywhere. and if you're crazy, if you want to be crazy, the live broadcast goes until 4 a.m., so you got another, 12 hours to go? I feel bad for the guys on the zeros and ones at the computers because that's a long, long day. And then we go back live again at 6:30 a.m. tomorrow. Hillary Yang and I will be in studio covering the 50K. I don't know who we have in the field. Maybe we're making Zach Marion go in the field. All of our field reporters are running, so it's actually really stressful for me because You're running. Skylar's running. I say you as if you can see us. Skylar's running the 50K. Brett Hornig's running the 50K. Corinne Chalvoy is running the 50K. So there's a lot going on in which I have very limited control over. But I'll be sitting here at the finish line of the 50K, though, which I think is really fun because then I get to yell at you all when you eventually come to see me again.
Oh, you know we're going to come party with you. It's
I
all
hope
good.
so. Couch time. Jeff Colt has already promised to come directly from the finish line to the couch in here, so I hope it happens.
I mean, it's clearly the most comfortable chair in the area. So
it's definitely not as comfortable. It's definitely way more comfortable than the chairs that we've been sitting on for.
This is true. So on Bensko Watch, it looks like the halo of individuals that she was with at Table Mesa that have since cleared Doe Spring should all be at the finish line in, I'm going to say, about 10 more minutes. Say 7 to 10 more minutes. So that would be
the expected Jenna Bensko arrival.
If she continued to run around that same group.
I mean, who's this? This?
Probably Jenna.
Probably Jenna Bensko. No, it's Lauren Puretz. That's Lauren Puretz.
Definitely.
Mom of 3, I want to say. Colorado Springs gal. Super, super fast. Is actually your 2024 Masters Trail World Champion. I think it was about a marathon distance. Super gnarly over in Italy, I think. Don't quote me on that. Could be very wrong. But she is. She's a mom of 3. She's an OB-GYN in Colorado Springs. She works a full-time job. Mm-hmm. She got into Javelina super late last year, I want to say. Arrived in town late because she was still doing procedures on Friday morning or something insane. So the woman is a worker and didn't quite get that golden ticket done today, but absolutely flying across the finish line, trying to get the absolute best out of herself. So congratulations, Lauren Puretz, on getting it done.
Is that F8?
That would be F8. Yep. Lauren Puretz. So that means, though, Emily Mann should be in the vicinity. They came through Doe Springs. We actually got second splits at Doe Springs. We had 8:40:14 and 8:40:25. Or 8:40:25 and 8:40:44. So we should be seeing Emily Mann. We're looking out for Jenna Bensko. And then, honestly, a minute behind her was Madison Lechte. So we might be running out our women's top 10 here very rapidly.
Kick. Let's go.
We were joking. Oh, wait. Nope. Oh, I can still joke. Okay. We were joking on the women's panel yesterday. I was like, what are you going to tell yourselves when things get hard out there? Because things are going to get hard. And MK Sullivan told the story about her college running coach who would stand up in the top of the bleachers and basically yell at her to, go harder every single lap, basically. And she's like, so I've got to be like, you can go harder, or you need to go type of thing. And I was like, man, my ski coach just yelled, stop holding hands and get going. So there's a little bit of that out there today. You got to stop holding hands and get going. We want to see our top 10 women come in through the finish line sprinting. Again, they've been out for 9 hours and 10 minutes. Reflecting on the insane stat again from Jamil, where before today, we'd only ever had 7 women under 9 hours. Today, we had 7 women under 9 hours. Jeff Colt and I were joking that'd be really nice to have our time in the top 100 Western States time, more than a year. If it could stay in the top 100 for a second. That's Jenna Bensko, I think. Yes. 6:20
on the bib.
Deborah, I think that was Jenna.
No, Madison.
Well, that was Madison Lechte?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm pretty sure Jenna Bensko is also in a white t-shirt. Oh, we got stats flying in left and right. Thank you, my friends. Thank you, Aid Station Fireball. Okay. From Aid Station Fireball, for those who don't know, Liam Tryon, our Canadian friend, who is a stats expert, very similar to Skylar Hall.
Also in the 50K tomorrow?
Ad Skylar was correct to read Ferdinand, only person to ever negative split BC. The smallest positive split ever previously was probably Ferdinand last year, and with 2 minutes and 32 second positive split. The man knows how to run Black Canyon.
Yes.
That's insane. So from Aid Station Fireball, Riley Brady only second to Rachel Drake last year for the smallest positive split in race history. Riley also was the fastest split from Table Mesa to the finish in race history by almost 7 minutes.
Emily Mann.
Merrill coming across the line there. Georgia Porter was the next best split on that section from 2023 with a really strong close. But 7 minutes faster than anyone from Table Mesa to the finish. Wild. Yeah, so once they get stuff set up, just so you all watching at home know, they're gonna set the women's podium, and when they do that, we're gonna go to a quick commercial break because that gives us a minute to thank all of our sponsors. It gives Skylar and I a minute to stand up for a hot second, and then we're gonna actually throw it to Brett Hornig at that point in time for finish interviews with our men and then with our women. So you're not missing anything. You don't want to go anywhere, but that is what's coming down the pipeline for you probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So if you need to go stretch your legs for a second, but not more than that, this would be a great opportunity to do so.
Yeah, but do so in listening distance.
Expeditiously.
As we continue to.
Do so expeditiously. That does mean that we have our top 10 women
that is
through,
it.
though.
Yeah, with Emily Mann coming through there, that does round it out. So in first, Riley Brady, 8:16. Tara Dower in second, 8 hours and 25 minutes, both of which are under the previous course record by a healthy dose. Keely Henninger's 8:45. MK Sullivan was in third at 8 hours and 48 minutes. 2 minutes back of her was Lynn Chen. 2 minutes back of Lynn was Abby. And then Shea Aquilano, 8 hours and 53 minutes, sitting in sixth. Aaron Clark, a minute back in seventh. Lauren Peretz was eighth, 9 hours and 8 minutes. Madison Lecty was ninth, 9 hours, 11 minutes, and just a minute back of her, Emily Mann, that you just saw come across the screen. And then Merrill Kitt rounding out your top 10 with a 9 hour and 12 minute performance here on the women's side of the Black Canyon 100K.
Yeah, so the question is that we don't have Jenna Bensko with a split through Doe Spring, which seems odd to me. And we had assumed that it was just missed at Doe Spring. So that's kind of something that we're going to keep our eye on because that's a little bit, I think, unnerving for everyone at home and in studio. So we'll try to do some digging on our end to see if we can track down Jenna Bensko because she did not come across the line in that group. Behind those top 10 women, we're looking for Sarah Gage, Jessie George, Heather Jackson, Annie Hughes, Jenna Bensko. I mean, there's still a bunch. I mean, some incredibly talented women that are going to be finishing in the top 20. Sarah Albin, Arroyo Seo, Lindsay Allison, Holly Benner, who had a great grindstone last year. Yeah, lots and lots of fast ladies fighting it out, making their way into the finish line here. I mean, running under 10 hours on this course is incredibly fast, even on the women's side, and we're 45 minutes away from that at this point.
Yeah, I'm just looking. The fastest 10th place female coming into today, 9 hours and 41 minutes. So
It's insane.
The entire top 10 on the women's side
30 minutes faster, basically.
pushed up.
Yeah, and then notable drops that we're aware of. For example, Mary Denholm did make it all the way here to Deep Canyon. She's noted as a drop at Gloriana Mine, but she did actually leave that aid station and made it all the way here. She started vomiting between Gloriana and Deep Canyon, where we sit at the halfway mark. We did see her make it in here. Valerie Arsenault, who's also mega talented, had a great JFK earlier this year. Another Canadian was a drop at Bumblebee earlier today. Sawyer Magnet was another person that we had kind of called out in our previews as a potential person to keep an eye on. Looks like their day ended early in the race, like hidden treasure area. So I wonder if a fall took place there. That does happen, and it's devastating when it does. Jane Moss as well, a drop at Cottonwood Gulch, someone that we expected to be a factor in the top 10. I think that's kind of it for what I'm seeing. So everyone else is still fighting it out there, making their way towards the finish line, trying to get the day done.
Another person we were watching early on, Heather Jackson.
She's still fighting.
Still out there. Good.
Sitting in like maybe 16th or something, just like fighting it out. So I think she's like with or very close to Annie Hughes. So that'll be something we'll keep our eye on. Yeah, just like following up there. We're keeping an eye on things that we're a little unsure of. So.
And of course, if you are at home trying to find your runner, whether they're fighting for 10th place, 100th place, or further back,
1,000th place, because there will be likely a 1,000th place person.
you can go ahead and check out the top of the chat, that live tracking link. Click that bad boy, and you can find any runner you're looking for on course. And follow along the action as we continue on until the wee hours of the morning. Any runner under 17 hours has the luxury of putting their name into the Western States Lottery, but all runners have 20 hours to finish the entire course. So there will be a party in the desert, a whole lot of headlamps just cruising down the Black Canyon Trail all night. So stay tuned with us here on the Mountain Outpost channel. Go ahead and hit that subscribe button while you're watching, and then if you hit that bell, you'll get notified when we switch up streams. Not that we're doing that at the moment, but it will happen because the internet's weird like that.
Yeah, I love Chris Warden calling this out in the chat, that you can see Howie Stern's head periodically in our like static cam at the finish line. We don't mind that. Those pictures that Howie gets are critically important to the sport as well, and they deserve a spot getting that clean shot to those runners. So you will get to see runners come across the finish line, but yeah, you're gonna see Howie's head bop around in there, and that is a-okay on our end. We've got another runner making their way into the finish line here. Getting it done. With the finish line timing updated fast enough, we could tell you every single person's name, but it's on a bit of a lag.
Adam Reitz.
Is that who that was?
That is who that was.
Did you catch a bib number? Or you just
know
the
that? Live tracking actually just updated that fast.
Oh, it did. I was like, no, it didn't. It definitely did. Yeah, finishing in 38th position, 28 in the men's race. Really, really exciting to watch what went down today. I was riveted. I was listening to it before I got here. Like, had it plugged in. Wasn't watching it. Was just listening to the poetic voices, the docile tones of AJW and Chris as they kicked us off for the first six plus hours of the stream before they finally relinquished the mics to us.
It's actually, it's fun to hear AJW on the microphone, because normally I just hear him from blocks and blocks away in outdoor settings. When I was with Jamil on the Chipotle segment last week, we were literally over a block away. I was like, that sounds like AJW, like behind us. And sure enough,
it was
AJW just blessing us with those dulcet sounds. So appreciate AJW and Warden on the call. Appreciate you all for joining us. Super excited to be able to bring you all of the action here at the 2025 edition of the Black Canyon Ultras presented by Hoka.
Yeah, I just still can't get over some of these performances. I'm flabbergasted in a lot of ways. Oh, here we go. Do we have Brett's audio? We've got image up of Brett in the lounge area. They never did the women's podium, so.
Got low drug testing.
They all look conscious. No one looks like they're going to vomit, which is great. Will's got some blood on the knees. I can't hear him. Do we have his audio up? I mean, he's not talking into the mic, so I don't know. Oh, totally. We have Brett Hornig in the drippiest sweatsuit possible, still looking cool. I don't have audio in my ears from Brett, but it sounds like we can throw it to Brett in the lounge if he's ready. Yeah, give us a second, folks, while we just work on some audio issues, it seems like, from the field. We muted ourselves when we tried to get Brett's mic up. We just want to give a big shout out to our women's podium there. Tara Dower just getting there. Golden ticket. You got Riley Brady on the top of the podium, looking fly in a robe. MK Sullivan hanging on for that third place position and getting that golden ticket to Western States. They're all standing upright. I love to see it. Yeah, bringing up Lin Chen with that third golden ticket. Yeah, what a phenomenal performance. Again, before today, 7 women had gone under 9 hours ever. Today, 7 women went under 9 hours. So the course record go down by almost 30 minutes. Tara Dower in second, also under the course record by 20 minutes. MK Sullivan just 3 minutes over the previous course record. Absolutely incredible performances. And they are moving as if they just set course record performances. Okay, we're going to try to throw back to Brett as they work on his mic issues, but bear with us while we get things sorted. Again, with Brett, you've got Will Murray, Joe McConaughey, and today's champion and course record holder, Seth Ruling.
Not every runner runs in the rain. Not every runner runs in sub-freezing temperatures. Not every runner runs 100 miles at a time. Not every runner seeks out the most challenging environments in the world to test their athletic resolve. Not every runner finds joy in the struggle. But for those who do, we see you. We see you on those days when you could just take the day off or log a few miles on the treadmill instead of braving the dusting wind and snow. We see you, and we're here for it. That's why we create and test the absolute best technical running apparel in the world. Gear that keeps you dry, staves off the wind, keeps you warm. Gear that keeps you comfortable in the most uncomfortable conditions. So go ahead, step out the door, seek out those challenges, and just keep running. For where? For whatever's ahead.
We weren't trying to create a salve for anti-chafe. We knew that hydrating the skin with natural ingredients was key. We created a salve that healed damaged skin and also happened to be slippery and provide protection to reduce friction and chafing.
They call you crazy. For the 4 a.m. starts. For the endless miles. For pushing your body to the brink. They might call you crazy. But that just spurs you on. Go further with Enduro 3, the ultra-performance GPS smartwatch from Garmin.
Live in studio. That's always fun. Okay, so I'm just going to give you guys a quick update about what's happening out there. We are having some technical difficulties at the finish line. We've got Brett set up there. He's looking comfy. He's on the pallet couch. We got a couple guys who don't look like they're going to vomit, which is always great to see. Sitting on those pallet couches with him for some post-race interviews. But right now we're having issues getting that mic routed through the camera appropriately out in the field. So I've been told it's a them issue, not an us issue, which is great. But that being said, we are still working on that tirelessly. So if you are watching right now, you want to jump in the chat and let me know who you are cheering for out there today, who you are waiting to come in, because we're going to be here for a while. Okay. You've got Skylar and I in studio for something like the next 3 or 4 hours before the third team comes in to take you all the way through to 4 a.m. So if you are specifically watching and waiting for someone, let us know who that is. Behind me, where I'm sitting right now, is this shot that you're seeing aerially, and that is the Deep Canyon Ranch aid station. Again, Deep Canyon Ranch is 31.9 miles into the race. You've got runners still looping through this aid station, making their way back out onto course. It's going to be a long day. Again, 17 hours on this course gets you a Western States qualifier, but you do have 20 hours to complete the 100-kilometer distance, and we'll have people making that happen, which is really, really cool to see. And then obviously tomorrow we're back live at 6:30 a.m. as well for the 50K race. Yeah, thanks for giving those shout outs in the chat. We got lots of shout outs for Jesse George, Daniel Metzger, Laura Hansen, Sam Delgado. We got cheers for folks like Katie Asmuth, Tim Tollefson. I don't think that they are listed as DNFs as of yet, but they're having hard days and they're making things happen out there. So keeping our eyes out there. Actually, Jesse George should be finishing probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. She came through Doe Spring at 9:04 a lap. So for the Jesse George fans in the audience, that is who will be one of our next finishers. Heather Jackson, Annie Hughes, also in that mix. They've also come through Doe Spring, sitting in 13th and 14th as well. We've got what? Right now I've got probably 20 runners, maybe a little bit less, 15 or so runners at least that are between Doe Spring and the finish line. So we're going to have a lot of people finishing in the next little bit. Again, for those watching and keep an eye out for Jenna Bensko, I don't have a split for her coming through Doe Spring yet, and I don't know if that's an error, but I don't love it. So we're keeping our eyes on that as everyone tries to make their way to Doe Spring, which is just under 4 miles from the finish line. Pam Reed out there. Yep, Pam Reed getting it done. Super, super important. Been in the sport for a very long time. Someone that we'll definitely be keeping our eyes through as we make it into the evening hours. Oh, that's Brett. That's Brett Hornig in my ear. So I think we're going to be able to throw to him in just a sec. Ashley Powelson's doing the double, maybe. At least she is signed up for both the 100K and the 50K. I did see Ashley Powelson come through the aid station where I'm sitting earlier today. Bright pink hair, getting it done. It was very, very cool to see. I think they're moving cameras around at the finish line right now, you guys, so I do not know that we have a steady cam shot at the finish line. So things are going to be bouncing around from what is stable and up, what has battery, and what is being reset and recharged. I don't know. Do we have a steady cam at the finish line while we're waiting for Brett? Okay, sounds good. We are going to throw it to Brett Hornig at the finish line where he is there to do finish line interviews with our men's and women's podiums.
All right. We are finally live with the men's podium of the 2025 Black Canyon 100K. I've got Seth Ruling, Will Murray, and Joe McConaughey. Thanks for taking the time to sit down, chat about the race. It seemed like watching it from really a front row seat from start to finish, it seemed like there was probably 3 pretty different experiences out there. But you, Seth, you were definitely, gluing yourself to the front from the entire time. Curious just to hear about like the race plan that you had going into it, what the execution was like, and if there was any major pivots that you made midway through.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not one to have like a set race plan. Like, I think I have to feel it out on the day, and I felt like being at the front was something I could do. I didn't know we were running that fast, to be honest. But yeah, it's just like I think it does something to my mind knowing where everybody is. Like it's like no secret that I struggle with like mentally staying in these long races, and part of that is it kind of eases some of that by knowing where everybody is and where I am, and the only way to do that in these long races is sort of staying at the front. So I was pretty confident that I had the ability to be up there at the front the whole race. It's just, you never think it's actually going to happen like that. So it's cool. Yeah.
Will, you were probably perhaps the surprise of the day. I'm curious if it was a surprise at all to you, and at what point during the race did you feel like, I'm committed to this, like we're all in on this golden ticket chase, or did that start before the race even started?
It wasn't a big surprise to me. I know that a lot of people wouldn't be expecting me to be at the front, but I knew I could do it. And the reason I'm here is to be in the top 3, but I set myself goals that didn't have anything to do with results. And that really eased my mind. And I knew I had to be there at the front, but then kind of like Seth said, just feel it out. And yeah, I mean, being at the front, it just gave me even more confidence. I feel like I've been earning self-belief for a year and a half now, and I finally earned enough to get a good result. So,
Joe, you seem to come into this with a slightly different approach. I mean, one that I guess has been somewhat classic for you. When you finished, I heard you yell, "I'm 1 for 8." Talk to me more about the 1 for 8, and was that a mantra throughout the race? Like, I'm going to be 1 for 8 now. Like, take me through your day.
Yeah, so I've done 8 golden ticket races now, and I started in 2017, and I've gotten 4th, 3rd, DNF. Had really bad races, and this was kind of those things aren't working very well. I really kind of went into this not putting a lot of pressure on myself. It's like when you race that distance so many times, you start to like overthink things, and you start to think about how good you actually are, and like maybe you're really just like not as talented as you think you are. But I always believe in myself, always think I have the opportunity to do so. I like racing more from the back, kind of the opposite of Seth's approach, which usually means I get like 4th or 3rd and have a consistent great race, but then don't put myself out there. And it was just fun to have a day where, I kept, catching up. Every 5 miles I'd pass 2 people. So I was just kind of feeling the vibes the whole day, excited, stoked. And then when I got to the finish line, it was a weirdly like emotionless race. Like when I passed 3rd place, I was like, I'll just keep running. Like my pacer was like, "Oh, dude, 3rd place." And I was like, yeah. And then when we finished, it kind of all hit me. So it was a really, I don't know. I'm so hyped. I'm so stoked. And I'm also really honored to share the podium with these guys, because like, damn, that's hard to, take it out hot and then do your race or feel like people see you as an underdog and then deliver so well. Like that's a really awesome performance. So.
Seth, you were talking about running from the front, trying to stay engaged. At a point during the day, though, you did make the decision or the choice, like, I'm going to win this race. When you made that move in the front, like a little bit past mile 40, was that like, at this point, I am not giving up the lead, or what was that moment like?
Yeah. Louder. I like, I don't know. I kind of thought earlier I was going to take, like before I made that pass, I was like, I'm pretty sure I got this one. But what I didn't realize is that these guys were so close behind me at certain points. I thought I was like blowing everybody out of the water. And then like, I look back at one point, I'm like, oh no. So, I don't know. I made the pass, and like I said, I thought that was the nail in the coffin, but honestly, like 2 or 3 minutes after I passed Eli, I actually like vomited a few times. And like, I'd never vomited in a race before. And I had a high school buddy who used to race cross, and he used to vomit. And he used to say, "Oh, you just feel so much better after you throw up." And like, this time I was like, yeah, he's right. Like I felt so good after each time I vomited. So, I guess there was like, I don't know. I think I like scared my crew and pacers a little bit there, but it actually was like a net positive. So yeah, I don't know. It just felt, it's cool. I kind of like Joe here, like a little bit of an emotionless race. Like in a way, like I think the desert and the sun zaps all the emotion you have. So yeah, I guess it was kind of pent up till the end.
So speaking of having like a second win during the race, well, we were talking a little bit about a little tumble that you took. You've got some good, I don't know, like mementos to take home. Could you take me through this fall a little bit, but then also how that ended up maybe kind of turning into a positive for the rest of the race?
So I was up there with Seth and Eli, and coming into Deep Canyon Ranch aid station. I was just trying to take my bottles out of my pack so that I could do a quick transition at the aid station, and I took my eyes off the trail and tripped on a rock. Went totally headfirst slide, baseball style, down the rocky hill. But I just kept going. I figured, 8 things are going to go wrong with this race. Yesterday, my sister and I, who crewed for me, got stranded at Bumblebee Ranch for like 4 hours with a flat tire, and a lot of things go wrong, and you just work through it. And then as I was coming out of Deep Canyon Ranch aid station on the dirt road, I kind of got a second wind, and I don't know what it has to do with the fall, but my legs felt a lot better after that. So I figured I should make the most of it.
Joe, you also took a little tumble. You want to take us through that?
Mine was pretty short and sweet. I just kind of like ate shit, and then
Where were you?
I was maybe like mile 25, and I was vibing. I was like, I'm going fast, I'm passing people, and then you're like humbled, and you're like, okay, idiot, like you got to lift your feet off the ground. I have like a really lame gait where I like barely lift my feet off the ground, and so that's sometimes a problem for me. And then I kind of thought I maybe broke my toe for a second, which I'll lose this. I already lost this toenail, so I think I'll just lose the toenail again, I guess. But that's probably the worst thing that happened to it. I know. Well, I did it across the years a month ago, and then from that, I don't know why, but it just kind of wasn't feeling the race, I guess. So this will be the nail in the coffin for my toenail.
So you mentioned doing across the years. I was like, how do you feel about a 130-mile training run about a month before a golden ticket race?
It's really great. Highly encouraged. No, I was trying to make the U.S. team. I was stoked about that. I also want to make a golden ticket race, and then I wanted to race Cocodona or Western States. And so when I first started coaching, I had this thought. I was like, don't have 2 big A races in a season. It's just stupid. And then I've seen enough people who are like, yeah, thanks for the advice, but no, thank you. And it usually works out for people. Well, not usually. It sometimes works out for people. And so I kind of wanted to just do that for myself and see how it works. And I feel like I had a great day. So I'm kind of hyped on 2 big races in a season, I guess, right now.
So as we kind of wrap things up, I do want to talk a little bit about what between now and Western States might look like for you. If you had previous plans, assuming you would get a golden ticket, what's February to June look like for you, Seth?
Oh, I mean, February, I'm going to go ski a lot for the first time this winter. I always tell myself I'm never going to do a February race, and I keep showing up to February races because you kind of have to nuke your whole ski season for that. But yeah, after that, I guess just build, and I'm racing Canyons 50K, which that field looks crazy. And then, yeah, I guess just Western States. Like, I think this is kind of my A race. I think you have to make a golden ticket your A race. And so, yeah, I think just keep doing what I was doing, and maybe add a touch more, and hopefully, I don't know. The thought of running 100 miles right now is like a little terrifying, to be honest with you. So, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to ask about like the actual Western States itself. We can talk about that at another time. But Will, what's your time in between now and Western States looking like?
Well, I'm a teacher and a baseball coach at high school. So now it's baseball season. I'll be pretty busy after classes and everything. I'll try to get my runs in the morning. I'm doing Chuck and Nut and I used to live in Bellingham, so it's always great to go back there, see some friends, and I just love the place. And then I am actually signed up for Sunapee Scramble as well. It's just a competitive race that's close to home, drivable, and it's right after school gets out for summer vacation. And then it's, all on Western States. I'll have a short, 3 or 4 weeks to really focus fully on it after school gets out. But I'll really enjoy the experience, and I can't wait.
Joe, you mentioned having Cocodona on the schedule, and now you have Western States on the dock as well. So are we going to see a Coco States double, or what's the schedule looking like now?
Seth thinks Cocodona's lame. Just kidding. He didn't say that. He didn't. I'm just putting the words in his mouth right now. No, Seth thinks I shouldn't do Cocodona and Western States, and I think I'm going to take his advice. So I'll drop Cocodona and then do Western, and then I hugged a baby that has RSV at the finish line. So if I get RSV, great, I'll be on the couch. I'm also working on a shed. I'm finishing up the electricity right now, so that'll be exciting. And then I'll probably start running again in a few weeks or something. We'll see. But I don't have any race build-up stuff right now, but I'm sure I'll find something.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for your time. Congratulations on an absolutely epic race. One for the history books, for sure. I don't know. Go put your legs up. Get some Neosporin on that or something. But thanks to the live stream and everyone for tuning into the race and listening to these interviews. But I guess for now, enjoy the time off.
Third place joke.
Oh, righty, here we go. We are back in the studio. Thanks to Brett and the fellas for holding it down on the couch. Your top 3 here at the 2025 Black Canyon Ultras presented by Hoka. We are approaching the 5 o'clock hour. So in true Jimmy Buffett fashion, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Hope you're enjoying your evening, afternoon, morning, wherever you are joining us from here on the Mountain Outpost channel. I'm Skylar Hall, joined by Corinne Malcolm, giving you the coverage not only of your top finishers, but well into the night. Live stream is going to be going until 4 a.m. local time, all 20 hours that runners in the 100K have to finish. We will be broadcasting. So if you are searching for a runner on course, use that link at the top of the live chat. Hit that live tracking, type in the name, and follow them along so you can catch them when they are coming across the finish line here on the live stream. Great insight coming from the fellas. Securing their golden tickets was especially appreciative of Brett walking through the plans from here until Western States. I was talking with Corinne earlier. Black Canyon sets up pretty nicely, all things considered. You have 4 months, to really put together a whole training block, which is right in line with a lot of the conventional thinking these days. Get a couple down weeks after this race, and then 16 weeks to just get straight into it. Couple big efforts around training camp weekend, get to see the course, and really be just thriving on all cylinders come the end of June. So super excited to see the trend hold true of Black Canyon Golden Ticket winners overperforming at Western States. I have a hunch based on those 3 fellas and what we've seen on the women's side as well, that we're going to see great top 10 performances from these individuals. The view you have right now is the scene here at Deep Canyon Ranch. Not only is it the halfway mark for the 100K and the first place that folks can pick up pacers, it's also the finish line for tomorrow's 50K. That's right, we're doubling it back. Folks going to be coming down from Mayor High, right along that bluff that you see, and finishing along the left side of the screenshot in through the finish. So join us again tomorrow as we bring you a very spicy 50K with the likes of many athletes you've come to know and love, either from their media work or from their running exploits. Chris Myers, Jeff Colt, expected to be front running on the men's side, as well as Brett Hornig, our fast media guy who took third here last year in the 60K. And on the women's side, we got the likes of Corinne Chalvoy getting ready to tear it up alongside some elites. It's going to be a blast. So hope that you join us tomorrow for that coverage. Giving you a little insight as to what we're working on right now. As you just saw the podium interviews with Brett, we're working on getting that women's podium together also down there at the finish line. So that'll be coming your way shortly. So let's talk about a recap of the race thus far. On the couch, you just saw our top three gentlemen, Seth Ruling, Will Murray, and Joe McConaughey, first, second, and third. Seth also setting the course record here on the Black Canyon course. On fourth place, we had Eli Hemming, early leader, really tearing it up, 7:32 for him. And Kanwal Luo was in fifth, Elliot Card in sixth, Gavin Pryor seventh, Kenyon Woodward 8, Blake Slattengren in 9th, and Ferdinand Arroyo in 10th. So that's your top 10 on the men's side. In the other edition of the race on the women's side, we had Riley Brady taking it out for the win in a huge course record in 8 hours and 16 minutes. As we have Cal Neff on screen right now for you guys. Second place was Tara Dower, 8:25. Third place, MK Sullivan. Fourth place, Lynn Chen, followed by Abby Hall, Shay Aquilano, Aaron Clark, Lauren Peretz, Madison Lichty, and Emily Mann, rounding out your top 10. Just crazy all the way around. Prior to this edition of Black Canyon, we had only had 7 women dip under the 8-hour mark. We had 7 do so today alone. On the men's side, course record performance for Seth Ruling. Will Murray also dipping under the previous course record. So we are going to have a lot to dig into in the aftermath of this race as we continue to move forward. I'm actually looking at the women's all-time list. We have had 46 women ever break 10 hours. So as we currently stand, we've had 17 women finish the 2025 Black Canyon already. If we get any more, Sarah Alaban, Caitlin Schindel, or Becca Bramley, we're all in range. We could see that number grow drastically. So again, we're talking some just mind-blowing performances. Almost going to have, I think, doing snap math, it's like a 30% plus increase in the number of women who've gone sub 10 hours. So just lights out where the sport is going these days. And then on the men's side, we talked about not just the overall course record performances, but just absolute closers in this race. We saw the first ever elite negative split at Black Canyon. Ferdinand Arroyo actually running the second more technical, more exposed half of the race, faster than the first half, where it has the very, very sweet long downhill section. So the sport is progressing, and we are excited to follow along on these live streams, all the more reason to make sure you hit that subscribe button, because not only are we covering Black Canyon 100K today and the 50K tomorrow, we're back next week with the Jackpot Ultras, including the USA Track and Field 100-mile road championships. So next week we're going to be doing this all again of just absolute absurdity. Folks out here have declared that they are going for American records. Both Dakota Jones and Rajpal Panu have stated that as their aim for next week. So don't think that we're going to leave you hanging. Hit that subscribe button. We'll be back in your ears starting next Friday. The question has been raised in the studio around cutoff times, and if we're going to have to start doing that dance here for the 100K. So I'm going to try to figure that out, because as the sun begins to set and our eyes begin to turn towards the mid and backpackers, cutoffs become the story of the evening. So, the cutoff time here where we sit at Deep Canyon Ranch for Wave 1 is in 40 seconds. For Wave 1. And then Wave 2, the cutoff is at 5:30. And Wave 3 has 6 o'clock. So basically every 30 minutes. But where we sit right now, we should have runners rolling through for the next hour that will still be able to advance down the course. And then come 6 o'clock, all eyes will be on the back half of the Black Canyon Ultras.
Coming here to sit next to you and see. I went and got pizza. It's really good here. I'm so sorry for those of you not at Deep Canyon Ranch, but Freak Brothers Pizza is just cranking out oven fresh wood-fired pizza. We are getting ready for the women's podium interviews at the finish line. We don't quite have them set up yet, but they're getting them staged, and excited to hear how the race went from their own perspectives. No yawning, Skylar.
I was going to say, there's been some construction on the highways around here that threw off my traditional coffee run to the finish line. So I'm a little under-caffeinated right now, but it's okay because I'm still riding the stoke of this race. Also, just going to say, if you happen to be in the Phoenix area and you can't make it to Deep Canyon Ranch, Freak Bros do have a brick and mortar in downtown Phoenix, so check them out. Just like you should be checking out all of our sponsors helping to bring this race to fruition. Hoka, Goo, Tannery, Squirrel's Nut Butter, Garmin, everybody behind the scenes helping to bring the action to you, even if you can't be here in person. Shout out to all of our sponsors. Make sure to show some love and support, because that's what good trail loving people do.
I love watching all the high fives be given to friends and family at the finish line as they mill about, as they get their lives back together. They get those running shoes off and warm jackets on. It's good to see people are still making their way into Deep Canyon Ranch. We got some spry folks running in here.
Vibes are good. The vibes are good. We have an entire festival set up, which is perfect because this is also the finish line for tomorrow's race. We got the big screen. We got people vibing. I'm going to tell them to make some noise. And with the delay, we're going to hear them wildly later, but it's going to be fun. So, yeah, folks in the festival area, make some noise. Meanwhile, we'll continue to watch the finish line as runners stream through, completing their journey across the Black Canyon Trail.
Getting it done. That's the thing, right? We've got amazing performances at the very front end of this race. But again, 20 hours worth of running and walking and hiking and crawling and hopping and making it happen, falling. I met a woman when I was grabbing pizza who had taken 2 pretty hard diggers out there today. At mile 11, mile 18, got the wind knocked out of her, but she'd picked up a pacer here, and they were ready to rage.
Love it. Yeah, it's gonna be a party out there on the trail. Like, there are a lot of people out here right now. It's gonna be a quite an easy task to make some new friends out there and just share some trail miles with a new buddy. So super excited for all these folks still making their way down. I was
Some
gonna see if I can
low-key trauma bonding is what it really is.
Trying to think. We have 900. That can't be correct.
I mean, there's almost 1,000 entrants in the race.
Yeah, I was going to say how many are still on course. 921 athletes are still in range and like moving along. 908 folks, I think, are where we're at. Still on course. We've had.
I was getting a giggle earlier. The only filter you can apply to the race is DNF only or not.
Yeah.
Is that coming across the line? Yeah, I was just talking to Yuri from GOO. We were talking about Heather Jackson fighting her way out for a finish. It's crazy. Fighting her way out a hard day. 9:45. That time would be well within the top 10 just a couple years ago.
Easily. Yep.
Really, really impressive field growth, field change. Yeah. Lindsay Allison, 18th in the women's race, 9:53. I think we just saw Becca Bramley finish in 10:04. Elapsed and change.
Yeah, when you were on the pizza run, we were talking about, you know, the number of women who'd ever run under 10 hours here, and just how
that got doubled today.
It's like
increased by 50%.
It's like a 30% increase. It was 46 women had ever done it before today.
We had 20 do it today.
20 did it today.
Nasty. Again, with the nasty. It does sound like we have Corinne Chalvoy at the finish line with our podium in the women's race. Are they ready to take it away? Awesome. Down to Corinne and our women's podium.
Hey, Corinne Chalvoy here. I am on the couch at the finish line at Emory Henderson. And we are joined by 3 of our amazing finishers in the female race today. Riley Brady. We'll get into all of this, but Riley Brady. We have Tara Dower, and we have Shay Aquilano. Welcome to the couch, guys. All right, let's talk about the race a little bit. Holy freaking smokes, that was wild to follow. So coming to you first, Riley, I know that you in the past have not had the day you wanted at Black Canyon. Did this feel like the day you wanted? And tell us a little bit about just kind of how it felt throughout the day.
Yeah. So this was definitely the day I wanted. It was actually beyond the day I wanted. I did not throw up at all, which is a huge win for me. And I was going for course record here today, and I did not, in my wildest imaginations, think it was going to be close to a 30-minute course record. Yeah, I had a blast out there running. It was definitely hard. I'm pretty destroyed.
You're destroyed, but you're also very lucid. You're not in the med tent. It could be a lot worse. So you, Riley, ran the fastest time from, I don't know if you know this, but the fastest time from Table Mesa to the finish of anyone in this race by 7 minutes. For everyone at home, Table Mesa to the finish is about a 12-mile stretch, and she ran that faster than anybody has in this race by 7 minutes in a 12-mile stretch, which means that you closed incredibly hard. So congratulations on that. You talked a little bit about this with, not throwing up. Tell me a little bit about how you've dialed in that nutrition strategy and, I know that you're not a high carb athlete, but you've figured out what works for you. Tell us what that looked like, hydration, sodium, and just kind of what you figured out has worked for you.
Well, first, I have to give Tara some credit because I heard she was 4 minutes behind me at Table Mesa, and I was like, "Oh no, she is not catching me." So I was really I was running hard because of Tara in that section. And then onto the nutrition question, I'm not totally sure how many carbs per hour I was taking in. My bag of precision powder didn't have the scoop in it. So we had to improvise with a tablespoon instead. And I think it tasted a little weak. I was probably in the maybe 50-ish grams of carbs per hour, probably drinking about a bottle an hour out there, and not that much sodium. I'm lucky in that I don't need that much fluids. I don't need that much sodium. I'm kind of a camel in that regard. And I think I'm also maybe a little bit of an outlier in terms of how many carbs I need. Every time I try to push the higher numbers, I can't get up there. I keep trying, but I haven't gotten there yet.
Well, it didn't slow you down at all. I think you had the appropriate amount for what you did. So setting a course record by virtually 30 minutes in this race, when the list of individuals who have competed in the women's race here have been, it is a who's who of ultra running. So huge props. We're so happy that you had the day you wanted here. I'm going to just talk briefly to Tara Dower here. Tara, we talked about Rachel Drake's range going from things like a 15K to a 100-miler. This is a different level of range, everybody. This is 2,000 miles down to 100K. So we're talking 40 days condensed into a also course record, under previous course record, by at least about 15 minutes. And Tara, you've run this race multiple times too. Like, you have come back year after year, improved year after year, and this was just an outstanding performance. So how did it play out for you? I saw you a few times and you were like on a different planet, but we want to know what was going through your head all day.
Was I on a different planet? Well, I was trying to, when I saw you, I was trying to be like, yeah, I'm fine. I'm actually kind of cold, honestly, and I want a sweater, and it's okay. Everything's fine. I was trying to play it cool, but I was like, in my head, I was like, crap, this is hard as heck, which I knew it was going to be. Are you just asking about the day? I totally forgot what you were.
How did it play out? How was the day?
Oh, yeah, the day.
Feel good? Did you have rough patches? What was the day like? Like, was it just perfect from start to finish, or did you have some lows you had to work through?
Yeah, my left hamstring was tight the entire race. I also fell pretty violently in the first 10 miles. I think I fell I don't even know, 4 or 5 times, and I really got my hip bad. And I think honestly, an early low is my bread and butter, because if I have an early low, it can only go up from there. And I just kind of kept going and was like, it'll be fine. I don't tend to think about these things overly. If I fall, I'm all bloody. And then my hamstring, I tend to let it escape my brain. That's kind of the words I use. It's fine. It's fine. And I saw several people out there who fell also. And I was just like, hey, it's okay. We're going to do this together. And sometimes people would move with me. And that was pretty neat. But I just let it escape my brain and say, this is fine. It's just this is part of racing. You're going to fall and you're going to get bloody. I know I will get bloody. And just having that knowledge and being able to keep going. So I had a pretty big low, and then the rest of the race, I was just trying to catch Riley pretty much the entire time. But I was also trying to not be caught by anyone else. So I was just moving at a pace that felt, my coach Megan Roach says, like, you want to run comfortably challenging. So it was just like, I was just trying to gauge that. And I looked at my pace a lot and was like, oh, this is like way over pace for what I think I'm going to do. And I was just like, but I still feel good. Yeah. So that's how it went. That was a little long. Sorry.
No, that's awesome. When did you know that you had moved into second at the middle? It was kind of the middle of the race that like you had moved up and basically surged and kind of passed 2 or 3 other women. Were you keeping track? Did you basically know from that point on?
Yeah, I figured, somewhere in there, I was like, okay, I know I have Heather, I have Riley, and I have Mary. And so I think when I passed Heather and then Mary, I was like, okay, I think Riley's the only one in front of me. But I also don't like to hold on to these, like, thinking like I'm going to win or I'm going to like get first, second, third. I don't hold on to that until the very end. Because if I get to that point, I think like, oh, I'm going to get this. If it doesn't happen, it's going to be really disappointing. And that's what I did on the entire AT. I didn't realize I was, sorry to bring this to the AT, but I didn't like let myself get there until like last three miles out of 2,000. So I just don't let myself get to that point. And when I saw my pacer, Natalie, who's incredible, also pacer, Rachel, all my crew, they're incredible. I love them. They're incredible crew members, and this is their win as much as my win, or my second place. Sorry, Riley. But yeah, first golden ticket. But when I saw with Natalie was like, hey, I can see the tents and everything. I was like, okay, I can start somewhat celebrating. And then one last time I was like, okay, is there anyone behind me? And Natalie was like, no, just keep going. You're almost there. Yeah.
I'm going to come to you in one sec, Shay. Real quick. One question on you. Actually, 2 questions. We talked yesterday. I think it's yesterday. I'm really losing track of the days, about the shoe choice. And you told me you were wearing Vaporflies. Like, can you just educate us on your ankle strengthening routine? Because I don't know any people that could. How did they work? Did you love them? How were they on the rockiness? And obviously they worked well.
Yeah, I do love those shoes. They work really well for my feet. I also have an excellent PT who's got me on the Mobo board. So I spend a lot of time on the Mobo board, and I think my ankles are happier for it. I did roll my ankle once out there, but it was I don't think there's any lasting damage. So we'll see.
Okay. And talk a little bit about the choice not to have a pacer. So yeah, what goes into that? I mean, is that intentional? Do you, thinking ahead to Western, is that a race you're potentially going to run without pacer?
Honestly, I forgot you were allowed to have pacers at this race. And then by the time I realized I could have a pacer, it was too late to get somebody to fly down and run with me. But I will definitely be having pacers at Western States. They're already lined up. I love that about ultra running. Like I like in the States, it's like much more of a team effort. Like I love getting to see the people I love out there. So I'm excited.
Shout out your parents because they were.
Oh yes, my parents were crewing me. We practiced some aid station transitions at the Airbnb yesterday, and I think that sort of paid off. I was a little slower than I was in practice, but yeah, my parents are super dialed as my crew.
It's Ann
and Bill.
Ann and Bill were amazing. I saw them shout out Ann and Bill. I saw them at Table Mesa. They were so stressed out. They were like, we're so stressed out. We're so stressed out. But they did an amazing job. They were super efficient. You could tell you guys were comfortable with one another, and they were offering you gels. You're like, no tutti frutti. Okay, we're going to go with the strawberry. So I mean, it looked very smooth. They were worried they weren't going to make it to the finish. Did they make it to the finish? Yes. Okay. We thought they had plenty of time, but they were really worried they weren't going to make it to the finish.
So I think I think that was because my mom looked at her chart wrong and thought it was the last aid station before the finish. And then I think once they figured that out, they were like, okay, we're good. We got time.
Amazing. All right, Shay Aquilano, how are you? It's so good to see you. You had such a good race. Tell me a little bit about this. You came into this race knowing that you have Western on the calendar. You got in through the lottery. How many tickets did you have in the lottery? You lucky girl. 8 tickets. 8 tickets. So you knew. Why did you decide to run Black Canyon? And tell us a little bit about your day.
Well, I already had Black Canyon on my schedule before knowing that I was into Western States. And this race is just so well put on. So I always love coming back. I have family in the area, and it seems like a very good race to practice learning how to compete with a lot of other crushers. So yeah, super, super psyched that I was able to get out here again for year 5. Yeah.
How'd your day go?
Oh, yeah. Well, the start went out crazy fast, as has been established. It was like all under course record pace through Bumblebee, at least. But yeah, just kind of was cruising for a lot of it and got a little warm before Deep Canyon Ranch. Started feeling like I was overheating a little bit, but was able to pick up my pacer and cool my body temp down a little after that. And yeah, just kind of smooth brained the rest of the way. Yeah.
Great.
No thoughts. No thoughts. All smooth. But yes.
Not a lot of gray matter.
Not a lot of gray matter there. Yep.
Do you feel like you executed the race that you wanted to?
Yeah, I was really happy with my race plan and how that went. Did get outkicked by Abby Hall coming into the finish, so got to work on my end speed. But yeah, couldn't have asked for a better time out with a lot of my trail friends and my crew. So it was a good day.
All right, we're going to sum up here and give me your Black Canyon 2025 in one word if you had to describe it.
Hard.
All right, Tara, 2025 Black Canyon in one word.
Comatose.
Comatose. All right, Shay.
Smooth.
Well, congratulations, all of you. Incredible runs. Thank you for entertaining us all day long and making it super exciting. And we cannot wait to follow all of you at Western. It's going to be an amazing year. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
I was like, we're wrapping it. So just back here, like if you want to go behind here.
Alrighty, that was really cool. Really special to hear from some of the athletes that made up our women's top 5. I think we are going to go to a short commercial break, and then from there, our stream is going to switch one more time for the final stream, the last 11 hours of the broadcast. So you will not have to do anything. It'll bump you right along, but we'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Not every runner runs in the rain. Not every runner runs in sub-freezing temperatures. Not every runner runs 100 miles at a time. Not every runner seeks out the most challenging environments in the world to test their athletic resolve. Not every runner finds joy in the struggle. But for those who do, we see you. We see you on those days when you could just take the day off or log a few miles on the treadmill instead of braving the gusting wind and snow. We see you, and we're here for you. That's why we create and test the absolute best technical running apparel in the world. Gear that keeps you dry, staves off the wind, keeps you warm. Gear that keeps you comfortable in the most uncomfortable conditions. So go ahead, step out the door, seek out those challenges, and just keep running. Forward, for whatever's ahead.